Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. We have a very busy afternoon and evening ahead with a tornado outbreak expected across a large chunk of the Ohio Valley, the Mississippi River Valley, and even back into parts of the Deep South. Obviously, we are expecting a lot of activity today, and we are already off to a hot start this afternoon. We are beginning with a bunch of storms that are beginning to rotate. We don't just have one tornado warning, but we also have a lot of storms that are beginning to rotate and are starting to become very concerning in both Missouri and Arkansas. We're going to go first to our tornado warning that was just issued. This is all the way back up into northern Arkansas. It includes Searcy, Newton, Baxter, Boone, and Marion counties in Arkansas. This is a very dangerous storm right now. We have very strong rotation located near Highway 65. This will be on track for Flippin and Gassville here in northern Arkansas over the next several minutes. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are inside this tornado warning. It is a very dangerous storm right now that's about to cross Highway 65. We do have some range folding issues here, so you can't see the entire couplet, but the velocities are very strong here just over the last couple of minutes, and I would not rule out a strong tornado with something like this as it continues to move east-northeast. This is not the only concerning storm. We've had a lot of storms developing over the last 15 to 20 minutes that are all beginning to become more concerning. We have a lot of areas of rotation. We have a lot of wind shear today. A little further to the north near Bull Shoals, we also have a little broad area of rotation that is near Bull Shoals approaching Highway 201 over the next few minutes. We need to watch that storm as it goes towards Bakersfield in Missouri. One of the other storms that has had a little bit more concern is east of Springfield. This is a discrete cell that is starting to run into some issues with some convection out in front of the storm, but this one has also been starting to rotate, and if it can stay discrete, this will become a tornadic supercell going towards Licking, Salem, Sherrill, and eventually going kind of in the direction almost of Interstate 44. It's tracking to the northeast, so it'll kind of just stay south of I-44 in the long term. Might be something to watch for the St. Louis area in a couple of hours. Back over in western parts of Arkansas, we also have a few storms that are beginning to ramp up. For the most part, the storms that are right along I-40 north and west of Clarksville are mainly damaging winds and large hail. However, the storm that is south of I-40, the one over here near Magazine, this one is starting to ramp up. We don't have a whole lot of rotation quite yet, but we do have at least a little bit of broad circulation over Highway 80, and this is going to be moving towards Havana and Danville over the next 15 to 20 minutes. It is beginning to rotate, so we need to keep a very close eye on this. I don't think it's an imminent tornado risk, but it will eventually be a problem back over near Russellville, Dardanelle, and I-40 just off to the northwest of Little Rock. So though this is not an imminent concern, I do think it will eventually be a problem as it gets closer to the interstate near I-40. But we are starting to see a lot of different storms forming. Keep in mind that we have a tornado watch in effect until 4 o'clock across the St. Louis metro, basically western Illinois, eastern Missouri, and also back into central and western parts of Arkansas. And there's also going to be a new tornado watch, more than likely very soon. This will be for those in northeastern Arkansas, southeast Missouri, western Tennessee, southwest or western Kentucky, and as well as southern Illinois. They have mentioned that a PDS tornado watch, which means a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, will likely be issued here in the next couple of hours, as we are starting to see some cumulus clouds develop, and that is an indicator that we are going to start to see the potential for discrete supercells in this area. So we are anticipating a PDS tornado watch very soon across this region. It will probably include a little bit more than just this area. I think we'll end up having it kind of in this kind of polygon here. So it'll probably go back over into further into northwestern Mississippi as well. But notice the peak probabilities here on the tornadoes. We could see tornadoes in the intense to violent side of things if discrete supercells fire off. Any prefrontal storms that fire in this region are going to be capable of strong, long-tracked, potentially even intense to violent tornadoes, which means EF3, EF4 type tornadoes are in play, maybe even higher than that. In addition to that, large to very large hail is in play. We could see some large hail up to the size of apples, and then scattered damaging winds around 80 miles per hour are also going to be a possibility. But once again, we are starting to see some convection develop right out here back over near Memphis. Nothing has quite gotten to the point where it is concerning. However, we are starting to see a few little showers developing just south of Memphis. And once one of these storms breaks through the cap and really starts to explode, that is when it becomes concerning. So far, we don't have that, but it is something that I think will start to occur here over the next couple of hours. So today is a long day. Again, we have obviously one tornado watch in place. We got a bunch of storms happening right now, but we also have a high risk of severe weather. weather. As many of you have already heard, we were live earlier talking all about this. There is a high risk of severe weather in place, and this is going to include western Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, and a large chunk of eastern Arkansas. Essentially, this is a rare and serious situation for those that are in this area. We are expecting the threat here for significant severe weather. This is by no means your typical severe weather day in this region. If the forecast ends up verifying, we could be talking about an extremely dangerous day across the Mississippi River Valley where a major tornado outbreak is possible, including long-tracked, strong, and potentially even violent tornadoes. The Storm Prediction Center already mentioned that multiple EF3 tornadoes are going to be possible. So if you are in this area, you need to make sure that you have a tornado action plan ready to go, multiple ways to receive warnings. The atmosphere is very primed for dangerous storms with the potential for multiple destructive supercells with large hail and as well as strong tornadoes. And even if you're not in that high risk of severe weather, let's just say you're in the red area, which is our level 4 moderate risk of severe weather, this is where we're still expecting widespread severe storms. There could be very large hail, damaging winds, and also a few strong tornadoes in this region, though it's not as volatile essentially as what we're seeing in the high risk, but it is still an area that we could still see an equalistic chance of seeing some strong tornadoes. And then if you're in the enhanced risk, this is still where we're expecting numerous severe weather. We're expecting numerous severe storms from North Texas all the way back up into Ohio and Indiana, where scattered severe storms with large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes are going to be possible. And then if you're anywhere in the slight and marginal risks, though the risk is lower, it's not zero. Just generally speaking, the confidence is not as high to see some sort of tornado outbreak in these areas. However, there could still be some damaging winds, large hail, and even a couple of tornadoes. So there's going to be a lot of activity here over the next few hours. It will definitely be very, very busy. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion that has been issued for Arkansas and as well as Missouri, where they have gone ahead and mentioned that there are storms that are slowly increasing with intensity over the past hour, which we are seeing that. There's a lot of different storms rotating right now in Missouri and as well as Arkansas. With these storms, they will be mostly semi-discrete. We haven't really seen anything fully discrete here. They're all kind of connected to each other in some way, so they're not fully discrete. But with this activity, there will be some large hail, damaging winds, and also the potential for tornadoes. Again, the maximum or the most probable peak intensity, according to the Storm Prediction Center, is right in the EF2, EF3 range. So pretty much strong to maybe an intense tornado is possible in this region, in addition to large to very large hail up to the size of tennis balls, and then scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is also going to be a possibility. All right, let's check back in this tornado warning. I'm going to go through some more forecast stuff. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning that is in effect for Searcy, Newton, Baxter, Boone, and Marion counties currently in Arkansas. We have a very strong area of rotation that is approaching Yellville, Flippin, Gassville, and as well as Summit. This will eventually go towards Norfolk, or North Fork, and then eventually Salesville, Briar, Cliff, and Mountain Home. There is range folding, so you really can't see the velocities very well, but the rotation's very strong, and it's currently just north of Route 65, and it will be approaching Yellville and Gassville over the next several minutes. This is really the most discrete cell that we have right now out of anything that's on the radar. So this one has a lot of capability here of producing some sort of more significant tornado threat as it moves in the direction of Mountain Home. So if you're in Mountain Home, be ready for that tornado action plan to be utilized, as we'll probably end up getting a tornado warning in that area as long as this rotation stays on the more strong side of things over the next several minutes. There's also a storm that we're watching east of Springfield. This is the one back up south of Sherrill that is currently moving to the northeast. We may see some sort of more significant tornado threat come out of this as it moves towards Salem, Viburnum, and as well as Ironton, and eventually towards Fredericktown and Farmington. This storm in particular is going more to the right. It is kind of splitting away. We have a couple of storms that are moving more north. Those are not really concerning right now. The more concerning storm is the one that's moving more to the right, moving more to the east. This one is going to be capable of a potential for very large hail and even a tornado threat if it's able to maintain its discrete nature here over in southern Missouri. And also the storm that's west of Little Rock right now. Let me get the Fort Smith radar site on here. The one that's west of Little Rock, back over just south and west of Russellville. We are going to have to keep a close eye on this storm as it continues to move east. I don't think it's an imminent concern, but as it gets closer to I-40, it could become more of a tornadic storm as it gets closer to central Arkansas, as it enters a more favorable environment. And we are starting to see a lot of little bubbling showers and little downpours right now along the Mississippi River Valley. This is not, again, a good trend that you want to see. As of now, again, we don't have a tornado watch yet for this area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We don't have a tornado watch yet for this area, but I'm guessing we will get one here very soon. All right, we have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be in Missouri. This will be for Texas and Dent counties in Missouri. So if you are in this tornado warning, which will pop up here in a second, it is going to be our northern storm. We've been talking about this for several minutes now. You're going to want to make sure that you are seeking shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Rotation right now is approaching Houston, Raymondville, and Licking. So this is another dangerous storm that is currently tracking to the northeast and is capable of producing a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast. This is moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour, by the way. So this is a relatively fast-moving storm. So please get to your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. There's also, we're probably going to get a tornado warning here shortly. Back over to your mountain home. It's possible. I'm not sure if we will, but we might get a tornado warning here soon. We have a little bit of rotation still just off to the north of Mountain Home. We'll see if the Springfield National Weather Service office issues a tornado warning on this, but they might. It's going towards Bakersfield and Gainesville. So we need to watch this storm closely. There's at least a little area of convergence that's about to cross over towards the southern part here of Missouri over the next few minutes. So this is a storm that we definitely need to keep a close eye on. Okay, we got more reports coming in. Give me 1 second. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. I haven't even really gotten through what I wanted to talk about the forecast. Here's the latest scan on the tornado warning in Arkansas going towards Mountain Home. The latest radar scan still showing a strong area of convergence, very strong rotation that is right inside of this hook echo. So we have a nice little hook echo right now near Highway 235. It is currently approaching Yellville and Gassville. So once again, this is a dangerous storm currently moving to the northeast. We may have a tornado with this at any time. We don't quite yet have any confirmation of a tornado on this, but if we were to get a tornado, again, it would be approaching Mountain Home in about 25 minutes or so. Currently approaching Yellville in Arkansas, and just south of Yellville, we have the lighthouse. There's a lighthouse south of Yellville. There is also the Black Sheep Barbecue Smokehouse and Grill. The Sonic Drive-In, the Amazon Distribution Outpost is also in the path of this, and Harp's Food Store. Coming up in Yellville is in the path of a dangerous tornadic supercell with very strong rotation, and it may produce a tornado as it moves to the northeast. So you definitely want to make sure if you are in this warning that you are taking it seriously and staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you have a storm shelter, that is a great place to go right now as this continues to move northeast. Okay, I want to talk about a few other things, or maybe not. Okay, real quickly, I'm going to talk one more point about this storm. This is the Little Rock, Arkansas radar site. And though this is further away from our other radar site, you can actually see how strong the rotation is aloft. So this is about 15,000 feet off the ground. We have quite a bit of convergence even aloft. We probably have some sort of lowering, maybe even a wall cloud that is approaching Yellville. If not, we might even have a tornado dropping right now. So again, this is a very concerning storm. This definitely could produce a long track tornado if it's able to stay discreet. We have a little area of convection that continues to develop out in front of this storm, but overall it is a favorable supercell right now back in our kind of cold frontal storms back out here to the west, where we could still see a strong, maybe even a long track tornado. Also, the rotation has intensified quite a bit over the last couple of minutes near Houston, Missouri. This is approaching Raymondville and Licking and moving towards Salem. So this is a dangerous storm that is currently moving to the northeast. All right, I do want to talk about a couple other things. So obviously, we've already talked about this, but we do have a high risk of severe weather in place. This is kind of a fun fact. I don't know how fun it is, but this is a fact I would say. This is the first time in 13 years that we've had a high risk of severe weather in place in Kentucky. 13 years and 1 month. That is how long the last time we had a high risk of severe weather in Kentucky. So it has been a long time. It gives you an idea of the magnitude of today's event. And for reference, that was all the way back in 2012. So it's been a long time since we've had even a high risk of severe weather in place back over in Kentucky. And I'm not sure about the other states, but that fact really stood out to me. I'm kind of surprised by that. Also, again, we have a high risk of severe weather today. I do want to point out as well that in addition to our severe weather risk, we also have a moderate risk for excessive rainfall for today. Let me pull up that graphic real quick. We are expecting a ton of rainfall over the next few days, and one of the concerning things that we are seeing is that we have basically a training area of showers and thunderstorms, and late tonight we are anticipating our showers and thunderstorms to essentially train across the Mississippi River Valley, which will lead to significant rainfall. We are talking about a 1 in 50 type year event in terms of rainfall here across the Mississippi River Valley over the next 4 to 5 days. This is going to be a multi-day flooding event that is going to be taking place. We actually have a PDS flood watch that is in effect for a lot of areas because there's a chance of over 10 to 15 inches of rainfall over the next 4 to 5 days. By tomorrow, we have a high risk of excessive rainfall in place back over northeast Arkansas, western Kentucky, and as well as back over in western Tennessee. So we are anticipating a very long stretch of severe weather ahead and as well as flooding over the next couple of days. So definitely an unfortunate circumstance where we could be talking about a widespread 10 to 15 inches of rainfall. And speaking more about that flooding potential of rainfall here, I do want to show you guys the amount of rainfall that is currently forecasted to fall. This is the current thinking over the next 5 days, all the way through Monday morning. We could have some areas in a scattered to potentially numerous area in northeast Arkansas and southeast Missouri that pick up between 13 to 17 inches of rainfall. That is historic. This is just a historic event in so many different levels. I've never quite seen a storm like this where we have this significant of a flooding risk and severe weather threat over the span of 5 or 6 days. But here we are. We literally have one of the most crazy storms I've ever covered in terms of the weather that we're going to be seeing. But we are talking about a major concern for flooding in addition to all the severe weather that we're going to be seeing. And keep in mind that these numbers, this is just like an estimate. We could easily see numbers over 20 inches of rain in some areas. So be prepared for this. Make sure you have your plan ready to go for flooding, and definitely make sure you turn around, don't drown on the roadways. We're gonna have a lot of flooded roadways, I think, over the next 5 days. Okay, do we have a PDS watch yet? Okay, we don't have a watch yet, but we have storms developing. This is, again, a bit more of a concern. If these are able to mature, we are starting to see a development right along the Mississippi River Valley with prefrontal storms. And these types of storms are the ones that are going to be capable of producing strong to potentially long-track tornadoes. So we need to watch this very closely. This is right along the Mississippi River Valley. And this is, again, an extremely favorable environment for tornadoes. They've already mentioned that a PDS tornado watch is likely. The one that is currently developing east of Pine Bluff, this is going to be near DeWitt. This storm in particular is really the storm to watch for. And depending on its evolution, it could become a serious concern as it moves in the direction of Marvel, Lexa, and Mariana in eastern Arkansas. And again, it might not look like much to you guys right now, but like these are the types of storms that are ahead of the line that we have back out to the west that are going to be capable of producing strong and long track tornadoes. So we need to really watch these very closely here along the Mississippi River Valley. And I would fully expect that we will get that PDS tornado watch here in the next 15 to 20 minutes if that activity continues to ramp up. We do have a lot of storm chasers as well out there today. We're going to keep a close eye on all of them. And we'll go to the free cam view here. We got a bunch of different views. We'll put storm intermediate as well on the bottom left. I don't know why I just froze, but there you go. All right, let's go back to the Arkansas tornado warning, which, again, the rotation's been pretty strong. Our strongest area of rotation is now over the southern side of Yellville in Arkansas. So strong rotation right now, right over the south side of Yellville. It is traveling right up Route 62 and will be approaching Gassville, Flippin, and Mountain Home over the next several minutes. So again, you need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, and get ready to go to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're back up in Mountain Home. Mountain Home is an area that is in the path of a potentially dangerous storm. This is what it looks like right now in Mountain Home for reference. We have some shower and thunderstorm activity there right now. And this is the iDrive Arkansas camera in Mountain Home. As you can tell, it is very wet already, and we got a storm coming out of the west. You can actually kind of see the leading edge of that storm a little bit there in the background. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on this. This is, again, the city of Mountain Home camera. So we need to keep a very close eye on this area. And again, we will definitely have that camera up whenever it gets a lot more interesting. Wow. This is pretty crazy. You might not know what we're looking at, but this is a sounding near Memphis. First off, we had a cap in place. It's broke by the looks of it. So it looks like the cap has broke. Our lifting condensation level is very low to the ground, and our LFC, which is our level of free convection, is also very low to the ground. And we have extremely strong wind shear across the entire atmosphere. This is again, this is a sounding from Memphis, Tennessee. Temperature and dew point are extremely close together. The winds are, again, really strong throughout the entire atmosphere. They are spinning like crazy. And then our hodograph is also very curved. Again, if any storms form near Memphis, we are undoubtedly going to be seeing again, a substantial day for severe weather, which we have begun to see at least the cap breaking. We have started to at least see some supercell, or at least some storms here that are firing off. The cap is broke, though. Our echo tops are climbing a little over 30,000 feet now. Monticello's up to 42,000 feet. These storms are exploding very quickly right now near the Mississippi River Valley. And so if these are, again, able to organize and they don't, if we don't have an over-convective area here, like if all these storms can stay discrete, it's going to be a very long afternoon and evening. The latest NATO cast outlook just came out, and this really does not, change anything that I just said. They are still leaving very high probabilities with their computer model guidance here in Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi. These are your tornado values, essentially, the potential of seeing tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. It's basically the same as the Storm Prediction Center when they have their tornado outlooks, for example. And obviously, this is not a good sign. I mean, they even outlined a 45% tornado risk area, which I'm not sure if that's going to pan out. But generally speaking, where you see the brightest colors is where we're expecting the greatest potential for tornadoes that could be strong and long-tracked. But the cap is broken. It's gone. And it's looking like it's going to be a long day along the Mississippi River Valley. This is obviously not what you want to see. Let's go back to Missouri. Check in on that tornado warning again. Once again, we do have a tornado warning near Licking, heading towards Salem, near Raymondville, here in southern Missouri. Just moving towards Salem right now. I'm going to check and see if we have any cameras or chasers up here. I don't think we do. Most of the chasers are currently in position for our more substantial tornado threat by the looks of it back over near the Mississippi River Valley. But once again, this storm has continued to look concerning. It is going to be capable, again, of a tornado. The radar indication here is that we have very strong rotation, and as well as a very impressive hook echo just off to the south of Licking, and it will be approaching Highway 19 and Salem over the next several minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, please get to your safe place. It is a dangerous storm. And then also back over in northern Arkansas, we still have a strong area of rotation approaching Flippin, Gassville, and this will be moving into Mountain Home, Arkansas over the next few minutes. And we also have another area of rotation that is now moving into Missouri. So this is a broad area of circulation that is approaching Bakersville, South Fork, and will be moving towards West Plains. If you look at the reflectivity here, we got a mess of convection out in front of this, so it might struggle a little bit in terms of staying organized, but we definitely have rotation on this, moving towards West Plains and South Fork. And then also west of Little Rock. This is, the velocities are updated. We have an area of rotation as well, just south of Waldron. So this storm here, it's very messy, but this is something to watch for as this moves in the direction of Danville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So make sure that you're staying weather aware there. They have issued a new tornado warning. This is going to be in southeastern Missouri near Salem, going in the direction of Vimbernon. This is a very dangerous supercell. As I mentioned before, the storm itself looks like it could be dropping a nasty tornado here at some point here soon. This is going to be approaching Salem in Dent County, Missouri. So if you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Yeah, for those that are wondering, by the way, the cap is essentially a ceiling or a lid on the atmosphere that prevents storms from developing. It's essentially a temperature inversion. So basically, in the atmosphere, the temperatures decrease with height. That's what you probably learned in elementary school or middle school, or maybe you didn't learn it at all, but temperature will decrease with height, right? But in a certain part of the atmosphere, which is a few thousand feet off the ground, the temperature in some cases could increase, which indicates a temperature inversion. And that is something that has been in place so far today along the Mississippi River Valley. We had that yesterday with our severe weather event in Oklahoma and as well as Texas, if you were watching our yesterday live stream. And so they're pretty similar in terms of our what a cap essentially is. In this case, the cap has been overcome by the temperatures either warming up enough or our temperatures aloft decreasing enough to compensate for storms now being able to develop. And so the cap is very important. It's actually very important for Southern Plains severe weather in the spring, like this time of year. We often have these sorts of events where we do have a cap in place that prevents storms from developing. Again, we don't really have that at this point in the Mississippi River Valley. So far, we are seeing a lot of storms bursting now, and it's only going to be a matter of time, I think, until one of these actually becomes significant with a potential threat of a strong or even long track tornado. Now, there's always still a chance that these overconvect and it doesn't necessarily lead to strong and long track tornadoes. There's always a chance of that, but it's obviously not a guarantee. So, oops, I mean to click that. All right, here's the latest radar scan on our tornado warning in northern Arkansas. Again, rotation is still coming together near Gassville. We haven't had anything confirmed in terms of a tornado yet on this storm, but if we have one, it will be approaching Mountain Home in Arkansas. So Mountain Home, Arkansas, again, be ready to go to your safe place. Also, we want to show you guys something from Falcon storm chasing. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Okay. We'll have another radar scan here in a second. But if you're in Mountain Home, Arkansas, be prepared to take shelter. There is some tornado damage being reported out of Pilot Grove, Missouri from this morning's tornado that we had. So just an FYI. Also, just another update. This is regarding our threat of severe weather for tomorrow, which again, we're going to be live both today and tomorrow. I think we'll be live tonight probably until like 2 a.m. So this might be a 12-hour live stream. Tomorrow, we have another significant threat for severe weather with strong and potentially long-track tornadoes being in play once again tomorrow. This is almost in the same area that we're talking about today, in northeast Texas, western Tennessee, northwest Mississippi, central, southern, and eastern Arkansas. There is a conditional risk for strong and long-track tornadoes. Again, tomorrow. So if for whatever reason you don't see something today, you got another chance tomorrow. You got another chance on Friday as well. If you're in the same areas, you got another chance. And it's not just Friday, but it's also Saturday. So you basically got 4 chances here, if I'm counting right. Wednesday, Thursday, yeah, four chances for severe weather in the same areas in the Mississippi River Valley. And Sunday it will end off in the southeast. So yeah, crazy stuff. Tornado warning has been condensed near Mountain Home. It now only includes Flippin and Gassville. We are almost undoubtedly about to see a tornado warning issued for those in Mountain Home. So we should have a tornado warning here momentarily as long as this rotation stays on the more strong side of things, which as of right now, it is staying strong. There is a reported wall cloud on this storm near Flippin. So we do have a reported wall cloud on this storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we do have now a new tornado warning. So this is going to be an extension of the one we currently have. This can be for Fulton, Baxter, and Marion counties. This is going towards Mountain Home, Norfolk Lake, Elizabeth, and eventually Viola. Briar Cliff is also in this warning. Seek shelter. This is a live shot on the iDrive Arkansas camera right now in downtown Mountain City. And hey, I'm not sure if there's a way to get these on the program. I have no clue. But if you can, that'd be probably good. On the left side of your screen, it looks like we have rising motion. Very far left side of your screen, you can see scud clouds rising there on the left. So this storm is definitely organizing. Not sure if there's going to be a better camera view. I think the left side of the screen is a decent shot. And this is the iDrive Arkansas camera. Top left of your screen, right in the downtown area of Mountain Home. These clouds are racing, by the way. I mean, again, these storms are moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour to the northeast. This storm right now in northern Arkansas is moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You can see on the left side of your screen, that is the concerning area. We're going to have a much better view, I think, of this in just a moment. I do want to touch base on our new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is going to be back up in Missouri. We've been talking about this one since the beginning of the stream. This is going towards South Fork and as well as West Plains. So if you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Rotation is pretty strong right now, approaching Highway 160. And we'll be moving into South Fork over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Just like that, we are up to 5 tornado warnings. Really 3 storms in particular that are actually rotating. We still have a really intense supercell approaching Salem and Van Buren in Missouri. This one has a potential to produce a strong and long track tornado if it is able to organize. I'm going to go back to Mountain Home because we have a camera right in downtown and we might be able to see something. The rotation literally is going to go right into Mountain Home. So if we get a tornado, it could go right into Mountain Home. So you want to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in Mountain Home. This is a live shot again on the iDrive Arkansas camera in the city of Mountain Home. On the left side of your screen, in the middle of your screen, this is the storm approaching. We are currently near the McDonald's in downtown. And there are a few other businesses here. There's a Verizon store. So just to kind of paint a picture of where we are right now if you're in Mountain Home. That is where this camera is currently located. I do want to go back quickly to the one that's slightly further down to the south and west. So this is our other view, which right now, again, it's just very wet on the roadways. I think that'll probably be the best view of the storm. Oh, this one actually has a good view. This is near the urgent care in Mountain Home. And that might be a lowering. You know, it's at least some sort of lowering. I don't see it spinning. I don't think that's the main area. But the storm would be coming from the right. I think what that is right there in the middle, scary looking clouds. And whoa, you just guys, did you guys just see that? There was like cloud of ground lightning right there. If we do have a tornado in progress, it will be approaching the North Arkansas Dental Group building. In addition to Baxter Grounds Fairgrounds, or Baxter County Fairgrounds, Harp's Food Store, the Crow's Nest RV Park, Mountain Home Dog Park, Live Edge Bar and Grill, and there's also the Fair Park self-storage, and there's also a high school. It looks like a college campus on the southwest side of town. So you definitely need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning in Mountain Home. Let me go back to radar and see what the velocities look like, and we'll go back to that camera. All right, strongest rotation right now is right over Highway 42. It's going to be coming in on the west side of Mountain Home. If we have a tornado, it would be coming on the west side of Mountain Home. And the rotation is coming up very quickly. You can see on radar, again, it's a very messy storm, but we do have a hook echo right over Gasville. That's the area of rotation that is going to be moving into the west side of Mountain Home over the next few minutes. We have so much rain. We have a lot of range folding issues right now with all the convection we have on radar. It's hard to see some of these areas of rotation. If you see this on the radar right here, this is range folding. We're having that issue, but I mean, you can still at least see the rotation on these storms. Again, still pretty strong rotation approaching Mountain Home. And same thing north of Bakersfield. Rotation is definitely on the uptrend on that cell. Look at this storm. We're up to 2-inch sized hail right now in Missouri on the cell that's approaching Salem. We got a massive hail core approaching Salem. You can actually see the scatter spike. Pretty big hail core right now moving into Salem and eventually going towards Van Buren in Missouri. Definitely a dangerous storm. Let's move into the east-northeast. All right, let's go back to Mountain Home. This is a live shot again in Mountain Home right now on the tornado warning cell. This is on the iDrive Arkansas camera in downtown Mountain Home. And as a reminder, a lot of schools in Arkansas are getting out early. There was a lot of early releases at around 1 p.m. today. So hopefully, those in like Mountain Home, hopefully the kids got back from school. Because obviously we do not want any buses to get caught out there in a potential tornadic situation here. This is a little bit closer, about a mile west of the other camera. The other one just has a better sky view. This is a little bit closer to where that area of rotation is going to be coming in from. And rain's picking up. We don't have any wind quite yet. We're probably about 2 or 3 minutes from seeing that wind really pick up here in Mountain Home. In addition to okay, so the rotation has uptrended a little bit on the latest scan. So rotation is a little bit stronger now on the west side of Mountain Home. And we don't have any confirmed tornado right now, but if there were to be one, it would be approaching the west side of town, and it's also approaching the ASUMH University, including the bookstore, Go Test Hall, Red, White, and Blue Festival, and it's also coming up on the Harvest Bank, Farm Bureau Insurance, the Little Bees Grill, and the Japanese Steakhouse and Sushi, as well as Cove Coffee here on the west side of town, also approaching Dairy Queen. And there's also a large hospital, it looks like. The Baxter Health Building and Rock Family Dental are currently in the path of a possible tornado. Again, very strong rotation now approaching the west side of Mountain Home. It's going to be right in there. So this is quickly approaching. And again, the cameras we're looking at are right along the downtown stretch here. So tornado warning still ongoing here for Mountain Home in Arkansas. So again, a live shot right now in Mountain Home. Okay, we have another update. By the way, that did not work, Caden. It's broken. Oh, the other camera? Let me... Was that a few minutes ago? Let me check the other camera. Wow, look at this storm. This is the storm rolling in right now into Mountain Home. This is the best view I think we're going to have of this storm. This is a massive supercell. If there were to be a lowering or a tornado, it would be back behind that hill. Or kind of along the horizon here. There are a lot of people driving on the roadways for there being a tornado warning. That's a little concerning. This is the storm rolling in right now into Mountain Home. And this is live in Mountain Home, where we do have a tornado warning. If you have any friends or family in Mountain Home, obviously make sure that they are in their safe place. This is quite the dangerous storm right now that is moving into town. We are, again, this is like the best shot of this storm. I mean, this is like a sky view on the iDrive Arkansas camera. By the way, we have a lot of updates. The next one is on Friday. We have a day 3 enhanced risk of severe weather that was just added. So we're gonna have, this will be the 6th straight day of at least an enhanced risk of severe weather in the United States. And that is right here. So we just got a new enhanced risk for Friday in Arkansas, Texas, and Oklahoma. Slight risk from Texas back into Illinois. All right, back to the, again, live shot. This again in downtown Mountain Home, where we do have a tornado warning. A powerful supercell is moving in. I'm currently not seeing a definitive lowering or a tornado here, but the velocities were pretty strong on radar, and there's a possibility if we have a tornado, it would be behind this like little hill, which my pen is broken. I gotta fix that. Oh, camera's moving. Somebody's moving the camera. I'm gonna go back to radar here in a second. Trying to load my pen back up. Gonna go back to radar just for a split second. Again, this rotation is moving right into the downtown area of Mountain Home right now. That's strong rotation. This is pretty strong, at least low-level rotation over the north and west side of Mountain Home. So if we have a tornado, it's approaching Fawn Park, Kingswood Estates, and Dogwood Park. This is, again, the live shot of this storm rolling in. It is getting dark and ominous very quickly. Again, we don't see a lowering or a tornado yet. I kind of doubt it's rain-wrapped. Would think we'd see it here in this live shot. Again, this is radar indicated rotation that is on the northwest side of Mountain Home. It's also another shot. Oh, what's that? Is it right? This is back over in Henderson. I can't tell what that is in the background. This is another Arkansas traffic camera. It's a bit further back off to the east. Cannot tell what that is back there. It looks like there's lower clouds. I'm honestly just trying to see if we have anything. I feel like this would be our best shot, though. By the way, we just got our latest sounding back over in Illinois. So in central Illinois, we just got a sounding in, and the weather balloon basically is indicating that the cap is gone. So the cap is gone in Illinois as well. So storms are probably going to fire very soon in Illinois if we get some sort of initiator. Strongest rotation right now is over the northwest side of town. Again, I'm not... There's like a small little CC drop. I'm not entirely positive that that's a tornado, but it might be. Velocities are very strong, so it wouldn't surprise me. So we may have a tornado in progress on the north side of Mountain Home. So once again, you gotta be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible in the Mountain Home area. And again, even if we did not have a tornado here, we definitely have a powerful supercell with large hail and damaging winds for sure coming in. The velocities are very strong, though. I really wouldn't be surprised if we had a tornado. Quick update on our West Plains tornado warning. Rotation is still coming together. It's approaching West Plains. I would assume if this storm can stay organized, we'll end up getting a new tornado warning. And if we do, it would be going into West Plains and eventually towards Mountain View in southern Missouri. We are also still watching a supercell near Salem moving towards Van Buren. That is also producing some large hail, damaging winds, and there is also a potential for a tornado with that storm. And as I mentioned a moment ago, our cap here in central Illinois is gone. So there is a potential that we'll start to see an uptick in severe weather here very soon. All right, let's go back over to that live shot. This is right down in downtown Mountain Home in northern Arkansas. So we now have the storm rolling in, and we have not seen anything definitive that confirms either a lowering or a tornado. But we should be able to see a pretty decent amount of hail and wind come in here over the next couple of minutes, and we might see something wrapped in the rain. We'll see. We still have a hook gecko on this storm.
A new tornado warning has been
I'm
issued.
surprised we haven't gotten a tornado watch yet in eastern Arkansas. You have a brand new tornado warning before the wind really picks up. We got a new tornado warning. This is going to be back up in Missouri, so this is for Howell County, going towards Mountain View and West Plains, just southeast of Willow Springs. Again, we have a storm here that is definitely cranking when it comes to the rotation. It is just, again, a very messy setup. And this is what we're forecasting, by the way, today. We were forecasting a very messy setup here across the entire, basically, central Arkansas and southern Missouri area. The thing that would not be as messy would be any discrete supercells that can fire off here near the Mississippi River Valley. But definitely a dangerous storm right now, moving into West Plains and Mountain View. So get to your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. This is right now in downtown Mountain Home, again on the iDrive Arkansas camera. The wind is beginning to pick up now as the storm rolls in. Might even have some large hail with this storm as well. I'm still surprised we have these like people driving on the roadways. There's multiple people on the roadways. We had a lot more people about 10-15 minutes ago. There's a person walking over here. I don't know if you see that. There's a guy walking on the far right side of the screen. Like two people walking. I don't know if anybody saw that. I don't think it was kind of cut off my camera. The visibility has dropped to like a half a mile, quarter of a mile now. And here comes the wind and the rain. I did not have people walking in the tornado warning on my bingo card today. Here comes the wind. Wow, the wind is powerful. Definitely strong winds. That American flag in the middle of your screen is like the best thing to look at when it comes to the wind. Wow, wind is definitely strong here in Mountain Home. Look at the flag. It's actually changing directions now. It's coming towards us. The wind is changing directions. It was originally going that way. It's now coming more at us. Which, that kind of goes to show that even though we don't have, at least for now, we don't have at least a confirmed tornado yet, but we do have winds changing directions. That's your wind shear. It's cranking here. Thank you, Reese, for the super chat. Sun starting to shine through in West Chicago. Not good. We're going to go through the future radar in a little bit, but I don't think Chicago is going to be too bad. It's very conditional. We could get something up there. It's a short window. Be between now and about 6 o'clock. That's like your time frame. All right, wind is still strong, but it's starting to calm down just a little bit. There's also that camera out in Henderson. This is what the storm looks like on the horizon, and that is ominous. Top of your screen is really where you'd be looking. Let me center this a little bit. The top of your screen, that's a look at this storm here near Mountain Home. In Henderson. By the way, the stream is not lagging, it's just the camera. The camera has like probably 30 frames at best, so like the cameras that we're using here. Okay, we do have a brand new tornado warning. We're going to continue to keep going back and forth to this, but we do have a new tornado warning that I want to get to. This is, again, kind of getting very active right now. We have another tornado warning. This one's going to be for those back up in South Fork, in Bakersfield, and West Plains. They're basically issuing another tornado warning because of this storm north of Mountain Home that looks very concerning. So just north of Mountain Home, we have a very concerning supercell, strong area of convergence, and rotations coming together right now, moving in the direction of Bakersfield. Rotation's also strengthening a little bit, approaching Mountain View in Willow Plains. So we need to watch that storm very closely as well. We also got a lot of storms firing off west of Little Rock. There's a little broad area of circulation far to the west of Little Rock. That'll be going towards Russellville and Danville in the long term. We're going to go back to the Henderson camera, which is just east of Mountain Home, where we do have, again, a large lowering and just an impressive supercell in general. We don't have a tornado confirmed on this yet, but the velocities have been very strong. This is, again, on the iDrive Arkansas camera, looking westbound at this intense supercell. It's honestly a beautiful view. The trees are beautiful and everything. Like, this is a beautiful roadway, too, here in northern Arkansas. Shout out to Andrew for the Venmo donation. Culver's is on me today. You're going to need it. Enjoy, and thank you for all your work. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, Wolf, for becoming a member. Thank you, Beth, also for becoming a member. 86 degrees, partly cloudy in Bartlett, Tennessee. Looks like we're going to have a nasty night. Anything to look for around 5 p.m. when I'm off work? I'll check in a second. Once again, this is a live shot in Henderson, Arkansas, and we're currently looking at a tornado-warned cell near Mountain View. It's posing the potential for a tornado. We're just waiting to see if anything tries to drop out of this. I think the area of interest would be this right here. We'll have to wait and see. It's hard to tell when we're getting like one frame every 3 seconds. I don't know what the frames are, but okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to this in a second. We need to talk more about other stuff that's happening on radar. Back up in Illinois, we have something that's developing. So back over near Springfield, Illinois. This storm right here, that's west of Springfield. This thing could get nasty here soon. Or it's starting to get that look to it. Again, the wind shear is pretty strong, even up here in central Illinois. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up getting a watch in this area at some point. That's again moving towards Springfield and I-72 and I-55. So something to watch for. This is a long-term concern, going kind of in the direction of Lincoln and Bloomington as well. But as I've already seen and heard from people in the chat, essentially the sun's breaking out here in Illinois. So instability is growing, and we should eventually start to see some supercells fire in this general area over the next hour or two, and that could lead to a threat of large hail, damaging winds, and also a couple of tornadoes. So stay weather aware if you're in those areas. All right, back to the Mountain Home storm. Again, velocities are still pretty strong right now, approaching the northeast. It's now on the northeast side of Mountain Home. It's traveling up Highway 101 and is moving towards Bakersfield. So Bakersfield, Missouri, you're in the path of a potentially dangerous supercell that could be trying to produce a tornado right now. The storm that's back up near West Plains, you would probably think there's no way there's a tornado in here, which I don't think there currently is, but it's crazy to say there's rotation in the middle of all of this convection. We have an area of convergence on the west side of West Plains. And again, if we had discrete cells out here, we would have so many tornadoes happening right now. It's just such a messy setup, which is allowing for it to be at least a slightly lower tornado risk in this area than it could be right now. But that is just the power of how much wind shear we have today across Missouri and as well as Arkansas with these storms that are kind of mixed into this entire line. So that's in the middle of a bunch of rain. So if there's a tornado, there is no way to see it. Back over near Salem, the tornado warning still continues here in central Missouri. This is going to be heading towards Van Buren. The rotation on this has been a little bit weaker here as of late, but we're still keeping a close eye on it. Long term, it's heading towards Farmington, Festus, and that'll stay just south of St. Louis. I know we have some folks watching from St. Louis as well, and right now we got some strong storms back out to your west. The storm that's near Rolla is going to be the one to watch for. That one's heading towards St. Louis. So keep a close eye to the radar if you are in St. Louis. We do have a storm that is heading in your direction right now. And that one, again, not currently tornadic, but I do think in a little bit it could become more of a concern. And this is, again, the concern that we had. We are starting to now see severe weather develop back over in now Tennessee. This is actually a live shot of that storm that's developed on the radar Omega Cyclone Port back over in Collierville. And I'm going to try to start getting the 3-cam view going here so we can have all these different views. But we have storms now developing, and these are, again, out in the large warm sector. This is where we have a lot of wind shear. And this is, again, the first warning of the day here near the Mississippi River Valley. Any storms that fire in here and become organized and are staying discreet could easily produce the potential for strong and long-track tornadoes. So we need to keep a very close eye on this storm that is developing right over South Haven. This is inside of the storm right now. This is in Olive Branch, Mississippi. Look at the hail come down right now. We got hail coming down. We got strong wind gusts as well on the radar Omega Cyclone Port. This is right inside that severe thunderstorm warning. This is literally the storm that just popped up east of Memphis. Pretty much rocks are coming out of the sky right now. Okay, First off, we have multiple new updates. Again, there's going to be, I don't know if we're going to have a break in the action at all today, but we have another update. According to the Storm Prediction Center, the storms are expected to increase in coverage and intensity over the next couple of hours. A tornado watch is likely. That is central Illinois back into western Indiana. And notice the information on this. We could be talking about tornado possibility for tornadoes that are in the EF2, EF3 range with these storms today. So that's pretty concerning. But this is another area that we need to keep a very close eye on back up in Illinois and Indiana. And at this point, I think the tornado outbreak is definitely coming together. Again, we haven't had any like crazy tornadoes yet in the last hour or two that have been confirmed, but like it's about to get very active, I think. And it's going to get active very quickly. All right, let me change to this. We're going to go 3 cam, and let's put this bottom left. All right. This right here near, all right, we have to talk about this too. Right along the Mississippi River Valley, south of Helena west, going towards Helena. This storm is very small right now, but it's going to be going right towards Memphis. And we are already starting to see a small little mesocyclone on it, which means that there's at least a little bit of rotation aloft. So we need to keep an eye on this. It's basically traveling right up the Mississippi River Valley. So this is tracking right towards Memphis. Update on the tornado warning northeast of Mountain Home. We've had very strong rotation for the last several minutes, approaching Bakersfield right now. This storm is again capable of producing a tornado as it continues to move northeast. We also have rotation that is still it's a little bit on the broader side of things near West Plains, and we have a new area of convergence developing north of that rotation, approaching Mountain Home. So Mountain Home is currently in the track of that. And just off to the west of Little Rock, we have a little bit of a hybrid supercell. It's going to be producing both damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes as this moves in the direction of Russellville. We've been talking about this one for a little bit. Currently warned for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But you can kind of see there's a little area of rotation attempting to develop. And I do think that this will continue to produce a damaging wind and hail risk, and then perhaps even a tornado risk as it goes towards I-40 here in central western parts of Arkansas. And for those that were just here like 2 minutes ago, this is now what it looks like in Olive Branch, Mississippi. It's like nothing ever happened. Let's go back to Collierville, Tennessee. This is the storm approaching now, the first severe storm of the day for Tennessee and Mississippi. Large rain shaft with this cell. Again, this is the first of many storms to come, I think, in Tennessee. Do we have a storm chaser on this storm? Let me look. Okay, all the storm chasers. So we have a lot of storm chasers, obviously. Most of them currently are in kind of like around the Memphis area. So we're just kind of waiting to see what happens there. But again, this storm, like long-term, has the potential to produce a strong and long-track tornado if it can survive and kind of maintain its organization. And it's very early stages, but it is going to be moving in the direction of Memphis. So we need to keep, again, very close tabs on that still. North of Hot Springs, Arkansas. So we have a little shower that has popped up north of Hot Springs, Arkansas. And this is kind of crazy, but the velocities are actually showing the smallest of mesocyclones on it. Like there's a small little area of rotation on it. It's such a tiny storm that is producing like a slight bit of rotation. It's not even a storm, it's just a shower. That's just crazy. I do want to throw this out there. I was going to show this earlier. This is our future radar for today, according to the HRRR. And this was a couple hours ago, but it gives you an idea by around 3 to 4 o'clock. This is 4 o'clock. The HRRR essentially has all of these storms clustered together. That's pretty much what we already have, and this is what we've been forecasting. But it also has an uptrend of discrete cells that develop in this region, in northern Mississippi, central western Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Illinois, northeast Arkansas. And you can see it really pops off here by around 5, 6 o'clock. And this would obviously be very concerning. And the cap, again, has already been overcome here in these areas. So I do fully expect that we are going to start to see an uptrend of severe weather very quickly. So make sure that you're ready for this. We are probably going to have a very active afternoon, but this kind of trend is not something you want to see. It even shows a discrete cell or two, one of which in Indiana and another one back over in Ohio. Even have a couple that are semi-discrete in northern Indiana. And again, plenty back over in western Tennessee. And this is by around 7 o'clock or so, so it still continues to be a concern. 8 to 9 o'clock, we're talking more about a line of storms, but during the next, 3 to 4 hours, or really 3 to 5 hours, that's when we're expecting the greatest threat for discrete supercells that are capable of strong and long-track tornadoes in this environment today. And eventually, after about midnight tonight, this line of storms is still producing significant damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes across Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee. And then overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, it continues to still produce that threat of severe weather, and even some severe weather ramping up back over in Texas. Storm Media has quite the view of a storm right now. This is Storm Media. They're back over in Crawford, Arkansas. We got some discrete cells that are little discrete cells that are popping up in and around Memphis, and that is a view of one right now. Apparently, Brandon Kopic is also on this. Yeah, Brandon Kopic also has a view of this. Brandon Kopic's also live on YouTube. Nice little view of this storm.
Just came out. It's got Memphis, Little Rock. Goes all the way up to Evansville, Indiana, includes Paducah.
This is the kind of storm that we need to watch for. It's definitely the storm we need to watch for. Large rain shaft right now. Huge rain shaft. That's the one right here near Hughes. This one's just popped up, and we already have a little mesocyclone on this thing, too. It's already starting to rotate a little bit. All right, we now officially have a PDS tornado watch that has been issued. This is the highest level tornado watch that can possibly be issued. We now officially have our PDS tornado watch. And here it is. So this includes a large area. All right, let me quickly just get this up here. So this includes a large area. It includes eastern and south central Arkansas, southern parts of Illinois, southwest Indiana, western Kentucky, southeast Missouri, northern Mississippi, and western Tennessee. It goes from Wednesday afternoon, which starts now, all the way until midnight tonight. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. These are only issued when we have basically tornado outbreaks imminent. And I was going to talk more about this, but apparently we have a tornado in progress near Bakersfield. Or do we? Is that clear air? That might be clear air. We have very strong velocities, though, over Bakersfield still. I cannot fully confirm that's a tornado, but there might be one. The velocities are still very strong. That could be, again, some sort of clear air contamination. But the velocities have been strong in the storm for a while. Possible tornado near Bakersfield. It'll be moving towards South Fork and West Plains. Talking more about this PDS tornado watch, though, again, this is an extremely dangerous and particularly dangerous situation. They have mentioned that several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes are likely. Additionally, widespread damaging winds and isolated significant damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is likely, and then scattered large hail up to 2 inches in diameter is also possible. They've mentioned in this watch that storms are expected to develop this afternoon initially across Ark-La, Mississippi, and as well as Mid-South, with the overall environment becoming increasingly favorable for tornadoes through the late afternoon and into the early evening. Some of these tornadoes may be strong or intense, which means EF3 plus tornadoes are possible, with widespread damaging wind gusts also likely across this region. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation with intense storms expected in a relatively broad regional area, and multiple rounds of storms will be possible in some areas. The last time we had a PDS tornado watch was on March 15th, which obviously it wasn't really that long ago, but PDS tornado watches are not that common. They are...
A new tornado
They
warning
only get
has
issued
been
when we have big events happening, potentially tornado outbreaks like today. We do have a brand new tornado warning for Washington and Crawford counties in Missouri. We'll go to in just a second. Brand new tornado warning. This is going to be southwest of St. Louis. And this would be why. We have a pretty decent mesocyclone on this approaching Highway 8 north and west of Vernon. That is going to be heading towards Potosi and Highway 185. Again, long term, this is going to be kind of going in the direction of the St. Louis area or just south of it. So we need to keep a very close eye on that storm. We also have some storms north of it that might become concerning as they go towards St. Louis. By the way, they just have updated the... They have just updated the tornado warning for Ozark and Howell counties, and that warning was upgraded to ping pong ball sized hail. And we have very strong rotation right now over Bakersfield. There could be a tornado with this in Bakersfield. So this is becoming, again, a lot more concerning. All right, let me get Brandon on here. And then we'll put this slot 2. Connor's going to come back in a second. Let me check and see. What else do we have here? Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Hernando, south of Memphis. That is going to be for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I do think that this area of storm activity, again, is rapidly increasing in activity, and we could definitely start to see a more impressive threat of severe weather start to take place here soon when it comes to our tornado risk. We need to keep a very close eye on all this activity. All right, got Memphis bottom middle. Let's go back to that northern tornado warning. All right, latest tornado warning still showing a strong area of rotation over the east side of Bakersfield. This might be a tornado debris signature. It's also contaminated with some level of hail, so cannot fully verify it, but the rotation again is still on the strong side of things, and we may have a tornado here near Bakersfield. Also, the National Weather Service of Memphis has just said that there is a radio outage. This is important. There is a radio outage in Dyersburg, Tennessee. This is a weather radio outage. So if you have a weather radio and you're in Dyersburg, Tennessee, there is currently a radio outage. Please make sure you have multiple other ways to receive warning information this afternoon. Additional stations you can turn into include Wardell, Missouri, which is 162.525 MHZ. Let me just put this on the screen so you guys can actually see it. This is what we're talking about. There is again a radio outage. These are the 3 stations. You can screenshot it if you want, that you can tune into if you are in Dyersburg. Sorry, yeah, Dyersburg. A radio outage is definitely not a good thing, especially if you have a weather radio and you rely on it. If you have any friends or family that live in Dyersburg, please make sure that they are aware of that outage, because they might not know. With how significant today's tornado outbreak could be, it's a good idea to make sure that they are aware of it, because they don't want to be sleeping at 10 o'clock tonight and all of a sudden not have their weather radio go off. That could be catastrophic if for some reason there was a tornado warning there. Once again, we are starting to see a lot of convection bubbling up here along the Mississippi River Valley. As I've mentioned a bunch, this is concerning. This is an area where any discrete supercells are going to be capable of producing strong and long-track tornadoes. And it's going to take a little bit of time for these to become tornadic. But I would say the one right now that's over Collierville is definitely trending in the wrong direction. We don't have really much rotation yet, but we are starting to at least see a mesocyclone on it. So there's at least a little bit of rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
that is currently tracking in the direction of Brownsville. That'll be going in the direction as well of west side of Jackson, and it will kind of be going this direction. It could change directions a little bit, but that's a general track. We have a new tornado warning. This could be for Oregon, Howell, and Shannon counties in Missouri. Your Mountain View, Birch Tree, and Winona. If you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. Moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. Connor Croft is on a storm that has developed. Let's listen in real quick. He's in Arkansas, near Crawfordsville. And he's on the west side of Memphis. He's losing connection, though. Oh, there you go.
Again, the base is right there. There's a little bit of rising scud on it.
This is one of the storms that, again, could easily produce a tornado in the long term. It is already starting to organize a little bit. You can see that scud rising in the middle there. This is, yeah, you can see it. That might even be trying to form a wall cloud already. You can see us forming in real time here west of Memphis. Look how fast this thing's forming.
Dang, that scud just came out of nowhere. And I'm gonna be honest, that collarball storm does not interest me. I think it's too isolated, and it just looks like a halo to me. I don't know.
This thing's just west of Memphis once again. It's not a warn storm yet, but...
Wow, nice scuddy lowering on this, guys.
This thing has formed so fast.
Nice CG. It looks like this thing might be making an attempt at a wall cloud over here.
I think we are seeing a wall cloud form right now. This is, again, the environment is insane today. I can't stress that enough, and this is, like, the reason why. Like, that wall cloud... This is almost a wall cloud, and it's formed within, like... I don't know, a minute? 2 minutes? Like, this formed in about 120 seconds, just west of Memphis. Which is bananas. The storm doesn't even have a warning yet, but I mean, it doesn't have anything that can be warned for yet, but... Also, another storm that is becoming a little bit more concerning is all the way back down here to the south near Helena, south of Mariana, right along the Mississippi River Valley. We have rotation intensifying on this, moving to the northeast. This one's eventually going to track towards Memphis. Also, here's some more details on our PDS Tornado Watch. Here are your probabilities of wind, hail, and a bunch of other stuff. So hazard probabilities, 80% chance of wind. There are certain categorical things that are needed to meet these criteria. So like tornadoes, I think it's like 2 or more tornadoes. EF2 to EF5 tornadoes, I think, is at least 1. So we're basically expecting all of this to happen. So be ready. The tornado watch again includes Carbondale, Cape Girardeau, Clarksville, Waverly, Jackson, Jonesboro, Memphis, Little Rock, or just East Little Rock, Searcy, Pine Bluff, Poplar Bluff. Very large area. And as a reminder, if you have any friends or family in this risk, highly recommend you share the stream with them today. We'll be live again all afternoon, all evening long, covering this tornado outbreak as it is really quickly starting to ramp up. And again, this is the area of greatest concern right now, even though we don't have warnings yet that are tornadic. As you can see already, we have a wall cloud west of Memphis that has formed within the blink of an eye, basically. The storms back out to the west are also concerning. Well, let's not forget, like these are already tornado warm. We got a lot of wind, a lot of hail. This is where we're expecting a line of storms to form, which will be producing numerous to widespread damaging winds, hail, and some tornadoes. But this activity is going to struggle a little bit more due to how much convection there is in this area. Nonetheless, I mean, this storm, for example, near Bakersfield, that rotation's been ripping here for a while. It's approaching West Plains and Brandsville. And then we also have a storm near Birch Tree and Winona that's still tornadic. And then the other one that's going in the direction of St. Louis has really been ramping up. You can see that this one actually has a hook on it, and we have an inflow, and the velocities are also intensifying. So if you're in Potosi in Missouri, this is very typical for you. You've already been under like 3 or 4 tornado warnings recently. Definitely make sure that you're getting to your safe place. Long term, that's going to head towards St. Louis. And we're still keeping an eye in central Illinois for a potential tornado risk. Let's go back to Connor. You just had a cool CG strike there. This is a wall cloud that is forming west of Memphis right now. There's a storm chaser, Connor Croft.
I'm just gonna keep sitting here for now, guys. This doesn't look good enough to really follow yet.
CG is Cloudoground Lightning. I missed it before clicking onto him. This is... I don't know if I have this camera up. This is in Collierville, Tennessee, on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. You can actually see a nice little base here on the right. This is a storm that just passed by that is producing large hail and damaging winds. Nice little base there. It's a little elevated. It's more of a hailstorm right now. We just had a report of a weak tornado in... Is that Missouri? Or sorry, is that PJ, is that up in Wisconsin? Or where is that? Iowa? Apparently, we just had a report of a brief tornado in Iowa. One of these cells. We just got a report of a brief tornado with one of these storms up here in northeast Iowa. Near Hampton. Weak tornado. There's almost nothing here. Oh, okay, here you go. A little bit better of a view. It would be one of these two. That's interesting. That's our... that might be our first tornado of the afternoon, unless we've had one with this storm that's northeast of Bakersfield. All right, we might have a tornado right now approaching South Fork. There is hail that is mixing in with this, so it's hard to tell if this is actually a full-blown debris signature, but velocities are still very strong right now in southern Missouri. This is coming up right now in South Fork. West Plains, Missouri, you need to be ready to go to your safe place as this storm is quickly approaching you over the next few minutes. Let's check back in with Connor on that storm that's near Memphis. This is what the storm looks like now. It's been attempting to form a wall cloud over the last few minutes. Large rain shaft on your right. Storm Intermedia also has a pretty good view of this. Look at Storm Intermedia's view of this. This is actually a way better, at least a closer look to what this looks like. See the scud rising up and organizing, trying to organize a wall cloud here. This is, again, for those that don't know, a wall cloud is basically the beginning stages of a tornado trying to form.
Where are we right now? In West Memphis?
We're in West Memphis.
Awesome. You join us in West Memphis, Tennessee.
By the way, shout out to Holly with the $10 PayPal donation. Thank you, Roger, for the $10 Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Get some cheese curds. I don't know if getting cheese curds today is a good idea. I'm going to be honest with you.
We're watching a storm that is not yet severe warned. I'd be surprised if it doesn't soon, though. That's going to pass to our north. There's a chance we may try and shoot up.
Are you on the same storm that Copic is?
Yeah, we're looking at the exact same thing.
Okay, because I was stream sniping you, and I was trying to figure out which storm was which.
And this is just west of Memphis, near Crawfordsville, Arkansas. We have a lowering attempting to develop. This is Connor's view as well. Again, same storm, just different perspective. How long will this live stream be? Probably 12 hours. I'm just being real. It's probably gonna be a 12-hour stream.
So go on 55 or...
Back to Storm Intermediate here.
It's about to cross another.
There's a reason why I did not stay live from like 11 to like 2, because there was basically nothing happening. And I wanted to save energy because I knew we would be live for a while. So probably 12 hours, if I had to guess.
I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with it. I feel like it's going to need some time regardless, so if it's going to do it, I think it's going to be after it's east of the river anyhow.
You check in on Brandon real quick, too. I think Brandon might be looking at this storm. Yeah, you can see Brandon has the same sort of view of this lowering. Definitely a storm we need to keep an eye on here near Memphis. All right, there's a lot of storms that we need to keep an eye on, but this is definitely one of them. And this is the cell that we're talking about. Again, notice it hasn't really even organized yet, but we already have a wall cloud on it. So, and we've also had a storm that's moving towards Oakland and Somerville here east of Memphis that has also become, again, a little bit more concerning. There's a little mezzo on it. This is what the storm looks like right now. And you can see the storm exploding with some very impressive cumulonimbus clouds here. Here's a full cam view, just so you get a little bit more of an outline of that, because I can't fully show it on here. Might even be a small little wall cloud trying to form there in the kind of just like near that top of that tree branch there. That'll be bottom middle for you. But if this storm organizes, it might be one to go tornadic. Again, long-term Brownsville, Tennessee, and eventually it'll kind of go in this direction. I'll outline it a little bit better. But it's going to be kind of this general area that it's going towards. So it's going to be heading towards Covington, Brownsville, McKenzie. Long-term Paris and Martin, Tennessee will be in the track of that. We still got a mesocyclone on the storm right along the Mississippi River Valley near Helena. It's moving northeast towards Tunica. A little update on our supercell that is southwest of southwest of St. Louis. This is back over in eastern Missouri. We have very strong rotation right now to the west of Potosi. This is a discrete supercell. Long term, this is going to be heading in the direction of DeSoto and Festus. So if you're in those areas, be ready for that storm. We still have strong rotation approaching West Plains in Missouri. We've not had anything officially confirmed on this storm, but we have a lot of hail, wind, and the potential for a tornado as this continues to move northeast. Look how elongated this lowering has gotten here in Memphis. Just on the west side of Memphis, this lowering has gotten way more long. That makes sense. It's grown in its width here. About a moment ago, this did not have much of a lower. It had maybe a small little block of a lowering, and now it has a much larger base to it that's forming.
The closest to this, without, unless it sights across the river.
And they have just put a severe thunderstorm warning on this, by the way. So just west of Memphis, going towards Osceola, Wilson, and Turl, west of Covington. Brand new watch is in effect. Or sorry, warning is in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. You can also see this from the Memphis view. This is from Memphis on the radar mega cyclone port. Left side of your screen, this is the downtown view from Memphis. So that lowering is apparent from the distance. If you're in Memphis, you might be able to see it. Let me go to Storm Intermedia.
Oh, that's what you're trying to decide?
Just severe box there.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if we want to...
Actually, let's go to Brandon. Brandon has some rising scud on the right side of your screen, too. It gives an indication of decent updraft developing here, in addition to potentially an organizing wall cloud.
You can see it's starting to have another storm fire in its southern flank. This is a decision to be made right now.
Thank you, Sean, for the super chat. Thank you, Max, for keeping us informed. A little something for an energy drink. I appreciate it. I've never had an energy drink in my life, believe it or not.
Staying east of the river, and then hopefully...
Shout out to Jennifer for the Venmo donation as well.
See, I don't know, because I can go faster on 55. I don't know. I'm honestly 50-50. But, I mean, if we're going to follow this, we need to leave now. It's moving at 60.
All right. Let me go back to radar as they start to reposition. I had somebody ask about Cadiz in Kentucky.
I've flipped around already. I'm sitting at the stop
Brandon?
sign. I am on.
All right. Somebody's asking about Cadiz, Kentucky, kind of near Hopkinsville. Right now, the main concern will be any storms that develop in this open warm sector that we have. So anything near the Mississippi River Valley that moves to the northeast is our concern over the next few hours. And this is, again, a more scattered threat. Not everybody's going to see supercells here, but there will be some people, I think, that do. Again, this is a very favorable environment for tornadoes. So if storms can organize and they have positive storm interactions, there will be a potential for strong and long track tornadoes. I know I've said this 15 million times, but it's just the nature of it, all right? Just trying to emphasize that that is a possibility this afternoon and evening. For those even in Southwest Kentucky, our main time frame is going to be basically from about now until about 7 o'clock, and then a line of storms will come out of the west that's also going to produce the potential for significant damaging winds and hail. I've also seen some people asking about like Nashville, for example. I think this threat is conditional right now in terms of our afternoon risk, but we'll definitely see storms late tonight into the overnight hours. But we could see a storm try to fire closer to Nashville, and that might even produce some sort of severe weather risk. You can see we got a little shower right now that's kind of going in that direction. We got a couple other little cells as well west of Dixon that are also kind of doing the same sort of thing. So we need to watch all those cells closely. And Justin asks about Olive Branch, Mississippi. I appreciate the super chat. I think Olive Branch is going to keep getting more storms. I'm not sure if they're going to organize before they hit your area, but there's definitely a chance for hail, wind, and maybe even a tornado risk. We are on our way to having a potentially strong tornado with this storm that is currently approaching Potosi, Missouri. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you see where we're at. Again, this is southwest of St. Louis. Velocities have come together immensely over the last few minutes. We have a very strong area of rotation, and this is really not far away from producing a tornado. It has a hook echo and everything. It's been organizing rapidly over the last few minutes. Got a nice little hook echo. It's going to be approaching Highway 185 just west of Potosi. And we have a very strong area of convergence. I think we're moments away from seeing a tornado on this storm moving to the northeast. This is from one of the HAZ cams back over in Lake Erie. This is all the way back up into New York today. And that is one of the cloud-to-ground lightning strikes that was picked up by the camera. Or sorry, that's Erie, Pennsylvania. I don't know if I just said New York. That is Erie, Pennsylvania. It's close. It's close. It's not far away from it. But this is right near Lake Erie. For those that are wondering, if you're kind of out in front of the storm, this is the general area that is currently in the track of this storm. I'm going to kind of outline the area. So this is the area that we need to watch for this supercell. Keep in mind, it could go a little bit further east than this and a little bit further south, but this is a general outline of over the next hour or so where this storm is going to be heading. So it's heading in the direction of D. Perez, Festus, Belleville, potentially even St. Louis. If you're back up near St. Louis, you want to be staying weather aware because this storm will be basically heading in your direction. If you don't get hit by that storm in St. Louis, you'll be getting hit by this one. So you got a shot of a couple different storms. And the other one might even become tornadic too. We don't have much rotation yet, but it might start to increase. We have a decent little supercell structure to this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, a brand new tornado warning has been issued. Oregon, Howell, and Shannon counties in Missouri. You are now included in a brand new tornado warning. It'll pop up here in just a moment. Or maybe it won't. I need to figure. I don't know why warning alerts taking so long to pop up. All right, this is a new tornado warning back over near West Plains. So if you're in West Plains, just south of Mountain View, you're in your like third tornado warning already of the day. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this warning. And that is for West Plains. West Plains had I'm pretty sure a PDS tornado just about a week ago, or a couple weeks ago, back on the March 14th tornado outbreak. The updates just never stop. We got another mesoscale discussion back over in northeast Texas, southwest Arkansas, and northwest Louisiana. A severe weather risk may evolve in this area, with large hail up to apple-sized hail. Apple-sized hail is possible. Possibility for a couple tornadoes and damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is going to be possible in that region. And we may be getting a new tornado watch here soon in Illinois. Again, they did mention the possibility of that. We may be getting a new tornado watch at some point here soon in Illinois for this region where we have some storms firing off. It'll probably end up being a bit larger than that, but just be ready to have your tornado action plan ready to go in both Illinois and as well as Indiana. Tornado watch is likely. Oh, okay. That was pretty incredible timing. Apparently we now have a tornado watch. This just got issued. There is a tornado watch. So the exact areas I was just talking about, central and eastern Illinois and central and western Indiana, you are now included in a tornado watch. Think about this as tacos, all right? Basically what I mean by that is that a tornado watch means that the ingredients are there for tornadoes. If there's a tornado warning, that means tacos are happening now, basically meaning a tornado is happening now. So that's kind of a way to think about our watches and warnings today, which we have a slew of warnings now across the Memphis area. We have severe thunderstorm warnings literally everywhere. We got supercells developing left and right. Some of them haven't begun to rotate, so we need to keep a close eye on all this activity. Sorry if I'm making anybody hungry. We're not talking about Taco Bell, by the way. We are talking about, like, actual tacos. Thank you, Holly, for the super chat. What's the risk today and tonight for Columbus, Ohio? Columbus will be mainly a wind risk after about 10 o'clock tonight, or about 8 after, I would say at least after sunset. But I would say sometime in the mid to late evening, and then also a potential for an isolated tornado or two in central Ohio is possible. This is Connor's view right now of that storm. It's not Connor. This is Connor's view right now of that supercell near Memphis.
Yeah, decent little Scuddy base.
Still a base to it.
Decent Scuddy base on this, guys.
So the storm's trying to organize right now in the Mississippi River Valley. We continue to keep a close eye on Connor. He'll be bottom right of your screen. Thank you, Amy, for becoming a member. I won't be sleeping for the next 4 to 5 days. I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat right now. There is not a whole lot of sleep right now to be found with how many days of severe weather are ahead. Shout out to Jackie, Nicholas as well as Jennifer for the Venmo donations. Jackson, Tennessee. We're watching this activity right here. This activity is going to be heading right towards Jackson. That's the main core of activity that we're watching for your area. We got a little storm merger happening with this. They actually have added a tornado possible label to this. So the storm that Connor's on and Storm Intermediate as well as Brandon Kopic, they're on this storm. That is just north of Marion, moving towards Wilson and Osceola. And does have now a tornado possible label on it. So we need to keep an eye on that. And we've been talking about this one for a while, but this one's heading right towards Memphis. And this is a supercell that could organize. So we definitely need to keep an eye on this. If you're in Memphis, Germantown, South Haven, this storm is heading in your direction right now. It'll probably be there in about half an hour to 45 minutes. And we also have some storms firing up near Tupelo. A couple storms out here near Tupelo in northeast Mississippi. Mainly hail and wind. The environment is slightly less favorable for these storms, but definitely not impossible to see something with that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is a very intense supercell right now, southwest of St. Louis. It is approaching Potosi and DeSoto. Rotation is still on the stronger side of things, approaching Potosi in Missouri. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. If we have a tornado, it would be coming up on the YMCA Trout Lodge, can't read, the Spring Lake Ranch, and eventually coming up on, if it does go through Potosi, which would really be on the north side, it would be coming up on the Potosi Saddle Club. There's also the Potosi Senior High School that is in this tornado warning. Hopefully school is out, but I'm not sure if it is. Twin Eagle Lake Estates and Hideout, the Monkey Mountain Off-Road Park, Bluffview Farm Rocks, and also the Little Learners Academy in Laddie. You're in the track of a dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado at any time. It is a very discreet supercell. And it's also pretty organized. Thank you, Amy, for the super chat. I've had some people also asking about Louisville. If you're back over in Louisville, our risk of severe weather is more going to be late into the more into the evening hours. So it's gonna be kind of later today. So this is what it looks like over the next few hours. Just kind of give you a general rundown on our timing here. Again, we're going to continue to see discrete supercells fire off in a very favorable environment where strong and long track tornadoes are going to be a possibility. And then for the most part, we have a line of storms back off to the west with some semi-discrete supercells capable of tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging winds. By around 7 to 8 o'clock, these discrete cells will try to make it up towards Louisville. I'm not sure if we are going to see something out of this in Louisville. Again, it's about a 50-50 kind of right now in terms of whether you'll see these storms. If you do, there is a potential still for a tornado, large hail, and damaging winds. If you don't, then you're talking more about the line of storms that's going to come out of the west, and this is by 9 o'clock tonight. So the storms will be coming out of your west around 9. Memphis is going to be impacted by these. Back over near Paris in Tennessee, west of Nashville, over in Mayfield, for example, in Kentucky, you're going to be in the path of this line of thunderstorms, and by 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, it gets even more significant. It's going to be moving right into Louisville with some numerous to widespread damaging winds, in addition to the potential for a couple of embedded tornadoes in that line of storms. And the line of storms will also be impacting in areas like Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. Pretty much anybody in this area can see storms tonight. I mean, you're going to see storms at this point if you're anywhere in the area I just outlined. Like, if you don't see storms, I'd be shocked. Like, it's basically what we're looking at. So, pretty good chance you're going to see storms anywhere in that region tonight. Severe weather definitely in play as well. Make sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts. It's, again, a very long afternoon and evening ahead. So, yeah, a lot of activities coming up. All right, it looks like we have a tornado near Floyd. So it looks like we do have a tornado that has dropped. And yes, this is a tornado. So we do have a tornado now in progress on our northern tornado warning in Missouri. This is going to be just to the west of Potosi. It's coming up on Laddie. So unfortunately, this has been a very dangerous storm here for quite a while. And it is now producing a tornado. This is a very discrete supercell. It could be strong or intense as it moves northeast. But we definitely have a tornado. What we're looking at right now on the CC radar is a debris signature. So this is picking up debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. And then right here is our very strong area of rotation. It is tight as can be. So we at least have some sort of tornado. It's too early to tell whether it's strong, but I mean, we'll have another radar scan in a moment. It might verify what the intensity level might be of this thing. Currently, this tornado is right over the town of Floyd, which I'm trying to find where Floyd is here on the map. West of Potosi. Okay, this is probably a strong tornado. Latest scan, deeper debris signature. So this tornado is intensifying. It's going to be approaching Laddie here over the next few minutes. This is approaching the Brazil Creek campground. So if you're in that campground, you got to get into a ditch or into a sturdy structure if you have one. The Metcalf Cemetery is about to get hit by this. The Bourbon Lodge is also in the path of this. The Spring Lake Ranch is about to be hit by this. And this is about to hit Laddie. So this tornado is about to hit Laddie, which is just north of Potosi, Missouri. And unfortunately in Laddie, there is a Little Learners Academy that's on the south side. Let's hope the tornado misses that. On the north side, we have the Bluff View Farm Rocks. That's currently in the path of this tornado that has dropped in eastern Missouri.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
If you're in any of these tornado warnings that we have, obviously you should be seeking shelter. This one looks a bit more on the dangerous side of things. The latest radar scan is almost undoubtedly showing a strong tornado. The CC drop is getting even larger right now, over just off to the north here of AA Road. It's near a bunch of different like mountains right now. It's approaching Laddie though. 185 is about to be hit by this tornado. So this is about to cross right over 185 near Bluff View Farm Rocks. I was just trying to make sure we didn't have any chasers here. Yeah, this is definitely a dangerous storm. Long term, this is approaching. This will be going towards DeSoto, Festus, and then eventually it'll cross into Illinois, going towards Waterloo, Columbia, and Redbud. So if you're in any of those areas, be ready. This is going to be heading in your direction. This could be a long-term tornado threat, by the way. This might be on the ground for a while. So right now it's a normal observed tornado warning. We'll have to wait and see how long it stays on the ground here, but it is already producing significant damage as it approaches the town of Laddie. And this has also been confirmed by emergency managers. So this is not just confirmed via radar, but it's also confirmed by emergency managers here near Laddie. Approaching Old Mines, Rabbitville, and Cruise Mill are going to be in the path of this. We got our latest radar scan coming in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, I'm going to wait for that, and then we're going to go to Illinois. We have a brand new tornado warning for McLean County in Illinois. Okay, that is a significant tornado. We have a strong tornado right now approaching Highway 185 near Laddie. That is a significant tornado right now approaching Laddie. This is right next to the Little Learners Academy. There are some homes here as well, and it's going to be approaching Bluff View Farm Rocks. And then after this, it'll be approaching George Cresswell Furnace, Rogue Creek Valley, the Gateway Adventure School, and Fancy Lad Farms and Wildlife Sanctuary, before it eventually gets to DeSoto, which DeSoto is going to be a more populated area. So that's just in the next, like, 5 minutes. We have a significant tornado right now in progress north of Potosi. We have a brand new tornado warning in Illinois. This, I swear, Bloomington's been under so many tornado warnings recently. We have a new one for Bloomington. This is also going to include Holder, Downs, Randolph, and Hayworth. So if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to be in your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a much more populated area in central Illinois for those in Bloomington, Normal, Downs, Randolph, Hayworth, and Leroy. I think this is the third tornado warning in the last, like, 3 weeks here for Bloomington. We had one. So yeah, this is our third one for the Bloomington area, I think. Or is it not? Maybe it doesn't. I might be tripping. I don't know. I feel like it's the third one. My history might be lacking. But nonetheless, our velocities are coming together pretty quickly right now. We got a little area of rotation near the surface coming on Hayworth. The supercell itself looks pretty organized. So this is definitely a concern for a tornado risk. And I would also be watching the storm west of Decatur. Not currently a concern when it comes to a tornado, but it could very soon. They do currently have a tornado possible label on it. Golf ball size tail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Moments ago, there was a report from emergency management of 70 to 75-mile-per-hour winds on this storm. So we have significant damaging winds happening with that south of Lincoln. We still have a significant tornado right now north of Potosi in Missouri near Laddie. I'm surprised. I was about to say I'm surprised it's not PDS. Now it is.
A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, this is now officially a PDS tornado warning. That means this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado in Missouri. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is currently moving towards Somerset and DeSoto. You need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible. You got to get underground if you can. I'd put the mattress over top of you if you have one. If you have a helmet, I'd put that over you as well. This is again, a significant tornado right now that is moving in the direction of Somerset and DeSoto in eastern Missouri. This is one of probably a bunch of different tornadoes that we are going to have this afternoon and evening. This is about to cross over Highway F, approaching Rabbitville as well. Also coming up on Highway 47 near Cruise Mill. This tornado is going to be coming up on the Browns Market, the All Aboard Marine and Vinyl Shop, and there's also the Custom Cabinets and Furniture. Oh my goodness. This might not be a big tornado, but it is a very strong tornado. The debris signature is significant here, just north of Potosi. This is definitely a significant tornado. The debris signature keeps growing in size. This is quickly approaching Rabbitville. It's also approaching the Lawson Animal Hospital. Let's hope this does not hit that. The Lawson Animal Hospital is in the track of this tornado, which is right here. We also have the Kingston High School and the Kingston Kindergarten through 14 school district area as well, which is right along this Highway 21. Johnson Auto Repair, there's also a Dollar General coming up right along Highway 21, and Cliff's Auto Repair and Sales. But the Lawson Animal Hospital is in the path of this, and they apparently close at 4 p.m. today, and that's... I'm guessing they're still there. That is extremely concerning. The debris is currently being lofted about 1,200 or 12,000 feet into the atmosphere. There are 30,000 people in this tornado warning in eastern Missouri. And unless this tornado takes a turn, this is going to directly hit the Lawson Animal Hospital, which is right here over Rabbitville. And this is your school, by the way. That's the school. The animal hospital, I believe, is right here. So it's just to the left there. And the tornado is currently 3.5 miles from hitting that. And again, Bloomington, you're under a tornado warning in Illinois. Bloomington, Randolph, Leroy, and Hayworth. You need to be in your safe place. Rotation is not really strong yet, but we're still keeping a very close eye on it. You just check on the southern tornado warning real quick. We may get a new tornado warning soon for the storm east of Mountain Home. Rotations coming together on that, moving northeast. Keeping an eye on that storm. All right, I mean, we got T-minus 3 minutes probably until this tornado hits the animal hospital. Let's hope it misses it, but right now it's taking a beeline towards Highway 21. You got a high school and you got an animal hospital right now in the direct path of this tornado. Tornado's a little bit smaller on the way to scan. This is all before it hits those places. It would be hitting the All Aboard Marine Store, Brown's Market, the Vinyl Shop, the Washington County Ambulance District, and the Custom Cabinets and Furniture Building, and Boyer Home Improvements. So there are a lot of places right there that are about to be hit by a tornado. I'm honestly very concerned, though. There's literally an animal hospital right here. And I mean, there's I don't know what you can do if you with the animals there. Hopefully they were ready ahead of time, but I have no clue. We are getting some damage reports back up near Bloomington. Actually, that's from earlier. Never mind. All right. That is from this morning. We already had some storms up here near Bloomington this morning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, we have a brand new tornado warning in Illinois. This is for McLean, DeWitt, and Logan counties. I think it's this storm right here near Clinton. This one's become a lot more concerning. Just to the north of Decatur, we were talking about this a moment ago. It is now... Oh, no, never mind. It's the northern storm. All right, so they've issued a tornado warning on the storm near Beeson, Wapella, and Hayworth, and Clinton. They might issue a tornado warning, though, here in a second for this storm near Chestnut. This one's been trying to come together, too. This one's been... This is a pretty rain-wrapped area of rotation approaching Hayworth and the north side of Clinton. But please get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in that tornado warning. All right, there is some good news right now. The debris signature on this large tornado has gotten a little bit smaller here over the last couple of scans. It is there is probably at the minimum still debris, but there may still be a tornado which is about to hit the Vinyl Shop and Custom Cabinets and Furniture here near Cruise Mill and Rabbitville. And if it stays on the ground for any more than another minute or two, it would be hitting the Lawson Animal Hospital And it would also be hitting the Kingston High School. Because it's going basically right up Highway 21. I do think if it occludes, which hopefully it does, if it does occlude, then it will likely recycle, because this thing is still very potent. It's a very discrete supercell as well. This is not good. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. I wish I had good news today. I really don't. There's no good news. Multiple discrete supercells are showing signs of intensification. Environment will support strong and intense tornadoes in this corridor.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
over the
is on
next
the
few
ground.
hours.
Seek shelter immediately.
This is for western Tennessee and northern Mississippi. Again, notice the peak intensity, or the probable peak intensity of tornadoes is in the ballpark of being intense to violent, which means we could have EF3, EF4 type tornadoes in this region. We do have a new confirmed tornado warning. This is going to be back down in... Oh, no. Oh, no. That's just... All right, never mind. There's no new tornado. This is the same storm. They just updated the warning. Still a confirmed tornado, which right now, this tornado, if it is still in progress, it will be going right into Rabbittville, and it's going to be going right into that Lawson Animal Hospital, and then it's also approaching the Kingston High School. We don't have a new CC scan yet. This is the latest one. I mean, this is the best news that you can get. The CC drop is not as intense as before. So it looks like this tornado likely lifted right before hitting it, but obviously still stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. This is still a dangerous storm right now moving to the northeast, and it will likely recycle, but I think they may have narrowly just gotten missed by this tornado. We don't know for sure, but there's definitely good news here on the CC radar at the minimum. Corey is terrifying. Where is Corey right now? Corey is in Memphis. We got a lot of storms firing up right now in Tennessee. This is what it looks like on the radar Omega Cyclone port back over in Bolivar, Tennessee. We actually have a lowering right now on the left side of your screen. Which the camera's zooming in. Once it goes more down to the left, you'll see it. Wait a second until it comes back into focus. But there is actually a lowering on this storm already. This is near Somerville and Whiteville, approaching Tune and Vildo. You see if it got fixed. There you go. Look at that lowering forming on the left side of your screen. That is a large lowering forming on the, again, radar Mega Cyclone port, Bolivar, Tennessee. That is forming rapidly, too. This is a rapidly organizing wall cloud. So, again, this is the beginning stages to a tornado. This environment, again, is very favorable for tornadoes in Tennessee. And we also got a storm north of Millington here. That is also looking on the more concerning side of things. This is what it looks like right now. Right side of your screen is a little bit of maybe a lowering behind the trees. Kind of hard to tell. That's the storm heading up towards Covington and eventually towards Ripley. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch that storm closely. I'm gonna keep it bottom middle of your screen so you can keep watching that lowering. Recently, we had tennis ball-sized hail confirmed, or at least reported by emergency management in South Fork in Missouri. That's a recent report. PDS tornado warning was downgraded to observed. Oh, my bad. I forgot to change it over. It is no longer PDS. We're back down to an observed tornado here, approaching DeSoto and eventually going towards Festus. At this point, though, I do not even see a tornado anymore, so I don't even think it's on the ground. We're keeping an eye on it as it continues to move northeast. I'm going to go to Corey if he gets behind or gets out of the way of the building there. Just go to him.
Critical of the SBC since today looks pretty good.
Corey's in Memphis right now.
Yeah, it definitely looks pretty good. Just, yeah, it looks pretty good.
I think he's stuck in traffic. There's something behind this building, though.
Who would have ever thought Millington is like worse traffic than Memphis?
Let me know when you get.
He has a wall cloud.
So I can email it to Jordan.
It's apparently in traffic.
Not even a big town.
Oh my god, what the heck? That is scary.
Hey, look at that thing.
Orioles might be to his.
That is pretty scary. That is a large lowering.
Well, I can't even get my messenger switched over to my main page on the freaking internet, so I'll have to email the link to myself and then send it to you.
If it's easier, you can text it to me or something if you have my number.
Gotta do it on a web browser though, so he can't just text it to you.
Yeah, Corey's right now on the north side of
I'll
Memphis.
just email it to him.
And he has an unbelievable looking storm right now.
I don't have his, I'll just send it to you.
Coming in from reports in the Potosi area, there was a cone tornado. There was a cone tornado near Potosi. This was about 10 minutes ago with the PDS tornado.
Sorry, this is just absolute chaos with this happening, and somebody is in the path of that Missouri storm right now too that I'm trying to keep track of.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep a close eye on him. I'll keep him bottom left as he's still in kind of some of that Memphis traffic. It's this storm. This storm's coming together. We got rotation. This is the one he's looking at. He's near this is the one near Drummond's. This thing might be trying to drop a tornado right now. It's heading towards Gilt Edge and west of Covington here in western Tennessee. It's gonna be eventually going towards Ripley. But that's coming together very quickly. We do have rotation on radar though, so that lowering goes along with what he's what he's looking at right now. Back over in Bolivar, which is bottom middle of your screen, we've had a little bit of a lowering. We still have a little area of rotation as well that is approaching Whitesville. That'll eventually go towards Jackson, so if you're up in Jackson, definitely stay weather aware. Back over into let's go to Illinois. Oh, okay, here you go. All right, we got a tornado warning now. So the tornado warning has been issued on this storm that Corey's looking at. This has the potential, again, to be a significant storm. This includes Lauderdale, Haywood, Mississippi, Tipton, Crockett, Dyer, and Permascott counties. It's in 3 different states. This storm could be a long track tornado and even maybe a strong tornado if it's able to develop. It is going to be moving right up Highway 51 going towards Ripley and Halls. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. I cannot stress it enough. This is a dangerous storm that is moving to the northeast. You can see Corey on the bottom left. It looks crazy. I mean, we have a huge lowering on this thing, and the rotation on it is coming together very quickly. Also, according to a report, there is a tornado in progress in Bloomington, Illinois, according to storm chasers in the area. So there is a tornado in progress, apparently near Bloomington, that's rain-wrapped. So it'd be this right here near Randolph and Downs would be my guess. It could also be back up in Bloomington. But once again, there is a confirmed tornado via storm chasers in the area. But they are saying it is a rain-wrapped tornado. So we have a tornado on the ground up there as well. And all eyes need to be on this storm right now, though. This is a very dangerous storm that is moving towards Gilt Edge and Covington and eventually going towards Gates. This has the potential to be a long-tracked tornadic supercell. We have other chasers also further up. I'm going to see if any of them have a view right now. Got Shoal. Let's see. Who else is this? I'm gonna go back to Corey. Corey's looking at the storm right now here.
Came from.
Alright, guys, y'all bear with us. I think
At least I never went north. I never went up and down 55. We went 51, but
Corey's now behind some trees. He has a very good view of the shot after he gets past these trees.
hopefully, although it's probably going to cross east of Dyersburg now if it's making a right turn. So that may make it even harder to keep up with.
We'll be alright though. We should, if it's slowing down a little bit. I mean, we're already going to be ahead of it.
I'm going
Can't
east
get a
to
word in.
Millen to the storm that's going.
Shut up
towards
for a
Jackson.
minute.
All right, here's the view. That storm just, that looks just crazy.
I mean, this whole, the mezzo is like on the ground right now.
We do have a mezzo on this as well.
I'll give you supervisor access.
There's a lot of trees here. I'm gonna keep him bottom left. Again, this is the storm that we're talking about near Covington and Brighton. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, again, this is just a very concerning storm. It's in an environment that's extremely favorable for tornadoes. It's discreet. I mean, you can see it. It looks like a classic supercell. That's literally what it looks like. It looks like a classic supercell right now, heading towards Ripley, Tennessee. And it will eventually go towards Dyersburg. So Dyersburg is in the eventual path of this. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that area. Corey, again, is behind some trees right now, but once he gets out in front of it, we'll obviously go back to him. Further off to the north, we no longer have a tornado warning in southeast Missouri, at least for the time being. And then back over near Festus, we are starting to see a storm that is recycling. So the rotation's coming together again. We need to watch that closely going towards Festus, and as well as back over towards Peevely in Missouri.
I know.
It'll cross into Illinois. I think Corey, I don't know if we're going to get out of these trees, but there was a pretty good view here.
Can't stand this.
Still can't get a really clear view of it, but you can see again, this supercell looks just very nasty.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got it. Oh, sorry guys, we're not on a PDS. I don't know why it keeps doing that. We have a new tornado warning for Jackson. Lexington, you are now included in a brand new tornado warning. You need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is going towards Jackson. It'll also be on track for Lexington, Luray, Pinson, and Milan. So if you're in any of this area, you got to get to your safe place. This is another discrete supercell that is going to be capable of producing a potentially strong or even long track tornado. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in this area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, further north, brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Jefferson County in Missouri and also Monroe County in Illinois. It will be an extension to this tornado warning because this supercell still looks nasty. It's already produced a tornado, and this is heading up towards the south side of St. Louis. Columbia, Waterloo, Festus, Arnold, and Belleville. You are all included in a brand new tornado warning. You've got to get to your safe place immediately if you are in this tornado warning. This is a very dangerous storm. It's coming together again. Again, it's not tight velocities yet, but it is wrapping. It's starting to really ramp up, and it's probably going to be producing a tornado in a minute as it continues to move northeast. I really think this is going to probably produce a strong, maybe even long track tornado at some point as it moves to the northeast. Ori has a view again of that storm. That's in western Tennessee right now, near Covington. That is what it looks like. Very dangerous supercell right now, approaching Covington and Henning.
Finally out of the construction, blasting north. Not far behind us.
Hey, Brandon, Corey, we're back on.
Hey, hey, and if
A new tornado warning.
if there
has
are any
been issued.
cameras back up there on that Infestus, just let me know if they have anything like on the view. All right, we have another tornado warning. This one's gonna be in Illinois for McLean County. So that's gonna be back up on these storms near McLean County in Illinois. We're now already up to 8 tornado warnings. The new one is for Colfax, Lexington, just east of Chenoa. This is another dangerous storm. We had a report of a rain-wrapped tornado on this storm heading towards Colfax. So you need to be in your safe place. That was about 5-10 minutes ago now, but we have at least had a tornado on this storm. Corey Gherkin is about 3 miles away from my house. That's never a good thing. Never good to have a chaser near you. Also, I am beginning to see some rotation develop west of St. Louis. Got a little area of rotation developing, so be mindful. If you're over in St. Louis, there's a storm coming, all right? You need to be ready. There could be a tornado threat coming out of that as well. You need to really keep a close eye on that. Our biggest concern, again, is Tennessee. This is just such a favorable environment for tornadoes. We have had a wall cloud on the storm that's going towards Jackson. The Bolivar camera is just bottom middle. The wall cloud is not nearly as impressive now, but it is still a storm that if it's able to organize after a little bit of storm mergers here, it could definitely become a lot more concerning. So Jackson, Lexington, be ready for that storm. Covington. This storm has broad circulation in the low levels, and aloft, we've had a wall cloud. So we're not far right now from a tornado dropping out of this storm. And if we get one, it will be strong and long-tracked, all right? So this is, again, very dangerous storm. If you have any friends or family in Ripley, Gates, or Halls, make sure they're aware of this. Make sure that they're in their safe place. Dyersburg, Martin, Union City, Dyer or New Bern or Sharon or Dresden. If you're in any of those locations in Northwest Tennessee, you need to be ready to go to your safe place. You don't have to go there now, just be ready. Have that tornado action plan ready to go and have multiple ways to receive alerts. As a reminder, Dyersburg in Tennessee, the weather radios are currently out, okay? Again, according to the National Weather Service of Memphis, as about an hour ago, the weather radios in Dyersburg are out. So if you have any friends in Dyersburg that are not aware of that, which they probably aren't, please make sure that they're aware of it, because that's not a reliable source for warnings currently in Dyersburg. Unfortunately, they are just out. There's no other way to put it. All right, going back to Corey, left side of your screen
Wonky on that thing now.
is a look at that storm right now.
I don't know if it's trying to ingest a shower to the south or what it looks like.
That is what the Dyersburg storm looks like. Tornado could be back behind the trees. We don't really know.
I'm sure either, but it doesn't have much time before it gets another merger.
As a reminder, if you have any friends or family in today's threat of severe weather, please make sure to share the stream and get the word out there. We have our link posted on Facebook and Instagram, or Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, I think we're chasing the same. I think he took 55 though, so he's on the west side.
I'm down near Brinkley and Hazen on I-40 is trying to get itself together.
There are a lot of trees, it seems like, along Highway 51, which is where Corey is right now. He's on Highway 51, just north of Millington now, approaching Covington.
We hit stoplights and chaos.
Yeah, it's a due north mover and it's not oriented right. I get that like a 0.1% chance.
Something's always blocking the shot.
Yeah, this is not.
Corey's had a lot of problems. There's just so much traffic and stuff on that route. Once again, we do have an area of circulation approaching. It's right over Garland right now. It'll be approaching Ripley. It's been a really impressive supercell here for the last several minutes. Corey will be bottom left of your screen. He still has a crazy shot of this storm. Back over near Whiteville and going towards Jackson, we still have a broad area of circulation. Bottom middle of your screen is Bolivar, Tennessee, which is where that rotation essentially is. We're basically looking at that rotation. So there is a little bit of a hanging cloud there, but not anything that is tornadic quite yet. But be in your safe place here in Jackson. This will be a dangerous storm as it moves northeast. If you're up in Lexington, Tennessee, Milan, or Luray, you still have a few minutes to get to your safe place, but unless it's an emergency, I would just go to your safe place. We got some supercells also forming south of Memphis, so we're keeping an eye on those. And then our tornado warning back over along the Missouri and Illinois border. The rotation is intensifying again. So this already has produced a strong tornado, and it might produce another one as it approaches Valmeyer and Waterloo in Illinois. The Clinton storm, Clinton, Illinois, we are starting to see an uptick of rotation. So this storm that's near Clinton, Illinois, it's not currently tornado warned, but we have a hook. We also have an inflow that's going into the storm. And this one could become tornadic soon as it approaches Farmer City, Mansfield, and Blue Ridge. So you are in the path of a potential tornadic storm. It's not tornado warned yet. I would guess it's going to be here very soon. This is also producing 2-inch sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And we still have a tornado warning northeast of Bloomington. That is for damaging winds. Or, sorry. Yeah, it's still for damaging winds up to 70, 2-inch sized hail, and there's also a tornado warning there. It's radar indicated. At one point, there was a reported tornado on that storm. Also, recently, there was a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported on a rooftop anemometer back over in Terrell, Arkansas. That is the beginning, I'm pretty sure, of this storm that formed. I'm pretty sure that's from this supercell, so... This is from the tornado warning in just outside of Bolivar, Tennessee, going towards Jackson. And got a little lowering that is forming right now. But nothing that has gotten to the ground, by at least from what we've seen so far. And then this is Corey Gherkin, who is still driving by some trees. We'll go back to him in a second. I think he's bottom right. Or bottom left, I mean. He's on the storm that's near Covington. I gotta see. We might have, again, we have another chaser going up on this storm. I gotta see if they're in position, though. Okay, they are also just barely ahead of Corey. Thank you, LK, by the way, for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, EXO, also for the super chat. Once again, if you're just tuning in, Western Tennessee is a hot spot right now for severe weather. We have 2 tornadic supercells currently. None of them currently confirmed, but we have strong rotation approaching, or just north of Covington. This supercell is a very classic-looking supercell. Let me go back to Corey. He actually has a view now.
We're still kind of cutting it close.
So that's the view right now from Corey on that cell near Covington. Going towards Ripley, Gates, and Hall, south of Dyersburg.
Probably cross between Dyersburg and Trenton.
If you are tuning in from Dyersburg, as a reminder, weather radios are not currently working according to the National Weather Service of Memphis. So you need to have alternate ways to receive warnings. This live stream counts as a way. Your phone.
God's going the wrong way.
And another red light. We have so many cells that are developing right now, even just south of the Tennessee and Mississippi border, that could also become tornadic in the long term. Again, our environment is much more favorable, really, in this corridor. All right, so basically goes up into western Kentucky, western Tennessee, eastern and northeastern Arkansas, and southeastern Missouri as well. We even have a storm that is fired off near Interstate 40. This one might become something to watch for. That's going to be going in the direction of Wayne here pretty soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning. We talked about this about a couple minutes ago, just west of Urbana, east of Clinton. We now have a tornado warning. You need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. This is going towards Farmer City, Mansfield, Blue Ridge, DeLand, Bellflower, just north of Monticello. We do have an inflow that's pretty strong going into the storm, and we also have a hook echo. Velocities are not strong and tight yet, but it's not far from producing a tornado. Little area of convergence there. And it will eventually go towards Champaign County, just off to the north and west there of Urbana. So be weather aware if you're in the Urbana area, as that continues to move east-northeast. And south of St. Louis, again, the velocities have been trying to come together again on this storm. It's been recycling for the last several minutes near Peevely and Festus approaching. Waterloo, Columbia, and just south of St. Louis. If you're in the St. Louis area, continue to stay weather aware. There isn't really much to your west that is concerning anymore imminently for a tornado risk. However, we do have at least some potential for damaging winds and maybe even a little bit of large hail. And then right here again is really the biggest concern. This storm's been trying to cycle here for a while. A tornado could eventually come out of this as it approaches the south side and east side of St. Louis. Thank you, Alexis. Really appreciate that super chat. Well, this is what the supercell looks like right now, heading towards Ripley and Gates. It's it's looking a little weird now on radar. It still has a hook echo though. It's like almost a 360 here. Velocities in the low levels are a little bit weaker. Let's see if we can get the tilt 2 scan. Tilt 2 is still weak as well. Still definitely a storm to watch for.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning in Missouri. This is going to be back over near Fredericktown, and as well as Ironton and Iron Mountain Lake. If you are in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your safe place. This is continuing to move to the east-northeast towards Farmington. I would say out of any of the storms that we currently have, I would say the one south of St. Louis probably has the best chance of producing a strong and or long track tornado threat. That's just my opinion. I really do think it has the best chance. It's still discrete and the velocities are still coming together. Really strong area of convergence on this thing. It already produced a tornado. Like we've already had a strong tornado with this. It was a large tornado as well off to the north of Potosi, Missouri. I still think that this one has a concern for the long term, going towards Belleville, O'Fallon, and eventually again into like central southern Illinois there. And another storm that's really been catching my attention is back up in central Illinois. Not currently, it doesn't currently have strong rotation, but this one as well, in my opinion, has a chance to do something pretty crazy here in the next hour if it's able to organize. I just want to remind you guys, by the way, it's 4 o'clock. Obviously, some of you might think that this is like the peak of the tornado threat. Technically, the peak for today's tornado threat is like 6 to like 10. So that's kind of the peak. We haven't really entered the peak of this tornado threat quite yet. Let's go back over to Corey, who's on this storm near Covington. That is a view of it right now. Right along Highway 51, heading up towards Ripley.
Yep, no problem.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, I gotcha.
What is that, PGA? What town is that sounding on? We have a new tornado warning. This is gonna be for Oregon County and Howell County in Missouri. Back over east of South Fork and West Plains, approaching Brandsville, and eventually going towards Alton. You seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. This area has already gotten slammed with 3 different storms. We've had widespread reports here near South Fork, West Plains, and up near Willow Springs of tennis ball-sized hail. And we have yet again another report here of even 2-inch sized hail in this area. But again, we have now a tornado warning here, and this could also be producing some large hail. So that'll be moving northeast, eventually going towards Winona. Van Buren will also be in the track of that. So be ready for that storm. We also have a severe storm firing off in southern Arkansas that's approaching El Dorado and west of Crossett. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds will be possible out of that storm as it moves northeast. There's a tornado possible label, so we'll need to keep an eye on that. Let's go back to the 3-cam view here. Thank you, XO, for the super chat. Update the map here. Hunter Hurley is on this, apparently. Hunter's there. Luke is there.
A new tornado warning has
Alrighty,
been
well, there you go.
issued.
That did not take long. We have a tornado warning in Arkansas. This is a very small little cell here. This is east of Little Rock, west of Forest City. This is our now 9th tornado warning right now in the last like 15 or 20 minutes. It's going towards McCrory and Augusta. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. It's a very small storm right now, moving to the north at about 50 miles per hour. Almost all of our storms are moving northeast, and this one is a bit more unique, I guess, and it's moving north. I'm just looking to see, because there are cameras over here. I'm trying to see if any of them had a view of this, which might have been why it got issued. I'm not seeing a clear view, though. This will be going towards, again, Augusta. It'll be going towards Riverside, Patterson, and McCrory. Grays and as well as D-View are in the path of that. We also have an intense line of thunderstorms. We don't just have tornadoes going on, but we also have a significant threat for damaging winds heading towards Mountain View, Batesville, and Southside. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of severe weather here across northern Arkansas over the last few hours, and we still have more to come. And again, one of the reasons why we have a high risk of severe weather today is because we have so many rounds of severe storms as well that are going to be occurring in this area, with damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes all being possible. So this is back over on this camera right here. This is back over at Hafner, mile marker 183. I think this is in eastern Missouri. What a camera. Where is that? Okay, I found it. This is the northern tornado warning. So this is back up near Waterloo, Illinois. Also just south of St. Louis. Apparently a second ago is really crazy here. Just south of St. Louis. And here's another view. Just south of St. Louis in this tornado warning. Pretty windy conditions. Again, we still have a tornado warning on this. We've had an area of convergence here as well for quite a while. Velocities are still trying to come together, but again, it has the potential for a long-track tornado if it's able to organize itself. It's going towards Belleville and as well as O'Fallon. And we are still watching multiple tornado warnings right now east of Bloomington. We did have a brief tornado reported not too long ago on the storm that is tracking up I-55, kind of going more towards Fairbury now, just east of I-55. It could try to produce again. And we also have the storm west of Urbana that is also attempting to produce a tornado moving east. All right. Thank you, Gabby, for the super chat. Here in lower Michigan, between Lansing and Detroit, watching the lower clouds traveling fast, heading northwest, which is a really disconcerting to watch. I was going to talk about this earlier, but it's really interesting. If you look at the satellite imagery, the clouds are moving in all different directions. You can see the clouds moving in so many different directions. Look at these updrafts back over in Mississippi, for example. These are the storms back over going towards Tennessee, for example, right now. You can see the upper clouds here. They're all moving like east, southeast, but the storms are moving northeast. You basically got clouds moving in all sorts of different directions. It's very interesting, and it also gives you an idea of all the wind shear that we have today. It's very strong, and we also got supercells developing in the warm sector back over in southern Arkansas and northern Louisiana. So it's actually very interesting to see this all take place. Again, the wind profiles are varying with height all across the atmosphere. So that's one of the reasons why. But also, the clouds moving to the northwest there in Michigan is more because your low pressure system's back out to the west. Interesting development here. This rotation in Arkansas near Cotton Plant is anticyclonic, believe it or not. What that means is that our rotation is spinning in a direction that we usually don't see. About 2% of tornadoes essentially only do this. Only about 2% of the tornadoes that ever happen are rotating in this type of fashion, are rotating anticyclonically. So that little cell out there, out in eastern central Arkansas, is doing something funny. Still have broad rotation right now near Ironton, approaching Farmington and Frederickville, or Fredericktown. South of St. Louis, the rotation is still trying to come together. Approaching Waterloo and Columbia and Illinois. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning as it continues to move northeast. Belleville and Smithton are in the path of this. It will eventually go towards O'Fallon. Our greatest concern continues to stay in Tennessee, but we are seeing a lot of convection. So we might get a few storm mergers, and then maybe that storm near Ripley takes off, but there is a lot of convection developing around this supercell near Ripley. And the same thing goes for the storm back over near Jackson. So one problem that is currently happening with these storms is that we're having a lot of convection. It's basically over convection. This can also favor these supercells, because what can end up happening is that we get mergers that go into these storms and actually organize them further and also produce tornadoes. So there's two ways that basically could go here, but still in the long term, you need to be ready if you're back up near Union City, Dresden, Martin, or Dyersburg. Also, a brand new tornado watch has just been issued. Go into that right now. Brand new tornado watch has been issued. This is back over in St. Louis, and as well as Waterloo, Farmington, Centralia, Highland, and Litchfield in western Illinois and eastern parts of Missouri. I cannot translate Spanish. I took 4 Spanish classes, and I don't know how to say any of this, but I think it says a couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and hail up to the size of 2 inches is possible. If I had to guess, that's what it says. For some reason, that is the only version of the watch that came out on Twitter. Oh, wait, never mind, I missed it. Oh, okay. Nope, it's different wording. Several tornadoes are likely, widespread hail up to 2 inches is likely, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So several tornadoes are likely, and this is a pretty small area. All around St. Louis, Waterloo, Island, Vandalia, all those places included in that outline. We do have an area of rotation developing near Holly Springs, Mississippi. This is going to be moving towards LaGrange and Moscow and eventually towards Hickory Valley. This is another storm we need to watch for over the next 20 to 30 minutes. I'd say the chances of this trying to produce a tornado are on the medium side of things as it moves towards Bolivar, Tennessee. So definitely stay weather aware if you're out in front of this, anywhere in that white polygon I just drew. And then further south, we have more disorganized activity right now with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds being possible. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that activity. Anything heading towards Dry Ridge, Kentucky? Well, I don't know where Dry Ridge is, but I'll just kind of generally speak about Kentucky right now. We don't have anything in Kentucky at this exact moment, but the things that we need to watch for that are coming to Kentucky will, one, be these discrete supercells that are forming in western Tennessee. These will eventually track towards Paducah, Murray, and Hopkinsville, and so these could be long-term concerns when it comes to a threat of tornadoes.
Has been issued.
But on the other hand, we are also watching for our line of storms back out to the west, and this is going to produce significant damaging winds, large hail, and potentially tornadoes as well. We do have a brand new tornado warning. This is for Benton, Lafayette, Tate, Panola, and Marshall counties in Mississippi. This is going to be just west of Oxford. If you are in this area, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. This is going to be tracking up towards Holly Springs. It is a very long tornado warning, but the storm is also moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, which would explain why we have it going so far. Are there any has cams in this area that we know of? Let me check. Okay, nothing in the near path. Alright. Alright, we have some reports from John regarding some of our storms so far today. Go ahead, John.
All right, right off the bat, I just want to cover the severe thunderstorm warning that is on the Alabama-Mississippi border. Looks like that we're getting reports from the National Weather Service that is producing baseball-sized hail. So that'll be 2 inches and 3/4 size of magnitude. Furthermore, we're also getting a lot of flood reports coming from behind this line of storms. All these storms are going in the northeast direction, so they'll be overlapping each other. So you definitely want to make sure that you're staying out of large areas of water that are gathering up, because a lot of flooding will be expected with these storms passing through the region. Furthermore, we have another report coming out of Pomona, Missouri. It looks like we have tennis ball hail that was being reported there earlier. So all of these storms are producing significantly large hail, a lot of rain, a lot of flooding is to be expected. So you have to take these warnings seriously. And even if you're not underneath a tornadic warning, you have to expect severe weather will be these other variables except for tornadoes. Definitely one thing.
Alrighty. Thank you, John, for the report. Alright. Got a photo from Hunter Hurley on one of our storms. Trying to find where Hunter is. 1 second. He has a photo of that tornado-warned cell in western Tennessee. This is a view of it from just moments ago. So this is like literally within the last few minutes. Currently not seeing really a definitive lowering as of right now. Again, we had a wall cloud at the beginning too, but look at this right here. Look at that thing right there. That's our inflow tail. So we still have strong inflow going into the storm right now in western Tennessee. So it's definitely still trying to organize. I mean, again, we got a lot of like little cell mergers that are kind of happening with this. So I think again, it's going to take a little bit of time for this thing to really get going.
Has been issued.
But once it does, again, this could be a long track tornado supercell out here in western Tennessee. We have a brand new tornado warning going to be back up near Champaign County in Illinois. This is again radar indicated rotation. Look at this supercell here. Got a big hook echo right now just east of Interstate 74. It will be approaching Rantoul and also going towards Fisher. Apparently, the tornado warning in Jackson just got upgraded to observed. So this is an observed tornado right now approaching Jackson. I might have been gone when that happened. This got upgraded to observed near Jackson. This is a live shot of this storm. This is Jackson, Tennessee. Hey, do we have a... I don't think we have a link to this. So apparently this is a confirmed tornado. It's organizing too. So again, moments ago, apparently this was a confirmed tornado. This is the radar megacyclone port in Jackson, Tennessee. We're gonna stay on this for now. Got a lot of rising scud on the right side of your screen. They also just upgraded this confirmed tornado warning heading towards Jackson up to golf ball sized hail. So we are seeing significant hail out of this storm right now. We are moving the camera. I don't think this is where we'd be looking for a tornado. Okay, they're spinning around right now. But apparently, again, there's reportedly a tornado on this storm moving in the direction of Jackson. This is reported by the public. So if you are in this warning, you gotta be in your safe place. There is a confirmed tornado right now heading in your direction. I am putting that camera bottom middle of your screen. They are currently have it in the wrong way. I don't know why they're looking the wrong way. So if there's still a tornado, it'd be approaching Bemis, Madison Hall. Jackson, again, very populated area. I believe there's like 40... Let me double check here. There are approximately 147,000 people in this warning. There's a lot of people in this tornado warning, and it's going to confirm tornado right now. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in Jackson, Lexington, just south of Humboldt. I mean, again, I don't see anything on radar, but this was reported by the public, so there might be something here. Moving northeast. I'm getting reports of people in the chat from this area that are hearing sirens, so sirens are currently being heard. Alright, that camera bottom right is getting back to the right position. I'm gonna go full cam to it. So you're gonna see it in a second. But right there on the middle, there's a pretty large lowering. Right there. So that is a wall cloud that's forming. So again, approaching Jackson. This was a confirmed tornado. And now has a really sketchy looking wall cloud. I'm gonna go slot 2. We'll just go full screen to this. Put radar bottom right. Again, this is apparently a confirmed tornado. If there was one, it'd be behind the trees. It may have already lifted. It might just be recycling or something along those lines. We actually have another view too. Can you get the coalition one, Hayden? Or do I have that? I have that. Never mind. I'm good. Is there a tornado watch in Indianapolis? There is not. Again, what you guys are looking at is a lowering on the right side of your screen. This is reportedly a confirmed tornado moments ago. This right here is downtown Jackson. On the radar mega cyclone port, back over in... This is in the downtown area. And this is the storm that is coming right into your town. Or I would really say city. There's over 147,000 people in this tornado warning. If you have any friends or family in this warning, or anywhere in the severe weather risk area today, please spread the word. Make sure that they're aware of this situation. We have a lot of tornado warnings already. We have 8 actively, almost 20 severe thunderstorm warnings, and I think that number, both of those numbers will double here very soon. And additionally, feel free to share the stream with friends and family that are in the path of these storms.
Has been issued.
The warning was just downgraded. It is back to radar indicated, which makes sense. I have not seen anything here. They just downgraded the warning to radar indicated. It was a public confirmed tornado, but we do have again, a very scuddy lowering here that is trying to organize. We're going to keep that bottom middle of your screen. We just got a brand new tornado warning, which is going to be...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we got 2 new tornado warnings that are in effect. We have one that's going to be back up into Missouri. This is going to be for those in Oregon and Shannon counties going towards Winona. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Winona was actually under a tornado emergency about 3 weeks ago. And we've had, I think, 2 other tornado warnings since. So that's an area that's been hit hard by storms recently. We also have a new tornado warning for Decatur in Illinois. So if you're in Decatur, Illinois, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Our rotation right now is coming together right over I-72, approaching Harristown. It'll cross I-72 and go into the west side of Decatur over the next few minutes. So this storm is coming together very quickly and could easily produce a tornado. Really isn't much convection out in front of this, so it has a pretty good chance, I'd say, of producing a tornado. And then the storm that's in the northern side of Champaign County, so north of Urbana, currently not seeing strong rotation, but we do still at least have some rotation near Fisher, which is going to approach Ludlow here pretty soon. Let's go back to that live shot. This is in Jackson, where we did have a tornado moments ago, and now has a large lowering forming over the city of Jackson, Tennessee. Also, bottom right of your screen, this is a supercell that is formed going towards Holly Springs in Mississippi. This storm has really strengthened in rotation. Could produce a tornado approaching Holly Springs, Mississippi. Hey, now, are there any cameras up near Holly Springs? Or Highway 7? Thank you, Rexy, for becoming a member. Keep in mind, guys, we are still early into the severe weather setup here. I would kind of expect that these discrete supercells peak around like 6 o'clock or so. So, maybe 7. Late afternoon, early evening. Thank you, Cap, for the super chat. Again, this is Jackson, Tennessee right now, where we do have a tornado warning. There was a confirmed tornado moments ago. It's a slow process. We've had a lot of rising activity here. All that like little cloud there, that's all scud. That's all been kind of rising here and forming a little bit of a lowering. Hasn't really come together so far, but we're still going to keep an eye on it. I think this storm down over here in northern Mississippi isn't far from producing a tornado. This is going to be south and east of Memphis, going towards I-22 and Holly Springs. This is definitely a bit more of a concerning storm. Again, we have a very impressive meso on this, mesocyclone. Area of convergence, essentially, right over Highway 310. And it will be approaching Holly Springs. And this is the kind of storm that I'm going to check to see if there's anybody on the storm. But like this is the kind of storm that would have the potential of producing a more photogenic tornado as it moves towards Holly Springs. So definitely a dangerous storm there. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ripley, Bolivar, going towards Henderson for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as that continues to move to the north-northeast. So that is another area that we are keeping an eye on. And then the Jackson storm is the one we've been looking at for the last several minutes. There is actually rotation being shown right over the downtown area in bottom middle of your screen. That is the storm. This is a look at that tornado earlier in Potosi in Missouri. This was the tornado that we had in Potosi earlier. Pretty large tornado. That was the PDS tornado, the first of the day that we had in Potosi. All right, here's a look at that Jackson storm. Again, rotation is coming right over town right now. We still have a large lowering that is attempting to form. It's got some rising scud. It's just not really getting down on the ground right now. So just kind of almost like an elevated lowering here. Here's the latest velocity scan. So the rotation's right over the center of town here. And this is what the supercell looks like. So a little hook on it, moving right basically along I-40. It will eventually approach Mount Gilead and Rock Springs and then Wildersville in Clarksburg. The supercell that developed back over here north of Ripley, this thing has fallen apart really quickly. which is kind of surprising. We're going to continue to watch it closely, but that storm has been surprisingly falling apart. There is a storm that is, again, going towards Holly Springs that is really getting its act together. Has a hook echo and everything. Good amount of lightning as well near where that rotation is. It is currently moving to the northeast, and it will be approaching Holly Springs. Holly Springs, Mississippi, you got to be in your safe place. I got another quick update from John. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, this is coming out of Latham in Logan County, Illinois. We have reports from emergency managers that there is 90-mile-per-hour gusts in the area. In the same area, we also did see egg-sized hail in the region as well. So these storms are producing very severe conditions, even outside tornado-warned areas.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the report. So that is this storm right up here near Decatur. 90-mile-per-hour winds are reported right in Latham, and as well as 2-inch sized hail right in the town of Latham, which is just off to the northwest of Decatur. So we have had, obviously, significant severe weather in this area. We might not be having tornadoes, which right now I don't see a tornado with this storm, but we have very high winds. So 90-mile-per-hour winds are definitely no joke. That is literally EF1 type tornado winds. Rotation is attempting to come together again on the northern Champaign, Illinois tornado warning. Just north of Champaign, we are watching the storm very closely. Where is Jordan Hall? Where's my mouse, is the question. Right, my mouse disappeared. Let's go to... Where's Jordan? So it looks like Jordan has a lowering. Jordan's on the Jackson storm. Let's go to Jordan. Jordan has his drone up as well. So Jordan's looking at the Jackson, Tennessee storm right now. This is his live shot with his drone.
Honestly, it's not doing anything right now. We might just have to get in a better spot.
Oh, whoa, whoa! Look at that lightning. That was crazy. I don't know if Jordan was looking at it. That lightning was crazy. One of the radar mega cameras just picked it up too, and I couldn't pull it up in time, but that also just picked that up. That was crazy. And it was like next to it. Man, oh man.
Yeah. Keeping...
That was actually crazy. All right, quick update on the tornado warning southeast of St. Louis. The rotation's broadened out a lot over the last few minutes, going towards O'Fallon, Breese, Pocahontas, just south of Collinsville. But if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place until it is fully expired. We are still talking about damaging winds and as well as some large hail in this area. There is still a chance for a tornado in the long term if it's able to organize again, but we still have a lot of convection out in front of this. And as a reminder, this line of storms, it's really going to be hard for tornadoes to happen in here, but I do think that threat really ramps up as we get closer to around 6, 7, 8 o'clock. I think we're going to start to see a lot more storms rotating once this line is more organized, because right now it's still pretty broken, still pretty disorganized. It should organize a lot more as we go later into the afternoon and as well as into the early evening hours. Let's go back to Tennessee. They have gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning for this storm that's near Dyersburg and Halls. So that tornado warning is no longer ongoing. It's gotten choked off really by rain, cool air in the area. So that one struggled just a little bit. We still have our tornado warning for Jackson, which we've had a lowering on this. It's bottom middle of your screen. We've had a lowering, but so far nothing has shown for it quite yet. Apparently there was a brief tornado with it, but that was about it. And then the Mississippi tornado warning was just updated. It is still radar indicated rotation that is approaching Holly Springs. And we also have a storm that's coming in towards Memphis and Collierville that is also beginning to get a little bit of its act together, a little bit of a mesocyclone there, moving towards South Haven, Piperton, and Germantown, just east of Memphis. So maybe a tornado risk out of that as it moves to the northeast. Also, our largest hailstone size of the day coming in over in Sandy Springs, Mississippi. Baseball-sized hail reported by Ryan's Well, or unless it's a building. I don't know if that's a person. It might be a person, might be a building. Also, the tornado warning that was ongoing in eastern Arkansas, that one was canceled. We have a couple new storms that are firing up here near Clarendon. We're going to have to watch these closely as they track northeast. I would say these are a little bit more favorable for a potential tornado risk. And then back over in western Arkansas and central Arkansas, we got an intense line of storms coming in right now with damaging winds being possible. This is actually a live shot right now in the radar mega cyclone port in Perry County, just west of Little Rock. And you can see how fast the clouds are moving here. They're really moving fast. But that will be mainly a wind threat. 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. South of Shreveport, we have another supercell that's developing. South of Shreveport, this could get tornadic pretty quickly. That's going to be moving towards Houghton and eventually Minden. That is an impressive-looking storm. Back over to Jordan. He still has that lowering in Jackson.
I am, yeah. It's kind of getting choked off because I think the Denmark cell's taking control here, and it's about to be its own little supercell.
It's good to know. Hey, Maria and Dave and Eva for the Venmo donations. I appreciate it.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Thank you, Timothy, for the generous super chat as well. Well, that little lowering is going to go right over Jordan here in a second. And this is the storm that we're looking at right now. Looks like we got a new little cell forming on the south side of Jackson. I think that's what Jordan was referring to. We at least have a small meso attempting to form on that. What is this camera again? We might have to put this one back up. Yeah, we're gonna put that bottom left again. So there you got another little meso trying to form just west of Jackson. A brand new storm essentially that's forming down to the south. So we'll need to keep an eye on that. Possible storm merger as well happening there. And then south of Hernando in Mississippi, we have a storm-producing quarter-sized tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. A little bit of rotation on that. It'll continue to move north-northeast towards Collierville. There's also a storm in Cherokee Village, Arkansas. That's the one up here in northern Arkansas. This one's begun to rotate a little bit. Radar site is not really our friend here, but we at least have some upper-level rotation right now on the north side of Cherokee Village. This will eventually move into southeastern Missouri, possibly with a tornado threat in the long term. And we also have some broad rotation approaching Winona in... Okay, what the heck? So this is the other storm that is forming in Jackson. That is also suspicious. This is on the radar mega cyclone port just south of Jackson. This is what we're just talking about. A new meso is trying to form, and it looks like we have a large and elongated lowering. It's only a matter of time until one of these actually tries to drop a tornado, you would think. Right over Jordan Hall's head, he has the storm coming in, the northern storm.
Yeah, I hear the outflow hitting the car. I feel it hitting the car.
Thank you, Robert, for the Venmo. I appreciate that.
Do this quick.
This is pretty sus, though. On the west side of Jackson. If you thought you were done in Jackson, in Tennessee, you're not done yet. We had a similar look to multiple storms already like this here in Tennessee. None of them have produced, but this one is. I mean, we have a very long, like, cloud base and lowering here. Probably about 2 to 3 miles long, if I had to guess. It's back to Jordan in Jackson.
Let's Do you want to just go east to the 40 intersection, or you want to go straight south? It's the same. You just want to go straight south.
Here's another view from the south side of Jackson. Again, Jordan's on the east side of Jackson. This is on the south side. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on that. I do want to go back to Arkansas, back over in Warren, Arkansas. There is a storm that is currently forming. This is all the way back down here towards Monticello and Warren. That's going to be heading towards Star City, Gold, just south of Risen, and eventually going towards Grady and Pine Bluff. This has begun to rotate. So we have some rotation right now over the north side of Warren. That's going to be basically traveling right up Highway 63. And down the road, it will approach Star City. Grady, Pine Bluff, again, all in the path of this. You stay weather aware if you're in this region. Possibility for a tornado warning does exist at some point in the next, like, 20 minutes. As that continues to track to the north-northeast. Only tornado warning right now in all of Illinois is this one north of Decatur, and it's a very small one. It's going to be just to the north of Decatur. We actually have a small little area, though, north of the warning going towards D-Lane and White Health that might try to produce a brief tornado. So we'll keep an eye on that. Tornado warning east of St. Louis is no longer ongoing. It's just a line of storms producing wind and an isolated tornado threat. But again, I do think that severe weather risk is really going to start to organize over the next couple of hours in those areas. And rotation's also intensifying, heading towards Holly Springs. Holly Springs, Mississippi. It will eventually move towards LaGrange, Hickory Valley, Moscow, and Bolivar in Tennessee. This is a very impressive looking storm near Jackson in Tennessee. This might be the one. Got a little hook on it, a little hook forming. Still very early stages. This is going to be the second storm in a row that's moving into Jackson. Oh, look at that scud there in the middle, rising up. Thank you, Rick, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Diane, also for the super chat. Thank you so much to send your viewers to John's stream last night. We loved it. That's awesome. Did John ever realize that I rated him? I was there for like 15 minutes, and I don't think he ever said anything. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate that. Well, we got scud rising up again. This is kind of similar to the storm that we saw in western Tennessee, and then it got choked off by a bunch of rain, cool air, and that storm really died fast. How are we feeling about Indianapolis? I think it'll be a significant damaging wind risk up there, more than anything, but a couple tornadoes are possible. We might have a wall cloud forming here. On the southwest side of Jackson. Velocities are bottom right of your screen. We got a little area of convergence right now over the west side of Jackson, and it looks like we might have a wall cloud forming on the radar omega cyclone port here. It definitely looks like a lowering that's forming, though. Thank you, Blob, for becoming a member. Well, this is the most rising motion we've seen, unless that other storm in far western Tennessee earlier had more. I don't know if it did, but this one's gotten a little bit more organized. It's not really fully a wall cloud right now, but it is definitely trying to organize. So once again, that's right over Westover. Well, we got a little hook right here on the west side of Jackson. Moving basically right up I-40 right now. And that northern storm that was rotating, so the one that we initially had, that one is kind of, it's been occluding off to the northeast, but we could still get a brief tornado with that as it goes through Medina, Lavina, and as well as Milan. The threat of a strong tornado, though, with something like this that's embedded in a bunch of storms is very low. So it's not as favorable of a storm. The one down here to the south near Jackson, though, has a little bit more of a favorable environment. We got a lot of storms in and around Little Rock right now. Again, none of them currently tornadic. We need to keep an eye on these cells as they continue to move northeast. Got a little bit of rotation, maybe just south of Benton, but it's not really much. And the one west of Little Rock is just gusty winds. This cell that's back down near Warren has been coming together. We got a hook echo on this storm already. A little inflow notch as well, moving basically due north here in the direction of Highway 23 or 63. All the way back down in southeastern Arkansas. And we also got another storm that's east of Little Rock that's coming together. This one has a hook on it, but no low-level rotation quite yet. It'll be moving towards Cotton Plant, McCrory, and Augusta over the next few minutes. We still have a tornado warning in southeastern Missouri near Winona. That rotation's been broader. We also have a broad area of circulation that is going in the general direction of Highway 60 west of Doniphan. And we are also going to be keeping an eye on development over the next hour across western Kentucky and southeastern Missouri and even southern Illinois. This is a region that we could start to see some cells fire up, so we're going to keep an eye on that activity. And then so far, we've not had any discrete cells fire off in Indiana or Ohio, but we might see that happen in about an hour. I would say if we see any discrete cells out here in Ohio or Indiana, it would be in about an hour from now. So that's the time frame we need to be watching for that pretty closely. Also, we're going to have to watch this in Illinois. We got a little bit of a bow echo that's formed on this cluster of storms back over near Monticello. And we also have a little inflow on the northern side of the storm. So there is a chance that we get some sort of tornado risk on the northern side of this cluster as it goes towards Fisher, Rantoul, Paxton, and eventually Cissna Park. So those areas will be in the track of that storm. And the one east of St. Louis, that's going to be moving eventually towards Effingham. Mainly a wind risk as of right now. It has a similar look to it where we got a little inflow on the north side of that storm, and that might end up producing something as it moves east-northeast. But for the time being, the bigger concern is damaging winds and hail. And we're going to need to monitor this storm very closely that's heading in the direction of Memphis, and as well as the one near Holly Springs, both of which have been rotating. The one going towards Memphis, not currently warned, but it's something we're watching. Rotation's been increasing a little bit, again, over near Jackson, Tennessee. And this is a live shot here in Jackson of the storm rolling in. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This one is going to be including Jackson. It's a long tornado warning, too, and one of the reasons why is because the National Weather Service does think that this could be a long-track storm. So, obviously, something we need to monitor very closely. You don't usually get 1 hour tornado warnings. This one goes for an hour and 6 minutes. So, you need to basically be in your safe place for an hour. If you're in the Jackson area, at least until the warning, ends or gets condensed. If you're in Jackson, if you're in Clarksburg, Huntington, Holiday, Camden, McKenzie, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This tornado warning goes until 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Central Time. It is a long tornado warning. This is a view back up in, this is in Carroll County, a little bit further northeast of this tornado warning. There's a huge rain shaft on this thing. It's a pretty large storm. Again, going right to left, this is probably about 10 miles or so wide, maybe about 8 miles wide. All this convection here that it's looking at. Thank you, Coilette, appreciate that. This is back to the live shot right now of this storm right over Jackson. So we got a little lowering trying to form. I think we're going to need a tornado warning here soon for the Warren storm. Warren, Arkansas. This is what it looks like right now. Going towards Star City, Gold, and Grady. Got a little area. We got a little mezzo on this. Look at the hook on it too. Currently warned for golf ball sized hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds moving northeast. It'll be going towards Grady, Gold over the next several minutes. Let me see. There might be a camera down here. And no, there's not. All right. Well, there goes that plan. All right. Let's go back to that live shot here in Jackson. And actually, you can still see the rising scud on this cell. The velocities have picked up quite a bit. I mean, we got a bit stronger of rotation here on this cell over the northeast side of Jackson and Tennessee. And also, quarter-sized hail was just reported at the Jackson Regional Airport on this storm. I'll be honest, I don't know if it's gonna produce like in the next 5-10 minutes or not. It's still kind of struggling a little bit. This is probably the best view you have of this storm. It's been trying. We've had a attempts at wall cloud formations. God, it looks like right there in the middle is a large hail shaft, in addition to a rain shaft. They continue to keep an eye on that storm. Also, Jordan Hall, bottom middle, has a view of this. He's going to load here in a second. I do want to remind you guys, I know a lot of people are saying this high risk should have not been issued and stuff. Keep in mind that I still think the peak of the severe weather is still to come. This is like 6 o'clock, so about an hour from now. And again, we have to do a lot of nowcasting. We can't really just rely on the HRRR, but it still does show an intense line of thunderstorms with, damaging winds, hail, and even some embedded circulations with tornadoes being possible. And it still shows an uptick of activity here in Tennessee and Kentucky in about an hour from now. Now, we'll see in an hour if this actually happens. I don't know if it will. From what we've seen so far, the rotation's been struggling on some of these storms, but even by 8 to 9 o'clock tonight, we are still talking about a very favorable environment for significant wind, hail, and tornadoes embedded in this entire line from southern and eastern Illinois all the way back through the lower Mississippi River Valley. Discrete cells still down there in southern Arkansas, and even a few back over in western Kentucky. So, again, this is... I know a lot of people keep kind of jumping to conclusions here that we shouldn't have had a high risk, but again, we have not even hit the high risk yet. Like, this is still a developing threat. Now, obviously, in a couple hours, we'll see if anything happens, but keep in mind that high risk is not even really been utilized yet. All the supercells that we've had have been kind of east of it almost. And then this will be kind of the area of development that we need to watch for a long-term threat of tornadoes and such. This is back over in Jackson. Let's go to Jordan Hall. He is now, looks like, driving. He's going to get out in front of this. Let's go back to that camera. Looks like there's a little bit of spin there in the middle. Thank you, Maria and Robert, for the Venmo donations. All right, we're going to go back to radar. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it. That'll be bottom left of your screen. Let's go back up to Illinois. We are starting to see a more widespread threat for severe weather developing now across Illinois, including 2 supercells that are beginning to rotate. We got one going towards Waseca, eventually going towards Morocco and western Indiana, and we have another one right over Paxton that is going to be approaching Cissna Park, Fountain Creek, and as well as Wellington. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point here in the very near future that we get a tornado warning on one of those 2 storms as they continue to move towards western Indiana. And then further down to the south, we're mainly talking about wind right now approaching Urbana. An intense line of storms producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour in addition to quarter-sized hail. There is a tornado possible label on this as well. And then further down to the south, it's mainly going to be wind east of St. Louis. Could see an isolated tornado come out of this activity still. We actually have a little bit of rotation near Highland, just very minimal rotation near Highland, moving towards Pocahontas, and eventually Greenville will be in the track of that. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Little Rock. You are in Little Rock. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail are going to be possible with this storm as it continues to track to the northeast. As a severe storm once again going towards Little Rock. All right, let's go back to... Let's check out Warren real quick. Here's our latest update on the severe thunderstorm warning near Warren. We do have a hook echo once again approaching Star City, Gold, and Grady. And we still have an inflow going to the storm. Still got a little hook on it. It's moving to the northeast. We're still very closely watching the potential for a tornado out of this, but as of right now, again, the rotation's still been on the broader side of things. We no longer have a tornado warning in northern Mississippi, and the same thing for southeast of South Haven. No tornado warning on that right now. These are mainly hailstorms, and in addition to wind. This is a live shot currently in Olive Branch on the radar mega cyclone port, and heavy rain coming down right now. Might have a little bit of hail in this thing too, currently warned for quarter-sized hail. Back to the 3-cam view here. Put some huge W's in the chat for Alexandria with the very generous $200 Venmo donation. I really appreciate that, Alexandra. Really do appreciate that. Thank you. What's the update for the North Texas storms tonight? Those are going to be overnight. That's like 2, 3, 4 in the morning with very large hail, damaging winds, and a couple tornadoes being possible. This is the latest NATOcast outlook for today, and it continues to outline a very favorable environment for tornadoes. This is literally as of 3 o'clock this afternoon. It is still indicating a very favorable environment for potentially strong and even long-track tornadoes in Tennessee, Kentucky, northern Mississippi, eastern Arkansas, southeast Missouri. So this is definitely a region, again, that we need to be keeping all eyes on. I know that we've not had anything drop really yet. We've had a couple tornadoes, one in Missouri, and we had some this morning, obviously. But again, I really think this threat is going to ramp up here over the next couple hours. It's 5 o'clock Central Time, 6 o'clock Eastern. I think the threat's going to ramp up here over the next hour. That's just my thinking. Any update on Metropolis in Illinois? Not currently. Your threat back over near Metropolis or like Paducah, Kentucky would be coming out of any storms that form over here. If we got any sort of discrete cells that are able to live for long enough, they'll be kind of going in that general direction towards Paducah. In addition to that, we have the line of storms that's back off to the west that's going to be producing significant damaging winds, hail, and also potential for tornadoes. So there's basically 2 threats that we have to watch for. You have a good surge of wind right now moving right into Little Rock. I am curious. Do we have might be a camera here. Definitely have some damaging wind potential right now in the west side of Little Rock. Visibility is basically near 0. This is a live shot. This is in Little Rock right now in the iDrive Arkansas camera. It's looking westbound. The wind is going right over this area. Winds are starting to pick up. If you're in Little Rock, just stay away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail are possible. The visibility is pretty low. A lot of people driving out there right now. It is rush hour. Hydroplaning is obviously possible, so take it slow on the roadways if you are traveling. Wind might pick up there at some point. If it does, I'll go back to it. We are back down to 1 tornado warning. This is actually kind of surprising. We only have 1 tornado warning right now. And it's the one near Jackson, which still has some rotation. Let's go to Jordan Hall. He has a view of this now. Jordan Hall is on this tornado warning cell. This is our only tornado warning right now, and the rotation is still there. It is a much more discreet supercell, so this one might become more problematic here soon. The other storms that we've had earlier had a lot of storm mergers. This one currently is all by itself, at least for the next 20 to 30 minutes. Or at least say 20 minutes. Thank you, Low Tobin, for the very generous super chat from north of Detroit. I love watching your channel, and even on days we don't have bad severe weather. That's awesome. Appreciate you tuning in. There's a low chance for a little bit of severe weather this evening in Detroit, but it'll be mostly just a wind threat. Again, a live shot on our only tornado warning currently. Long term, this tornado warned cell, I just want to give you a perspective of where it's going to be heading. Down the road, this would eventually be heading in the direction of Clarksville. So it's basically moving due northeast. It'll eventually go towards Clarksville, just south of Paris, going towards Kentucky Lake. It's also just south of McKenzie. But we do have some rotation on this. It's just a matter of if it'll actually get going here. We've had some problems with these storms so far. Also, in central Illinois, I did mention this a few minutes ago, but I do think the tornado risk is about to uptick here. We do have a pretty decent little mesocyclone on this storm near Cissna Park that is approaching Milford, and the rotation also near Watsika is heading towards Morocco in western Indiana. That storm could also try to produce a tornado threat here soon. We don't actively have a tornado warning on either of these, but I do think very soon we could get one on either one of them. We do have, again, an environment even up here to the north that is favorable for a potential tornado threat. Also, there is a report of a wall cloud now near Shreveport. So in Louisiana, we have a wall cloud report on this cell that's moving towards Houghton and Doline. And if I can show you guys, I will in a second. All right, this is over Olive Branch. I'm curious to see. This is right over Olive Branch right now in northern Mississippi. Ominous skies right now, decent little storm. We just got a new upgrade. The storm in southeastern Arkansas has been upgraded. We now have a baseball-sized hailstorm approaching Star City, Gold, and Grady. So baseball-sized hail now with this storm approaching Highway 65, moving to the northeast. This is a destructive storm, producing baseball-sized hail. We've been keeping an eye on the rotation as well, as we do have a little mesocyclone on it right over Highway 530, moving to the northeast. But it is a destructive storm for Lincoln and Starr counties. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning, again, moving to the northeast. Hey, Glenn, for the super chat. This is from Brian Allen back over in the Shreveport area. This is moments ago. Large wall cloud forming on this thing. Just to the east of Shreveport near Houghton. This storm might actually do something. I mean, on radar, it looked pretty good. So this might have the potential of actually doing something here. That's Brian Allen WX on Twitter. But this is the storm that we're talking about. A little hook on it, just east of the Shreveport radar site as well, east of 49. We're going to be moving towards I-20 over the next few minutes. Let's go back up to the north. Just a little heads up, the storms that are currently crossing here into northwestern Alabama are not too concerning when it comes to a tornado risk. This will be mostly hail and wind, but we're still keeping an eye on for maybe a very low-end tornado risk. Back over to the east of Memphis, we still have multiple storms that are trying to rotate. One little cell that's moving towards LaGrange and Moscow. And then this supercell here, I'm not sure if this is going to do it, but like we've had a lot of storm mergers here over the last few minutes. This could become a long-term concern. So we're going to need to watch this storm closely. And I think the probabilities of this producing a tornado in the near future are low, but I think in about 30 minutes to an hour, it'll probably end up increasing. Once again, our only tornado warning currently is in western Tennessee, approaching Clarksburg, Huntington, and Holiday. I do think we'll probably get a couple tornado warnings in eastern Illinois here pretty soon. I'll have to wait and see about that. But there was a couple storms rotating all the way back up there to the north. You have any concerns for the South Bend and Elkhart, Indiana region? I do think damaging winds and large hail are in play. And if you've not already heard, there's pretty much a 100% chance of everybody seeing showers and thunderstorms basically in this entire tornado watch this evening. This is what the radar is probably going to look like right around 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to have an entire line of thunderstorms ongoing across Indiana, southern Michigan with damaging winds, hail, and possibly a couple tornadoes embedded in this line, and it'll push across literally the entire state tonight. So, again, pretty much everybody's going to see storms today. It's pretty hard for you not to see storms unless you're, I don't know, Houdini or something. Eventually by like 8 to 9 o'clock, we're still looking at a very long line of thunderstorms stretching through western Kentucky, western Tennessee, Arkansas, and also back into parts of even Texas. And there will also be a couple of discrete cells. Again, the HRRR is still it's still favoring the threat for an increasing tornado threat in western Tennessee and western Kentucky around 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. So again, I would not let your guard down if you're in this area. I still think there's a chance here pretty soon that we end up seeing an uptick here in the tornado threat. It hasn't happened yet. We've had multiple cells try to do it. None of them have really been successful, but I still think it's possible. Not a slam dunk, but I think it's possible. We also have a couple cells here riding right along the Mississippi River Valley. They're moving due north. I have to watch those, but they're not really moving in a favorable direction. Back over in, let's go to Alton, Missouri. Is it this one? Where's Alton? This is over in Alton, Missouri, which is in far southern Missouri. That is concerning. That is a really impressive area of rotation right now, approaching Grandin and Elsinore. That's eventually going in the direction of Poplar Bluff. That could become tornadic. That should be tornado warned, honestly. That is a really strong area of rotation. Maybe more towards Grandin over the next few minutes. I think
a new tornado warning has been issued.
I think Connor might be going towards the storm. I'm not entirely sure. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be all the way back up into eastern Illinois near the Waseca area, just north of Cissna Park in Milford, going towards Highway 1. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible. You can get to an interior room of your home or building. So eventually going to be moving towards Sheldon as well, here in Illinois, just north of Milford. This is currently on the north side of Cissna Park, which is near a couple of cemeteries. And if we have a tornado, it would be approaching the Timbered Meadows Campground. And we also have the Mill Inn in Milford, Mike Martin Incorporated, Stockland Grain, Maple Grove Cemetery, and the Milford Swimming Pool. In addition to the Middleford Grade School that are in the path of a possible tornado. And then back up in Waseca, we also have the, there's a Memorial Hospital there. We also have a high school, elementary school, kind of in the same area there on the south side of town. Got the Monticel's Pizza of Waseca and the Walmart Supercenter. It's on the east side of town that is also in the path of a possible tornado. Velocities have gotten a little bit stronger here over the last few minutes. Moving to the east-northeast. Eventually going towards Sheldon. Wow. Okay, this is another shot from Brian Allen on the northern Illinois or northern Louisiana storm. This back over near Shreveport. So we got some rise in motion here. We had a lowering as well. Might even be a funnel. It's hard to tell though. He didn't say. This is southwest of Houghton from Brian Allen in Louisiana. We are still monitoring a broad area of circulation that is going to be heading towards Morocco here pretty soon. I've had some people asking about Chicago, and right now Chicago looks like you'll be missed for today. And again, it was a pretty conditional risk, but it looks like the risk is not going to really impact you today. You have also a new severe thunderstorm warning back over just to the west of Hollenwald near Linden. That's producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. Might be a couple cameras here that might have something. Nope, never mind. Here's our tornado warning in Tennessee. This is our only tornado warning right now over in Tennessee. We still have rotation on this cell right over the center of I-40. It's going to be tracking right up towards Clarksburg. Jordan Hall is still on this, but I think he's still getting out in front of it. We don't have a view with him right now. He's bottom middle of your screen, but you should have a view of it at some point here pretty soon as it continues to move northeast. Kind of got a messy area of storms right now just to the south and southeast of Memphis. Got a little cell near LaGrange that is also trying to rotate. That one had a tornado warning at one point, but not currently tornado warned. Okay. We had an unwarned tornado, but we now have one. They have issued a tornado warning on this.
This is
there is a confirmed
tornado
east of
is on the ground.
Pocahontas.
Seek shelter immediately.
Not sure if this is the one they're talking about, but I think it is. There is a tornado here. So we have a confirmed tornado right now, right along I-70. This has dropped over the last few minutes. This has actually been on the ground for about 5 minutes. I didn't even see it. We have a confirmed tornado right now, right along I-70 here in Illinois. It's approaching Greenville, Smithboro, Pleasant Mound, Mulberry Grove, Vandalia, Brownstown, St. Elmo, Shafter, Ramsey, and eventually Herrick. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. This tornado is significant. It's literally traveling right along the interstate, too. So this is a potentially significant tornado right now, moving to the east-northeast, right along I-70. This is a dangerous storm. That's going to be approaching Smithboro as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have just issued a tornado warning for Ripley and Carter counties in Missouri. So the activity is beginning to pick up once again. I want to talk more about this tornado, though, because it's really impacting a lot of areas. This tornado is about to hit the Love's Travel Stop, and as well as Comfort Inn and Suites at Greenville. So right on the south side, we got a tornado about to hit the Love's Travel Stop. We also got a Mexican restaurant, the Super 8 by Wyndham, and also the Comfort Inn and Suites. Is currently inside of where this tornado is going to be here over the next couple of minutes. So again, currently moving to the east-northeast. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. Sounds like that this is a cone tornado from what I'm hearing. This is about to hit, right, it's again going right along I-70. It's also going to be hitting the American Farm Heritage Museum. And then in a few minutes, once it approaches Smithboro, it will be hitting the Bauer Customs Applications, the Smithboro Fire Department, CMR Saddlery. And then we'll figure out what's up next here in just a few minutes. But we still have a tornado in progress right here, right along I-70. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. We also have a new tornado warning for a strong area of rotation in southeastern Missouri. This is approaching Grandin and Elsinore.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So you need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. There is a strong area of rotation. Could produce a strong tornado at some point. We also have a new tornado warning in Louisiana. This is the Shreveport storm. This one has had a lowering, as we've seen from Storm Chaser Brian Allen that's in this area. There is a lowering on this, and it is now tornado warned for Houghton, Cotton Valley, and Minden. So again, currently moving to the northeast. You got to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. This is what it looked like just a few moments ago from Brian Allen on this tornado warned cell in Louisiana. At least some level of a lowering here. Well, we just went from 1 tornado warning to 6 tornado warnings. We have now another one that has been issued in Tennessee and Mississippi. This is near Memphis, I believe. We have a brand new tornado warning. This is for Benton, Haywood, Chester, Hardman, Madison, and Fayette counties. This is probably the storm over here near LaGrange, but we'll wait a second to wait for it. It's taking quite a while. Guessing it's this storm, though. Yep, there we go. All right. Brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Hickory Valley, Bolivar, Whiteville, going towards Henderson and LaGrange. This storm could, again, also produce a long-track tornado if it's able to materialize. Again, I've said it a lot with every storm, basically, but this is the environment that we have. So, again, if you're in LaGrange, you got to be in your safe place, Hickory Valley, Bolivar as well, and eventually going towards Henderson, Pinson, and it will eventually go towards Jackson, Tennessee. Jackson, you might be under 3 tornado warnings in the spanning of like 2 hours, which is crazy. Wow. Oh, this might go PDS. We still got a big-time tornado right now approaching Smithboro and Mulberry Grove. This is going to be tracking right up towards Vandalia over the next few minutes. This tornado literally just hit the Love's travel stop, so that's probably taken some big damage. And then also, it's now approaching the Smithboro Fire Department, and it's about to hit the United States Postal Service in this town as well. So this tornado is damaging a lot of things right now on the southeast side of Greenville. I wouldn't be surprised if this went PDS, though. This is definitely a strong tornado. And also, the Super 8 by Wyndham and Greenville may have just taken a hit by this. There's also McDonald's that probably just took a hit by this. McDonald's just took the hit from this as well in Greenville. And it's now approaching, it looks like the St. Louis Distribution Center of Essident and Donald Wald Distributing. So this significant tornado right now is approaching the west side of Mulberry Grove. It might just narrowly miss that Smithville Fire Department, but it has just probably hit the M&N Heating and Cooling Company. And then once this approaches Mulberry Grove, that's where the population really increases. We have Mulberry Grove Junior and High School that is going to be in the path of this tornado as well, which is going to be literally right here. So that tornado is about to hit the Mulberry Grove Junior and Senior High School. Hopefully all of them are out of school, and there hopefully is no afternoon activities there. But there is a tornado right now heading right into the west side of Mulberry Grove. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Let's go to northern Illinois. We still have a tornado warning near Waseca. Velocities on this are also pretty strong. There's a really strong area of convergence here near Milford and west of Stockton. Is moving to the northeast, going to be going towards Kentland in Indiana. You need to be in your safe place again if you are in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm. Hey, Hayden, where's Freddie McKinney? Do we have him on here? Do we know what's Freddie's approximate location? We might need to get Freddie McKinney on here. Huntington, Tennessee. Where is that? Is that southern storm? Okay, no, that's the Jackson storm. Okay, that's where Jordan is. Bottom middle of your screen, though, we're going to put Freddie there. So Freddie McKinney's on that storm as well. And this is the one near Huntington. There is a large lowering by the looks of it. We might actually... Let me go full cam to him real quick. This is a large lowering near Huntington.
Welcome back, Pickles.
The audio's glitchy. I got to fix that. I'm going to try to get Freddie on the... one of these cameras. Okay. Here we go. That. And then I want to listen to what Freddie's saying. Let's do that.
Approaching 2,000 people watching. Appreciate everybody for tuning in here.
At the moment, tornado still doesn't look quite imminent, but we do have a nice wall cloud here. See, this is the, this right here, this is the horseshoe. This is the horseshoe here wrapping around. Right there is the area of interest. In fact, if we have enough service, maybe we could even hop out.
There's actually a little bit of rotation there.
Well, we'll stay in for now. We'll stay in for now. Is there? See something? Just kind of right back up in here.
Yeah, you can see a little just slow.
What is wiping right now? Is that my rear windshield wiper? This is where we're watching right here.
So again, this is the storm that's just northeast of Jackson, Mississippi right now.
All that organized, but this right here, this is where the RFD cut right here. So right there, that's where we're watching.
You should point it out for the storm chaser that doesn't know what he's doing.
What?
You should point that out for the storm chaser.
Oh, so you see how you have this clear slot behind the dark cloud there? That's the wall cloud. Then on the back side, that is your RFD clear slot.
Trying to figure where.
And then if there would be a tornado or something that would tighten up, it would just be right where the big dark scary cloud is, essentially. Okay. So
cool.
essentially right there.
Thanks.
So
I appreciate it.
Put it into normal person terms, non-nerd terms.
Okay, let's go back to radar. Freddy will be bottom middle. Okay, so back further to the south, we also have a concerning storm that's developing. A decent area of convergence right now that is east of Memphis. This is going in the direction of Bolivia right now. This is a very discreet supercell, has a hook echo and everything. This might become tornadic down the road. We need to watch this very closely. Currently a tornado warning for Bolivar, Whiteville, Henderson, and Pinson. So that is currently moving to the northeast. Let's go back to Illinois. We did have a debris signature on this storm, which I'm not sure if we still do. Let's check. And it looks like this tornado, it may have narrowly just missed that high school in Mulberry Grove. There was a high school that was in this tornado warning. So that may have narrowly just been missed by this tornado. It looks like it has occluded. But if you are in Shafter, if you're in Brownstown, Vandalia, or St. Elmo in central Illinois, you still got to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, as this storm has already produced a tornado and could again at some point down the road. We have multiple other areas of rotation also developing now down near Nashville, Oakville, and also going towards Centralia. Here in western Illinois, we need to watch that closely. And then west of Poplar Bluff, we've had strong rotation for the last several minutes on this storm that is currently moving to the northeast, going towards Elsinore.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And just to the north of Poplar Bluff. So this is a significant storm right now moving to the northeast. All right, we have another tornado warning that has just been issued. This is going to be for Washington, Clinton, and Marion counties in Illinois. And it has not popped up yet. I don't know why it's not popping up. Apparently there is a severe thunderstorm warning in Georgia, by the way. I don't even think Georgia was supposed to see severe weather today. All right, brand new tornado warning. Centralia, Salem, and Sandoval. You are now included in this tornado warning. Our areas of rotation are east of Oakville and currently tracking northeast. They'll be moving towards Kim Mundy over the next several minutes. So if you're in this area, please make sure that you are staying away from windows, lowest floor possible. We got multiple QLCS spin-ups that are attempting to happen here, which means we could get some tornadoes embedded in this cluster of storms as this tracks to the northeast. You know, this storm here is really crazy. We had a storm like this the other day. Actually, let me go to Freddy real quick. Freddy has a crazy view of this storm.
Let's go. Get some W's rolling in there.
Freddy's currently on the tornado warning cell in western Tennessee, northeast of Jackson.
What?
Let's look at the storm right now.
Hey. Yeah, Eli's membership's about to run out. Look at that cross.
It's the bottom right of your screen is a storm.
Cloud there. I might even, how close are we to 40? I might go ahead and pop down to 40. Hi, dog. Is there a dog in there?
There's a dog in there.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hi.
What's his name?
Hi, Chase.
I think Freddy bumped into a fan.
You are.
Awesome. All right. I want to show you guys this. This is Jordan Hall from Clarksburg, Tennessee, moments ago. Look at that structure. Wow. Look at that structure. Pancake tops on this thing. Got pancake layers. 1, 2, 3. And all that scud there at the bottom, too. Near Clarksburg, Tennessee. That's a heck of a structure. Herman, the main concern in North Texas will be overnight tonight. It'll be mainly large hail and an isolated tornado risk. I gotta quickly check what's on this camera. What is that? Is that just a rain shaft? It looks like, okay. I was about to say, that kind of looked like, I mean, I knew there was no tornado there, but it looked like a really weird rain shaft. All right, let's go back down to the south. Let's go down to this tornado warning near LaGrange. And the velocities are coming together a little bit more over the last couple minutes on the southern Tennessee tornado warning. This is near LaGrange going towards Hickory Valley, and Bolivar is currently in the path of this. And our rotation is intensifying a little bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have yet again another tornado warning in Tennessee. Honestly, it hasn't popped up yet. I have no clue which storm this would be. This is going to be for Hayward, Hardman, and Fayette counties in Tennessee. If you're in any of those counties, seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. All right, so this is going to be, looks like they're just going to extend. Okay, so they're basically warning two different storms now. So the one that's here near Hickory Valley, this one is going towards Henderson, Pinson, and Jackson. The new tornado warning is for a different supercell that's developing near Moscow. That's moving towards Whiteville, Somerville, and just east of Oakland. So if you're in this warning, you got to get to your safe place, just off to the east of Memphis. Moving to the northeast. This is from Bolivar in Tennessee, and this is the radar mega cyclone port. You can actually see a wall cloud right there. So we do have a lowering. Need to keep an eye on that. CJ Ziegler. I don't even have him on here. Where is he? Where is CJ? CJ on that northern storm? He is, okay. Look at CJ Ziegler right now. Holy crap. This is CJ. In a second, if he loads. Look at that. This is a drone shot right now of that the tornado warning northeast of Jackson, Tennessee. That is an impressive structure. Where's Diaz? I'm gonna keep him bottom middle. Southwest of Diaz, we do have a storm that we need to watch closely. This is back over. We got a lot of stuff happening. All right. We need to talk about this storm. So back over in Arkansas, just to the north of Bald Knob, going in the direction of Newport and Diaz, which is actually where we had an EF4 tornado just a couple weeks ago. We do have a little bit of rotation developing on this cell. It's not an imminent concern, but about 15 to 20 minutes from now, it could be, as that continues to track to the northeast. So this is an area that we need to watch very closely, as there is a potential tornado threat out of that storm. All right, so we're watching this cell again going northeast. Tuckerman will eventually be in the track of that as well. We have multiple supercells that are beginning to rotate as well back over in eastern central Arkansas between Hazen and McCrory. We also have apple-sized hail with this storm. You heard that right. Apple-sized hail, that is 3 inches in diameter, is currently falling with this supercell heading towards Cotton Plant, McCrory, west of Forest City, and southwest of Cherry Valley. So 3-inch sized hail is currently happening with this cell, right on I-40, by the way. I'm not sure if there might be a camera here. I'm more curious to see if we can see this hail core. This is what the storm looks like. Wow. This is the storm here that's producing apple-sized hail on the iDrive Arkansas camera. I don't know if we're going to see the hail or anything like that. We might have to go further up on the route here. But very ominous skies for sure here. And definitely some scud. You got a little inflow as well. This storm could produce a tornado at some point. And we definitely have a decent structure on it. That camera's out. These cameras might have gone out because of the hail. This would have been where the hail fell, but I think it already fell if it did on the interstate. An apple-sized hail with that storm. Okay, further to the south, east of Pine Bluff, we are still watching a storm that is attempting to organize east of Pine Bluff. This is moving in the direction of DeWitt and Holly Grove. This is a supercell that could end up producing a tornado threat down the road as it moves northeast. This one's been rotating for a long time. They've not yet issued a tornado warning on it. And then also south of Memphis, we have a supercell developing that's near Tunica. This will be going towards Memphis. So if you're tuning in from Memphis right now, this storm is heading in your direction. So we'll need to watch that as it moves northeast. And then just east of Memphis, we still have 2 tornado warnings for 2 completely different storms. Near Hickory Valley, Bolivar, Whiteville, and Somerville going towards Henderson. So we got one hook echo right over Moscow. It's going to be moving towards Hickory Valley. And then we got one right over Hickory Valley that's moving towards Bolivar. Bottom left of your screen is the one in Bolivar. We don't have a clean view of it yet because of the rain that's out in front of it. But in a minute, we might have a lowering on it. So we're keeping an eye on that. And then we still have a tornado warning off to the west. A new
tornado warning has been
of
issued.
Nashville near Clarksburg. That is approaching Huntington with golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a potential for a tornado as that moves to the northeast. We have a new tornado warning in Illinois. This is going to be for those in Fayette County in Illinois. So it's going to be the Vandalia storm. So they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning on a segment of storms that is currently producing the threat of tornadoes. We have multiple circulations back over near Centralia, so multiple different QLCS tornado circulations near Centralia, approaching Sandoval, and also approaching Salem. And then we also have another area of rotation that is right over Pleasant Mound that may produce a tornado near Vandalia. And we just had a tornado about 10 minutes ago on this northern storm, which it has been downgraded to radar indicated, so we no longer have a confirmed tornado on that. That is moving east-northeast. Back over in southern Missouri, near Elsinore, we still have a strong area of rotation going right over the town of Elsinore, moving northeast towards Greenville. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Also, there is some significant damage.
A new tornado
Significant tornado damage
issued.
being reported in Potosi, Missouri. Unfortunately, we are seeing now significant damage. That was our PDS tornado that we had earlier. Significant damage to homes and buildings in the area. That looked like a really strong tornado from what I'm seeing. There was I can't show them because I don't know whose photos they are, but there was a truck that was pretty much flipped over. There were cars flipped over in Potosi. Lots of trees and homes were pretty much leveled there in Potosi from a tornado that happened approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. We have another tornado warning. This is going to be for Effingham and Shelby counties with a area of rotation right over Ramsey, approaching Cowden, Stewartson, and eventually going towards Paradise, just north of Effingham. We do have some severe weather south of Nashville. I know we have some people tuning in from Nashville right now. Currently not looking at too much of a tornado concern, even though the storm that's north of Lewisburg has a little bit of circulation. Wow, actually, look at this storm. This is the storm that's going towards Nashville right now. You got a circular little base to this thing on the right side of your screen. On the radar mega cyclone port there. We're going to keep an eye on that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Here we go, guys. It's picking up. We were at 1 tornado warning, not even like 15 minutes ago, and we're now up to 11. We have a new tornado warning for Butler, Wayne, and Carter counties in Missouri. Which is going to be off to the north of Poplar Bluff. So this is
a new tornado
we have one in
warning has
Texas.
been issued.
So we have
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Can we chill out? We're up to 13 tornado warnings. We have another one. This just took a serious turn. All right, we're up to 13 tornado warnings. We got one here in Missouri. We got one back down in Texas, west of Shreveport. This is probably the biggest curveball of the day. Near Jefferson, north of Marshall, heading towards Oil City and Vivian. So this area is right over Jefferson, moving east-northeast towards Highway 49. Another mesocyclone on this. I'm not going to lie, we could hit 22 tornado warnings. We hit like 23 in our other outbreak. I think it's possible. We have a lot more storms than 13 that are rotating, by the way. I think a lot of these storms could deserve tornado warnings. The other one's in Arkansas. This is the one we talked about 10 minutes ago. South of Southside. It's going towards Swifton, Newport, Tuckerman, and as well as Newark. Rotation's intensifying on this storm, moving right up, basically Interstate 57. It's going to be tracking up I-57. That'll be moving to the northeast. You're going to be seeking shelter immediately, getting away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. And currently tracking to the northeast. Well, things have taken a turn. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit so you have an idea of where all the warnings are. Any pink polygons that you see, those are tornado warnings. We got 4 in Illinois. I got 1 in Arkansas, 1 in, or a couple there in Missouri. We got 3 in Tennessee, 1 in Louisiana, and 1 in Texas. These 2 storms need warnings. Look at this storm near DeWitt. We got a this one needs a tornado warning. We got a hook echo right now approaching DeWitt, and we also have very strong rotation. This storm's been rotating for a long time. Also, back over near Star City, that one has rotation. That one could get tornado warned. Moving to the northeast. Also, a new damage report coming out of Cotton Plant of trees reported blown down in that area. As a new report there. All right. This storm also looks concerning. It's another discrete cell northeast of Little Rock. This one has a little hook to it. A lot of lightning near Griffithville going towards Augusta. That one has a little bit of a look to it. We also have another one near McCrory that has a little hook on it. Every storm pretty much has a hook echo at this point. Almost every storm that's out in front of this line has a hook echo. The one that's near Tunica that's going towards Memphis, that one also has a hook and could produce a tornado down the road. It is currently moving to the north-northeast. They have just issued a new mesoscale discussion if you're back over in northwest Indiana or in eastern parts of Illinois. The favorable corridor for tornadoes and damaging winds exists through at least 7 o'clock here, so continue to stay vigilant and weather aware. Back up in Indiana and Illinois. Strong tornadoes still a possibility, damaging winds, and as well as large hail. The rotation on the 2 supercells that are in southern Tennessee is honestly not that impressive for what we have. We have 2 really impressive supercells, but the rotation is still struggling on these storms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And also, we still have a tornado warning off to the north of I-40. That one's also been struggling. That one's been going for a while. We do have a brand new tornado warning in Arkansas. This will be for Arkansas, Jefferson, and Monroe counties. which has not popped up yet. All right, there it is. So this is a discrete cell right now near DeWitt. It is heading towards Holly Grove, west of Marvel.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Madison County, Missouri. We have another one for Miller and Cass counties. That's back over along the Arkansas and Texas border. This rotation, again, is very concerning. It is approaching DeWitt and will eventually move towards Holly Grove, south of Clarendon. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. We also have another tornado warning back over near Texarkana. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning, south of Texarkana. Rotation is right over Linden, moving to the northeast. Also, this is in Bolivar right now. In Missouri. Or sorry, in Tennessee. Bolivar in Tennessee. We have a large lowering here. This is the storm that's south of Jackson right now. So, despite the rotation being somewhat weak at the surface, we still have a pretty decent lowering trying to form here on this tornado warning in Bolivar. There's also a pretty decent amount of lightning with it. I'd say this is March Madness, but we're not even in March anymore. I feel like the outbreak of severe weather that we had on March 14th was more madness than anything. Wow, there was a big CG there. I just missed that. Rotation is intense. We might get a new tornado warning here in a moment as well for this storm going towards Tunica, South Haven, in northwest Mississippi. This rotation's been intensifying a little bit right along Highway 61, moving to the northeast. There's actually a camera looking, I think, at this storm. This is in Mississippi. Not really seeing anything lowering, but the clouds are moving pretty fast. I think that's looking at it. That's the storm near Tunica right now, moving northeast. Storm near Bolivar is still looking a little bit more concerning in Tennessee. We got two supercells pretty much right next to each other here. In southwest Tennessee that are going to be capable of producing tornadoes. All right, let's go all the way back up to the north. First, I'm going to go to Indiana because we do have some storms rolling in here right now. It looks like the storms that are moving into Indiana have become... ooh, look at that. We got a strong area of rotation near Goodland in Indiana. This should be tornado warned. Strong area of rotation right over the north side of Goodland, approaching I-65 in Indiana. That is probably going to get tornado warned. Going towards Rensselaer and Hanging Grove. Are the track of a tight little cup that has developed here just in the last scan. Moving to the northeast. We still have tornado warnings back over in central southern parts of Illinois. We got 4 right now. Multiple areas of rotation. They're all embedded in the line of storms. It's going to be hard to see since we're in between a radar hole. But multiple areas of rotation all along this line of thunderstorms moving to the east-northeast. You'll be in your safe place if you are in this warning or any of these warnings. We got 4 different ones here that are in place. I do want to give you guys a heads up. If you are in basically anywhere in this area, let me try to zoom into this. Anywhere in this area, we are expecting significant flooding to become a concern here pretty soon. Anywhere from northeast Texas all the way back up into western Kentucky, upwards of 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour are possible here. So a significant flooding risk is going to be happening, while we also have a threat of severe weather happening. So expect flash flooding to really increase here over the next couple of hours. If you're back up in Newport and Tuckerman and Swiftton right now in northeastern Arkansas, you got to be in your safe place. Our rotation, again, is coming together on this supercell. It has a hook echo, once again, going basically right up Interstate 57. Going to be going towards Tuckerman. I'm going to see if we have a camera view of this. Northern tornado warning. All right, not quite yet. I'm going to zoom right out back again, just in case you guys are just tuning in. We are currently up to 13 tornado warnings. The one northeast of Shreveport was canceled, but we still have 2 in effect in northeast Texas. We have 4 in effect in southern Illinois. We have 2 in southeast Missouri, and then we have 2 in Tennessee, and then 2 in Arkansas. And I'm surprised we don't have one right now in Indiana, because the rotation was pretty strong. Let's see if the latest scan still shows that. And yeah, this needs to be tornado warned. We might have a tornado trying to drop, or maybe even one on the ground approaching I-65 right now in northwest Indiana. Another storm that has become even more concerning is back over in Arkansas. This cell right here. We got a little nudger. This thing's going to drop a tornado, I think. Look at this cell. Look at that supercell look. This thing's about to drop a tornado. And it could be strong and potentially significant. This is near DeWitt in Arkansas. It's going to be going basically towards Almira and Holly Grove, just south of Clarendon. This could be a significant long-tracked tornadic supercell with how it looks right now. Unless it falls apart like the other ones, but we just got a little nudger on this thing. And it looks like a tornado is trying to wrap up here on the west side of DeWitt. And every single storm right now has a hook echo. Every single one of them. We even have one near Cotton Plant. It's producing significant hail and a potential tornado risk. I'm going to go back over to south of Memphis here. This storm south of Memphis, we're getting a couple little storm mergers on the south side. After that's done, this one could also go a little bit crazy. So we're going to need to watch that closely. Let's go back to Tennessee. We still have a couple tornado warnings in place here in Tennessee. This is back over near Toone, Sillerton, Bolivar, Wilston, and Somerville, where we still have 2 hook echoes on these storms. The rotation on these cells have been kind of struggling as well. Our Tennessee threat, for whatever reason, I think it's just overmixing. Our Tennessee threat, though, has been struggling a little bit when it comes to the area of rotations that we've had. We still have a rotation over Bolivar. We still have a little bit west of Hickory Creek. Continue to stay in your safe place.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
These 2 warnings, in case they do end up ramping up. We have yet again another tornado warning. This is going to be for Monroe and Woodruff counties near Cotton Plant. This storm's been also ramping up and trying to produce a tornado. So you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building near Hunter and Cotton Plant. Moving to the northeast, it'll be approaching the east side also of McCrory. East side of McCrory, you're in the path of this. There is a report as of 7 minutes ago of a rotating wall cloud, by the way. There is a report of a rotating wall cloud on this storm that is currently near Cotton Plant. We are currently sitting at 28 severe thunderstorm warnings and now 15 tornado warnings. We have another one for Arkansas, Jefferson, and Lincoln counties. And that's going to be an extension. So essentially, no, this is a different one. So this is the southern storm. So we have another tornado warning. We have 2 different discrete cells next to each other near DeWitt, Gillett, and Grady. There are 2 tornado warnings, both for 2 different storms. Our strongest rotation right now is going to be over the west side of DeWitt. And then we have another strong rotation west of Gillett. Also, on the camera here in Bolivar, we still have a lowering, and there's some CG right there.
A new tornado
cloud to ground lightning.
Issued.
We have a lowering on this starting to develop, which has been kind of there for a while. And there's a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this storm, too. That's the second time in like 5 seconds that we had cloud to ground lightning on that storm. We have yet again another tornado warning in Louisiana and Arkansas. This is going to be along the border somewhere. We already have 2 tornado warnings in place back over south of Texarkana, one of which is actually intensifying quickly near Jefferson, Texas. This rotation's intensifying. That's moving towards Highway 43. And we have another tornado warning back over near Haynesville, Emerson, and Shongaloo. That's moving northeast. This one was the one that came from Shreveport. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. We now officially have a confirmed tornado.
Warning has been issued.
We now have a confirmed tornado near DeWitt. So this tornado has been confirmed by a spotter. There is a tornado in progress on the northwest side of DeWitt. So that has just dropped. We have another tornado warning that has been issued, and this is all the way back up in Fayette County in Illinois. So Fayette County, Illinois, you are now in a tornado warning. To be honest, I have no clue where this is, but we're just going to wait. I leave for 20 minutes and there's suddenly 17 tornado warnings. So that's what I'm saying. I've been saying this like for hours now. I mean, this was going to uptick, and it's upticked actually a bit further than I expected in about an hour. At 5 o'clock, we had 1 tornado warning, and everybody was saying this was a bust, and now we have 17 tornado warnings and 32 severe thunderstorm warnings. The new tornado warning is going to be north of Avena, near Brownstown and St. Elmo. Rotation is going to be approaching Beecher City, Stewartson, and Shumway, going towards Effingham. If I had to guess, we're probably going to get a tornado warning near Effingham here soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Up to 18 tornado warnings. We have another tornado warning in effect. This is going to be 19 tornado warnings. We have one.
Has been issued.
19 tornado warnings. We have one now for Monroe, Woodruff, and Prairie counties in Arkansas. This is unbelievable, guys. I cannot believe we have this many. I kind of figured going into today we might have a lot of tornado warnings. I didn't think we'd have almost 20 at a given time. The new one is another different supercell east of Little Rock, near Clarendon and Brinkley, going towards I-40. Oh my goodness.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground.
And now we have a PDS
Seek
tornado.
Shelter immediately.
All right, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is now in progress. This is the one near DeWitt. Oh, that's huge. We have a huge tornado right now on the northwest side of DeWitt. Big debris signature. This is likely going to be a long-tracked supercell. This is currently producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is heading in the direction of Holly Grove. This is a significant tornado over Kittlers. It's going to be approaching Emmanuel and as well as LaGrue. This is by far the largest tornado that we've seen today. And this is probably producing some significant damage. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. If you got a mattress, you need to put that over top of you. If you have a helmet, you need to put that over top of you as well. This is a significant tornado right now moving to the northeast, producing potentially catastrophic damage right now near Kittlers. This is a very strong area of rotation as well, moving to the northeast. Let me get some callouts on this. We're going to go back down in tornado warnings in a second, since a lot of them do expire at 6. Once again, a significant tornado currently in progress northwest of DeWitt in southeastern Arkansas. This is approaching Almira. Currently, this tornado is hitting... I mean, it's on the ground. It's going to be hitting the south side of Almira. There's a lot of homes here, including the Murphy's Bakery and Burgers, the Ward Land Levelers, and we also...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning now in Wisconsin. I'll go to that in a second. This is going to be approaching also the Brickery Construction and also the Almira City Hall. And this is hitting that town right now. We got a significant tornado hitting the small town of Almira in Arkansas. This is what it looks like, by the way. That's what the town looks like. It's a small town, but there's probably about a couple hundred people at least that live there. We now have a tornado warning in Wisconsin. I'm going to go up there real quick. South of Madison. There's a little area of rotation approaching Fulton, Edgerton, and Albion, moving to the east-northeast. And we have another one. We're up to 19 again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Craighead, Cross, and Poinsett counties in Arkansas. Waiting for it to pop up here. All right, this is now south of Jonesboro. This is a concerning storm due to population density. Strong area of rotation right now, approaching Harrisburg, moving towards Truman, Marked Tree, and Lepanto. So if you are in this area, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently moving east-northeast towards Truman, Lepanto, and Marked Tree. My system isn't slow, by the way. Our tornado warning notifications come in faster a lot of the time than radars do. I'm just letting you guys know, like, a warning will come in soon, and sometimes it just takes a minute or whatever. So I'm just letting you guys know. Our warnings do come in faster because we have a faster source to them. Also, we're probably going to get a tornado warning here in a moment north of Griffithville. That's moving towards Augusta right now. There's a stronger area of rotation developing on that, moving towards Tupelo. And rotation's pretty strong right now, right over Hunter, northeast of Cotton Plant. We got a supercell there. Tornado is still very significant right now. We got a major tornado again in progress near Elmira in Arkansas. This is approaching Emmanuel. And then also approaching West Point, Arkansas. I think this is the one I just talked about, right? Yeah, okay. So West Point, Arkansas, again, that one is also becoming more concerning. The rotation is intensifying aloft. This one might not be far from producing a tornado as it moves towards Augusta and McCrory.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have once again another tornado warning. Jackson, Woodruff.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We could hit a record tonight of tornado warnings. I mean, we got 12 minutes to get
a new tornado warning has been issued.
We have 3 more tornado warnings. We got one in Jasper County, Indiana, one in Cross, St. Francis, and Poinsett counties in Arkansas, and then we got another one in Jasper County in Indiana. So a ton of new warnings that have just been issued. Let's go to Indiana first, and then I'm going to go back to Arkansas. And yeah, we have strong rotation right now. This is something we've been talking about for a while. This is approaching Francisville and North Judson. Moving to the northeast, it'll be approaching Knox over the next 20 minutes or so. So seek shelter. You'll see the tornado warning pop up, presumably here in a second, as this continues to track to the northeast. And if I had to assume, they're going to issue another warning in about 5 minutes going towards North Judson and Knox. So be ready to go to your safe place if you're in any of those locations. I'm going to quickly refresh my radar, ignore my terrible desktop photo. Funnel on the bottom left, that's Scud. Okay. Radar Omega has broken. All right, I gotta go to radar scope here for a second. Dude, come on. Try this one more time. All right, well, we have to go to radar scope here for a time being because Omega crashed. Actually, I might do weather-wise. All right, well, to begin with, again, northwest of DeWitt, we still have a significant tornado in progress. So this is a significant tornado going towards Holly Grove right now. Still a debris signature right over the town of Elmira. If you are in this warning, you got to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. as it continues to track to the northeast. I'm going to try weather-wise. Back down to 20 tornado warnings. Close radar, Omega, and task manager. All right, let me try that. It's not showing up in my task manager. Yeah, it's legitimately just broken. Let me try opening it and closing it on here. Try one more time. No, it's literally just broken. Radar Omega broke from all the tornado warnings that we have. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm pulling up weather-wise. That'll be our alternative for now. All right, latest radar scan on our DeWitt storm. This is again north of Almira. Velocities are still very strong. We may have a tornado with this. Again, currently moving to the northeast. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. It's still a dangerous storm moving towards Holly Grove. And we currently have a 20 tornado. We still have 20 tornado warnings, so there's a bunch. I've used weather-wise, but it's just so messy. Run it through admin. I don't know if that's going to do anything. This is actually so frustrating. Why is this happening now? It's still broken. Does anybody have any solution? Is it just down? Okay, our servers are just down. Their servers are down. Okay. Fishers, Arkansas. We have a tornado. I'm going to need some help with the locations because I can't just search this anymore. Fishers, Arkansas is now on the ground. So we have a tornado in progress in Fishers, Arkansas. Apparently Omega is just entirely down right now. Okay, I'm getting an idea where Fishers is here. We're about to have a tornado drop back over near Wynn, just west of Colt.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground.
So we're about to have a
Seek
tornado
shelter
drop there
immediately.
near Wynn and Colt, going towards Parkin and Cherry Valley. That's south of Fisher. Apparently the Fisher storm has a tornado debris signature, which I'm not seeing on the radar right now, but there is a tornado debris signature on that storm moving to the northeast. The tornado warning is still PDS back over near DeWitt. So that storm is still currently a PDS tornado warning. Radar Omega is still down for me. Okay, it's back. Thank God. I was about to lose my mind. All right, it's back. All right, let's update you again. All right, so going back northeast of Little Rock, the Fisher storm. We had a tornado debris signature. We have again a lot of supercells that are currently happening. We got a lot of areas of rotation. Every storm that is tornado warned is rotating. There's just no doubt about that. We have another tornado warning that has just been issued. That's gonna be back up in Illinois. So that's gonna be for Clay and Effingham counties. So that'll pop up here in a second. But if you're in Effingham or in the Watson area, you got to be in your safe place. This is a dangerous storm. It's embedded in a line of thunderstorms moving currently to the east-northeast. We have another tornado warning that has just been issued. That is going to be back over in Balinger, Cape Girardeau, and Perry counties. So those areas, you are now in a new tornado warning. We have really strong rotation right now on 2 cells in southeast Missouri. We have one that's currently going towards Perryville and Chester, and we have another one that's near Greenville going towards Oak Ridge and Jackson. So 2 very strong areas of rotation, and both of them are capable of producing tornadoes as they continue to move to the northeast. So very dangerous storms right now moving to the northeast. Off to the northwest of Oak Ridge, we still have very strong rotation right now approaching Perryville. And we also have another area of rotation that's going to kind of be embedded in this line moving to the east-northeast.
A new
We're up to
tornado
22 tornado
warning has been
warnings.
issued.
We have another one in Indiana. That's going to be an extension to this tornado warning, I believe. We're up to 22. Area of rotation right now is just to the northwest of Francisville, approaching North Judson, and eventually going towards Knox, just to the west of Winnemac. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning, moving to the east-northeast. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning there. All right. Let's go back further to the south here. All right, another tornado warning was just issued for this storm that's heading towards Piggott, Campbell, and Malden. Rotation is currently embedded right here in this little segment of storms moving to the east-northeast. Looks like we also have rotation maybe just west here, Poplar Bluff, but it's hard to tell. We're in between a bunch of radar sites. So there might be a little bit of rotation there moving east-northeast. Also, they have just issued a new large severe thunderstorm warning near Jackson. We've had 2 storms rotating here for quite a while. None of these have produced tornadoes. They've been close, though. They're moving northeast, and they're going to be tracking towards Luray, Lexington, and the Jackson area. So continue to be in your safe place if you're in those warnings. We just have a slew of warnings right now in eastern Arkansas. The one near DeWitt, I'm not seeing as much of a debris signature anymore. However, it looks like we just had a tornado drop near Holly Grove again. That might be a tornado. That might also be clear air. We might have a tornado. I don't think it's 100%. That might be clear air, but that's moving towards Holly Grove. It'll be approaching Blackton, BB Junction, and also heading towards Smale, Monroe, and Park Grove. Again, tracking to the northeast right now. And this storm right now near I-40 near Brinkley is probably about to produce. The rotation's been stronger on that storm for several minutes now. Near Brinkley. Where is Brinkley on this map? I'm going to see. There might be a camera here in Brinkley. All right, I do see there is a camera in Brinkley. It's pretty scuddy right now. No like definitive lowering. So if there's anything on that, we'll obviously go to it. Strong area of rotation right now, approaching Wynn and Cherry Valley here in northeastern Arkansas. That is moving in the direction of Marked Tree and Harrisburg. We have a total amount right now in eastern Arkansas, about 8 or 9 different tornado warnings, which is crazy. We also just got a new tornado warning for Effingham County in Illinois, as that rotation's ramping up right now. Rotation is intensifying right now. Again, moving to the northeast near Effingham, going towards D-Rich and eventually Greenup. This is a live shot right now from Bolivar, and currently still seeing a lowering. I've obviously had at the bottom right of your screen. This is a tornado warning cell. So, oh, there's more cloud to ground lightning. That storm's been trying to produce here for a while. Alright, we're about to be down to a few... we're at least going to drop a little bit, I think. Alright, there you go. We're back down to 19 tornado warnings. So a slight improvement over what we had before. So we're back to 19 tornado warnings, 16 severe thunderstorm warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Marion County and Illinois.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're going to hit 25. We're just going to. We're going to hit 25. We have a new tornado warning on this storm back over west of Vivian. Right now near Highway 43, it's going towards I-49. Hook Echo right now is near Highway 43, moving northeast. Very strong inflow on this storm. And Hook Echo moving to the northeast. Again, velocities on radar have not been overly impressive with this storm, but it is still a concerning storm with the environment it is in. It is currently moving to the northeast, and it could produce a tornado going towards Bradley. This is one of the larger supercells that I think we've seen today. And then also we got a new tornado warning near Cape Girardeau. So Cape Girardeau and Scott City, you are in a tornado warning just off to the north of Puxico. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. That is currently moving to the east. Oops. Is moving currently to the east-northeast. And we have another one in Illinois. This one's going to be east of Salem. They're probably going to issue another warning here in a second north of Fairfield, which would bring us back to 22. The rotation right now is going to be approaching the east side of Luca, and it's going to be moving towards Johnsonville and as well as Sisney in central southern Illinois. And we are very close again to seeing a tornado in Indiana. We have very strong rotation approaching North Judson and Knox in Indiana. The rotation again is very strong, moving to the northeast. So there is a chance that again we get a strong tornado out of this here in northwestern Indiana as that continues to move to the northeast. Also, the tornado warning in Wisconsin has ended, so we no longer have a tornado warning up here. Just letting you guys know. That was kind of one of the more surprising tornado warnings that we've had so far. Zelma, Missouri. Yeah, okay. This is the one that just got tornado warned. I honestly think that there is a chance, obviously a lot of you that might be watching are in Cape Girardeau. There is a chance here that we do get a tornado with this. The rotation is really rain-wrapped right now, and it has become stronger. It is going to be moving into Scott City, Chaffee, and Cape Girardeau and Jackson over the next several minutes, so we need to watch that closely. This is one of the craziest radar shots that you'll probably, really ever see. This right here. We have so many different supercells with hook echoes on them. Like, every one of these has a hook. Every single one of these storms in eastern Arkansas. And this is all in the high risk, by the way, of tornadoes. Also, apparently a tornado was just reported in Poinsett County, according to law enforcement. So that's just been reported. The velocities are still very strong on this storm near Wynn and Cherry Valley, going towards Parkin. We're probably going to have a tornado with this as it continues to move east-northeast. Connor Croft is actually getting close to this, which we'll have him up here whenever he gets closer. Rotation's also a bit on the stronger side of things right now on the north side of Brinkley. Okay, new tornado watch was just issued. Go figure. New tornado watch has just been issued. This is going to include Kentucky and southern Indiana, with several tornadoes likely. Okay. Several tornadoes are likely across southern Indiana and as well as central western parts of Kentucky. Scattered hail up to 2 inches is likely, and then scattered wind gusts up to about 70 miles per hour is also likely. Again, brand new tornado watch has been issued. Also, latest mesoscale discussion here in eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, and southeast Missouri, indicating that this is a very favorable environment for several strong to intense supercellular tornadoes over the next couple of hours. So if you're in Memphis, Dyersburg, Jonesboro, east of Pine Bluff, you need to be on alert. All right, this is a very significant threat that is going to be taking place.
Has been issued.
Again, EF3, EF4 tornadoes are possible. It's a very dangerous situation right now that's evolving. There is a report in Waldenburg in Arkansas. Where's Waldenburg? Tornado has been reported, and this is a PDS tornado. I don't know if I missed it, but there was a large stovepipe tornado reported on this approximately 10 minutes ago, heading towards Truman and Lake City. And so if we can show that, I will show it. But again, this has actually been producing apparently a stovepipe tornado.
This is an emergency alert.
We have one now in
a large
Missouri.
and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Okay. before we go to Cape Girardeau, there's a large tornado heading towards Cape Girardeau. This right here looks very concerning too. That's going towards Campbell and Clarkton and Malden. Another potentially significant tornado trying to develop there. We now have a PDS tornado warning. This can be for Scott, Wayne, Belanger, Stoddard, and Cape Girardeau counties. We have a significant tornado in progress right now, moving towards Zalma. This is also going towards Advance, Chaffee, Delta, and again, Cape Girardeau is in the path of this. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. This is a significant storm currently that is moving towards Cape Girardeau. All right. Hayden, I don't know if you're here, but can you help me get the camera numbers? I'm going to try to add them on here on Cape Girardeau. Yeah, this is a significant tornado right now, right over Zalma. That right there is a large tornado that is developing. Could be intense to potentially even violent, depending on its evolution here over the next few minutes. It's a very dangerous storm. Okay, I got 96. I'm going to put that bottom middle. Connor's also coming up on the PDS tornado warning near Truman. We're going to keep a close eye on him. He's bottom right of your screen. That's Truman, Arkansas. If you have any friends or family, by the way, in any of the risk area, please make sure that they're aware of the situation. We've obviously, it's been warned about all day. We're going to have a tornado outbreak. We are now in the tornado outbreak stage. It is really getting intense. We have a lot of different tornado warnings, and we have a lot of tornadoes that are on the ground that are going to continue to drop here, especially over the next 3 to 4 hours. Feel free to share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live here this entire time, covering this threat of severe weather. The Truman storm is starting to ramp back up again, currently moving to the northeast towards Bay and Truman. So this storm's starting to ramp up again. Also in Jackson, Tennessee, we may get a tornado warning on this here soon. Bottom left of your screen, looks like we have a wall cloud in Jackson. So we have a couple storms in Tennessee that are attempting to rotate again. And yeah, apparently Hunter wants to talk to me.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hey man, I'm going to be heading up to Mark Street, Arkansas. It's about a 20-minute drive from me. And I think there's like 3 PDS tornado warning storms coming, like training up to that area. So I'll be able to hop from cell to cell to cell. But just letting you know, if I see any damage, I'll likely just end my stream and chase there and help out if I can.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a new tornado warning for Cross and St. Arkansas. This is going to go towards Wynn. This is now, we're now up to 23 tornado warnings. So this is tying a record on our stream. I don't know if we've ever had more than 23 in a given time. I'm pretty sure this is like a tied record. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, though, if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous storm right now, moving to the northeast.
And
we've now officially hit a record on our stream. We're up to 24 tornado warnings. Brand new one for Arkansas and Monroe counties. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. If you are in, we're up to 25.
Tornado warning has been issued.
This is insane. I've never seen anything like this. This is actually even more insane than the last outbreak.
A
26.
new tornado warning has been issued.
The new tornado warning is an extension in southern Missouri here for a very strong area of rotation.
This is an urgent
that
alert.
is moving in the direction
tornado is on
of
the ground.
Bernie.
Seek shelter immediately.
This is going to be moving towards Malden as well. If you are in any of this tornado warning, you gotta be in your safe place. The rotation's been pretty strong on this here for the last several minutes. Let's go back to Cape Girardeau. We have a large tornado again heading towards Cape Girardeau in Missouri. And the last scan that we're seeing, the tornado is at least a little bit smaller. So let's hope that continues to weaken as it continues to track east. It is going towards Chaffee and eventually towards Cape Girardeau and Kelso as well over the next several minutes. I'm going to zoom out real quick. We'll go full screen just to give you an idea of all the tornado warnings that we actively have. Here is the entire view. I don't know if you'll ever really see something like this in the near future, but we have 26 tornado warnings from northwest Indiana back to just north of Shreveport, Louisiana. Just about every place in the high risk right now is under a tornado warning, which is crazy to think. This is our high risk. And actually, some of these aren't even in the high risk. But, like, almost half of this high risk is under some level of a tornado warning. This is a major tornado outbreak that is happening. And there are probably tornadoes happening that are, like, even in Illinois right now, that are happening in this line that we just don't know about. I mean, look how many storms are rotating right now in this line. We got one east of Effingham, we got one north of Louisville, we got another one near Flora. I mean, legitimately, any of these storms could have tornadoes on the ground at any time. Let me go back up to Indiana real quick, near Judson. We're going to get a new tornado warning in a second, probably, for those near Kankakee, west of Plymouth in Indiana. Rotation is still strong enough for a tornado there, and they're probably going to have to extend a new tornado warning there here momentarily. Connor is now getting a good view. Connor's on... Let me go full screen to Connor real quick. Connor Croft is on the storm. I think near Truman, that was PDS.
You guys see it, guys?
This storm had a large tornado. It's now down to observed. Velocity's bottom right of your screen.
I know. I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, I should be able to see it.
I'm taking a quick breather.
I feel like I have a clear view of the entire base. I'm not seeing anything completely like consolidated right now. Maybe it's like you got a little vortices coming.
No longer a tornado outbreak, it's a tornado apocalypse. That's what somebody just said in the chat. Hey, Georgia, for the super chat. Okay.
I can see a giant wall cloud and not much else.
Wall cloud's rotating like crazy.
We're about to have a tornado on this. I think we're about to have a tornado drop on this storm. The rotation is super tight on radar. And Connor's looking at it right now. I think this is about to drop.
Tighter and tighter.
Velocities are very strong on radar. Let me check and see. Brandon said he saw something too. Okay, Brandon's a little bit in a different spot. Let me go back to Connor. This tornado will be approaching the downtown area of Truman.
Velocity, couple of is just looking downright gnarly, though.
This is a closer view of that wall cloud on the radar Omega Cyclone port in Truman. So again, rapidly rotating wall cloud right now, moving into town. This is where we'll be looking for a tornado to plant, which honestly, I think we're about to see one with how strong the rotation is on radar. And Indiana might be on the ground. Let me double check. We may have a tornado in progress. If we do, it's approaching Knox, Indiana. Knox, Indiana, you're currently in the track of a tornadic supercell. 27 tornado warnings. We got a new one in Tennessee.
A new tornado warning
This is for about 6-7 different counties. This is heading towards Jackson. We're now up to 28. Jackson and Lexington. Catastrophic tornado warnings. I'm not laughing as in like this is like funny. This is actually kind of scary. We have 29 tornado warnings. I've never seen anything like this. Again, we have 29 tornado. We're about to hit 30. We're at 29 tornado warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm pretty sure the one near Jackson just got tornado warning. We got severe storms rolling in right now to Clarksville. So we need to watch those closely.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have now a new PDS tornado warning as well for Craighead and Poinsett counties. That's that's this storm. This is back to PDS. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado here near Truman. This is the one that Connor's on. Let me go back to full screen and Connor. Connor is on this, and apparently there's a large tornado on this storm.
Okay, Brandon, this might be a stupid question, but is it more on the right?
A new tornado.
We just hit 30 tornado warnings, by the way. We just did, and it just dropped. By the way, so we just hit 30 tornado warnings.
Yeah, that's what I figured, but I was just like, I'm looking at both because I'm like, I just don't see it condensed, but I guess it doesn't have to be condensed for it to be ground circulation.
Apparently, this is a non-condensed large tornado coming towards Truman. That is a tornado that could become a large tornado too. Do we have any chasers that are closer to this? Okay, Connor's the closest one. This is a large tornado right now on the northwest side of Truman in Arkansas. It's a non-condensed tornado, so it doesn't look like a tornado from that distance. It looks like a wall cloud, but there is debris basically being lifted up there at the ground level.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And it's right beyond those trees right there. There's a very eerie sight right now driving through this town with the sirens going off too. This is going to be a strong tornado, by the way. This is significant, probably.
On the other side of town here.
Velocities are extremely strong on radar crossing I-555. I'm going to keep Connor bottom right. There's also a camera. I don't know if this has a view, though. It looks like it might be down. I don't want to crash the app again. Intense, possibly violent tornado in progress if this is fully condensed and on the ground, which, again, we think it is. Right now, approaching Bay, and it's going to be moving into Lake City, Arkansas over the next few minutes. We still have a PDS tornado warning for Cape Girardeau, but we have not had a debris signature in a while, so I don't think this is still in progress. But if you are in Cape Girardeau, continue to treat this warning very seriously. We're going to go back to Connor in a second. Let me go back down to the southern tornado warning. The DeWitt storm still has strong rotation approaching Holly Grove. That's going to be going towards Mariana. We have multiple storms that are rotating. Yeah, at this point, if you're in a tornado warning, just seek shelter. That's like the best advice I can give you. This is, again, turning into a serious situation. I'm going to try to see if we can get that camera on Radar Mega here. All right, let's see if Connor has anything.
Guys, get inside.
Apparently, there's people outside trying to look at this tornado. That is crazy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rotation's bottom right of your screen. Connor's coming up on this tornado. Guys, if you're in a tornado warning, don't go outside.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
Don't go
is on the
outside.
ground.
I don't know why in the
Seek
world people are
shelter
just outside here. It's a It's a PDS tornado warning.
Coming down, guys. On the ground, tornado. Tornado down.
Calm down.
Yep, rapidly growing, rapidly.
This is gonna be a potentially violent tornado. That's the tornado right there, but it's gonna grow in size.
Oh, wow, very, very powerful tornado.
Yeah, this is the Truman tornado that is intensifying rapidly.
I cannot see it from my vantage point.
Very, very powerful tornado, guys.
Power flash right there too. That's hitting people. This is in Bay. This is in Bay, Arkansas right now.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is currently right in Bay. Oh my goodness, this thing is growing in size rapidly. This is a significant tornado.
Wedging out.
This is probably gonna be a wedge tornado.
Big tornado wedging out.
Going to Brandon. I think Brandon Kopic might have this too. All right, he's a little bit further back. I'm gonna go back to Connor.
Warning has been issued.
Connor has a large tornado right now, again on the north side of Truman, Arkansas, right over Bay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Violent. Violent tor.
He has it on the right side of your screen if you can't see it. But this tornado, again, right over Bay right now in Arkansas. It's approaching Lake City and will be going towards Black Oak as well over the next several minutes. This is a significant tornado right now moving northeast. It is probably a violent tornado, if I had to guess. It is probably producing a lot of damage. And it is moving to the northeast very, very quickly. We have tornado warnings again everywhere. It's going to be impossible for me to cover every single tornado warning. We have multiple right now from southern Illinois back into central eastern parts of Arkansas. And we have a large one for Jackson, which that storm has been rotating too. but it's been still struggling. And we apparently have an observed tornado back over here as well. All right, we need to go back. Let's go to Connor. Connor has a huge tornado right now on the north side of Truman. I'm going to Storm Intermediate too. Storm Intermediate has a clear view. That is a large tornado. You can see it right there in the middle left. Going towards Lake City and Black Oak and Monette.
Alright, I'm gonna double back. 100% sure it looks like it's headed for Black Oak.
Lake City, yes, it's terrible. Lake City, please take shelter in Lake City. Please, this is a terrible situation here. This is violent. It's hitting Bay right now.
The velocity, the gate-to-gate shear, I think, is around 200 miles per hour, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that tornado. It's huge. It's gonna be moving right into... It's right over Bay. This is Storm Intermediate. A little bit further back, they also have this tornado.
It's literally 5 seconds. It's fine.
I don't know what happened there, camera. Brandon Kopic. Let me see if Connor's back. Connor, yeah. This is either an intense or violent tornado right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This tornado is still very intense right now near Lunsted and going towards Lake City. The debris signature is significant. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado emergency on this.
Big time tornado headed for Lake City, guys. It's wedging out. It's wedging out. Oh my goodness. It's gonna cross the road right in front of us, everyone. We're going in for intercept here. Going in for intercept, guys.
I have no words. On radar bottom right, we have a huge debris signature on the east side of town. This is a deadly tornado. Hopefully, guys, if you're in Lake City,
this is an
you need to get to your safe place.
A large and
you really do.
Tornado is on the ground.
If you're in Lake City, if you're in Black Oak, Monette, you've got to be in your safe place. If you're in a mobile home or trailer park, you got to ride it out in a ditch or get to a sturdy structure. This is a major tornado right now heading towards Black Oak, Monette, and Lake City. This is, I hate to say it, but it's probably a deadly tornado. This is a significant tornado right now. This is where it's at right now. North of Truman in Arkansas. It is tracking towards Lake City, Monette, Leechville, Manila. Long term, it's going towards Blytheville and as well as Gosnell. And it will go into really extreme southern parts of Missouri. The debris signature is obviously significant, and by what we've seen, this is a monster tornado. Storm Intermediate has a crazy view of this too. I don't see a way that this does not go PDS, or not PDS, tornado emergency or something like that. That is just a full-blown wedge. There's no other way to put it. This is a wedge tornado right now that is currently impacting the town of. It's going to be impacting Lake City in Arkansas.
It's going to go close, but I think it's going to cross.
This is a wedge tornado.
Horizontal vortices.
Going back to Connor. Oh my god.
Jeez, man.
Worst case scenario is currently unfolding. This is
Please go north of Lake City. Please go north of Lake City.
This is just a wedge right now that's going to be hitting Lake City.
Please go north of Lake City. Lake City, you got to be in your shelter right now. Oh my goodness. This wind's going to blow me off the road here. We're going in, guys.
Storm Intermediate still has a wedge.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Holy crap.
Huge horizontal.
And it's a tornado emergency.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning.
This is a tornado emergency. This is the highest level tornado warning you can possibly get. This is a catastrophic tornado that is in progress. We now have a tornado emergency. You need to be in... You have to get underground if you're in this warning, if you can. This is an absolutely insane tornado. Violent, potentially even worse than that right now, heading into Lake City. This is, again, the tornado. It is a wedge. It is a wedge tornado.
Do you see the horizontal vortices?
Oh my goodness.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. Careful with lightning, Garrett. We got a lot of CGs. You might want to get in the car.
This is so scary.
God, please don't hit Lake City. Please don't hit Lake City.
Oh my goodness. This is a 1 to 2 mile large wedge.
Power flashes again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh my god. You can hear it roaring. You can hear it roaring.
I'm going to Connor. I'm going to go back to Connor. Connor's in the RFD surge. He's in a scary position.
Big RFD here.
He's in the RFD. Connor's like in. He's not in the tornado, but he's in the RFD surge.
Yeah, tornado emergency.
Again, this is the wedge tornado right now.
Okay, if you or anybody is in Lake City, you literally have like a minute to take shelter if you haven't already. I hope to God you are. Power flash again.
Oh my goodness.
I hope I don't see debris. Oh God, I don't see debris.
Connor's up. People. Oh my goodness. There is serious damage. There is serious damage. This is a destructive tornado. I really hope to God everybody's okay in that house.
Nobody. We're good here.
Okay, nobody in that house, thank God. This is Storm Intermedia. This tornado might be 2 miles wide. This is just huge.
Go a little bit. Can we go a little bit that way?
This is going to be going to Monette and Leechville in northeast Arkansas.
A new tornado
Brandon
warning has
Kopic is
been
like
issued.
inside of this tornado right now. Brandon Kopic's got to be careful. He's like inside of it. Or maybe in the RFD, one of the two. Might have been RFD.
Yeah, no kidding. I don't really know how much further you want to go. It's just keep on. Just
There's major damage. Connor's driving through it too. I'm gonna go back to live radar. Just guys, if you're just tuning in, this is a major tornado that is in progress right now in northeastern Arkansas, and it's gonna be moving into Missouri. They have issued a rare tornado emergency. This is the highest level tornado warning that you can possibly get, including areas near Leechville and also heading towards Blytheville as well. It's going to also go towards Cartherville, which is in southeastern Missouri. This is a wedge tornado that has been in progress over the last several minutes. You've got to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a catastrophic tornado that is currently in progress. We've had a huge debris signature on this as well. You can see it right here. There is significant debris. We've seen it with Connor too. There's major tornado damage. This is a violent tornado that is still moving to the northeast and is going to be moving in the direction of Blytheville. Also, the Cape Girardeau storm is still PDS. There is a new tornado in progress that's approaching Cape Girardeau in Missouri. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. There is a new tornado, once again, that is approaching this area. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, as this is another tornado that is in progress going towards Cape Girardeau. We are currently sitting at 24 tornado warnings. We have this tornado emergency, obviously. And we're going to go back to Storm Intermedia, who has this. Connor is currently in the damage area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is a view of it.
It's literally right there.
It looks like this tornado's gotten like rain wrapped or something.
Listen to the wind.
Or even wind wrapped, which would mean like wind getting wrapped around it.
Caught by this.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
What do you propose we do? Well, I'm trying to
go back, turn around. It's gonna looks like it's gonna miss Black Oak to the north, and it's gonna hit Manette.
Okay.
Let me go back to Brandon Kopic. This is a photo from moments ago. This was from Brandon Kopic, who was on this tornado. This is a close-up from Brandon Kopic, who's also on YouTube. We still have a serious tornado right now approaching Monette. Obviously, you can't see it as well as before, but this has become like a rain-wrapped tornado that is approaching Monette, Leechville, Clearwater, currently in northeastern Arkansas. This is, again, a extremely dangerous situation. Again, we have the highest level tornado warning here. This polygon with the dashed pink and black lines, that is a tornado emergency that is in place. Again, that's the highest level warning you can get from the National Weather Service, and it includes Blytheville, it includes areas south of Kennett, Lake City, Manila, Leechville. You're all included in this tornado emergency, and we still have a huge tornado in progress. We're going to go back to Stormner Media and Brandon Kopic. Let me go to Stormner Media here and see if they have any updates. I'm not sure if there has to be a tornado here still. There's no way there isn't.
All right, that's all I wanted to know. We're 25 miles from the circulation from the southern south.
Let me see what else is on this.
My radio's not working. I can't even key up.
There is I think a river here which is blocking their like roadway to get closer to it, just for those that are wondering.
Yeah, I can't key up. I have no communications.
And from what I've been seeing, Connor Croft is currently in Lake City, helping those that are possibly injured back over in Lake City. So, obviously, we saw the damage there. There's already substantial damage, and this tornado right now is approaching Monette and Leechville. This is a major tornado. If you have friends or family in this area, please make sure that they're getting to their safe place. There's not really many places you can go when you have a tornado like this. The best place you can really go is get to the basement, a storm shelter. Connor has a flat tire. That's what happened. Well, hopefully Connor is okay, because I don't think there's another storm behind it that's tornadic right now. Oh, nope, there are plenty. There are plenty behind him. Hopefully he's able to get help. But really the best thing you can do in a situation like this is get to, a basement, a storm shelter. If you can, get the mattress over top of you. You want to have a helmet on. If you have shoes, you're going to need them, because if there is damage, you are going to probably be walking on a ton of debris with a tornado with this magnitude. And it's still a significant tornado moving right into Monette. Monette is about to take a direct hit from this large tornado. Stormner Media is currently looking at this.
No, bro, keep your chase going.
This wedge tornado has become rain wrapped. There are still power flashes. There is a tornado in there. This is potentially a violent tornado moving into Monette, Arkansas.
Right. Is it doing a handoff?
Kopic? Does Kopic have it right now? Kopic has a huge tornado. That is the tornado. This is moving into the town of Monette. Monette's about to take a direct hit from a violent tornado in Arkansas. This is about to hit the Buffalo Island High School. It's approaching the farmer's market, Cross Bank, Monette Cemetery. There's a bank. There are so many things here in Monette. This tornado is about to rip right through the town. This is moving right into the town of Monette. Oh my goodness. There are so I can't believe people are driving. There are so many people are gonna be impacted by this. Oh my goodness, that's a big power flash.
If you can turn around, get east, get east.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on
This
the
is in
ground.
Monette,
Seek
Arkansas.
shelter
It
immediately.
is.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I can't see it behind me.
I want to give you guys an update. I'm gonna put Brandon Kopic bottom right. Back over in eastern Missouri on that Cape Girardeau storm. As of 3 minutes ago, this is still a confirmed tornado heading into Cape Girardeau. I think I just saw a power flash on one of the cameras there west of Cape Girardeau. They have continued a PDS tornado warning for those in Cape Girardeau. So you got to be in your safe place if you're in Cape Girardeau. This is once again our tornado emergency.
Crap.
Brandon, please stay safe. Oh my goodness, that tornado's close. Brandon's got to get out of there.
Not really. I'm getting out ahead of it, trying to stay in a safe spot. Sorry, visual's about to be hard because of the free.
Brandon's got to be safe. This is
just behind me at this time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Praise God, I was where I was. There were 2 truck drivers parked on the road, and I screamed at them to turn around, and they got out of the path of the tornado and are behind me and are safe.
This is a view of that tornado that's going through Cape Girardeau. That might be the tornado right here. That's from one of the traffic cameras. Back over in Cape Girardeau, the other large tornado. This is still a tornado emergency right now for Monette. This just hit the town of Monette. It is now going to go into Leachville. An extremely dangerous tornado.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter
Easily,
immediately.
Ari, without a doubt, I can say this is high-end EF3, if not low-end EF4.
It's a violent tornado heading towards Leachville. And unfortunately, this is going to be hitting a lot of places in Leachville.
Ari, I'd say it's fairly narrow, no more than 100 yards at this point.
At least the size is a bit smaller. I'm keeping bottom right for a second. This tornado is coming up on Leachville, Arkansas right now. That includes areas like the Big Butts Barbecue, Al Hart Senior Care. There's also the First Missouri Bank of SEMO, and then also the United States Postal Service is in the track of this. And there's also some like Growing Solutions, some other random buildings there. DG Market is also in the track of this huge tornado. It, again, does not really get much worse than this, and apparently we still have a tornado heading towards Cape Girardeau. Look at that debris signature on the last scan right over Monette. This is a catastrophic situation still for those in the Monette area. It's terrible. It's gonna be approaching Hornersville and Steele eventually in southeastern Missouri, like extreme southeastern Missouri. The latest debris signature is indicating still significant debris right now approaching Leachville and Clearwater. There is a senior care center here that is in the path of this. Robertson Brothers Furniture, in addition to Corners Mart, the Leachville Water Tower, and the Howard Funeral Service is in the path of a catastrophic tornado right now. And then Cape Girardeau, from what we know, there was a tornado. I don't know if it's on the ground anymore, but if you're in Cape Girardeau, you got to be in your safe place. We still have very strong rotation right now on your I-55 approaching Cape Girardeau, going towards McClure. And this is going to be tracking into Illinois over the next couple of minutes. There's also a new tornado that has developed to the south of this tornado emergency. This is going to be back over near Lepento, near This is on the south side of Truman, I believe.
Warning has been issued.
I think a new tornado may have just dropped just to the south of Truman. And yeah, we did it for a few minutes. We did have a tornado drop here just south of Truman. That one is occluded, but we may have a new one trying to develop on the south side of Truman. That's going to go towards the Caraway area, Etowah, and Manila. So you guys are in the track of a tornado. Also, debris from this tornado and the tornado emergency is being lofted 31,000 feet into the atmosphere. This is a substantial tornado. For reference, our tornado that happened earlier, about 3 hours ago, back over in, I can't remember the city name, but it was back over west of DeSoto, Missouri. That one was lifting debris up about 12,000 feet. That tornado, obviously not nearly as significant as what we're seeing right now with this tornado near Monette. Quickly going to go back. Let's go to, I want to go to Connor.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
My stream deck is broken. All right, let's back to Brandon. Brandon is getting out ahead of this still, so he's getting a little bit away from the tornado temporarily. This is back over where Connor is. Again, Connor has a flat tire, but the reason why I was going to show you this is because he has damage, but it might not be loading. Okay, just a straight up loading symbol. Let me go back to Brandon.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right. Wait on that for a second. This tornado is not letting up, by the way. I know you might not see the tornado right now, but this is a substantial tornado. It is still going. It's about to hit Leachville. So the Leachville city, or town, here in northeast Arkansas, is about to take a direct hit from a significant tornado. It is almost undoubtedly about to produce catastrophic damage in the city of Leachville. The Senior Care Center is about to take a direct hit from this. Big Butts Barbecue is in the path of this. Thomas E. Puckett Trucking. The United States Postal Service is all about to take a hit from this unless it barely narrowly misses it to the northwest, which we don't know if that'll happen. It's also approaching the DG Market. Let me see if Brandon has it again. I think this tornado might be rain wrapped again.
This
back
is an urgent alert.
Deep in there.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately. This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is Connor Croft. He's where the damage happened. And the wind's picking up from another storm, but he's back where the damage happened. And again, we've already seen some major damage here. There were homes that were destroyed essentially in this area. You can see on the right side of your screen, power lines are down, tons of trees down as well. That's what it looks like right now. Let me go back to... put Brandon Kopic back on again. Brandon's going to take a couple minutes to get back out in front of that tornado. It's moving pretty quickly, and the roadways are not great for that. Okay. Guys, we have 27 tornado warnings. Again, it's impossible for me to cover 27 warnings, but they are everywhere. We apparently have another one in Wisconsin, which is a curveball. We have two in northern Indiana. I'm going to quickly zoom in on these. This is approaching the South Bend area. Strong area of rotation right now, just to the west of North Webster, approaching Warsaw. That is capable of producing a tornado. We also have one just south of South Bend. That is also capable of producing a tornado. So you need, actually, they just canceled that warning. So that one expired. So we only have the warning that's west of Warsaw. Let's go back down to the south and west. The radar is having a lot of tough time loading here. And apparently Apparently there is a CC signature on Moro. I'll go to that in a second. Right over Cape Girardeau, we have very strong rotation right now. There is a potential for a tornado in Cape Girardeau. The winds have picked up a lot in the last couple of minutes, by the way, in Cape Girardeau, from what I've seen. So there's a live cam. I'm not going to pull it up right now, but there is a view of the wind picking up substantially right now in Cape Girardeau. Actually, I am going to put it on. It is getting crazy. My program is just broken. All right, this is Cape Girardeau. The camera was just looking up a second ago. They took it down because of how strong the winds are, but the winds are very strong right now in Cape Girardeau. You can kind of see the wind going across the screen. So there is a significant storm right now going through Cape Girardeau. Whether there is a tornado right now or not, we are not 100% sure. They have it as a PDS tornado warning. For right now, again, for Cape Girardeau and as well as McClure approaching Mill Creek and Jonesboro. So this is still a significant storm, and if there's a tornado, it's going to be right over Cape Girardeau right now, moving to the northeast. They have gone ahead and downgraded our tornado emergency. It is back down to a PDS tornado warning, so we no longer have a tornado emergency, but this is still a significant situation here in really all of eastern Arkansas. We have almost every storm right now rotating, and all of them are capable of producing tornadoes, all heading towards the Mississippi River Valley right now. So every storm is producing the threat for significant severe weather in terms of tornadoes. And we may have a tornado dropping right now near Mariana, here back over in eastern Arkansas. We also have a storm near Wind that is rotating a lot. That one may produce a tornado soon. I believe the Mark Tree storm was producing a tornado. I don't know if it is anymore. Yeah, so from what I'm seeing, I don't see a tornado right now, but the rotation is right now the strongest near Truman. That is moving east-northeast towards the Caraway area. So Caraway, you're in the path of a potential tornado as that continues to move east-northeast. All right, Brandon Kopic will be bottom right, by the way, once he loads. All right.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, do we have any reports, people in Discord, or anything? Just throw anything in the chats, and I'll try to relay it.
A new tornado warning has been issued. I'm
going to go back to Missouri again. We may have a big tornado dropping, approaching Dexter. Velocities are very strong in southeast Missouri near Dexter. Rotations intensifying very quickly, approaching Essex, and it's also going to be going towards Morehouse. So this is a dangerous storm right now, moving to the northeast. We also have the storm back over near Cape Girardeau, and again, I don't know what's going on with the radar. It's really slow for some reason. But the velocities are pretty strong right now, right over Cape Girardeau. Again, there is a potential tornado threat here. If we get one, it'll likely be a strong and long-track tornado heading towards Mill Creek in Jonesboro. This is in southern Illinois for reference. This is not Arkansas. This is back over in southern Illinois. We have a slew of tornado warnings right now across central and southern Illinois. A lot of these are QLCS tornadoes, which means that tornadoes that are embedded in a line of thunderstorms. We have a lot of that right now across central and southern Illinois. A lot of this isn't really discrete. So our most significant tornado activity, again, right now, is mainly back over in Arkansas, southeast Missouri, and very extreme southern Illinois is where our greatest tornado threat currently resides. I'm currently trying to see if we have any confirmed tornadoes or any of this activity. The tornado warning for Newton County near Oblong is currently a confirmed tornado in southern Illinois. So be in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. We also have a tornado warning going towards Bowling Green, Kentucky. So tornado warning going towards Bowling Green, Kentucky near Franklin. This is a view of that storm actually right now. Top right of your screen on the Radar Omega Cyclone port, there is a wall cloud that is forming on this, which is why there is a tornado warning. So we do have a wall cloud that is a beginning stage to having a tornado. So that is, again, heading towards Bowling Green. And we still have a tornado warning right now for Clarksburg, Holiday, Camden, Huntington. That is just northeast of Jackson. The storms again in Tennessee have struggled. The ones in Arkansas have had no problem. At least with what we saw, with what we've seen so far, they've had really no problem. Also, if any chasers have any views at me as well. CJ Ziegler has a really crazy spiral-looking cloud bottom middle. CJ is currently back over near north of Brownsville in Tennessee, by the way. That's what he's looking at. It looks like Brandon might be doing something. I don't know what. Let me go back to here. Let's go to... I don't know what Corey's on right now. All right, Corey is down on a southern storm. He's back over near Wynn and Parkin. Let's go to Corey real quick. He's on a different storm that's further down to the south that we haven't really checked in on. And he's right now in Wynn, Arkansas, and there's also low reception. There, at least in the last few minutes, there has been an observed tornado on this storm. I think he's losing signal. I'm gonna put Corey bottom left when he comes back. Okay, there is a report that there is a tornado going through Cape Girardeau right now, and it is producing significant damage. And also, there is a storm that is in Bradley, Arkansas, which is southeast of Texarkana, that has now been observed. So the one near Cape Girardeau is actively producing a tornado moving to the northeast. There's also a tornado that has dropped north of Shreveport here in southwest Arkansas, near Bradley. That's moving towards Louisville and also Magnolia. So another significant tornado here moving to the northeast. And this is going to be moving towards Buckner and Stamps as well in southwest Arkansas, eventually going towards Camden. So if you are in this tornado warning, you got to get to your safe place and get ready to go to your safe place if you are in Camden or back over near Smackover in southern Arkansas. East of Little Rock, we have many areas of rotation. This is unbelievable. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 different storms rotating right now east of Little Rock. All 4 of these little cells are all rotating, and they could easily drop tornadoes east of Little Rock. Which is just unbelievable. And we are still very close to having a tornado. Actually, they have this as PDS. So this is currently a PDS tornado warning for Forest City, Weidner, and as well as Hughes and Cadwell, just north of Mariana in Arkansas. So this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is currently moving to the northeast. Connor is with a flat tire, by the way, for those that are wondering. He has a flat tire. Bourbon, Illinois. It looks like we have a significant tornado dropping, or there might already be one. Where's Bourbon? Where is... All right, let me go to Bourbon. Is it this? No, it can't be that. Dude, can the search thing work?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Indiana. Okay, Bourbon, Indiana. Back over near Bourbon and as well as Ena Green. This is in northern Indiana. We have a tight couplet right now just over the north side of Bourbon. This is probably going to be dropping a tornado. You can actually see the inflow going to the storm in the hook. This is not necessarily going to be a strong tornado, but it definitely could be. So be in your safe place if you're in this warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let me go to Storm Intermedia. They're driving through the tornado warning cell here.
It's actually going to come very close to Manila.
They're in between like 5 different tornado warnings.
Manila is very close. I personally think it might cross a little bit east of Manila. Unless... Yes.
So this is inside the storm near Manila. Here's another view, if you're just tuning in and have not already seen. This is another view of the significant tornado that we had in Arkansas. This was the tornado emergency from Brandon Kopic. So that's another view with the lightning strike. That's just freaky. It's legitimately just freaky. And again, we have not had any, I don't think we've had any damage reports yet. John, have we had any damage reports about this tornado or any of them yet? Any tornado damage? We have? Okay. Let's get a quick update in with John regarding some of the damage. Go ahead.
A new tornado warning has
we have a new
been
tornado
issued.
warning for Elkhart and as well as Noble counties in Indiana. We're up to 28 tornado warnings. We have a ton of tornado warnings currently stretching from eastern Arkansas back into southern Illinois. And we also have another tornado warning that was just issued in Elkhart County. We have essentially one storm here that's going to be east of Bourbon that is capable of producing a strong tornado heading towards Syracuse, Cromwell, Leesburg, and North Webster. As a reminder, if you have any friends or family in the path of any of this severe weather, please make sure to get the word out there. Share the stream with them. Again, we're going to be live through this entire tornado outbreak. The weather is crazy. This is the craziest outbreak when it comes to total tornado warning count, at least, that I've really ever been through. We have a new tornado warning also for Wabash, Gibson, and as well as Edwards counties in Illinois. This is going to be back over north of Princeton. So this is a storm that will eventually move into Indiana. The rotation currently is near Mount Carmel. And we have also another supercell developing near Albion. So two different supercells are developing here that are going to be capable of producing tornadoes as those move to the east, northeast, and northeast. We also have a tornado warning for Terre Haute, which is a very populated area. Terre Haute, Harrison, and Clinton, you need to be in your safe place as a tornado is coming, a potential tornado will be entering your location, moving into Clinton. All right, John, go ahead with your damage update.
All right, so this is going to be for the tornadoes that occurred near Cape Girardeau. Looks like that we have law enforcement reporting tornado damage, having a home destroyed. It looks like there's one individual that was injured from that. No fatalities recorded with that. Furthermore, emergency managers reported a tornado near Cape Girardeau Fire Station 1, so there was definitely something down causing a lot of damage.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. If you got anything else, just let me know. Alright, so apparently a home was destroyed there in Cape Girardeau from a tornado, and we still have very strong rotation right now. Northeast of Cape Girardeau, it's approaching Jonesboro, so if we still have a tornado, it would be going to Jonesboro, which as of now, this is still a PDS tornado warning. So the National Weather Service, based off of what they know, there is a tornado still in progress here approaching Jonesboro here in western Illinois. It will be moving towards Interstate 57, and just to the north of Mill Creek, north of Dongala, and it's also going to be, again, approaching I-57. In the long term, which this storm probably going to be producing a tornado for a while. It's going to be approaching Creel Springs and as well as Goreville and Polly's Mill, eventually going in the direction of Carrier Mills and Harrisburg. So that is a dangerous storm right now. We also have a large, broad area of circulation right along Route 60 that is currently tracking to the east-northeast, going towards Sykeston. So we're going to have to continue to keep a very close eye on that storm as it continues to move east-northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. I've never seen this many tornado warnings next to each other before. I've never seen this many tornado warnings next to each other. We have probably, I can't even count, but that's about 12 tornado warnings all touching each other here in eastern Illinois. Or eastern Arkansas. Let's see if we can confirm anything via radar right now. I would say the only good news right now is that I cannot personally see any tornadoes that are currently in progress. The tornado emergency that we had, the tornado lifted just after Leachville. So just after Leachville here, the tornado did lift here, and it did occlude before reaching Hornersville, so that's good news. But unfortunately, there are still a lot of storms that are rotating and a lot of chances for tornadoes here over the next couple of hours. Let me go over to Corey Gherkin. I think he's coming up on something right now. Corey Gherkin is currently near Wynne, Arkansas on the southern tornado warning.
This is an
that
urgent
is technically
alert.
it is a confirmed tornado as of right now.
Seek shelter immediately.
I'm coming into the town of Dell right now. I don't know how much further you are behind me. It doesn't appear that your location is updating.
I got the spare on
All right. While that happens, we have more damage reports from John. Go ahead, John.
All right, so this would be for the storm in Quinlan, Butler counties. This would be near Dexter. Currently, is where the main vorticity is. Looks like that there is power poles down and roof damage to 2 structures. This is reported by law enforcement, so there may have been something down from those 2 tornado warnings. Furthermore, we have reports of damage coming out of Monette. It looks like a ton of power poles are down. Basically, the roofs
This
have
is an
been
urgent
just
alert.
skinned
A
off of
tornado
houses.
is on the ground. Seek
But
shelter
houses are still
immediately.
intact, so there's still structures standing. It's just the roofs are gone.
Okay. Thank you for the reports. Keep me posted with anything else. All right, we have a new confirmed tornado warning for Columbia, Nevada, Lafayette, and as well as Union counties in Arkansas. In addition to that, we also have significant tornado damage being reported in Lake City. Homes were substantially targeted by that. And yeah. Lake City, again, that's where our tornado emergency was. It was again, a substantial tornado, as we've already seen multiple times already. Okay. I don't even know where this observed tornado is. I think it's this one. Nope, it's this one. No, it is not. Where is this? All right, it's farther down to the south. So west of El Dorado, we still have an observed tornado. This is going towards Magnolia, Willisville, and going in the direction of Stevens. This is moving east-northeast. This is, again, a confirmed tornado in southwest Arkansas. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and the lowest floor possible. This is tracking to the northeast and is still a significant tornado moving to the northeast. All right. Let me go back up to South Bend. I know we have we're going to try to cover everything we can. Back up near South Bend, south of Elkhart. The rotation in the tornado warning is kind of weakened, but we have a new couplet attempting to develop near Benton, just south of Goshen. That's going to go towards LaGrange in northern Indiana. So definitely be in your safe place, even if you're in these areas, back over near LaGrange, Goshen, or Benton. That is currently moving to the east-northeast. Further down to the south in Terre Haute, we still have a strong area of rotation that has now moved into Indiana. The velocities are a little bit behind, but the rotation is going to be up here near Clinton. So it's off to the north there of Terre Haute, eventually approaching Rockville and Greencastle. And then back over in southern Illinois, we have a bunch of storms rotating. So we have the line of storms back off to the west approaching Fairfield that's rotating. And then we also have the storms that are a little bit more discreet back over near Mount Carmel. Those are also beginning to rotate. This one's going to take, I think, just a little bit of time to really get going, since there's a little bit of convection in the area. But once it gets out of that like little area of merging activity, it should be able to kind of, you know, just basically blow up and turn into an actual tornadic storm as it approaches Vincennes and Bicknell there in southwestern Indiana. We still have a tornado warning east of Cape Girardeau. This is our tornado that has been a PDS tornado for quite some time, which is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. It still looks like we have a debris signature approaching the town of Jonesboro in Illinois. Jonesboro is very populated, by the way, so we have a tornado going into Jonesboro, Illinois, which in Jonesboro, and we have a tornado about to move into Jonesboro. Again, it's reportedly a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Where is Jonesboro? Why can't I find it? All right, so in Jonesboro, we have a lot of places. There is a Casey's, Dixie Barbecue. There is also going to be Studio 24 Salon, the Jonesboro Community District 43, the Mayberry Music and Sound Building, Lincoln Motel, and then it will approach Anna as well. Anna is very populated. We need to hope that this tornado lifts before it hits Anna, because Anna is a very populated area. We have a lot of people in this warning. Lincoln Elementary School, Kiki's Coffee House will be on the track of this. There is another Hotel 7 Inn in Anna as well. So this is unfortunately a very populated area, and we have a large tornado heading in that direction. But we do have a tornado again approaching Jonesboro. This is definitely a tornado, and I think this might be a new tornado that it dropped, because we haven't had a debris signature in a while. Okay, new... Okay, I got John with another report. Go ahead, John.
All right, so some good news concerning the storm that was going for Manette. It looks like, or Manette. Looks like the storm actually trailed north of Manette, so the entire town was spared.
That is good news. Thank you for the report. So that was Manette. So the most significant tornado damage that we had out of that tornado emergency seems to have been in, I think it was Leechville, or no, not Leechville, Lake City. Lake City is the place that got hit the hardest, it seems like, by that tornado emergency that we had. So that's great news. But unfortunately, Lake City still got hit. It looks like very hard from, again, what I've seen. By the way, Connor is back on the road. So
This is
he's
an urgent
good now.
alert. A
We have a new
tornado is on the
observed tornado
ground.
warning
Seek
in
shelter
Illinois. This will
immediately.
be for those in Union, Williamson, Johnson, and Jackson counties in Illinois. We have another confirmed tornado, and that should pop up here in a second. I'm going to zoom out for just a second. We are somehow down to 19 tornado warnings, which is shocking with how many we've had over the last couple of hours. This new tornado warning should pop up here in a second. I think it's going to be an extension of the Jonesboro one. We do have a tornado that is moving into the west side of Jonesboro. Still a small debris signature right now approaching Jonesboro. Moving to the east-northeast. And then our confirmed tornado warning is... Okay, so just this one. So they have gone ahead and put the confirmed tornado warning out for Marion, Creel Springs, south of West Frankfort. This is currently tracking to the northeast. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are in this tornado warning, as that continues to move northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have a strong area of rotation that is fully rain-wrapped right now, going right along I-57. This is approaching Sikeston, Missouri, Charleston, Missouri, and will also be going towards Cario and Mound City, currently moving to the east-northeast. This could definitely produce a strong tornado. The velocities are very strong, but it is a little bit more of a broad area of circulation. If I had to guess, they're probably going to issue a new tornado warning here in a moment for those in Morehouse, Sikeston, Bertrand, and as well as Charleston. We also have a new tornado warning just west of Memphis. If you're in Memphis, you need to be ready to get to your safe place. We got a supercell just off to your west that's heading towards Marion and Terrell. This is radar indicated, but this could also produce the potential for a tornado as it moves to the northeast. All right, so you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building here. Again, just to the west of Memphis. This, in my opinion, this storm has a pretty high probability of producing a tornado if there isn't already one on the ground. We might already have one. There's some sort of CC drop there. That could be contamination, but... by the way, side note for Monette, the tornado hit just missed the city by about 100 miles by the sounds of it. Yeah, so it narrowly missed the city. Or sorry, by 100, not 100 miles, 100 yards. Sorry, there's so many things happening. 100 yards. 100 miles would be kind of crazy. I think we have a tornado right now on this storm, by the way. We have... Let's see what the latest radar scan shows. Just came in. I think there's a tornado here approaching just west of Memphis. Waiting for the latest CC radar update here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, I think there's a tornado. So I think we have a tornado in progress right now, east of Forest City. This is going to be coming close to Memphis, just west of Memphis. So there's a tornado here moving to the northeast. Also, we have another tornado warning in Illinois and Kentucky. This is going to be back over near Evansville. If you're in Evansville, you need to be in your safe place. This is near Shawneetown. This is another concerning storm. It's another discrete supercell. Obviously, I'm just going to say it. This is a worst case scenario right now here across the Ohio Valley and the Mississippi River Valley. We are literally turning into worst case scenario right now. This is... It really cannot be much worse than what we're seeing. I'm just being honest. This is another prefrontal discrete supercell that's heading in the direction of Evansville, Armstrong, Highland, and Henderson.
A new tornado
and there are a lot
warning
of people
has been
inside
issued.
this tornado warning. In fact, I'm going to get the number here. There is about 236,000 people inside of this tornado warning. If you know any friends or family here, please make sure they're aware of it. If you have, you know, if you're in this warning, you need to be in your safe place. There is a report of a funnel cloud on this storm, by the way. So there's a report from a train spotter of a funnel cloud here near Shawneetown. And again, this is heading right towards Evansville, Indiana, which is a very populated area. Very dangerous storm. We also have a new tornado warning for Sykeston in Missouri. This is right along the I-40 stretch. We have a large but broad area of rotation right now approaching Charleston, right along I-57. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning going towards Cario and Mound City in a very extreme southern there, Illinois. We do have a new damage report coming out of Cotton Plant. Oh, that was from earlier. Never mind. Corey Gherkin, I think, has a view of something. I don't know what, though. Let me go to Corey just real quick here.
Because he's got a wall cloud on camera right now.
Corey's in a city. I'm not sure if we're going to see what he's looking at. There's a storm out on the horizon there that he's looking at.
Oh, yeah, he's along the...
I think he's heading in the direction of this storm going towards Memphis. All right, as of right now, we don't have any tornado warnings just off to the immediate east of Little Rock, but we have multiple storms that are rotating. Again, we have one storm rotating here near the Alzheimer area, moving towards Humphrey, and as well as Stuttgart. So that's moving currently to the northeast. And let me go. I'm going to go back to Anna, I think. We still have a tornado warning west of Memphis. That storm's pretty concerning. Let me go back to Illinois again. All right, we have a tornado in progress again. Another debris signature on the north side of Anna and Jonesboro. So just on the north side of Jonesboro and Anna, there is a tornado here moving east-northeast towards Saratoga, Tool Shed Corner, Water Valley, and Cabins. That is a small debris signature. Nothing compared to earlier, but it's still a tornado. Moving to the northeast, it'll be approaching Marion and Creole Springs, which is a more populated area here in southern Illinois. All right, we're going to go back down to Arkansas. I mean, we just have a slew of tornado warnings right now. Out of all the storms that we currently have, I gotta say the most concerning one is the one that's heading towards Memphis. This is by far one of probably the most concerning storm that we have right now, which is going to be heading right towards Memphis. And we are keeping a close eye on any shots that we'd have of this storm. I think the closest one is this Radar Omega Cyclone port here. This is back over in Memphis. This is a distant view of this supercell. Got a lot of lightning. You can see actually the cloud tops.
A new
there
tornado
huge.
warning has been issued.
This is a highly electrified storm right now, just west of Memphis. And you also got the pyramid there in Memphis in the distant horizon. We do have a new tornado warning in Illinois, which is going to be for Union, Williamson, and as well as Johnson counties. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If it pops up, which it has not. Oh, it's right here. All right, new tornado warning there for Vienna, so just south of Creole Springs. This is the area of rotation. Gonna go right into Vienna over the next few minutes and approaching Eddyville. I think Corey has something. Corey's on the... He's just north of Memphis. He's on the storm that's over here near Gilmore and Turl. Let's go to Corey real quick. It is nighttime now, so it's gonna be harder to see.
Yeah, the line is, I mean, the storm...
But Corey had some sort of lowering there on the storm near Park in Arkansas.
Southeast, so these discrete cells are pushing northeast right now, so when they actually interact, it actually causes that, a lot of times it'll cause a spin up, and sometimes that, can create a strong tornado.
Can't really see anything. You can kind of see the lowering a little bit. There's a lightning, underground lightning right there.
When they merge.
All right, Corey, stay safe.
Thank you, Linda, for the super chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We just got a huge warning. A huge severe thunderstorm warning, pretty much for all of this polygon right here. This is all of like eastern Arkansas and even western Tennessee. for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and also quarter-sized hail. This is currently a storm that is producing a lot of wind and obviously a lot of tornadoes. We also just got a new tornado warning in Indiana. That's going to be for Vermilion, Putnam, and as well as Park counties west of Indianapolis. This is near Rockville. Our area of rotation is right here. So it's an area of convergence just to the east of Clinton, which is going to be coming up on Waveland over the next few minutes, just to the west of Rochdale. So if you're in this warning, you got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is another dangerous storm right now that is moving to the northeast. All right, I don't think I think all the PDS tornado warnings have ended, so we are back down to normal confirmed tornado warnings. I don't know how normal that is, but we have no PDS tornado warnings right now, which means we don't have any active large tornadoes. That, again, could change at any time, but we have no active large tornadoes. However, we just got a larger debris signature on the storm near Jonesboro, I believe, on the last scan. Okay, there was a slightly larger debris signature north of Jonesboro, Illinois, but that is weakening a little bit now. So that is a low-end tornado just northeast of Anna. It'll probably weaken out before it hits Saratoga. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this area. All right, we have new damage reports. Go ahead, John. I'm going to take a quick 60-second break, so try to fill the time. I'll be back in a
Gotcha. So we are hearing several new damage reports. One of them coming out of Bourbon, Indiana. Looks like that there was structural damage reported on houses on the east side of Bourbon. So it looks like that some storms in that area did indeed spin up. Furthermore, for the southern side of Indiana or Illinois, there is reports from emergency manager that a funnel cloud has been reported in that warning. So do take that warning seriously. Start getting your preparations in line before the storm actually touches down, because a funnel cloud has been reported for this area. Lastly, the town of Bay, I believe, near Jonesboro, there has been reports of, I believe, some damage to that area from a tornado that just recently passed through there. I'm still in the process of verifying this. Let's see here. Oh, and I just actually got more reports from Monette. There is actually a house that looks like it has actually caved in on both sides from the tornado that went through, I believe, Lake City was the area. Yes, Lake City. So Lake City was heavily impacted by the tornado that passed through there. A lot of homes have been destroyed, actually correcting my previous statement of roofs basically being skinned off these buildings. Some of them have indeed collapsed inwards. They're still intact, or they're still on their foundations, so I wouldn't rule an extremely high-end level of rating on these storms.
All right, thank you, John, for the update. All right, yeah, there's major damage on the north side of Monette. I'm seeing a couple photos, and obviously Monette, Arkansas is where we had that PDS tornado, but the north side of Monette has some significant damage. The downtown area, from what we know, does not, but the north side does. So, yeah. Okay, give me 1 second here. This is a video from Lake City, from somebody that lives here, I'm pretty sure. That's a video of the tornado from earlier, if you're just tuning in. And also, I do want to show you guys this just real quick. Garrett Thompson, who is a part of Storm Hunter Media, who had the wedge tornado on stream, he also got a video recording of this tornado. I just want to show you guys real quick, because it's actually a good video. It gives you a better idea of that wedge tornado that we had. Look how fast that's spinning. I am honestly, I'm just being honest, I'm not gonna pre-rate tornadoes, but it's gonna be hard to believe this not being an EF4 tornado when it's all said and done. It literally just looks like it. You can just see you can see this much clearer how it's spinning too. A ton of horizontal vortices as well. I can't believe what I'm witnessing even on this video. This, in my opinion, is a high-end EF4. Again, we don't know the damage, that's what it's based on, but that's just the nature of this type of tornado, how rapidly it's moving.
Please protect these people.
So once again, this was earlier if you're just tuning in, but this was back over in Lake City from Garrett Thompson, Storm Hunter Media. Yeah, there's major damage in Lake City, by the way. I don't know if we're gonna get photos that I can actually show on stream, but there is just major damage right now to Lake City. It's quite literally like concerning. Yeah. Hey, if anybody gets any permission for photos, let me know. On damage there. There's major damage. Okay, back to what we have right now. And again, if you're just tuning in, that was from before. That was earlier. We still have a tornado warning west of Memphis. Again, I'm still pretty concerned about the storm that's going in the direction of Memphis. We don't have a tornado actively, but this is going to be moving towards Millington, which is just north of the Memphis metro, which, again, it's a discrete supercell. It's in a very favorable environment to produce a tornado, so we need to really watch it closely. We're also watching the storm near Wilson, which is approaching I-55, and it's about to move into western Tennessee. That's going to be moving towards Ripley as well. And then near Blytheville, we also have an area of convergence that's going to be moving towards Dyersburg. So if you're in Dyersburg, Tennessee, be ready to get to your safe place. We're probably going to have some warnings there here very soon, whether it's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, whatever it is. You're probably going to have a warning of some sort there. We also have a tornado warning for Charleston, Sykeston, and as well as Carrier
a tornado
counties
is on
in
the ground.
southern
Seek
Illinois.
shelter immediately.
With a tornado threat still existing with this storm. But the velocities have become a lot broader over the last few minutes. I'm not as confident that that one's as tornadic now. And further to the north, this is actually in southern Illinois, near Vienna and as well as Goreville. We still have an area of rotation over Buncombe, going towards New Burnside and Simpson. So our strongest area of rotations right here approaching I-24 and going towards Creel Springs. Going back to Corey here, he's in Parkin, Arkansas. He is on one of the... Sorry, guys. It's not me to read it like that. It's been a long day, guys, please. Just trying not to break. That's not what I meant to say.
I know, go down to 147. There's a road right down the road here. It's completely clear off that way.
This is the Parkin storm, though. I'm pretty sure they're on the south side of this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're going to be looking to speak to you in the next 10 minutes, so about 10 minutes with Ari and Haley. Copy that.
Alright, you gotta lock in. Sorry. Hey, Kevin, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. By the way, thank you to anybody that super chat, became a member, or donated. Again, there's like no way to get to all of them, but I really appreciate the support. All right, Corey's on the storm again, just west of Memphis. We're keeping a very close eye on what he's seeing. We do have a new tornado warning for Wynn, and just south of Truman. This is going to be for, again, mainly damaging winds here, but there is a little bit of rotation all the way back out near Wynn. This is going to be moving into the town over the next few minutes. It'll go towards Parkin, Earl, and eventually Turl. Moving east-northeast. Further off to the north let's go to Indiana real quick. I haven't really been far north in Indiana. I want to go quickly to the storms north of Fort Wayne. The ones that are north of Fort Wayne, not currently tornadic. We're still monitoring a potential for an isolated spin-up tornado in this line as it moves into southern Michigan, northwest Ohio, and also northeastern Indiana. So continue to stay weather aware if you're in those areas. All the way back over west of Indianapolis, we still have a tornado warning in effect. It's mainly because we have areas of circulation embedded in this line of thunderstorms. We actually have about 4 different areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rotation right now that are currently tracking to the east-northeast. This will eventually go towards Indianapolis. So if you're in the Indianapolis area, you're going to want to stay weather aware as these storms continue to track east towards that area. And we still have a tornado warning in effect for Mount Carmel. It doesn't seem as if this storm came together. Actually, it seems like it's a little bit weaker. The supercell is actually moving up towards Vicente, so it's not nearly as concerning for now, but we're still keeping a close eye on it as it eventually goes towards Bicknell. They have issued a new tornado warning for all of West Salem.
A new tornado warning has been
Albion,
issued.
Mount Carmel, and also into New Harmony area, which is going to now go into southwestern Indiana. Areas of rotation currently located from West Salem back to Mill Shoals, mainly in the line of storms moving to the east. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Man, these storms are messy now. Okay, we have a strong tornado. Looks like near Buncombe. Maybe moments ago we may have just had it. I might have missed it. Or is this like a more recent scan? Oh, it's right here. I see it. We have a strong tornado now in progress on the north side of Buncombe, approaching I-24. So you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a strong tornado. This is probably going to go PDS. This is right now over Goreville. They have upgraded the warning to observed, so it is an observed tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What is this? Oh, wait, no. They upgraded a different warning. So the warning that's back down here to the south near Charleston, I think. Oh, wait, no. They added a new tornado warning. Sorry. There's a new tornado warning for Carlslee, Ballard, Alexander, and as well as Mississippi counties along the Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois border. That's going to be going in the direction of Paducah. So long term, that's moving east. We have a strong tornado that has just dropped that is heading towards Creel Springs. So a tornado has just dropped. It's now crossing over I-24. This is probably going to go PDS in a second, which would mean particularly dangerous situation. Tracking towards Creel Springs. All right, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this warning in southern Illinois. The debris signature, though, is relatively significant. It's over the southeast side of Goreville, and it's currently hitting the Shawnee Trails Lodging and Cabin Rentals near Ferncliff Waterfall. It's also potentially hitting the Dollar General and the Saline Masonic Lodge, and also near West Side Street. That's currently where the tornado is. So that is likely a strong tornado. It's also approaching Robinwood right now. And we're going to have another radar scan in a second. They have upgraded the warning to observed at the minimum. But this looks like a strong tornado to me. Going towards Creel Springs. Which there's a lot more stuff up there in Creel Springs. But this is going to be crossing right over the interstate. And as we speak, this is probably damaging a few farms in the area. It's also approaching the Stafford Landing on Sugar Creek and Big Mike's. There's also the Nature's Way Getaway, Cavik Cove, Cruise Mountain, and Red Roof Retreat that are back over on the south side of Eagle Point Bay, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, is Creel Springs. This is undoubtedly a strong tornado right now. We have a new radar scan that should be coming in. Oh, Corey has something, too. Corey has something. Corey's on the Memphis, the tornado warning just outside of Memphis. Look at that large lowering right there. This one might be trying to drop, too, just west of Memphis. John, on what storm? On what storm?
Back here. Fuck, it was when the tornado was like coming towards this road. There's a cop that just straight up noped right out of there. Like I turned on my lights to get him to talk for a second, and he was like, "Nope, I'm out."
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
This is another video from earlier. This is from Garrett Hampton on Facebook.
Ooh, no, I never.
I got to turn down the audio. Holy crap. Turn it up. This is another video from earlier. from Garrett Hampton of the tornado that developed back over in northeast Arkansas. This is our tornado emergency. I'm just going to skip through the frames here, but this is how it started, and we saw this on the live stream. Sorry, I cannot anymore. I'm really just trying to focus. The storm here, this was earlier. Again, this was back on the tornado emergency. This is how it started. It was a small little rope tornado, and it turned into a legit wedge. So this was in 1 minute. It went from that to this, and then just after that, it turned into this monster tornado, which eventually became like a 1 mile wedge. This was when it was still a little bit on the smaller side of things. I'm glad that this family's all right, because this tornado was really close to where they were. Obviously, a very dangerous situation there. And I can't believe they were filming. All right, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Whoever is trying to film these tornadoes like outside of their home, it takes a lot to do that. All right, I don't know how anybody does that. I would personally do it because I'm kind of a hypocrite. I'd probably do it, but like, you know, the dangers of it are so substantial, especially with how the how that tornado evolved and how large it was and all the damage we've already seen. All right, tornado in Illinois near Goreville and approaching Robinwood, is approaching Creel Springs. Once again, this is a tornado still in progress. This is in southern Illinois. We actually have a Boeing segment here and a strong inflow, so this tornado is still going, approaching Creel Springs. There's a lot of different little places here that are in this warning, mostly vacation kind of spots with different lodges and whatnot. Tornado's a little bit weaker on the latest scan, but there is still a tornado here approaching the Robinwood area and then eventually going towards Creel Springs. There's also a report of a funnel cloud in Bone Gap, Illinois, which is going to be back up northwest of Evansville. So this storm over here has a report of a
new
funnel
tornado
cloud
warning has been issued
over near Albion. I mean, this activity is a mess, but they have reported a little funnel cloud there. All right, we're going back to Corey. He's on that storm south of, or just west of Memphis. Corey has a crazy view right now of this storm west of Memphis.
Copy that. Wait, Forest City or the one that's
on right of your screen is the look of the supercell. It looks very intense.
Well, west side of Memphis.
Copy that. I didn't see your spotter dot, so. I see it. LOL, I see it. Good positioning.
I don't know if Corey saw a tornado or anything, but this is the supercell. It looks like it's about to drop a nasty tornado west of Memphis. Also, we have twin tornadoes off to the north on that storm that we're just looking at in southern Illinois. We actually have twin tornadoes. I think we did, at least. Did we? At one point, there were twin tornadoes. I don't know when it happened. It might have been right here near I-24. But there were actually two debris signatures. This would have been it right here. So we had twin tornadoes at one point. These were two tornadoes. One near Sanborn and the other one, you can see that debris signature at least briefly there. There were two different tornadoes there near Ozark. So that's kind of crazy. Also, new mesoscale discussion for those in Ohio. Ohio and Indiana, get ready. We have a tornado watch that is going to be issued here almost undoubtedly here soon, as the severe weather threat will gradually increase across the area into the overnight hours, with tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail being possible. There is a 95% chance right now of a tornado watch being issued, with strong and long track tornadoes being a possibility. Damaging winds and large hail are also in play. Let's go back to Corey. I think Corey has something here on that the storm west of Memphis.
Got that little guy just hanging out back here.
That's looking pretty sketchy. Bottom right of your screen is the supercell, just northwest of Memphis.
That's the part that's coming for us. That part down there.
Apparently, Corey said this was a multi-vortex tornado, so we might have a multi-vortex tornado here.
Hey, Corey. This is Ari again. I know you're a little busy, but if you have a second, what are you seeing right now? I feel like the amount of lightning is really...
Sounds like the RFD surge is coming in on them now.
Yeah, getting a lot more cloud-to-cloud lightning here. CGs are almost non-existent at the moment, so I think the line is starting to interfere with this thing. But wall cloud's still very stout here.
Yeah, with the increase in lightning, have you been able to see whether it's rotating at all or not? This inflow tail, I mean, if people ever wonder
Can you guys hear Corey? Might be too quiet.
call it a beaver's tail sometimes, it looks just like that right now. Just a classic example, Corey.
Oh yeah, it's a good sign. It's getting plenty of inflow right now.
All right, Corey, we'll check back in with you in just a second, but we're going to keep an eye on this this shot because it almost looks like it's intensifying.
This storm is concerning. Yeah, he's talking to Fox. This is a concerning storm once again. Corey's right on it, but if you look at radar right now, again, the velocities are not like standing out to me like, oh, there's a tornado right now, but it might get there, especially with its supercellular structure. You can see the hook on it. It's going to be moving again just barely to the north of Memphis, and it's going to be coming into Millington. I mean, the structure on this thing is insane.
It'll probably produce once we don't have a visual. Seems to be the luck lately.
Corey's getting out in front of it. We might have a tornado dropping back there.
And of course we gotta go southeast. Oh, well, that's not too bad. We only got just under 6 miles and 55.
I mean, that storm base is just massive. 15 tornado warnings, that's crazy. You weren't here 25, 30 minutes ago when we had 30. I think we had, how many, guys, I don't know what happened because there were so many things happening. When we had the tornado emergency, did we hit 30 tornado warnings or was it, did it peak at 29?
That looks mean back there.
I think there was one brief moment where we had 30 tornado warnings. There was like a brief stint, but I don't know if we hit 30. 31? I've got a lot of different numbers. 30? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of 30s. And this is the storm just west of Memphis, if you're tuning in. This is Corey Gherkin. He's also live on YouTube near Marion, Arkansas. It's about to be moving into Tennessee. A potentially dangerous storm. And moving towards Millington, Brighton, and Covington, Tennessee. A large lowering and a likely tornado going to come out of this. We have a new tornado that has dropped in Creel Springs, which is back up in Illinois. A new tornado has just dropped. So near Creel Springs on the southeast side in Illinois, we have a new tornado on the southeast side of Creel Springs. This is going to be moving northeast, approaching Delta, Carrier Mills, and Harrisburg in Illinois. So if you are in this warning, you've got to be in your safe place right now. This is a tornado in progress.
A new tornado warning
is moving
has
to the
been
northeast. And for reference, this tornado right now is hitting a lot of trees. In a moment, it'll be approaching the Allen's Auto Shop, Terra Pro Excavating, and then after that, it's really the next location would be Carrier Mills, which at that point, it's still probably about 10 minutes away. But Carrier Mills is a bit more populated. We definitely have a potentially small but strong tornado in progress right now on the east side of Creel Springs. New tornado warning also for Tennessee and as well as Arkansas. This is going to be the storm that's near Osceola moving towards Ripley. And then this storm right here is a beast. Again, look at Corey Gherkin's look right now at this storm. This thing is a monster. This one's the one near Marion, north of Memphis.
Starting to ramp up again.
The trees are a little bit in the way, but the structure is just insane on this thing.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Bottom right,
Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning. This is gonna be back over in Illinois. So for Pope, Gallatin, Williamson, Hardin, Johnson, and Saline counties in Illinois, we have a confirmed tornado. Once again, another confirmed tornado that's near Creel Springs, which is on the east side of town. That's hitting the auto shop there on the east side of town called Allen's Auto. There's also a few homes that are being hit by this tornado, unfortunately, right along the roadway there of Highway 166. It's approaching Saline and Newcastle. Got a few cemeteries and a few churches out in front of this. So please be in your safe place. Again, tornado is confirmed here in southern Illinois. I'm gonna go back to Corey Gherkin. This is just northwest of Memphis. Very scary looking storm here.
Topic, sorry, we almost got hit by CG. Are you stopping in Dyersburg, or are you going to continue eastbound?
I'm going to go south on 51.
By the way, huge shout out to Michelle with the Venmo donation. I really appreciate it.
Okay, that does, I mean, you're already
Also
there.
need Lorraine, Jennifer, Sean, Carrie, Alex, Christine, and Alexander for all the Venmo donations. This is again a live shot right now northwest of Memphis. A tornado may be on the ground at any time with this storm. It's behind some trees and some buildings again. So we'll go back to it in a second. Again, the strongest area of rotation is right over the south side of Turl, approaching Corona, and then Munford and Millington. Corey has a good shot of it again, it looks like. Corey's a little bit further south of the storm than before, but right there in the middle right.
On the 155.
Yeah, I'll probably go just south of Dyersburg on 51.
How's West Memphis look? Asks Pringle with the super chat. The west side of Memphis, you got the line of storms coming. That's really the main concern. This supercell should just stay to your north.
So probably poke myself just a little bit south. Check out the northern storm. If that doesn't look appetizing, then I'll go after the southern one.
There might be something back there. But we just need a good lightning strike.
What is that? Of course, not getting elected. Yeah, there's something in there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The lightning is not favoring us right now. We can't really see what's happening back there. But,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
one thing I do want to point out with this storm here, just west of Memphis, is that we do have a little shower that's kind of developed here just down to the south. It will be interesting to see the progression of this supercell. If that little cell like kind of nudges into the south side of that hook, it actually could amplify the amount of rotation on this and lead to a potentially significant tornado. So we need to watch that closely. Velocity's again the strongest right now over the south side of Turl, and this is currently approaching Millington. So we need to see how this little cell interacts. That'll be a key point here for a potential tornado. We do have a couple of new tornado warnings in Arkansas. The one east of Little Rock is brand new. This is going to be going towards Rowe and Clarendon. We have strong rotation right now, moving right up Highway 79, going towards Holly Grove and Highway 49. So again, that rotation's coming together right now, and that's going to be going towards Mariana in Arkansas and eventually towards Forest City. I think I had somebody ask about Forest City. This would be the storm to watch for. All right, so it's kind of going in your direction. Also, we have another tornado warning in Indiana. This is going to be west of Bloomington, near Linton, north of Bicknell. Rotation right now is right over Freelandville, going towards Sandburn, Lyons, and Bloomfield. You are in the path of that particular tornado warning cell. That rotation is on the broad side of things, but it will probably intensify soon. Evansville, we have a really intense storm just outside of you right now. We have a huge hail core on this thing, too, near Armstrong. Really significant hail core approaching Armstrong and Highland. And then we also have a potential for a tornado here that'll be moving into the north and west side of Evansville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So if you are in Evansville, you've really got to be, in your safe place, just in case that does drop. And the tornado that was happening near Creel Springs, it has gotten a little bit smaller here over the last couple scans. We're still keeping an eye on it. That's moving northeast towards Carrier Mills and Harrisburg. We have another tornado warning here for Tennessee. This is going to be for Lauderdale, Hayward, Shelby, Crittenden, as well as Tipton counties in Tennessee. I'll pop up here in a second. All right, here's your new tornado warning. Let me get Connor off of here. All right, brand new tornado warning. Once again, heading towards Covington. This is a supercell again that I think has a potential for a stronger long track tornado just off to the northwest here of just north and northwest of Memphis. So you got to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Is Michigan clear? If you're in southern Michigan, you still got a risk of severe weather, mainly like southeast Michigan. Southpaw says the best coverage for any severe weather from Macon County in Tennessee. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. This is crazy. Yeah, I've had no catch of breath here over the last like hour or two. It's just been nonstop severe weather, and unfortunately, I don't think it's ending anytime soon. We have a long ways to go. We still have a significant storm here moving into Tennessee, and this thing is going to try to produce a tornado. This is a live shot right now from Memphis, and you can see all the lightning right now in this area. And this is also another live shot. This one is in Millington, which is on the east side of this tornado warning. And look at the amount of lightning on this thing. Oh my goodness. This thing is producing an incredible amount of lightning. This is a powerful storm to say the least. And unfortunately, this is not what we want to see. Hunter Hurley has just come up on a flipped over semi. I hope everybody's okay in this. I don't know. Let me check where he is right now. This is back over on Highway 14 between Mark Tree and Turl. Hopefully whoever's in that vehicle is okay. That is from significant wind or possibly even a tornado in the area. This is one of the reasons why you need to be staying weather aware if you're a truck driver, especially in these types of conditions with all the wind that we have.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new confirmed tornado warning or an updated confirmed tornado warning. This is going to be back over west of Paducah. So this is now a confirmed tornado. This will be heading towards Loveville, Bardwell, and also heading towards Kevel. And tornado right now heading in the direction of Paducah. That's northwest of Mayfield for reference. We also have a little supercell heading towards Mayfield that does have rotation on it. We need to watch this closely. This is currently tracking to the northeast. That's going towards the north, or going towards the east side here of Mayfield. There is a little bit of rotation on the cell, again, moving towards Benton, and also going in the direction of Calvert City. Pringle, the main concern right now for the Forest City area is going to be damaging winds, but there is a potential for a tornado down to the southwest, which may track that direction at some point. This is once again the supercell north of Memphis that is potentially going to produce a significant tornado. We're kind of waiting to see what happens here. We got a little like shower that's kind of merging into this little inflow that we have. And again, depending on this storm interaction, it'll matter a lot for whether we see a tornado or not. It could choke off the inflow, or it actually could intensify the storm if it merges correctly. We would need like a positive storm merger with this thing going in the direction of Brighton and Millington. I'm going to put Millington bottom middle of your screen. That's in the just outside, barely outside of the tornado warning. All right, let's see. See if Corey is in front of this now. Okay, Corey is pretty close to this now. He's in range to see the storm. Let's go over to Corey Gherkin. This is the Memphis storm once again.
We'll get some rest tonight. That actually sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go poke the line.
See if we can see anything here. This is again the storm just north of Memphis in Tennessee.
I'll give you some to poke.
Alright, well, we'll hold that thought. We do now have a tornado debris signature on the northern storm back over west of Paducah. So we do have a tornado debris signature on this storm. And this could be a significant tornado, by the way, heading directly towards Paducah. We have a very strong area of rotation near Bardwell. That is moving east-northeast. Again, this is a significant tornado moving east-northeast. Velocities are ripping on this cell. moving towards Bardwell, Maggie Springs, and it's about to come into Cunningham.
A new tornado warning has been
this
issued.
is again a dangerous storm. They have issued a new tornado warning as well, I believe, for this storm. It might be a long-term tornado-producing storm here. They have issued a tornado warning for Paducah. So Paducah, you are inside of this tornado warning. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous tornado again that is moving to the east-northeast. And here's a clear view right now of that tornado. It's right now right over the east side of Laketon. It's about to move into the town of Bardwell over the next few minutes. And then Maggie Springs and Cunningham will be next in track for this tornado. All right. What else do we have? Let me go back down to the south again. The storm that's going just north of Memphis, this storm has just been upgraded. It's up to baseball-sized hail. So we have destructive hail now, in addition to the threat of a tornado, moving into the Brighton and Covington areas just north of Millington. So this storm is actively producing not just potential for a tornado, but it's also producing baseball-sized hail, moving east-northeast. We'll be approaching Brighton and Covington. And after that, it's going to be going towards Brownsville. Alamo, Bells are some of the long-term tracks of it. We still have a tornado warning near Dyersburg. This is a live shot right now from Dyersburg, Tennessee, which currently looks kind of quiet. And by the way, just a little update on the semi-truck being flipped over. I don't think it's good news. I honestly don't know if anybody else pulled over for this guy. I think Hunter might have been the first one to pull over for him. There's some sort of emergency response unit that just came here, and there's now a sheriff, it looks like. Hopefully whoever's in that semi is okay. That's not usually a good sign when Hunter's been there the entire time and has not gotten out of that area. Some sort of emergency response in addition to a cop. It's also tragic that nobody pulled over for him. I don't know how long that truck was flipped over for, but
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Alrighty, we have some more new tornado warnings coming in. We have another one in Kentucky for Graves, Callaway, and Marshall counties. All right, that's this one near Mayfield. So just southeast of Mayfield, we have a brand new tornado warning that's going to be heading towards Murray and Benton. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Arkansas, or this is for Graves, Callaway, and Marshall counties in Kentucky. This supercell is pretty small right now, but there is definitely an area of broad rotation. Could intensify as it moves towards Benton. So definitely a storm that we need to be keeping a close eye on. Again, another prefrontal supercell. The ones that are prefrontal are the ones that are the most significant. That one will eventually go towards Arlington, Greenville, and Central City and Madison in the long term if it's able to stay alive for that long. Also, a funnel cloud was just reported near Harrisburg, Illinois, which would have been on this storm near Shawneetown. So we just had a funnel cloud report on this storm a few moments ago. So potential tornado threat moving towards Mount Vernon in Uniontown.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Illinois. And we still have an active tornado warning north of Evansville. This storm's been struggling to come together, but it is a prefrontal storm. And for the next hour or so, this will still be somewhat of a concern as it stays as a discrete supercell just north of Boonville, and will eventually approach Interstate 64. And we also have another tornado warning in Indiana. I'm going the wrong way. We have a new tornado warning in Indiana. This will be just to the north of Evansville. So they're going to extend the tornado warning north of Evansville, going towards Oakland City, Petersburg, east of Princeton. So if you're in the tornado warning, the pink polygon, get to your safe place. Storm is currently tracking to the northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have another tornado warning that was just issued. Again, we're back up to 15. That one's going to be for Boone, Marion, and Hendricks counties in Indiana, which is going to be all the way back up near Indianapolis, I think. Oh God, look at this. West of Indianapolis, we got a big concern here. Just west of Indianapolis, we got a strong and tight area of rotation approaching Brownsburg and Pittsburgh. This is probably going to drop a tornado. The velocities are very strong on this thing. And we also have a possible QLCS tornado trying to develop just west of Indianapolis. This is just northwest of Indianapolis. Again, it's not going right now into downtown, but it's on the northwest suburbs here of Indianapolis, approaching Brownsburg and Pittsburgh. So you got to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This is a potentially dangerous storm right now, moving east-northeast. Look at this thing. You can actually see it wrapping in here. We got a really strong inflow. This is the type of storm that can produce a strong tornado in like a couplet like this. We're gonna have another scan here in a second, but I would, if I had to guess, there's probably a tornado right now on the northwest suburb side here of Indianapolis, near Brownsburg. I am checking to see. I'm pretty sure there's a camera here coming up somewhere. Yeah, there's one in Brownsburg, so we're going to keep a very close eye on that. I'll pull it up if we have something. How long is this radar scan going to take? Should come in, all right, in about a minute. All right, we're going to go back down. Actually, real quick, Indianapolis, we have destructive damaging winds heading your way. This is a destructive severe storm currently capable of producing damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. It is a destructive threat for damaging winds currently moving to the northeast. So this is currently a destructive storm, again, moving northeast with significant damaging winds. The latest radar scan is showing it looks like a tornado over the west side of Brownsburg. So it looks like we have a tornado on the west side of Brownsburg near Tilden.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, this tornado warning has been upgraded. It is confirmed. So for Boone, Marion, and Hendricks County, this is a confirmed tornado right now on the west side of Brownsburg. So this is a tornado in progress. You got to be in your safe place, get away from windows just northwest of Indianapolis. This is a confirmed tornado that is going to be heading right into Brownsburg over the next couple of minutes. This is a live shot right now over the... This is looking northwest in Brownsburg. I'm not sure if we're going to see... we might be able to see the power... We might be able to see power flashes if there's still a tornado here, which there is. Just confirmed moments ago. There's definitely a lot of lightning with this storm. Let me check and see the other camera that's in Brownsburg. This is also looking northwest. Tornado's going to be here in like less than a minute. I'm gonna keep this bottom. I'm gonna keep this above and just check back in a second. Tornado right now, though, is going right into the town of Brownsburg, approaching Interstate 74. West of Indianapolis, we got a significant threat for damaging winds. This is a very strong line of thunderstorms. If you are in Indianapolis, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. I know this isn't a tornado warning in Indianapolis, but it is almost the level of a tornado warning when we have damaging winds around 80 miles per hour. That can lead to some substantial damage. Trees can come down, power lines can come down. Definitely a dangerous situation. This is all the wind that is surging into Indianapolis, and then we have the threat of a potentially strong tornado near Brownsburg. That's going to be approaching I-65 as well. We still have a tornado warning east of Linton near Bloomfield. This one is still rotating as well. That warning will expire in a minute, but they might issue a new tornado warning for that. And then we're still monitoring the storm north of Evansville for a potential tornado risk as that continues to track northeast. We have a slew of tornado warnings being issued. I want to go back to the Paducah storm. This one was confirmed. And I'm not seeing a debris signature anymore. And actually, we had an unwarned tornado. We actually had an unwarned, looks like unwarned tornado briefly near Clinton. It might be clear air, but it looks like it was right with the velocity. So we might have just had a brief tornado near Clinton that went unwarned in southwest Kentucky. This is inside the tornado warning near Brownsburg in Indiana. This is live. This is right where the rotation's passing over. The wind was just starting to pick up. And no, it isn't. I'm gonna go back to this in a second. For some reason, it looked like it was picking up a second ago. New tornado watch has been issued. If you're in Ohio, if you are in southeast Indiana or northern Kentucky, there is a brand new tornado watch. A few tornadoes are likely. Scattered hail up to ping pong ball sized hail is possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is also going to be likely in this area. Over 10 million people are in this brand new tornado watch. So if you're in the watch, you need to have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan ready to go, as this is a large area included in a tornado watch. Now the wind is picking up in Brownsburg. You're starting to see the wind here on the bottom pick up. Storm is moving through. This is just northwest of Indianapolis where we have a confirmed tornado. And the camera may... Oh, nope, it's still here. Yeah, the winds are starting to pick up right now in Brownsburg. So this is live. Tornado was confirmed via radar. The wind is definitely picking up now. The visibility is also lowering. And yeah, the visibility's really dropping here. Yeah, there's either this is a big RFD surge or there's a tornado. There is a tornado here. The wind is extremely strong here. My goodness. Right inside that tornado warning in Brownsburg in Indiana. Just northwest of Indianapolis. Got a semi-truck on the right side slowing down. He's stopping. This is a serious surge of wind right now. And yeah, this is live on the Indiana traffic camera. All these cars are slowing down. They're driving against some huge wind right now. There is a tornado in here. There is definitely a tornado in here still. If not, it's just a really powerful RFD surge. My goodness. The wind is changing directions. Look at it. Look at the wind changing directions. It's going more left to right now. Tornado's gonna be back there a little bit, like
a new tornado warning has been issued.
If we can see it. Surprised this camera has not gone out yet. Oh, it might have just gone out. I think the power might have just gone out. I think there's a tornado here, though. Oh, nope, it's still going.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I don't know how these people are even driving right now. I don't know how they can even see. It's like, this is a full-blown hurricane in this warning. The wind has been changing directions, and this has been going for a consistent 2 minutes now. And this is also the type of winds that we could end up seeing in Indianapolis, by the way. Just for reference. I mean, winds like this are definitely possible in Indianapolis, even though this is, you know, near the tornado. There goes some lightning. That might be power flashes. I think that was lightning, though. Still people driving out here. The wind is getting a little bit calmer. Let me go back to that tornado warning that we're talking about here. This is all the way back up in Indianapolis. Let's check the velocities. Oh, yeah. That is... Look at this thing. Holy crap. This is a serious QLCS tornado threat. Look at that inflow going into the storm and the hook on this thing. This is a really impressive storm. And I don't think there's actually a tornado actively, but that is a huge area of very strong rotation. that is approaching Zionsville and Meridian Hills. They're going to have to issue a new tornado warning on this, undoubtedly. This is a crazy-looking storm on radar. You don't see this very often with how, like, this type of inflow. I mean, this is just a crazy radar signature right over I-65. I'm trying to see. There are more cameras here, but right now I think there's possibly a power outage with some of them. The velocities are currently being measured. Oh, we'll wait for the radar scan here. Yeah, we're probably about to have a strong tornado dropping right over Lakeside, near New Augusta, just northwest of Indianapolis. We're probably about to have a strong tornado drop right on this area. This is right over Royalton for reference. And again, I'm pretty sure there's some sort of outage happening here. And there might actually be a tornado already. Looks like we have a debris signature right there, approaching I-65. So we do have a tornado here. So this is a potentially strong tornado over just north of Indianapolis. And it is approaching. It's literally going to be crossing right over New Augusta, Meridian Hills in just a few minutes, near Carmel. Moving to the east-northeast. Again, this is a very dangerous storm right now. This is a view near the tornado warning. Look how strong the winds are right now. This is right on I-65. The winds are very strong. This is just barely south of the tornado, where the tornado is. Man, oh man, this entire line of thunderstorms in like the Indianapolis area is producing damaging winds around 80 miles per hour. And again, this is an example of it. The winds being very strong. They're going to keep getting more intense. I'm going to try to see if we have something in the warning though. Like actually in like the rotation.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Warning. This
Seek
is going to be a confirmed
immediately.
tornado warning for the storm that we've been talking about. This is going to be heading in the direction of Carmel. Meridian Hills as well are in the path of this. This is going to be right outside. This is going to be in the tornado warning right now. You can see the wind picking up again. This being on I-465, just east of I-65. And this is ahead of where that tornado is, by the way. So the winds are strong, even just barely ahead of the storm. Also, the National Weather Service of Paducah is taking shelter as there is it sounds like a tornado in progress near Paducah. Let me go to that. Take this off. The wind is still very strong here. There is a tornado in progress, it sounds like, approaching Paducah. And yeah, there is. We have a tornado in progress approaching Paducah. So, tornado in progress right now approaching the city of Paducah. Near Route 60. It's going to be approaching I-24 as well as this continues to move northeast. So again, tornado in progress, moving towards Paducah. There is a debris signature there as well. Also, the storm that's near Murray, just southeast of Mayfield, that thing's starting to ramp up too. So this storm is intensifying, going towards Hardin, Aurora, Fair Dealing, and also going in the direction of Benton. Rotation again, intensifying, approaching Almo, Hardin, and Aurora. We need to watch that very closely. We have multiple tornado warnings in and around Memphis right now, mostly north and west of Memphis. We're still watching the storm near Covington very closely, and we're also keeping an eye on the Forest City tornado warning, which the rotation is the strongest right along I-40. So be in your safe place if you're in Forest City right now. Back to Indianapolis. We got a significant round of thunderstorms coming right through Indianapolis as we speak. I'm going to go back to that camera and see if we still have a view, or maybe not. It's not loading. Okay, yeah, that's the wind. Tornadoes right in this area. In the north side here of Indianapolis, you can see the wind really picking up on the Indiana traffic cam. By the way, huge shout out to Dotted Fish with the 50 gifted members. You are way too kind. W's in the chat. Appreciate that a lot. My power went out. Power is almost undoubtedly going to go out across Indianapolis. We got a serious windstorm moving right across Indianapolis right now. It's another live shot of that storm moving through Indianapolis. There's a report of a funnel cloud in Framington, by the way. By the way, Hayden, you can at me for that type of stuff. You can at me. It looks like if we have a tornado, it would be right over Quail Ridge in New Augusta, approaching Meridian Hills. The velocities are still a little behind. Again, we have a significant round of damaging winds right now coming right through Indianapolis. Currently warned for destructive 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a very dangerous situation right now in Indianapolis. This is just like crazy. This looks like a hurricane. This is another view right now on the north side of Indianapolis on the interstate, and there are cars pulled over right now. And I don't think they know what to do. The wind is just so strong. This is at least 80 miles per hour. This wind is incredibly strong, and I don't know how anybody's even driving out here in this type of condition. The velocities currently on the leading edge of this line are around 70 to 80 miles per hour. So we are seeing a very serious surge of wind across the entire Indianapolis metro. Also, a report of a tornado near New Bern. Is that Tennessee? Or is that... There's a report of a tornado near New Bern, Tennessee, I believe. Isn't Storm Media on this? Yeah, this is Tennessee. There's a report of a tornado southwest of New Bern. This is an unwarned tornado on this cell, moving in the direction of it's over Dyersburg, and it's going to be moving towards Dyer, Union City, and Martin. And quick update on Paducah. We have a confirmed tornado heading right into Paducah as we speak. Velocities are really strong. Our tornado right now is going to go right over the radar site. This radar site might get knocked out by that tornado. There's a tornado going right into the west side of Paducah over the next few minutes. Storm Media, bottom right of your screen, is on that Dyersburg tornado, if there is one, which again, there's a report as of moments ago from a storm chaser that there is one in that area. You got Corey Gherkin on the right. I don't know why there's a big white bar there. I think that's the camera. Also, we need to watch this storm north of Evansville very closely. This thing has the potential of producing a tornado. It is discreet, moving towards Jasper and Huntingtonburg. The National Weather Service in Paducah is sheltered due to a tornado in the area. So, just a heads up, they are not able to even upgrade the warning that is currently on the ground. There are power flashes. Power flashes on the east side of Indianapolis right now. I just saw a power flash right before I put on the camera. It was a bright blue orb that just blew up, basically. So this is, yeah, there's definitely, I think there are widespread power outages probably happening across Indianapolis with how strong these winds are.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If you're in Indianapolis or anywhere in the surrounding areas in the severe thunderstorm warnings, you need to be in your safe place. This is a dangerous storm. And look at how many people are driving. This is crazy. I get people have to drive, but this is still crazy with how high the winds are. The wind is really picking up now. Huge shout out to Jeff, Allie, Lance, Allie, all for the Venmo donations. I really appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you. Here comes the wind. East side of Indianapolis. Very strong winds. Again, power outages are, again, pretty likely. I would be surprised if people still had power with how strong these winds are. You need a serious power company for your power to not go out. The winds are very strong, though, all across Indianapolis. This Boeing segment moving towards Greenfield, Knightstown, and Anderson. Let's go back to Paducah, which, if there is a tornado, is probably hitting the radar site or just crossing over it right now. Moving towards Paducah and Metropolis. Bottom middle of your screen is in Metropolis right now, which is a live camera there on Radar Omega. But it appears as if the tornado likely just missed the radar site. We still have multiple tornado warnings near the Mississippi River Valley.
A new tornado warning has
and
been
we're also
issued.
starting to see an uptick of tornado warnings again in Arkansas. So we have a new tornado warning for Arkansas and Monroe counties, and then we also have a new one that got issued down near Camden, and as well as the Burden areas. And this is a very concerning storm. This is a discrete supercell with very strong rotation right now, approaching Bearden, Thornton, as well as Fordyce. Also, this is live in Indianapolis. The winds are even crazier now. Nobody can drive again. That is in Indianapolis. On the east side, on I-70. Trucks have come to a complete stop, which is obviously very dangerous when there's people driving, but they've literally just come to a complete stop. There's no... I don't know what else. I don't know. This could cause an accident with what's happening here. Now they're starting to drive a little bit again. Or trying to, at least. This is an interstate. And this is pretty dangerous, especially for like hydroplaning and stuff like that. Duke Energy shows 7,000 people without power in Indiana. I bet that number is going to be way higher here in a few minutes. The National Weather Service of Paducah has just said they are warnings, and reports are being managed by the Quad City National Weather Service
has been issued
as they are sheltering in place. Look how many cars are coming to a stop here, all the different trucks. Winds are still very high right now on the east side of Indianapolis. We're probably going to have a significant tornado here in southern Arkansas here very shortly, going towards Fordyce. Also, we have a new tornado warning for Tennessee. This will be for Dyer, Gibson, Obion, Weakley, and Henry counties. So you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. This can be all the way back up here to the northeast, going towards Martin, Dresden, and South Fulton. We actually had a reported tornado on this storm not too long ago from a storm chaser in the area. I think Storm Media is close to this. We also have CJ Ziegler who's waiting for it as well. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this storm. That's what it currently looks like in at the University of Tennessee in Martin. This is a look at the storm rolling in right now on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port, just in far northwestern Tennessee in the tornado warning. This is a really crazy looking supercell. I'm going to put that bottom left. Oh, never mind. That's not bottom left. That bottom right. We have a brand new... let me go back to Indianapolis real quick. I think we had Yeah, we have a tornado in progress right now. So a new tornado in progress east of Carmel, approaching Noblesville and as well as Fisher. There is at least a small tornado embedded in all this, you know, convection here, approaching Noblesville, and as well as Fishers. So we have a tornado in progress there. We have a very intense line of thunderstorms pushing all across the eastern side of Indianapolis with at least 80 mile per hour damaging
has
winds.
been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning in Tennessee. This will be for those in Lauderdale, Haywood, Tipton, Crockett, Dyer, and Gibson counties. This is going to be going towards Dyersburg, New Bern, just southwest of Dyer. You'll be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. This has been a long track supercell still capable of producing a tornado moving northeast. Where's Corey? Is he on the southern storm still? Okay, so Corey is on the southern storm. Actually, let's go to Freddie McKinney.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Freddie
Seek
is on this storm
immediately.
near Ripley.
And if they're not,
this is the one that is trying to produce a tornado.
1,000 people watching. Appreciate you guys for tuning in here.
It's going towards Gates and Halls. I don't think Corey has a view. I think, or not Freddie. I mean, I think Corey has a view of it. I'm gonna go back to radar though. We do have a confirmed tornado back over near Paducah, I believe. Yeah, this has been upgraded, so it is a confirmed tornado on the east side of Paducah. The velocities are very strong. Our tornado is actually over the west side of Paducah right now. So this tornado is gonna be over the west and northwest side of Paducah, Kentucky, approaching Brookport and Shady Grove. So we have a tornado in progress moving to the northeast. It's moving into southern Indiana, Illinois. It's Illinois. Moving to southern Illinois towards Shady Grove and New Liberty. But this tornado is right now hitting the west side of Paducah and is completely rain wrapped. So this is a very dangerous situation. You'll be in your safe place away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning, including Paducah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're still watching this storm as well back over near Benton. Again, east of Mayfield. There's still some rotation on that storm. Also, we have a new tornado warning in Indiana. This is a lot of people. This can be back down over near Evansville. So west of Evansville near Mount Vernon. We have a large area of rotation currently moving towards New Harmony, Armstrong, and eventually Princeton and Mount Carmel. Also, just to let you guys know, the National Weather Service of Paducah has now been able to return to their desks, and they are now safe. But they are on a backup generator there in Paducah. We do have a tornado, I think, in progress now, west of Mount Vernon. So this tornado warning that just got issued, it looks like we do have a tornado in progress now northwest of Mount Vernon here in Indiana. So this is going to be going towards Princeton, just west of Evansville. Also heading towards Armstrong. Another tornado is in progress. Say funnel middle camera. Might have been Scud.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have
this
another
is an
tornado
urgent
in progress.
Alert. A tornado
this is going to be
is
for
on the
Hamilton,
ground.
Tipton,
Seek
and Madison
shelter
counties.
immediately.
I think this is going to be the one in northern Indiana. So they're just continuing the tornado warning near Nobleville. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's this one. So they have continued a confirmed tornado warning going towards Anderson, right over Noblesville. Our tornado would be located right over Noblesville, approaching Lapple, Hamilton, and Anderson. So you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. Brandon Kopic's got a crazy shot of this storm right now back over in western Tennessee. This is Brandon Kopic. He's also on YouTube. Also, new tornado warning, Calvert City, Eddyville, and Fredonia and Marion in Kentucky. Strong rotation right now approaching Calvert City. This is a supercell near Ripley.
Copy. Just FYI, I got a large bowl lowering right next to me. It might be about to drop a tornado on this, so make sure you guys got my feed.
Okay, so Kopic says that there is a bowl lowering, which we can see. Thinks it might drop a tornado here in a minute.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Also, not a good sign, but the storm that's currently heading towards Martin is very concerning. Rotation is very strong on this. It is a classic looking supercell, even though it's embedded in this line. This thing might be about to drop a big tornado heading towards Martin. This is a very dangerous storm right now, moving northeast towards Martin in Tennessee. I know we have people watching from Martin for sure. I've seen people talk about Martin a lot today. You're in the path of a potentially dangerous storm. You're going to want to take this seriously. If you're in Martin, you need to get to your safe place, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to that interior room of your home or building. As this storm does look very concerning right now. Again, I'm not guaranteeing that there will be a tornado here, but this is looking like a classic looking storm. I mean, we got a huge hook echo on this thing too. There is a camera right here, actually, on the radar mega cyclone port looking at this storm. See if we can see anything. The structure looks crazy on this, too. If we had a tornado, I think it would be middle left. I think we're looking there for a possible tornado. Ooh, that was a big CG right there. I think there's something back there. There's a large lowering at the minimum, I'm pretty sure, right there in the middle. Large wall cloud from what I just saw. We have Kenton. Let's go back to 3. Kenton, bottom, middle. And where's Brandon? All right. 2 cameras, bottom, middle, bottom, right, are both in this tornado warning, as I do think this is a very concerning storm. Velocities are pretty strong, and I don't think it's far from producing a tornado heading towards Martin, Tennessee. They have issued a tornado warning as well. Oh, this is the old one. Never mind. Back up near Calvert City, they did issue a tornado warning in Kentucky for Calvert City, going towards Fredonia and Eddyville. The rotation's over Possum Trot, moving east-northeast at around 50 to 60 miles per hour. No debris signature right now, but it's not far from producing a tornado. We actually have multiple areas of rotation that are spinning here.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Also, the tornado warning in Indiana. That is going to be... Okay, wait, we have a couple storms here. The one that's in Warwick, Gibson, and Pike counties. This has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. So there's a tornado in progress near Stendal, approaching Pikeville, Velpen, and Winslow. This has developed rapidly over the last couple of minutes. And I don't see a debris signature yet, but this is 5 minutes old.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have another confirmed tornado as well near Mount Vernon. This is the one that we pointed out about 5-6 minutes ago. Confirmed tornado just west of Mount Vernon. It's moving in the direction... It's actually right over Grafton, Illinois, or Grafton, Indiana now. It's about to hit Springfield, Wadesville, and then Posseville, and then eventually going towards Armstrong, Fort Branch. You're all in the path of another tornado that is in progress, moving to the northeast. So we have 2 tornadoes. We have 2 or 3 different tornadoes in Indiana right now, all in different storms. All right, let's go back down to that storm near Union City. Let's see if we have an update on velocities here. Still very strong rotation right now near Rutherford. I'm going to go back full cam to this. See if we can see anything. This is back over in Kenton, Tennessee. This is right next to the rotation. Which we might be in the rain now, so it actually might be hard to see anything. I'm just going to keep that bottom middle instead of having that full screen. Otherwise, my eyes are going to hurt from looking at that. Let's go to Ripley. The Ripley storm's still rotating. That's the one that Brandon's on. Where's Clarkdale, Arkansas? Apparently, there was a large...
A new tornado warning
I'm not
has
sure
been
about
issued.
this. There may have been a large tornado near Clarksdale, west of Millington, about an hour ago, when Corey was on that storm. There's a photo that looks like a tornado, but it's hard to tell. And by the way, we do have rotation approaching Millington. We might get another tornado warning on that activity. We have a new we have a bunch of new tornado warnings. We got a new one in Indiana for Hamilton, Tipton, and Madison counties, and that's going to be north of Indianapolis out of this cluster of storms. Rotation is moving towards Elwood, Alexandria, and Atlanta. It's going to be located right back on the backside of this rain. So it's pretty much a rain-wrapped tornado moving northeast. So be in your safe place if you're in that warning. And then also a new tornado warning in Du Bois County in Indiana, which is going to be for Jasper. As we do have a confirmed tornado right now, east of Oakland City, heading towards Huntingburg and Jasper, and eventually towards French Lick.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. We have yet again another tornado warning as well. So we're just getting a bunch of tornado warnings. Brandon Kopic is driving through a surge of wind right now. Let's go to him. Brandon Kopic's on that tornado warning in western Tennessee near Covington. Near Ripley, excuse me. In Gates. So he's driving through serious wind right now where there might be a tornado. There was a bowl lowering a few minutes ago.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That structure, because yeah, it does look outbow. So the next thing I think of is what about the structure?
Yeah, I mean, just like that.
Let's calm down a little bit. This is a live shot right now from Memphis. Oh, just went out. Never mind. Let's go to this camera though. This is back over in Martin, Tennessee, which is where we have a storm that is rotating rapidly. This is the storm on the horizon right now. Velocities have been pretty strong on this. And the thinking is that we might get a tornado out of this going towards Martin and Dresden and eventually Murray, Kentucky. This is a full-blown lightning show right now here in northwestern Tennessee, in addition to a really impressive-looking cell here. Martin has the University of Tennessee building there. There's a lot of stuff in Martin. So if you're in Martin, you got to be in your safe place. Again, we're keeping a very close eye on the storm. We don't have anything confirmed yet, but... And I just saw somebody say in the chat that Martin here, it's bad. Let me keep that bottom right. We also got a new tornado warning east of Paducah. This is going to be for those in Smithfield, Berna, Salem, Midway, Marion, Crane, and View. And we also have still a supercell that's rotating here just south of Eddyville. They have not continued the tornado warning on that. That is currently moving to the northeast. So they'll be moving towards Princeton, but they have not continued a tornado warning on that storm. The storm is nasty.
A new tornado
a single
warning
storm
has
that
been
we've had
issued.
so far that has not been nasty. We have another tornado warning in Indiana for Tipton, Delaware, and Madison counties. And it's probably, I think it's up here. This is going to be for, like, Muncie and Eaton. You're in the path of 2 areas, or 3 areas of rotation northeast of Indianapolis. We got 1, 2, 3, all moving currently to the northeast. Any of those could produce tornadoes as they move northeast. That's the new tornado warning. Currently, central and southern Indiana, at least from Indianapolis back through Bloomington, it's all severe weather right now. All of our tornado warnings are focused really down to your south, where we've had a couple of confirmed tornadoes here recently. One of which was near New Harmony, and that's, as well as going towards Princeton and Armstrong, and then another one that's near Jasper, which I don't think is on the ground anymore, but we did have a tornado with that, so we're keeping an eye on that. Another tornado warning in Kentucky. That one's going to be for Graves, Lyon, Callaway, Trigg, and Marshall counties. We're back up to 17 tornado warnings. Tornado warnings are coming in really delayed right now, but it'll pop up. There it is. All right, so it's going to be an extent. This is a new tornado warning, basically in the same area, south of Mayfield. So our rotation is right over the south side of Mayfield. It's moving towards Benton, north and west of Murray, and it will eventually track towards I-24, just south of Calvert City. You need to be in your safe place if you're in that warning. This is the tornado that happened on the west side of Indianapolis here, from Will Burton on Twitter. This was the tornado that happened there not too long ago. Again, just on the west side of Indianapolis. Also, there are reports in Daleville, Indiana, of power flashes on a camera. So Daleville, Indiana, there are reports of power flashes up there. Huge shout out to Johnny with the super chat. I really appreciate that generosity. Thank you, Johnny. Also, shout out to Meredith, Danny, Andrea, and Emily, and Samantha for all the Venmo donations. Yeah, a little rope tornado there west of Indianapolis. The winds were the velocities are still really strong up there. All right, we got a storm rolling in now to Martin, Tennessee. Again, if this is like your last chance, you got to be in your safe place now. If we have a tornado, it'd be coming in from the southwest side of town, approaching State Route 43 here in just a moment. This is back to that live shot in Martin. So this is in Martin, Tennessee right now. We'll see if we have a tornado, if we can spot one. Got a lot of lightning. I need to check how much lightning these storms have. It has to be like an astronomical number. We're getting a flash of lightning every second right now. All right, catch this, guys. You guys ready to hear this? Across all of the storms that we have right now, we are getting 840 lightning strikes a minute. That means we are getting 12,600 lightning strikes every 15 minutes. That is insane. I think I think I did a calculation for our last severe weather event on Sunday, and I think the number was like 4,000. So we're at triple that right now, which is actually crazy. Evansville, Kentucky. Is that Evansville, Kentucky? This is Evansville, Indiana. We have really strong rotation right now on the northwest side of Evansville. We may have a tornado dropping, approaching Highland, and another area of rotation right over Evansville. This is an unwarned area of rotation that is currently moving northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning for Kentucky. This is going to be that storm, I think, near Evansville. So they have issued a tornado warning, and that's going to be for Evansville again. This is a more concerning threat than before. We actually have legitimate rotation right now over the northwest side of Evansville, moving towards Highland, Elliott, and Elberfeld, and Chandler and Boone, and as well as Booneville in southern Indiana. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Again, 2 areas of rotation right now, moving directly to the northeast. Very dangerous situation. And we also have 2 couplets that are near Blairsville, going towards Armstrong, moving to the northeast. All right, let's get to John with a couple updates on tornado damage while we have a quick second. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so this is coming out of the storm that was near Zionsville. It looks like that we have a building that collapsed. So there's a structural collapse, and it appears that a few people are unaccounted for in that structure damage. So time will tell whether or not they are discovered either injured, or we could potentially have some fatalities coming up soon in the near future from these storms. Furthermore, it's not clear whether or not that was part of which tornado was involved in that, because apparently there was 2 debris signatures located on that storm.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the report. All right, back northwest of Evansville, we have a very tight area of rotation. I do think there is a tornado right now in progress near Armstrong. So this is likely a tornado right now northwest of Evansville. It's going to be moving towards Elberfeld and Elliott, and eventually going towards the Hobstad area here in southern Indiana. So this is, again, likely a tornado. We don't have a debris signature yet. The radar hasn't updated, but the velocities are very strong, and there's likely a tornado here just northwest of Evansville. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This is, again, a very dangerous storm. All right, storm's moving right into Martin, Tennessee right now. The rotation's over top of Martin. So far, we've not had a confirmed tornado on this storm. It's been just an area of rotation we've been watching closely. So nothing confirmed yet, but we're still keeping a very close eye on that as it continues to move northeast. By the way, this is what it looks like in Millington right now. I do want to go to Millington. This is what it looks like right now live, Millington, Tennessee. Look at the structure on this thing. This is on the radar mega cyclone port. This is a crazy looking structure here. Huge shout out to Kurt with a very generous $200 super chat. W's in the chat for Kurt. Really appreciate that generosity. All right, we do have a tornado now in progress on the northwest side of Evansville. So we do have a tornado debris signature now popping up on radar northwest of Evansville, right where I was just talking about, approaching St. Joseph. So debris signature right now northwest of Evansville, Indiana. It's going into St. Joseph and will be approaching Darmstadt near Hillsdale and Early. That's eventually going to be tracking towards Wheatonville and Elberfeld if it is able to stay alive. And confirmed tornado here, which the warning was upgraded to observed. So they have confirmed the tornado warning here. Again, currently moving to the northeast. You can see on the bottom right of your screen, that's the Martin tornado warning. The wind is starting to pick up quite a bit there. I know all storms are bad. Do you have a favorite to report on? When it comes to reporting, my preference is severe weather. Just my opinion. I like hurricanes. They're just... I don't mind doing hurricanes. It's just a lot of repetitiveness, I feel like. And it's also like... I don't feel like you're helping that many people with hurricanes unless it's ahead of time. Like if it's the day of, like you can cover it, but I feel like the preparations beforehand are way more important in my opinion. So I just think severe weather, like it's like you forecast and you're also doing nowcasting, and it's like way more dangerous to people. I honestly think severe weather is like the most important thing to be live for. We got potentially a significant tornado right now approaching Darmstadt here in Indiana. And this currently, the tornado would be hitting Darmstadt near the Schnucks Market. There's also a flippin' out pinball place. There's a tri-state roofing and remodeling building in this town. And you also got a Mexican restaurant called Los Tres Caminos, I think. And then also coming up on Primetime North, Papa John's Pizza. And there's also the First Financial Bank that is in the track of this tornado, which is completely rain-wrapped. Approaching Darmstadt. So you need to take cover if you're in this warning. And there's also the Wash Boss car wash. That's about to take a hit from that tornado. And we are still watching for an area of rotation approaching Muncie and as well as Eaton. It's moving northeast, so we're keeping a close eye on that. And back over in Kentucky, we still have a big wind bag right now moving across western Kentucky with damaging winds, lots of lightning, obviously, and then in addition, a chance for a tornado out of any of these storms as they keep moving to the east-northeast. Let me go back to the Evansville storm real quick. This is a debris ball, by the way. This is this is a debris ball right over the west side of Darmstadt. That right there is a debris ball on radar. So we have a full-blown debris ball northwest here of Evansville. Approaching Darmstadt as well as Highway 41. Been a beast today. I appreciate that. Thank God my voice hasn't given out. Talking so much. There's been so many things happening. We still have 10 tornado warnings, and this severe weather is still far from over. I want to give you guys a general idea of where we're at right now. Here's our risk outline for severe weather. The Storm Prediction Center maintained the high risk of severe weather this evening. A new tornado warning has been issued. We are still in the high risk of severe weather. Like, it's still not over, and we have the moderate and enhanced risks to go here, like Nashville, Maysville in Kentucky, Columbus, Ohio. And then Dallas-Fort Worth overnight tonight. I mean, this is still far from over right now. Like, it's unbelievable. This is such an elongated threat here for severe weather today. I'm going to go from south to north here. We're going to begin from the south storms near the Fordyce area here in Arkansas. We still have a very intense supercell here approaching Kingsland, and this one could again produce a tornado at any time. It's moving towards Risen, Star City, and Pine Bluff. There's also a threat of some golf ball sized hail, lots of lightning, and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds as that moves to the northeast. West of Memphis, we got a whole cluster of storms right now coming in. So an entire line of thunderstorms with damaging winds and potential tornadoes.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I don't know if I can even get through this. We have to go back to Indiana. We have a new confirmed tornado warning. This is an upgrade, I believe. So this is going to be, once again, near Evansville. We have a strong tornado right now in progress, going right into Darmstadt. So a strong tornado right now approaching Stacer and Warrenton, moving to the northeast. So we still have a debris signature on this storm, and it's completely rain-wrapped. It'll be moving towards Eberfeld and as well as Fort Branch. Let me go back down to western Tennessee. We're going south to north. Back over in Memphis, again, we got a strong line of thunderstorms, damaging winds being the main concern. There could be some embedded tornadoes with this as it moves into Memphis, Millington, Brighton, and as well as Covington. And a little bit of large hail also being a possibility. Back over near Halls and Dyersburg, we also do have a tornado warning still ongoing. The rotation is pretty rain-wrapped at this point, and it's going to be going towards Dyer and as well as Route 45 as that continues to move northeast. So if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Back over in Dresden, the rotation on this cell has become a lot broader, it looks like, over the last few minutes. But if we were to see a tornado, it would be right in this hook here, approaching State Route 190 and eventually moving into western Kentucky. That would eventually go towards like areas like Murray. The tornado warning for Benton, Kentucky, that rotation's been a little bit broader, but it is still a supercell we need to watch for very closely. Still has the potential of producing a tornado as that continues to move to the northeast. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that area. And then just off to the east of Paducah, main concern right now is damaging winds. The rotation's been broader on this activity as well. A lot of convection out in front of it, but we're still watching for the threat of tornadoes there. And then Evansville is where we have most recently had a tornado, and I think we still have one. Still very strong rotation right now, approaching Elliott and as well as Elberfield. We actually could have twin tornadoes right now attempting to form here. So there
new
could be
tornado
twin
warning
tornadoes
has
right now
been
forming
issued.
near Eberfeld and approaching Wheatonville. These are within like 2 miles of each other right now. One along I-69 and the other one right over Warrenton. All right, we have a report from John regarding the line of storms that just went through Indianapolis. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so for that line of storms west of Indianapolis right now, currently they are clocking about 87 mile per hour wind gusts. So very destructive winds, definitely able to cause a lot of harm, bodily harm, and property harm, especially if projectiles are involved. Then for the actual city of Indianapolis, we have about 6 different reports of thunderstorm wind-related damage to trees, homes, and buildings. So again, these storms are producing very high winds, even if it's not tornadic. Definitely take these seriously and seek shelter.
All right, thank you, John, for the report. He meant east of Indianapolis, by the way, not west. But this is the line right now approaching Winchester, Portland, going towards Richmond. It's still destructive. The warnings up here are still labeled as destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, which means that we have damaging winds exceeding 70 miles per hour, or 80 miles per hour, I should say, here across eastern Indiana. So this is still a substantial situation right now, moving towards Portland, Winchester, and Richmond. Unfortunately, it's going to continue. If you're in Salina or Greenville over in western Ohio, be ready for the significant damaging wind threat. I don't think it's letting up anytime soon. A very intense line of thunderstorms with lots of damage ahead. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning west of Indianapolis as well for Franklin for 60 mile per hour winds. A little bit of rotation on that. We'll need to keep an eye on that later on. The tornado warning for those in Jasper has become a lot less concerning. It's still a discrete supercell, but the velocities have been weaker. It is going to be moving in the direction of French Lick, Mitchell, and Bedford. So those will be eventual areas in the track of this particular storm. They have issued a new tornado warning for Warwick, Gibson, Vanderburgh, and Pike counties in Indiana. That is going to look like a crown here near Princeton, Oakland City, and Petersburg. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. It's going to be basically impacting areas right along I-69 between Petersburg and I-64. And we have a large, broad area of rotation all across this line, just to the northeast of Evansville. By the way, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can always at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX as well. The links to all those are in the description below. In addition to that, we have our Discord server. You can join our weather community and talk all about the weather. That is also linked in the description. Reason why I'm saying this is because we are going to try to post a lot of stuff here over the next couple of days regarding today's outbreak and give you some more in-depth reports, because I can't necessarily go through it in a video format, so a lot of that would be over our Twitter and Facebook pages, which are again linked in the description. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Again, we do live streams like this all the time. And again, we'll be live here for the next several hours with tornado outbreak coverage. I honestly do not see this ending anytime soon. All right, we do have a new upgrade. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning still continuing. Back over in eastern Indiana, they have upgraded the northern warning. So we are still talking about 80 mile per hour damaging winds approaching Portland and going towards Salina. So still a significant swath of damaging winds right now, moving to the east, going towards Portland and Salina. We still actively have 13 tornado warnings, and a lot of them right now are in southwest Indiana and western Kentucky. We still have a couple in Tennessee. One in Martin right now that is mainly off to the north now. And we've actually... This storm's gotten a little bit more concerning. Back over north of Martin, the couplet has come together a little bit over the last couple scans. We got a new area of circulation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So just north of Martin, circulation's coming together a little bit right now, moving to the northeast. That is going to be heading towards Murray. That will be eventually moving into southwestern Kentucky. We have a new tornado warning for Weakley, Crockett, Dyer, and Gibson counties. In Tennessee, that'll be for Dyer. Storm Intermediate, bottom right of your screen, they are actually on this tornado warning cell. That's going towards Dyer and Sharon. And also we'll be approaching Trenton, Idlewood, and Skull Bone, moving to the northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have yet again another tornado warning. That's going to be for Lincoln, Calhoun, Dallas, and Cleveland counties in Arkansas. which I believe is going to be an extension for this, which has been very, very impressive supercell here. So we got a lot of lightning on this storm going towards Risen, Star City, Pine Bluff. All-timers also in the track of this in the long term. This is a fully discrete supercell here in southeastern Arkansas that is capable of producing a strong and even long track tornado. It's hard to tell if we have a debris signature on this because we have a lot of hail contamination, but the velocities are still very strong, and there's a good chance that this will try to produce a tornado as it moves to the east-northeast. All right. Real quickly, this is Storm Runner Media. They are inside of the tornado warning near in Dyer County. See the wind picking up right now. They got a bit of an RFD surge coming in. There might be a tornado on this storm. We don't really know. There's a hook echo still on this going towards Dyer. Thank you, Jeremiah, for the very generous PayPal donation. Anybody that also thank you, Roger, Amber, Meredith, and Carson for the Venmo donations. All right, let's go back to Kentucky. We have a very messy area of storms right now here in Kentucky. I'm going to go back to this radar site, though. Okay, this storm in Benton is a little bit more concerning. We do have an area of convergence right now, right over near Highway 641. It's going to be approaching fair dealing. This rotation is attempting to come together still, moving to the northeast. It was a little bit stronger a little while ago, but it's still there. And so if we get a tornado, that'd be going towards I-24 in Eddyville in about 25 minutes or so. So we still need to keep a very close eye on that storm. Okay, that's not good. We have a strong tornado northeast of Martin. Okay, this is not what we wanted to see. This has now tightened. We now have a tornado in progress northeast of Martin. It's about to cross into Kentucky. So we now have a tornado approaching Austin Springs, right along State Route 118. This is likely a strong tornado. This has developed a lot here over the last few minutes. Moving to the northeast. You got to be in your safe place. Get away from windows. Lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is a dangerous tornado moving to the northeast right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And trying to find Austin Springs here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning on this storm since the other one's going to be ending. It says radar indicated, but this is definitely on the ground. So, again, we definitely have a tornado here. There's also a new tornado warning for Crittenden, Hopkins, Cadwell, and Webster counties. You need to be in your safe place if you're in those areas. Here's your latest radar scan. And, again, significant tornado right now hitting near Austin Springs and also near Duke Dome. And they're also right now where this tornado is hitting is the Final Alert Canine. I'm not sure what that is, but there is like a home there. You also got a Knob Creek Church of Christ coming up. And in Austin Springs, you got a couple cemeteries. Looks like some farms. So luckily, this is kind of rural areas. It looks like just some farms here. But if you are in this warning, you need to be in your safe place. This is a fully rain-wrapped tornado with a debris signature currently heading northeast towards Bell City. This tornado is definitely rain wrapped, and it looks like there's a chance they'll get like a little mezzo handoff on this thing. We could get a new tornado trying to develop on this further to the east. Not something you want to see, but again, confirmed tornado on this storm. They need to issue a new tornado warning for this area here. They're probably going to in a second because we do have a tornado approaching the Kentucky border. If you're watching right now from Cuba or Bell City, just south of Sedalia and south of Mayfield, Kentucky, you need to be in your safe place. There's no tornado warning here right now, but we have a confirmed tornado heading in your direction right now.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, this has now been upgraded. It is a confirmed tornado warning for Weakley County in Tennessee. They don't currently have a tornado warning, though. going into Kentucky, which is kind of concerning because this storm's about to be going right into not really a populated area, but again, some rural areas here just south of Mayfield. Waiting for another radar scan here, but again, probably a strong tornado right now heading into southern Kentucky. No tornado warning for this area, even though there is a tornado approaching. It's approaching Bell City in Cuba. If you have any friends or family here, just make sure that they are aware that there's a tornado that might be going into this area, because there is actively no warning on this for Kentucky. It's approaching the Mount Pleasant Mennonite Church, and there's also coming up into southern Kentucky. There's the Southern Reds Barbecue and Catering Store, which is in Pilot Oak, which is just north of Dukedom. And then it will also be going towards Linville, which Linville is really more what's on track for this. There's a Dollar General in Linville. And there's also a Baptist church and the Barbiosia Cycles. And the plant bin and L&C mower parts are in the track right now of a tornado here coming up into southern Kentucky. Here's the latest scan. So this tornado now is entering into Austin Springs in Tennessee. Again, just north of Martin right now, is where we have this tornado. This is honestly concerning. We have a mesocyclone handoff happening on this, so we might get another tornado that's stronger going towards Murray. Right here. This is something that you're going to need to be ready for if you're Murray.
This is an urgent alert.
Probably gonna get a new
tornado
right
is
here.
on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for this. It is a confirmed tornado warning heading towards Murray. We have 3 areas of rotation right now. We have 3. We got one currently east of Benton. We got another one west of Murray, and then we got the other one west of Hazel. These are all strong areas of rotation. They're not even weak. They're all strong. This is a mesocyclone handoff. This is just another one that's embedded in some rain. And then this is one that is east of Benton that's also a little bit more concerning. That's going to be heading towards Lake Barkley and then eventually towards the north side of Cadiz. So we got a dangerous situation unfolding right now in western Kentucky. And also the Dyersburg storm. There is still some rotation on this, approaching Dyer. This is a live shot right now on the radar mega cyclone port from Gibson County. We actually have, it looks like some sort of lowering back there in the middle left. There's, again, a lot of lightning on this storm. This is not a time lapse. This is literally just live. There's just so much lightning with these storms. They're highly electrified. We're having over 12,000 lightning strikes every 15 minutes from Michigan to Arkansas. Okay, let's go back up to the north real quick. I've been kind of leaving some people hanging in Indiana and as well as Ohio. Ohio right now, there's nothing happening. If you're in Ohio, there's nothing. A little bit of lightning on the northwest side of the state, some strong storms, but nothing severe. What we're really going to be watching for is this line of storms that's pushing in right now. This is producing significant damaging winds that are currently exceeding 70 to 80 miles per hour. This has been an intense line of storms that has knocked out a lot of power in and around Indianapolis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
84,000 people without power in Indiana due to the severe weather. So be ready for this. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of this going towards Lima for 70 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. We do have a new tornado warning for Jasper. If you are in Jasper, Indiana, you need to be in your safe place. Once again, a new storm system's coming your way. You got a little circulation here north of Boonville, moving towards Huntingburg and Jasper, and also Fernandad. Also, south of Oakland City, we have a tight area of rain wrap rotation that is going to be approaching Winslow, and as well as Pikeville, moving to the northeast in southern Indiana. Moments ago in Darmstadt, Indiana, there is a report of from a storm chaser in Darmstadt, Indiana, just north of Evansville, that a tornado crossed Highway 41 less than a half a mile to their north. All right, guys, we got another strong tornado in progress. Got a new tornado that has just dropped. This is northeast of Martin, Tennessee. This is going towards Murray, Kentucky, which is way more populated. Murray, Kentucky, you need to be in your safe place. We got a tornado heading in your direction right now. This includes 38,000 people, by the way, that are included in this tornado warning. There is an unwarned tornado actually right now here in
a new tornado warning has been issued.
Of Indiana. Yeah, I've been calling this out here for several minutes now, and it's now coming to fruition where we do have a strong tornado heading towards Murray. And this could be on the ground for a little bit. We'll have to wait and see. But this is right in the Hook Echo. There's a big debris signature right over Midway in Tennessee. It's going to be crossing into Kentucky. It's probably in Kentucky as we speak. And it's going to be approaching Murray. Before it hits Murray, there are some farms in the track. And then
a new tornado warning has been issued.
There are some farms in the track. And then there's also, once this gets closer to Murray, this will be approaching the Oaks Country Club. There's also the Murray State University that is in the path of this. You also got the Trends and Treasures Merchants Mall, Coach Estates, MSU Exposition Center, a full-blown university pretty much on the west side of town here, and then a bunch of restaurants, including a Culver's that's coming up. But again, we got a strong tornado right now that has crossed into Kentucky. It's approaching Wiswell here in the next 10 minutes. And it will also be approaching Murray. So this is your you got to get to your safe place right now if you're in Murray, Kentucky. This is a strong tornado, and it could be even on the more intense side of things. This is right over Bell City. There's a lot of trees here. Currently moving to the northeast. I would assume that, I mean, I don't know if they will, but they could issue a
tornado
PDS
warning has been issued.
Also, we got a bunch of new tornado warnings. We just got a new one. Going to be going towards the north side of Cadiz near Princeton, just south of Eddyville. This is a tornado that would be right here east of Fair Dealing, going towards Rock Castle, Lemonosco, Friendship, and Cobb. You're in the path of a tornado, or tornado warning, possible tornado. Probably going to get a tornado out of that, actually. And we have a strong, potentially large tornado right now, just north of Midway. It's going to be approaching Murray. This is the latest radar scan. So this tornado over the east side now of Bell City. Approaching the city here of Murray, Kentucky. The latest scan still showing again, a strong tornado right now over the east side of Bell City. This is currently hitting some farms. There's not really any notable locations in this exact area that I can like call out here.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is now officially a particularly dangerous situation for those in Murray. You need to be in your safe place right now if you are in Murray. It's a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's going to be heading into Murray over the next few minutes. And Murray, again, is a very populated city.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
About 36,000 people. We have a debris ball, essentially, right now on radar. Debris ball heading towards Murray. If you have any friends or family in Murray, they need to, you need to alert them. Make sure that they're in their safe place. But we have a significant tornado right now that's going to be heading into the town of Murray over the next few minutes. This is producing significant damage. to some farms and some forests and whatnot back over here near Bell City, and is currently tracking to the northeast. I'll have another radar scan in a second, but again, significant tornado right now heading towards Murray. Try to get this up on Twitter here. This is the latest radar scan. We definitely still have a tornado here. It's now approaching 1270 Road near Harris Grove. And it's going to be coming up on Wiswell. So Wiswell, you're about to be hit by this tornado over the next few minutes. I'm trying to get some idea here where we're at on the map here. So currently this tornado is hitting the Taylor Store Farms and also the Moore Cemetery. So those are taking a direct hit from this tornado here, just southwest of Murray. And then eventually it's going to be coming up on Pascal AG Operations, which is another farm. And then after that, it comes up on the more populated region. We got a lot of homes and people that live here on the southwest side of Murray. Let's hope again that this occludes before it hits Murray, because this would be potentially almost catastrophic for Murray if this tornado enters the town. It'd be very destructive. The velocities have gotten a little bit weaker over the last couple scans, which is a good sign, but there's definitely still a tornado here. And apparently the Murray State University has more than 10,000 students. So you need to be in your safe place. I don't know what that safe place is right now. If you're in the Murray University, might be a bathroom, might be getting the mattress off your dorm bed and putting it over you. That's the best thing you can do right now in case this thing does stay on the ground all the way through Murray. The latest radar scan is showing again a lower at least a lower CC value, so basically meaning the debris signature is not as intense. But tornado is still in progress, approaching Wiswell. But we need to still monitor the situation very closely in case this does stay on the ground or does intensify again magically. There's about 18,000 people, by the way, in Murray, and then in addition to it being a college town. A lot of people in this warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning that has been issued. This is going to be for those in Johnson, Hancock, Shelby, and Marion counties in Indiana. We have a slew of tornado warnings right now in southwest Indiana. I'm not gonna lie, I don't see a whole lot right now that looks super concerning on radar, but we have some areas of rotation, just nothing that's like imminently going to be on the ground here. Just make sure that you're in your safe place. I'm much more concerned right now about the storms that are down in Kentucky. We actually have a tornado warning on the southeast side of Indianapolis. Believe it or not, there's a tornado warning. If you're in the southeast side of Indianapolis near Greenwood, we actually may have just had a brief tornado on the southwest side of Greenwood. Velocities came together here right over Greenwood, and I think that's what the warning is for. So we may have just had a brief tornado on the southern suburbs here of Indianapolis near Greenwood. If there's still a tornado, it'll be going towards New Palestine and also near Sugar Creek and London. You are in the path of a potential tornado here. That will be moving to the northeast. Near Highway 52. And don't forget, if you're over in Ohio, our main concern right now is significant damaging winds. The tornado threat will also be existent. Your tornado watch goes until 4 a.m. So we got a long period of time here for severe weather. I do take that back about the Indiana rotation for this cell. Back over near Mitchell, we actually have a pretty good area of rotation. It's a little bit more aloft. The rotation's a little bit stronger there, approaching Orleans and Mitchell. So that's moving northeast. Going back to the PDS tornado warning near Murray. Again, we have a large tornado in progress approaching the southwest side of the town. This is a debris signature that has shrunk a little bit here over the last few minutes. But it is going to be approaching, again, Murray. I have a new radar scan here in a second. This is a big college town. Again, please take shelter if you're in Murray. And if you're just tuning in now and you're in a dorm room or something like that there at the Murray State University, just get into a bathtub or, you know, put a mattress over you. Whatever you gotta do to stay safe. You got a helmet because you have a bike. You might want to put that on in case this thing does rip through Murray. We've seen a noticeable weakening trend, but it's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee. Tornado's gonna be right there. Coming right into the southwest side of town. If it's still on the ground, which we don't know yet if it is, but if it is still on the ground, it's coming into the southwest side of Murray right now. A lot of homes are on the southwest side. There's also the Murray Massage and Rickman Construction and the Charter Senior Living of Murray that's in this southwest side here. Which, it looks like the last couple of debris signatures here, it is a smaller tornado or it has occluded. So this is a good trend that we're seeing on the radar. Once again, another narrow, it looks like, I mean, I'm not going to guarantee it, but there is at least a likelihood here there's another narrow miss here. Of another town or city being narrowly missed by a strong tornado. But still stay in your safe place. Again, we could see this still be on the ground or even recycle. Rotation is still really strong right now. Further north of this storm in Kentucky, going towards Rock Castle and Interstate 24. Velocities here are still really strong. We're going towards Friendship. Another velocity scan in a second, but we could still easily get a tornado out of this as it moves east-northeast towards Cobb and I-24. Thank you so much, Deborah, by the way, for the very generous gift of memberships. Appreciate that. Also, shout out Kurt. I think I said that. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Indianapolis update. We have a tornado warning just on the southeast side of Indianapolis. I think this warning is not going to last much longer, though, because the rotation was very brief over Greenwood. And right now, it looks like mostly just some damaging winds approaching I-74. I'm going to check and see, though, if we have a view of this. Southeast side of Indianapolis. The winds are very strong right now near Pleasant View. There are a lot of people that live in this warning, but again, from what I'm seeing, the rotation has at least been on the weaker side of things here over the last several minutes. So what it looks like right now, it's kind of a blurry camera, but it's looking west at where this tornado warning cell would be. Try to click this again. You can see how windy it is right now. It's very windy. The visibility is near zero. There's basically nobody. Wow, that's a big flash. I don't know if that was a power flash. That might have been a power flash. That was really bright. That was another really bright flash here on the southeast side of Indianapolis. Those are really bright flashes. So there might be, I don't think there's a tornado, but there's definitely very high winds there, which again, high winds can still lead to power flashes. They've updated the tornado warning. It is still a PDS tornado warning for Murray. There is still maybe some level of debris right now in the atmosphere, right over the town of Murray, approaching Van Cleve, or Cleve. And it will eventually move towards Highway 80, moving northeast, just south of Alamo. So there might still be some debris in the atmosphere, but again, I don't think there's an active tornado anymore, but obviously treat this as if there is one. There's no reason to go back playing Xbox or whatever you're trying to do at college. You need to continue to stay in your safe place. As of 2 minutes ago, there is a spotter that is reporting a tornado on the ground still. So sounds like there is still something here over Murray, which again, this is still a PDS tornado warning for Murray and Alamo. So as of 2 minutes ago, there is still a tornado according to a storm spotter. And this could be going right into the Murray State University area. If there's still a tornado, it could be also impacting the Murray-Callaway County Hospital, Rudy's on the Square Restaurant, Go for Pizza, East Side Tire. And there's also a truck mobile repair place.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This tornado is probably completely rain wrapped though, now on the central and east side of Murray. If we still had a tornado, it'd be now on the east side of Murray. So it looks like the college area likely just narrowly got missed by a potential tornado still. On the east side of Murray is where this is at. It's approaching Van Cleve and going right up Highway 80, moving to the northeast. This is still a PDS tornado warning. It is still a particularly dangerous situation. And spotters have reported a tornado as well as of about 4 or 5 minutes ago. We also have a new tornado warning. This is going to be...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's going to be back over in northwestern Tennessee. This is going to be for Puryear and Buchanan. As radar indicated rotation right over Puryear, moving to the northeast towards Highway 280. We also have another tornado warning for Kentucky. That is going to be for Breckenridge, Ohio, and Hancock counties. So we're still at 14 tornado warnings. Obviously, the outbreak here of severe weather is far from over.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So Muhlenberg, Davies, Hopkins, McLean, and Webster counties are in another tornado warning as well. This is the new one east of Owensboro. This is a little prefrontal discrete cell here that's moving towards Cloverport and Hardinsburg. So if you're in this tornado warning, you got to be in your safe place, moving towards Cloverport. Moving to the northeast. This storm northwest of Cadiz here in western Kentucky, rotation is still very strong.
This
on
is an
thing
urgent
right now.
alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
There's another one. We have another confirmed tornado warning. This is going to be for Callaway, Trigg, and Marshall counties. This is another new tornado warning. We have so many tornado warnings again. A spotter has confirmed a tornado on the ground with a Cadiz storm. So this tornado is confirmed via a weather spotter near Rockcastle, heading towards Cobb, just north of Cadiz. They have issued a new confirmed tornado warning just east of Murray. This is heading in the direction of Aurora, Canton, and Donaldson. Cadiz is also going to be in the path of this. We have basically a line of tornado warnings in western Kentucky. So if you're out in front of these storms, if you're back over in Elizabethtown, Radcliffe, Bowling Green, just be ready. I mean, you're probably going to get at least some damaging winds, perhaps even a tornado risk as these storms head in your direction. This is still a very dangerous situation right now across Kentucky. Stay zoomed out here for just a second. All right. Thank you, Nicholas. Really appreciate that. I was near Lake City when it was... this is somebody from the chat saying... I was near Lake City when this tornado hit. The back of my truck lifted and slammed back onto the ground. Everyone be careful chasing. Well, I hope you stayed safe, man. Appreciate the generosity. That was a scary tornado, to say the least. And if you guys don't already know, we had a tornado emergency earlier in this stream. That was back over in Lake City, Kentucky. That was far northeastern Kentucky. We had a significant tornado there. And unfortunately, from what we've seen, there is major damage to that area.
A new
So,
tornado warning has been issued.
you know, not a good situation. All right, we do have another tornado warning that has just been issued. This can be back up in Perry, Orange, Du Bois, and Crawford counties in Indiana. Also, before that warning comes out in here, rotation on the southern tornado warnings near Jasper and St. Bernard are not as concerning, but we're still keeping an eye on them. We have a tornado warning also south of Bloomington. This rotation's been on the stronger side of things, right over Mitchell. So the potential for a strong tornado does exist with this as it moves towards Brownstown, Freetown, eventually Seymour in southern central Indiana. We got an impressive supercell right now, moving to the northeast, and it'll be going towards Brownstown. We also have a new tornado warning. Again, this is your new one, so they're just extending the warning that we already had. East of Jasper. It's also going to be heading towards English and Leavenworth. People are trapped in a warehouse in Indianapolis. That's not good to hear. John, do we have any more reports? Just let me know. No problem, Aviation. Glad I can help.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Updated the PDS tornado warning. It is still a particularly dangerous situation for those on the east side of Murray. So stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. They upgraded the warning, or did they? Or is this just an update? This is a different storm. We have a new PDS tornado warning. It's this one. Calhoun and Livermore. This is now officially a particularly dangerous situation. Sorry, this is going to be over to the north of Central City. It's going to be heading towards the south side of Owensboro. This is a brand new PDS tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous tornado right now heading east-northeast. Yeah, be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. The tornado right now is over the north side of Madisonville in Kentucky. It's heading towards Semaway and as well as Calhoun. So this is another large and extremely dangerous tornado that has just dropped in northern Kentucky. This is a fully rain-wrapped tornado. Again, let me double check this. I'm pretty sure this is just an observed tornado. Yeah, weather spotters have confirmed a tornado. Look at the velocities. This could easily be an intense tornado right now, approaching Semaway and Calhoun here in northern Kentucky. Velocities are pretty much off the charts with this thing moving northeast. This could easily be an intense tornado, and it's rain wrapped. We don't have a debris signature yet.
A new
but this
tornado
is
warning has been
potentially
issued.
major tornado right now, heading towards Sacramento, Semaway, Calhoun, and Livermore in northern Kentucky. If this does continue to be tornadic, it would be eventually going towards the south side of Owensboro. Long term, it's Louisville, but I mean that's just too long term. I mean, there's just so many things happening. Things could easily change on a dime. This is right along I-69. Is there traffic cameras here? Hey, Lori, appreciate that. Tell it to stop. I wish I could. I'm just being honest. Everything that we basically said that was forecast today has happened, which is unfortunate. I mean, this has been a really, terrible day so far, and it's still far from over. But I mean, I will honestly, this day will easily be rememberable with how many tornadoes we've had, how many tornado warnings we've had. And I also want to throw it out there, like, we had one tornado warning at 5 p.m. and a lot of people were starting to call this a complete, bust and stuff. By 6 we had like 20, and it just took off. Like, it literally went insane so fast. I don't think this day will be forgotten for a long time with what we've seen. All right, brand new radar scan has just came in. Again, rotation is now traveling right up I-69. This is again a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving in the direction of Calhoun, Lemon, as well as in the path of this. National Weather Service of Paducah just tweeted on Twitter that a tornado is on the ground north of Madisonville, Kentucky, and it has just crossed I-69. You need a shelter now. So this is, again, a very dangerous situation right now in northern Kentucky. CC radar has not updated, but I'm guessing that this is going to be a really significant tornado
A
here.
new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Hopkins, Trigg, Christian, and Cadwell counties. We have a lot of it. We still have so many storms rotating. We got another one over near west of Crofton. We got another one northwest of Cadiz that is still rotating. Is Ohio just a wind threat? Ohio is not just a wind threat. There is still a chance for a couple of tornadoes with that line. And a low chance of a discrete supercell. What does concern me about the storm west of Crofton is that it is a discrete cell. And we still have a hook on it. So going towards Nortonville, the storm definitely is still concerning. Going to be going towards I-69 and also 169 as that moves northeast. We don't have a debris signature on this
A new
PDS tornado
warning has been issued.
But again, at least according to spotters, there's an extremely dangerous tornado here. Velocities are also off the charts. I mean, we're talking about a very intense tornado if that's on the ground. They have issued another tornado warning for Davies County in Kentucky. We are back up to 14 tornado warnings. They're pretty much all right now in southern Indiana or far northwestern Tennessee. We do have one warning east of Indianapolis near Newcastle. And this rotation right now is approaching Newcastle. A little area of convergence here north of I-70, just north of Spiceland. Latest radar scan just coming in at pretty good timing here. So seek shelter if you're in the warning. Yeah, nothing confirmed as of right now, though, on that storm. This is our new tornado warning. It's again a prefrontal supercell that's approaching Cloverport and Hardinsburg. We still have a hook echo on this thing near Whitesville, going to the northeast towards Cloversport. There's also a new report in Madisonville, Kentucky, another report that there is a large tornado on the ground. Moving to the northeast. John, do you want to talk about the tornado damage real quick? I was able to tell friends and family in 2 states about this 2 days ago. Thanks to you. I'm glad I can help. All right, let's go to John. Quick report on some tornado damage. Go ahead, John.
All right, so this is an early report from the Paducah area to the southeast in the Gage community. We have reports of multiple structures damaged in the area. Looks like that there are 4 individuals that have been injured from these very strong winds and tornadic activity in the area.
Oh, thank you, John, for the report. All right. I had to get water because I ran out. The worst is having a tornado while you're sleeping. I agree. That is pretty factual. I'm not going to lie. The worst threat of severe weather is when you are sleeping. It's just simply how it is. PDS tornado warning, I believe, was just downgraded. I think it's back to radar indicated. Rotation on this storm has become a little bit broader over the last few minutes near Oton, approaching Calhoun. We don't have a CC drop on this storm, and the velocities have become a little bit weaker. So the PDS tornado warning tag has been taken off. It is back down to now a normal tornado warning. Not even a confirmed tornado, just a normal tornado warning now, moving to the northeast. We still have a slew of tornado warnings. I do want to go back to Tennessee real quick. Tornado warning here that's going to be for west of, or just south of Dresden, east of Dyersburg. That rotation's been broader, and the storm has actually moved out of the tornado warning, so I don't think that's going to continue. We have an intense line of thunderstorms right now moving right through Memphis. Memphis, Tennessee, you're getting hammered right now with wind and potentially even some hail. So live shot back over north of Memphis in Millington. And again, just notice lots of lightning. That's been one of the biggest stories here in Western Tennessee, has been the amount of lightning, wind that we've had out of these storms. It just continues. Do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in eastern Indiana and western Ohio, which I know many of you guys are tuning in from these areas. They have gone ahead and mentioned that there is a
new
mesoscale
tornado warning
convective
has
system
been issued
that is going to be capable of producing severe wind gusts and embedded tornadoes, and this will continue to track eastward across eastern Indiana and as well as western Ohio. And they have left the peak probability or probable peak intensity, most probable peak intensity.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
There is basically what it says here is that there is a chance still for strong tornadoes, significant damaging winds, and also large hail. So those are some new updates regarding these storms. All right, let's go back to the upgraded tornado warning. This has taken a swing, and I don't even know what's going on anymore. They had it as PDS. It went back to radar indicated, and it's now confirmed again. Okay, that is a big tornado. Oh my goodness. All right, that is a big tornado approaching Jewel City. There is a debris ball right now approaching Calhoun. That is a huge tornado. This is going to go PDS again. If this stays on the ground, this is going to go PDS. We got a big-time tornado right now heading towards Calhoun in northern Kentucky, just south of Owensboro. This is a likely large and extremely dangerous tornado that is completely rain-wrapped. That is a huge debris signature. The radar site back off to the west also confirms this. That is a big tornado. The debris is being lifted up tens of thousands of feet would be my guess. If you get a measurement, by the way, PJ, let me know. But this is a fully rain-wrapped, significant tornado. The debris signature is about 2 miles wide. That does not mean the tornado is that wide, but this is obviously a large tornado right now, approaching the town of Calhoun in Kentucky. And coming up in Calhoun, Kentucky, we have the Ross Cemetery, the Rice Contracting LLC. And in Calhoun, that's really where everything is. I got a Jay's Drive-In, got a bunch of different homes, got a dam in the area as well, the Calhoun Police Department. There's a funeral homes building, the Big Oak General Store, Calhoun Elementary School, the Dollar General. And there's also a Mexican restaurant on the north side of town that is in the track of again, a huge tornado right now that is moving east. Man, this storm's taken such a weird turn. I can't believe we just went from no debris signature, but in crazy strong rotation, to now this big debris signature. This is just massive. Let me try going up tilts real quick. I mean, this is just a big tornado. That is serious debris, too. Right along Highway 138. Just south of Owensboro, Kentucky.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is approaching the Pond River campgrounds. If you're in the campgrounds and you're watching the stream, you've got to get into a ditch or a sturdy structure. Right where this tornado is. And it's also it's going to be going right along the Green River all the way up until it gets to Calhoun if it stays on the ground. I'll have another radar scan here in a moment. I mean, look, this literally came out of nowhere. I can't believe how it just pops up like that. The velocities were weaker by the looks of it before. We have another tornado warning in Indiana, as well as Kentucky. This is west of Radcliffe. It's a discrete cell moving towards Cloverport, so seek shelter if you're in that warning. Obviously, our concern right now is shifted to this big tornado that dropped, and the latest radar scan is showing a little bit of a smaller debris signature, but it is right over Jewel City, which is, again, right where we have a campground where people might be camping right now. The debris has at least been lofted 10,000 feet into the atmosphere, so this is undoubtedly a strong tornado here. Undoubtedly a strong tornado. And it's fully rain wrapped, which makes it even more concerning. Yeah, that right there is your velocity signature too. That's the tornado. Moving right into Calhoun, Kentucky. Over the next few minutes. Where's Calhoun, Kentucky? South of Owensboro. It's south of Evansville, southwest kind of Louisville. This is a more zoomed out view of all the watches and warnings we have right now. All the pinks are tornado watches or warnings. And tornado watches are in effect from northwest Ohio and even near Cleveland all the way back into southern Arkansas, where we are still expecting several tornadoes over the next several hours. All of our tornado warnings, for the most part, are centered across western Kentucky and southern Indiana. We have one little outlier east of Indianapolis, and then we got one other outlier, which should be canceled already, north of Jackson, Tennessee. A good reminder, if you're out in front of these storms, because we've already had a lot of power outages, I would recommend charging up any phones, laptops. If you have any sort of loose line items outside, bring those inside. High winds are pretty likely with this entire line of thunderstorms. And if you're in a mobile home, have a sturdy structure in mind and ready to go if you're under a tornado warning or even a severe thunderstorm warning that's capable of damaging winds. And once again, this is a tornado that is confirmed right now heading towards Calhoun. It is a significant tornado that'll be moving to Calhoun if it can stay on the ground. Utica, Livermore, and the south side of Owensboro would be in the track of this. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. What's the total count so far? Let's see. These are all the SPC reports so far today. Which again, this is preliminary. This is definitely going to increase for everything. And we still have more tornadoes to come, so this number is already kind of underestimated. But we currently have 19 total tornado reports, 121 wind reports, and then 161 hail reports. That number, again, will definitely increase. If I had to guess, we've at least had 24 tornadoes today. That's a guesstimate. I don't know if we have, but that's a guess. All right, I think we have, honestly, and that includes the morning tornadoes. We were live this morning before this outbreak happened, and we end up seeing 2 or 3 different tornadoes on radar even this morning before all this madness happened. So there have been plenty of tornadoes confirmed. Debris has now been lofted almost 20,000 feet. So this is a significant tornado, again, just west of Calhoun. Debris has been lofted 20,000 feet. Or was. It depends on if this is still on the ground. We don't know if it's on the ground still, but assuming that it is, that's a significant tornado. Which, the latest couple of scans, this is from our other radar site. You can see the debris signature moving towards Jewel City. It looks like it's become a little bit weaker, but we still have at least debris in the atmosphere approaching Calhoun and Rumsey.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have yet again another tornado warning for Perry, Hancock, Ohio, and Breckinridge counties. Most of those in Kentucky, Perry counties in Indiana.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Will pop up here in a second. I'd be spending the night in the basement or shelter. I mean, I would too. Now, actually, if I was in this situation, like as a meteorologist, I would literally just like probably stay up and watch. Like that's literally what I would do. I wouldn't even sleep. Here's the new tornado warning. That's back over in Cloverport, Fordsville, just east of Owensboro. That's going to be, again, a potential tornado threat. We have a decent area of convergence right here near Cloverport that's trying to come together. This is our discrete supercell. It's a prefrontal storm that is moving towards Union Star and Mystic. So that could again be capable of producing a tornado as it moves to the northeast. We're still keeping an eye on that storm. We also just got a massive severe thunderstorm warning just outside of Louisville. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and there's also a tornado possible label. That storm will be moving east-northeast. Also, another mesoscale discussion, the potential for strong, damaging wind gusts and perhaps a few brief tornadoes will overspread into the region between midnight and 1 a.m. So that stretches across central Kentucky, southern Indiana, and back into western and central Tennessee, including areas near Nashville as well. The peak probable, or the most probable peak intensity is up around 130 mile per hour tornadoes, which would be still strong. All right, John, do you want to go ahead with your reports? The severe wind reports and stuff. Yeah. Before we do that, we have a new tornado on the ground in Indiana. This is near Guthrie. We have a new tornado that has just dropped near Heltonville over the last few minutes. Also, Kentucky's...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so first off, tornado is now on the ground. This is a different storm near Norman and Freetown going towards Houston, moving to the northeast. Also, Kentucky State Police are reporting that there is a funnel cloud along Route 138 approaching Calhoun, Kentucky. However, the trooper cannot confirm a tornado
A
due
new
to the
tornado
rain.
warning has been issued.
So just heads up. But again, we do have a confirmed tornado now in Indiana near Heltonville. It is going to be moving towards Houston, and long term, it'll be moving towards like the Columbus area here in Indiana. Again, yet again, another confirmed tornado. It has not officially been confirmed by the National Weather Service, but that is radar confirmed. All right, let's go ahead with the latest reports. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so this is primarily a lot of severe wind in northeastern Indiana. We had reports of 100 mile per hour gusts coming from the line of storms that is now entering Ohio. This has contributed to several power lines and trees being toppled. So this storm is going to be producing a lot of severe winds ahead of it. So for Ohio, definitely take notice of the winds now, and we still cannot rule out the potential for any rotation, as right now these storms could still form.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the report. So apparently 100 mile per hour winds in northwest Indiana, or northeastern Indiana. That's crazy. We do have a new tornado warning just northwest of Hopkinsville. This has just been issued. Radar indicated rotation moving to the east-northeast towards Crofton. So be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. I'm pretty concerned right now about this Cloverport storm. And it's a discrete supercell, and the velocities have been coming together a lot over the last few minutes. I really do think that there's a potential here for a tornado with this going towards Louisville. So if you're back up near Louisville, definitely stay weather aware. Stay alert. We have a discrete cell heading that direction, and these are the kind of storms that can still produce strong tornadoes this evening in Kentucky.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, the tornado warning for Davies and McLean counties has been upgraded, or there's a new tornado warning. It's observed, and I believe it's this mess right now near Owensboro. It's a storm. It's actually the northern warning, I think. Or no, they just issued a new one. So they've issued a new confirmed tornado warning here just south of Owensboro, approaching I-165. You'll be in your safe place here if you're in Owensboro, or on the south side of Owensboro. Luckily, it's not in Owensboro, because that's a much more populated area. Even if you're in Owensboro, you need to be in your safe place because of the tornado warning that's up there. Shout out to Thomas, as well as Corey, Rose, and Shane, all for the Venmo donations. Thank you, Jace, and as well as Jeremiah, the very generous PayPal donations as well. Really appreciate the support. Thank you to anybody that has become a member of the channel, and as well as even Super Chat. You guys are way too kind. And you guys supporting us is able to help us do what we do here. Again, we have so many storm chasers. I mean, you might think it costs nothing, but it really does. We have a lot of stuff going on here, so I really do appreciate all the support and everything today. This has been obviously a crazy outbreak, and hopefully we can also contribute to the relief efforts here that are going to be happening across the Ohio Valley, Mississippi River Valley. We've had some substantial tornadoes, obviously. And so, yeah, there's a long recovery ahead here for some people, especially in Lake City, where it looked like there was just major tornado damage. Still seeing an uptick of rotation right now, approaching Union Star. The storm that's back over, that was near Calhoun, it looks like we've had a mesocyclone handoff over the last few minutes. You can actually see we had a tornado not too long ago over Calhoun. That was a strong tornado. It looks like now we are about to have a new tornado develop on the south side here of Owensboro, approaching Knoxville. So a new tornado is attempting to develop right now. And there's also one just east of Calhoun right here that's trying to develop. So we have really two areas of interest with this storm just south of Owensboro. And then we also have very strong rotation near Cloverport. That is a discrete supercell. Again, a prefrontal storm that is formed back over north of Hardinsburg. That is moving northeast. And I'm not gonna lie, guys, like I didn't say it in the moment, but when we had a tornado on the ground in Lake City, I almost cried. Like I was very close to tearing up when I was watching the footage that we were looking at. It was seriously scary, and I hope everybody's okay there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I usually don't get emotional on streams, but like the amount of I don't think I've ever covered that large of a tornado before. Like I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't think I've ever covered that large of a tornado in size on any of these live streams. So we have a new tornado warning in Indiana that's going to be west of Columbus, east of Bloomington. We did have a tornado on this not too long ago, but we no longer have a debris signature. That tornado has occluded near Heltonville. So we may see another tornado develop here going towards Elkinsville, Pikes Peak, Ogleville, and Clarksdale. So a new tornado may develop with this as it continues to move to the northeast, eventually going towards Columbus. A lot of people are saying me too. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I mean, that was scary. John, if you end up finding any reports about that tornado in Lake City, let me know. I don't know if there's anything other than what you told me earlier. The tornado warning here has been updated northwest of Irvington and Bradenville, or Bradenburg, I cannot read, going towards Leavenworth. Again, our main area of rotation is right along the Kentucky and Indiana border, and it's, again, tracking in the direction of Louisville. So over the next 30 minutes to an hour, it's going to be approaching Louisville as a discrete supercell. So if you're in Louisville, continue to stay, I would stay awake if you can if you're in Louisville. Just stay alert. And the potential here for a tornado does exist. It will eventually track towards Louisville. This is kind of like the general area of where it will go. Might just stay to your north and west, but nonetheless, you want to stay vigilant here. Because it is a discrete cell. These are the kind of storms that were producing the large tornadoes that we had earlier. So, I'm not saying we're definitely going to get one out of this, but it's in a pretty favorable environment. A fatality was reported in Lake City. All right, let's go ahead and go to John with some more damage reports. Go ahead, John.
All right, so this is I have a lot of photos that I can now show on stream of some of the damage that's been coming in from Lake City, and it is just catastrophic. There are cars and trucks that have been flipped over. Right now, I'm looking at GMC Sierra that's been flipped over, belly side up, crushed, and potentially skewered by a 2x4. Furthermore, I'm seeing parts of slabs to a brick home, all interior features thrown all over the place, and then other cars that have been toppled over, entangled in wires, with a tree on top. It's just heartbreaking. I haven't seen any reports of fatalities or injuries yet. I'm fairly certain some will definitely come out, but we're still in the early stages of recovery efforts, as a lot of local news are just getting to reporting on these features.
Alrighty, thank John for the update. All right, let's go to okay. We might have a video from one of the tornadoes earlier. This is from Madison Qualls in Lake City from earlier on Twitter. This was another view of that wedge tornado that we had, in case you missed it. Back over in Qualls. This is somebody that lives here too, I'm pretty sure. That's like scary. We also had from Garrett, which is from Storm Runner Media. In case you have not watched today and you maybe have been working or something like that, this was a view of that tornado earlier from Storm Runner Media. I mean, easily one of the craziest tornado videos that you'll really ever, you know, I feel like that you'll ever see. See all the horizontal vortices on it as well. Again, this is not live. This was earlier. If this was live, that'd be crazy because it's literally daylight. Or it's a dark out. But this was a tornado in Lake City where it produced, you know, substantial damage. And apparently a fatality, at least from what I just heard. I'm not sure if that's confirmed yet, but... This is what, if you were not watching earlier, this is basically what you missed at around 6:45, 7 o'clock, I think, Central Time. There's a tornado emergency there in Northeast Arkansas. I've never covered a tornado quite that large before, so... Yeah, crazy. I don't know what else to say about it. It's pretty crazy. I'm honestly, I don't know. I've never covered a tornado that large before. It was a terrifying tornado when it happened, and it's still terrifying looking at it right now. So it looks like in Morgantown right now. Let me go back down to the south. We have an intense line of thunderstorms now moving through the east suburbs here of Memphis. Mainly a damaging wind risk, some lightning, some hail as well. Generally speaking, the tornado risk out of this activity is a little bit lower. It's not zero, but it is going to be generally lower along this line of thunderstorms. We are going to have to watch Nashville closely, I think. Kind of that general area a little after midnight. These storms are going to be moving towards Nashville and Clarksville with mainly a wind and hail risk. There is still some rotation, though, embedded in these storms a little bit near Paris right now. It's moving towards Dover and eventually Clarksville. And then we also have the storm north and west of Hopkinsville that is still actively producing the threat for damaging winds and a potential tornado risk that is currently moving to the northeast towards Crofton. Really, the most concerning storms tornado-wise, I'd say, are the ones right now in northern Kentucky. We've had some in southern Indiana as well that have been trying to do stuff. Rotation's been a little bit broader here over the last few minutes. And then back over in eastern Indiana, we still have a bit more of a significant damaging wind risk, around 60 miles per hour. Our more significant damaging wind risk, though, is really back over northwest of Columbus. This line, though, is actually weakened quite a bit. We're down to the peak wind here, 70 mile per hour winds. And the southern edge of this cluster is down to 60. So that's good news. Ohio so far has been okay. Again, we haven't had anything crazy in Ohio. I would really be watching, I think, in about an hour or two, really down here, like in this general area. I think we're going to start to see an increase of severe weather activity. That cluster that moved through, eastern Indiana, that's now in northwestern Ohio, that's been kind of weakening. This right here is really what's going to be more intense, I think, for Ohio. Sorry, Western Kentucky, not Northern Kentucky. Western Kentucky is what I meant. Hey, John, for the generous super chat. Appreciate that. Also, shout out to Matthew, Steven, Shane, And Rose all with the Venmo donations. And also thank you, Brooks, for the PayPal donation. Northwest Ohio, am I good to go to sleep? If you've already gotten hit by storms, you're fine. I mean, if the storms are about to hit you, it doesn't hurt to stay up for a little bit longer. So I have multiple ways to receive alerts. By the way, don't forget, obviously we're going to be live here for at least a few more hours, but I do want to throw this out there. Tomorrow, we are going to be right back here again. We have another risk of severe weather tomorrow that's in place in Arkansas, Tennessee, Texas, where more strong tornadoes are possible, basically in the same areas. So if you thought you were done, you're not. We're going to be back here again, so make sure you subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live tomorrow. I'm going to try my best to have a video tomorrow morning, but I have no clue if that's happening. But yeah, this is unbelievable. We're going to have another day tomorrow. We'll have another day on Friday. Another enhanced risk in basically the same areas here across the Mississippi River Valley. Saturday, we're right back here again in the same pretty much area. We're barely moving on Saturday. And then Sunday, we're finally down into the southeast, not really in the same area. And then Monday, we're quiet for probably a week. So it's going to be a very busy stretch of weather. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Huge shout out to Eddie with a very generous super chat. In Owensboro, we left my daughter's house on the south side for her in-laws on the northwestern side. I have no words for how important this broadcast is. So appreciated, and I'm praying for all. I appreciate you saying that. I know we have like 62,000 people watching. It never really I never feel like we have anybody watching. I don't know why. You know, it's kind of weird. Like, you would think I'd have nerves about being live in front of a ton of people talking about weather, but like, I just don't. I never really realized how much of an impact that we're making, though, sometimes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, we actually have a tornado warning in Ohio. This is going to be for Paulding, Henry, Defiance, and Putnam counties. It's going to be this area of rotation, I believe. Moving northeast at about 65 miles per hour. So, brand new tornado warning in Northwest Ohio. Again, the tornado threat should ramp up here pretty soon. We are at least beginning to see now a little uptick in rotation on some storms, and the main one is south of Defiance. It's going to be coming into Continental near Oakwood, and it's also going towards New Bavaria, moving to the northeast. Good idea to be in your safe place during that warning. Also, yeah, that's it, I think. All right. We are back down to 7 tornado warnings. Again, we're making an improvement right now, but the more significant risk right now that remains in terms of tornadoes is mainly in western Kentucky, but we're continuing to watch other places in case something spins up. Again, we'll be live here, so don't worry about that. John has a quick update for us. Go ahead, John.
All right, returning back to the injury reports and fatality reports. Currently, right now, going off of the National Weather Service Storm Reports website, we are only at 12 injuries so far. One individual from the Gage community near Paducah in Kentucky is in critical condition, but still no fatalities have been reported yet throughout the night. So hopefully nothing's reported, and it just strictly sticks to injuries for the night.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the update and the report. So at least 12 injuries so far. Let's hope that number
a new tornado warning
stays
has been
as low
issued.
as possible. We do have a new tornado warning in Tennessee. We actually have an area of rotation coming together over Paris right now in northwest Tennessee. That might be it. This is going to be for Henry County, Tennessee. Which is this one. All right, so if you're in Paris, if you're in Paris, Buchanan, Puryear, or Big Sandy, you are included in a brand new tornado warning. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Indiana that's going to be up near Scott County. So Scott County, Indiana, that's going to be this storm here, so near Salem. We have some rotation right now, right along the leading edge of this line that is moving in the direction of the north side of Louisville. So approaching Scottsburg, Vienna, Austin, just north of Sellersburg. You are included in a brand new tornado warning. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. It's going to be moving east-northeast. Wayne, Michigan, I need closure. I don't know where Wayne, Michigan is, but basically all of Michigan's done. Just some strong storms on the southeastern and eastern side of the state, and you're pretty much done there after that. So, some good news if you're in Michigan. All right. Defiance, tornado spotted. We haven't had any reports on that storm yet. I want to see. We might have some reports here about some stuff. Wait, I need to change this to... What is going on with this thing? Alright. We do have a report recently of a 63-mile-per-hour wind gust in eastern Indiana. It's not really relevant to right now, though. Yeah, we haven't had anything reported in northwest Ohio. Nothing reported up there quite yet. But we'll keep an eye on it. If we get any reports, we'll let you know. Thank you, Cosmo, for the super chat. Cat treats for your therapy kitty. It's not my therapy kitty, but I do appreciate the super chat. I'll tell you, like, my cat is really talkative. Like, she talks a ton. So... Hey, Max, let me DoorDash for you tonight. No, I honestly need DoorDash, but everything's closed. For the most part. It's like 11:30 my time. Thank you, Carla. Really appreciate the generous super chat. Keep up the great work. You and your team help save lives. Prayers to everybody that was impacted by these severe storms and tornadoes. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat. Glad I can help, Matt. Thank you for the super chat. I'll give you a little outline. Basically, if you're anywhere west, I'm going to draw a line here. If you're anywhere west of this line right here, you're at this point mostly wind and rain, and that's basically it. If you're anywhere back out here to the northwest, if you're in that area, you're not dealing with anything else really tonight other than heavy rainfall in some locations, and then otherwise it's pretty much quieting out. If you're east of the line, though, you still have a risk of severe weather that's either in progress or coming. So... that does not include areas like, South Carolina, for example, tonight, but I'm talking like, generally in our risk area. And again, our risk outline, just to kind of give you a little perspective here. Our high risk of severe weather, we still have some storms in it. But the high risk was more for what we were looking at earlier today and also in the evening hours. So what we have now is more of a basically numerous to widespread damaging wind risk that is moving across western and central Tennessee. That is going to continue here in this moderate risk. All the other warnings we have right now also are along the moderate risk line. They're basically on the eastern half of this moderate risk, and they will be eventually moving into the enhanced risk, probably around midnight or so near like Nashville and Bowling Green. Bowling Green will probably be within the next hour. Maysville, Columbus, all those places are coming up here soon. So let me give you a general outline for the rest of tonight in terms of the timing, just for those that might be out in front of these storms or wondering when it is done in my area. So here's the timing for the rest of tonight. So this is 10 o'clock. Again, we have a long line of thunderstorms stretching from Detroit all the way back down into southern Arkansas. All right. By 11 o'clock, which is going to be about 30 minutes from now, the line of storms is continuing to push east. And then by midnight, this line is really slowly moving to the east across Louisville, also back over into central western parts of Tennessee. And we'll still have some storms also in southern Arkansas. As we go into the overnight hours, by around 1 to 2 a.m., this line of storms is approaching Maysville, Columbus, Cleveland, Canton and Warren with damaging winds, large hail, and also a few tornadoes being possible, in addition to Richmond. Nashville, the storms will be knocking on your doorstep around 2 a.m. or so tonight. By 3 to 4 in the morning, the storms continue to move east. We'll also have some big storms forming back over in North Texas. A lot of these will be damaging winds and hail, but there is a low tornado risk after midnight. And then eventually, as we go into early tomorrow morning, it is still raining, and there is still severe weather out there here across Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and a bunch of other states. So that threat will continue. And then by tomorrow afternoon, we are yet again talking about another threat for a tornado outbreak here in parts of Arkansas, northwestern Mississippi, northeast Texas, and even western Tennessee, with more damaging winds, large hail, and even more, again, strong tornadoes being in play. I wouldn't say tomorrow's tornado outbreak will be anything like today's, but there is a chance that we have one tomorrow. The environment tomorrow, again, is very favorable for tornadoes. Let me go ahead and just show you guys real quick what we're talking about here for the environment. So these here are, where is it? Oh, I'm on the wrong model. Also, I'm going to show you the rest of tonight too in terms of our tornado risk. So this is our significant tornado parameter values for tonight. Actually, wait a second. This is what I'm going to use. All right, so this is our significant tornado parameter values for the rest of tonight. This is just a little easier to look at, in my opinion. So let's go ahead and jump to 11 o'clock. So this is still our tornado threat. So we still have an environment that's favorable for at least a couple, maybe even a few more tornadoes across Kentucky, Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and even back up into parts of Ohio. There's still enough wind shear. After midnight, we'll still have a potential for a couple of tornadoes, even near Nashville, eastern Kentucky, and Ohio. And then by tomorrow morning, we'll have a boundary here in Arkansas and Mississippi. And if it can lift far enough to the north, some discrete supercells could ride this and produce the potential for tornadoes. So we need to watch that potential very closely. And then as we eventually go into Friday, we'll have another risk for severe weather and potentially another tornado outbreak, by the way, on Friday back over in the the mid-south here in Arkansas and the Texarkana region as well. So yeah, crazy weather's ahead. Still got a lot of severe weather to go. Today is basically, it started Sunday, didn't it? Or was it Saturday? I think it was Sunday. It started Sunday, and I'm pretty sure I'm not mistaken, I think Sunday is when it all started. And
a new tornado warning has been issued.
This is basically day 4, I think, of our severe weather. All right, let's get to the tornado warning, then we'll have a new update from John. First off, tornado warning for Callaway County, Kentucky. That has just been issued. We'll see it pop up here in a second, or I'll just look it up. That is Murray, or just south of Murray. Brand new tornado warning, area of rotation just north of Paris, approaching the east side of Murray. It's also going to be heading towards Highway 164, and eventually going towards areas like Hopkinsville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Stormer Media right now is driving through something crazy. Let's go to Stormer Media real quick.
Look at this. You guys.
I was like waiting for it. I'm like, yeah, it's raining, but where's the wind at?
Media's in Brownsville, Tennessee. Look at the wind.
I got the car a little bit. Pushing the car, I mean. I gotta pull
This is like 1 to 3 inch rain rates per hour right here. Gee, this is why we got the high risk of flash flooding here, folks.
Yeah, they're driving through quite a bit of wind. All right. The other new tornado warning is north of Tell City. We're moving into St. Bernard and eventually towards Leopold and going towards English. And strongest rotation right now is east of 231. And then also the tornado warning that was ongoing west of Louisville, they have gone ahead and let that one expire. However,
a new
that may have
tornado
just been
warning has
reissued.
been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning for Perry County, Harrison County, Crawford counties in Indiana, and then Hancock, Harrison, Breckenridge, and Meade counties in Kentucky. You are included in a new tornado warning. Pop up here in a second. Heaven, what Columbus are you in? Are you talking about Columbus, Ohio, or Columbus, Indiana? All right, here's the new tornado warning. So off to the west of Shreveport, this is our QLCS tornadoes that are kind of along the line. A little area of convergence right now, approaching Leopold and going towards Leavenworth, and eventually going towards Corydon. Be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Here's another good little shot here from Storm Media. You can see the rain, pushing the wind, or the wind pushing all the rain curtains away from them right now.
Honestly, not surprised.
Where is Storm Media? Are they in a tornado warning? Where are they?
Destructive severe thunderstorm warning, guys.
Okay, so they're apparently in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That was just upgraded for Jackson. So this is actually inside of a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Brownsville in Tennessee and approaching Jackson. So that is why the wind is so strong. It literally looks like they're in a hurricane. Like, I'm not even kidding. It looks like a hurricane right now. It looks like one of the hurricanes we covered last year.
That was right behind us.
It's like consistent with it.
We're in the middle of an 80-mile-an-hour windstorm.
I can't believe Garrett didn't just say it was a hurricane. It's basically a hurricane here.
Where the heck are you at?
Brownsville.
Brownsville.
Whoa.
Wow. Huge clap of thunder.
Max is saying we're in trouble.
We're in trouble?
What?
Why?
What do you mean?
Hey, thank you so much
Bro,
for
who went into Stormer Media's chat and just said they're in trouble? I did not say they're in trouble. We're spreading false lies out here.
Max would be saying that.
It's definitely not what I said. All right, but again, this is our destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson, Brownsville, Henderson, Bolivar. Stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Trees and power lines are likely going to be coming down here across this entire severe thunderstorm warning. Significant windstorm right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And yeah, the northern segment here is 60-mile-per-hour winds right now, but it obviously could be higher than that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The tornado warnings don't end there. We do have a couple new tornado warnings. New one for Floyd, Harrison, and Clark counties in Indiana. This is the one in Kentucky.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
West of Radcliffe for Hardinsburg, Irvington, Bradenburg, and Cloverport. So if you're in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as this continues to move east-northeast. We actually have 3 new tornado warnings. We got another one over in Stewart County in Tennessee. Also, we actually have strong rotation right now north of Buchanan, approaching New Concord and Hamlin. That's going to be moving into Kentucky. They have issued a new tornado warning just west of Clarksville for that storm to kind of extend the warning here. They're still in hurricane force winds. They have not moved. This 80-mile-per-hour destructive storm going towards Jackson is producing like 80-mile-per-hour winds for like 5 or 6 straight minutes here.
Jeez, look at this. What the? Can we put this on the...
This is basically a hurricane right now in western Tennessee.
No, you don't. Of course you don't. Right when I need you to have power, you don't have power. Guys, this is getting insane.
Whoa! Holy cow!
Dude, this is a hurricane. There's no way this is live. Like, holy crap.
I don't know which of both can. Neither camera can really see that well.
Are they in a microburst?
Holy crap.
Oh my god.
What is this? Are we in a hurricane?
Okay, at least he said that he thinks he's in a hurricane. Dude, it literally looks like a hurricane. This is insane. This is near Jackson, Tennessee. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
55 sustained. I don't know what's happening right now.
They're like, I don't understand how this is even happening. This has to be a microburst that they're in.
I mean, I get 80 wind tag, but we're on the back side of this thing. I'm glad we stopped and intercepted this.
I can't believe this. This is actually crazy. I've never seen this before from a severe storm that's consistently producing 80-mile-per-hour winds for like 7 or 8 minutes.
That was crazy.
Maybe it's calming down now. I can't believe that. That's crazy. That had to have been a microburst. The microburst is like a localized area of damaging winds. And again, this is where storm intermedia is. This is where the leading edge of the wind is. It's way back out to the east. I don't understand how it lasts that long. That's crazy. It's still going right now. It's not as strong as like a minute ago, but that's crazy. If you're Jackson, I mean, stay away from windows. Be on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm. We're gonna keep an eye on the live cams there as well. But wow. All right, let's go ahead and update you on some of the tornado warnings that we got. Again, still over northeast of Paris, we have a tornado warning. Rotation again on the stronger side of things right now, approaching New Concord and as well as Hamlin here in Kentucky. Tornado does remain possible as that continues to move northeast. Further off to the northeast, we have multiple tornado warnings right now heading in the direction of Louisville. We actually just got a brand new one on the west side of Louisville with a strong area of rotation over Corydon, which there could be a tornado with this. That's going to be heading towards Lanesville, Georgetown, New Albany, Sellersburg, and Floyd's Knobs. And we also have rotation currently on 2 different storms west of Louisville, one near Hardinsburg and another one south of Leopold. So these are 2 areas of rain-wrapped rotation moving northeast. And those will also eventually go towards Louisville. And we still have a tornado warning north of Louisville for Scottsburg and Vienna, which is some rain-wrapped rotation along a line of storms about across I-65. If you're traveling along I-65, it'd be probably a good idea to pull over if you can. Just avoid being on the road, as it is a dangerous storm. We still have a tornado warning in Ohio. This one's going to be probably canceled southeast of Defiance. And otherwise, it's a lot of damaging winds right now heading towards Ohio. But I do think there is a chance of a tornado here. Back over maybe near Dayton or north of Cincinnati. We at least have some areas of rotation that are going to be moving into the west side of the state here pretty soon. So don't let your guard down here if you're in western Ohio. Okay. John has a report from us, or a report for us regarding fatalities. Go ahead, John.
So, unfortunately, this outbreak has now claimed 1 life. Back in Missouri, in our Cape Girardeau storm systems that we were dealing with, there was 1 fatality reported between Advanced Missouri
and
Delta
tornado
Missouri.
warning has been issued.
Looking back on previous radar scans, it does look like that the tornado debris signature paralleled looks like to be US 25. It doesn't specify if this was in a home or a vehicle. Furthermore, on this same exact storm, there was a report of a highway patrol trooper who was in their home that did get injured from the storm. There are reports saying that now he's okay and potentially released from the hospital.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the update. Definitely not what you want to hear in terms of the fatality. All right, we just got a new tornado warning in Arkansas. I haven't had one of these in a while. East of Pine Bluff and east of Little Rock near DeWitt. That is why we have a large mesocyclone right now over Gillett that is going to be moving towards the east side of DeWitt, also going towards Marvel. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows on the lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. All right, let's go back up to Kentucky, which we're watching again, an area of rotation southeast of Murray. Apparently there is a tornado debris signature near Little York in Indiana, which is this storm right here. So it sounds like we just had a tornado drop, and yeah, this is it right here. Just west of Vienna, there was a brief tornado moments ago on the south side of New Salem. If we have a new one drop, or even if we have one still, it would be approaching Vienna, near I-65. So possible tornado still in progress, and I actually think there is. We still have a small debris signature right now approaching Vienna, just south of Scottsburg in Indiana. So it looks like a tornado is in progress here, moving east. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. We do have a tornado approaching Vienna. Also, we don't have any more confirmed tornado warnings. We're back down to all radar indicated for now. Did I say goes back to Kentucky and go to Indiana? My bad. Thank you, Cooper, for the generous super chat. Thank you, Team Max Velocity. Have been subbed since the ice storm in January, and now my go-to for extreme weather news. Had a few close calls here in Marion, Illinois lately, and I really appreciate when you are pointing out the rotations. Thanks again. I'm glad I can help. Thank you so much for the super chat as well. What about Mississippi? It's primarily a wind concern in the northern half of the state. I think the tornado risk will stay low over here. Not zero, but I think it'll be on the lower side of things. But I can't rule out an isolated strong tornado mainly up in here in this corridor over the next few hours. Tupelo and Corinth are a bit more of a wild card. I think it'll be more wind than anything, but maybe an isolated tornado. All right, we do have the hurricane force winds approaching Jackson. So we're going to put that camera bottom right. Also got some broad rotation approaching Bellefontaine, Ohio. We're going to keep a close eye on that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning for Muhlenberg, Hopkins, and Christian counties. That's going to be in Kentucky. We have a lot of different rotating storms. We got one just off to the west of Louisville. And we also have one again near State Route 66, east of Tell City. The brand new tornado warning.
A new
we have
tornado
a couple new
warning
ones.
has been issued.
We got one in Tennessee and then one in Kentucky. Carroll, Henry, and Benton counties are included in this new tornado warning. That actually might be near this Jackson storm. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know why these warnings are taking so long to pop up. I think it's just something on Omega. I don't think it's my warning thing. All right, so this is the storm that's further north. This is going to be up near Huntington. We do have our area of rotation north of Huntington, currently moving towards Big Sandy and Dover. So seek shelter if you are in this new tornado warning. It's going to be pushing in the direction of Erin and Dover in the long term. We also have to watch this storm because it will be going towards Clarksville. Clarksville is kind of the general trajectory of that supercell that is developed. And our other tornado warning is going to be southeast of Madisonville, near the Greenville area and Central City. Rotation is the strongest right now near Weir, and it's going to be approaching Belton, Rochester, Paradise, and Central City. So be in your safe place if you're in any of these tornado warnings. Again, the one north of Louisville looked a little bit more concerning a moment ago. Still have a very strong area of rotation just west of Louisville. This will be tracking barely to the west of Louisville, going towards New Albany, Floyd's Knobs, and Sellersburg over the next few minutes. We do have a new radar scan coming in. We do not have a PDS tornado warning. We are back up to 13 tornado warnings. 13. Hey, Joe, for the super chat. Huge shout out to Vex with a very generous super chat. How about Dayton, Ohio, and what do you think? Dayton, Ohio, we got some storms rolling in from the west. I'm not currently too concerned about a tornado risk, even though there is a little bit of rotation. Like we got a little bit near Richmond, a little bit near Greenville. There could be a spin-up tornado up here around Dayton and Hamilton. Unless we get like something discreet that fires up, I think the strong tornado threat here in and around like Dayton and Cincinnati is gonna be low. I really think like these are the storms right now, the ones that are back over near Louisville. These really have the best chance of producing strong tornadoes, even in like the short term, and even over the next few hours, going in the direction of Cincinnati. So that's a general outlook right now. 24-hour stream confirmed. I'm not gonna lie, we could probably do a 24-hour stream, but I literally would not be able to go live on Friday, which would kind of suck. So yeah, I mean, it's possible with how many severe storms we already have and what is to come over the next like 24 hours. There's basically severe weather any point between now and like late tomorrow night, maybe even into Friday, which is kind of crazy. My cat is stepping on my other keyboard. Bert, can you get off my keyboard? Thank you. By the way, shout out to Kara and as well as Nicole for the very generous Venmo donations as well. Appreciate your support. Well, we have a short breather here. I do want to say thank you to anybody that has subscribed to the channel today. We've gained over 20,000 subscribers today. And this has also been, I'm pretty sure, our most viewed severe weather live stream of all time. Coming in at over 1.5 million people that have watched the stream. Thank you to anybody that shared the stream, gotten the word out there about today's significant severe weather event. I seriously do appreciate you guys a lot. That's just crazy to, you know, it's just crazy to me how many people we reach with these streams. That's actually bananas. 1.6 million is pretty crazy. I think it's 1.6 million now. It's crazy. Shout out to Vex with another very generous super chat asking about what radar app I use. I'm using Radar Omega right now. Yeah, Dayton, Ohio is not really fine. I mean, you're literally in a risk of severe weather today. You're right along the moderate risk. You're right next to it. So, again, I wouldn't get too caught up in the risks though at this point. Like, I mean, we could talk a little bit about the risks. Like, generally speaking, if you are in the high risk, which not many people are still in the high risk. The high risk at this point has only a few storms left, and really the most major threat has already happened in this area, but there's still widespread wind and even maybe a couple more tornadoes in this area. But obviously the high risk is where we have a very rare and dangerous situation. And then in the moderate risk, which is most people from about Greenville in Mississippi back all the way up towards Cincinnati, that is where widespread severe storms are still likely, and that's happening right now. That is what's happening right now. It's not as volatile of an environment as we had earlier, but there's still significant damaging winds and tornadoes in the possibilities here, and some large hail as well. If you're in the enhanced risk, numerous severe storms are expected from northwest Ohio, which is where we currently have wind, all the way back over into Dallas, Fort Worth, and North Texas, which this area currently, we're talking more about a threat for large hail and maybe an isolated tornado or two after midnight tonight. That's probably gonna be around 3 to 4 in the morning. And if you're in the marginal or slight risks, we're talking more about a low end threat of severe weather, where the confidence is lower that we're gonna be talking about like significant tornadoes or anything like that. It's gonna be more on the low side of things. So that's just a general outline. If you're in any of those risk areas, you can kind of pick on the map there where you are and kind of determine what kind of risk level you're in. Back over in Brewston, Tennessee, we have a very concerning area of rotation right here. This is near Mansfield going towards Big Sandy and McKinnon. This definitely has the capability of producing a strong tornado. This is another cell that has a hook echo to it and a strong inflow going towards Aaron and Dover. Strong area of rotation coming together. You need to keep a very close eye on this if you're back over near Aaron or if you're back over near Dover. All right, we have an update from John. I have to go pee, so I'll be back in a second. Go ahead, John, with your latest report. You are muted. Started muted.
There we are. All right. Sorry about that. Just give a brief synopsis of what's going on with our severe weather besides tornadic activity. Ohio, you are expecting a large wind threat. Currently, I have about 6 different reports of high wind being reported. It looks like that we have in Otterville in Putnam County, we have a part of a barn that's been blown onto a roadway.
A new tornado
Furthermore,
warning has been
in
issued.
West Vert or Van Wert, sorry, we have several reports of down trees. It looks like power poles and overall high winds. As a matter of fact, I am getting ASOS station or automated weather stations that have anemometers on them. They are reporting upwards of 55 55 knot gusts, or up to, where was the report? About 65 knot gusts. So very damaging winds are expected in the area. And as a matter of fact, these winds are causing a significant, or quite a few power outages. Right now, we're looking about 5 million people in Ohio without power due to these high winds. Furthermore, I have an interesting report here from Meridian Hills in Marion County, Indiana. We have reports from amateur radio that aluminum siding off of a house have been blown off with a 12-inch diameter tree that appears to be split in half, suspected due to radar. And they said this is matching up with that of, or due to lightning, and this is batched up on radar. So quite a few high wind events leading to damage in the area. So even if you're not warned tornadically, you have to take these storms seriously and seek shelter, because other weather phenomenon will injure you or your property. Alrighty,
thank you, John, for the update and the reports. All right, we do have a new tornado warning heading into Ohio now. This is west of Dayton, Ohio. We were talking about this a moment ago. We do have some rotation, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they issued another one too. The main area of rotation is east of Connorsville in eastern Indiana, moving towards Eaton and Brookville. We have another area of rotation near I-70, moving towards Troy. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and to the lowest floor possible. If you are in this tornado warning, we may get a new one on that northern storm northwest of Dayton. Also, I think every other tornado warning was updated, so that's the only new tornado warning that we have. We still have a tornado warning north of Louisville. It's an area of rotation that is currently right here. Decent area of convergence right now. Moving to the northeast, we'll be moving towards Sellersburg and Charlestown, excuse me, over the next several minutes, going towards Sellersburg and Starlight. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning as well, just outside of Louisville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's the new tornado warning that I was just talking about. So they have issued now another tornado warning. This is going to be back up again in Ohio. This will be for those in Miami, Dark, Preble, and Montgomery counties, which is, I'm pretty sure, just the northern storm. So we have two different tornado warnings now in western Ohio. John has a correction on his report. Go ahead, John.
Correction on the power outage customers without power right now. I read the wrong number. I read the number below the actual number. We're at 10,000. So my bad. It is not the entire state of Ohio without power. However, Indiana, they are experiencing more power outages. There are 155,000 people without power currently due to the high winds.
I'm just curious. I wasn't here. How many people did you say were out power before?
Apparently the entire state of Ohio. I accidentally said 5 million. Yeah, I can't read tonight for some reason.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for the update. Okay, I wasn't here. I didn't listen to it, so 5 million people would be quite the power outage, I gotta say. That'd be like literally catastrophic levels. All right, we do have a new tornado warning. Here's your new one, north of Brookville. It's going towards Pittsburgh, Laura, and West Milton. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter, get away from windows. Lowest floor possible, interior room of your own building. Again, it's moving east-northeast towards Highway 49, and it will eventually go towards Troy. We do have some cameras coming up. There's one in Middletown. Might go to that soon. Thank you, Diane, for the $25 PayPal donation. Really appreciate it. As well as John, the PayPal donation. Me and my family live in Eaton. We're all hanging out by the door in the kitchen with a beautiful oak tree. Should I send my son out there with a chainsaw to cut it down the oak tree before it saws our house off? Before we had our family since 1879. That's a long oak tree. I don't know how long oak trees last. 1879. That's like 150 years. That's actually crazy. I don't know where Eaton is. I'm not gonna lie. There's one heck of a dilemma, though. I gotta say, I don't know if I can give you advice on cutting down a tree, especially at 11 o'clock at night. I don't know if that's the best decision to make. I want to keep that tree around for the future. This rotation is awfully close to Louisville right now. It's barely on the north side. Still have a decent area of convergence. Let me see. We might have Indiana traffic cams here. Oh, Eaton is in the tornado warning? I don't know if you have time to go cut down an oak tree while you're in a tornado warning. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's pretty windy right now here near Louisville. It's hard to see anything right now with the cameras, but I'm keeping a close eye on them. We got a pretty decent area of convergence still here. We're moving to the northeast towards Prather, Watson. If we had a tornado, it would be approaching Sellersburg and as well as Charlestown. Frequent lightning also continuing here. By the way, thank you, Tim, for the very generous super chat. I really appreciate that. You know, one of the most dangerous things about living in these areas, I think I mentioned this morning, but like literally this entire area, for the most part, there are trees everywhere. Like there's very little areas in Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, or Mississippi that don't have trees. Like there are trees just everywhere here. So it makes it even that much more dangerous when we have severe weather events like this that are producing a large swath of damaging winds and, you know, tornadoes and all that. Like it makes it that much more dangerous that, you know, you could have one tree fall down onto your house and it literally could injure people or kill people. So, you know, it's that much more important to pay attention to severe weather here. Like if you're in Kansas or something, like you're in a field for the most places, you don't usually have trees near you. So, you know, it's a completely different atmosphere. You can still have flying debris, but it's just, again, it's very different. We do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning right now, rolling right through Jackson in Tennessee. This is our Jackson storm. We got some hail being reported in the area as well. I think that might have been from earlier, though. Yeah, it was earlier. But Jackson, you've gotten, I think, Jackson, Tennessee. I don't know if, is anybody tuning in the chat from Jackson, Tennessee? I'm pretty sure Jackson, Tennessee has had 4 different storms today go over the town. And I think they've been under 3 tornado warnings. I live in Clarksville. I have 2 trees with 20 feet, or within 20 feet of my house. Yeah, that's just sketchy. New severe thunderstorm warning back up in Ohio. Let me go back to Ohio real quick. We're watching all the storms pretty closely. The one that's back over north.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have 2 of them. The one that's going towards Eaton right now, that rotation's gone a little bit broader here over the last few minutes. Rotation that's northwest of Brookville is a little bit stronger. So 2 areas of rotation. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Dayton, Kettering, and as well as near Centerville. That is for damaging winds up to 60, and also there's a tornado possible label on that. I can't believe we've been live for about 9 hours, and I would say about 5 or 6 of these hours we've had no less than 10 tornado warnings. Like the last 5 hours in a row, we've barely had a single time where we've had less than 10 tornado warnings. We have a brand new tornado warning for Shively, Louisville, Shepherdsville, Mount Washington, just west of Jeffersontown, You need to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. All right. This is going to be approaching Bradenburg. We have a significant threat right now for damaging winds. That's near Irvington. Look at the winds here. We're currently looking at velocities on radar at near 80 miles per hour, and this is going to be coming up on Louisville. I do think we're starting to, again, the velocities have been really interesting here near Louisville. You can see north of Louisville right now, we might have tornado genesis happening. Just north of Louisville. Got some strong rotation right now developing. Potential tornado threat increasing as well. This storm north of Louisville definitely is catching my attention, heading towards Charlestown, Indiana, Springville, Owen, and eventually going towards Otto, south of Vienna. You can see it though, it's a discrete cell right now. We got a nice little hook echo on this thing right over I-65. It'll be approaching Owen and Skylight over the next few minutes. I'd have to assume they're going to issue a new tornado warning on this in a moment, going to the northeast. Thank you, Karen, for the super chat. Thanks for all the updates. You're doing great in Ohio. I appreciate that. Way too quiet in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, you probably still got a couple hours though until the, or not even a couple hours, more like just like an hour until those storms are knocking on your doorstep. The tornado warning has ended here for the north side of Louisville, but we still have a pretty strong area of rotation. So I'm guessing in the next minute or two, maybe sooner,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
That's what happened. All right, brand new tornado warning for Jefferson, Floyd, and Clark counties in Indiana, and also for Henry, Jefferson, Oldham, and Trimble counties in Kentucky. So if you are in this brand new pink polygon in the tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. If we have a tornado, it would be right over Prather. It'll be approaching Charlestown, Owen, going right up State Route 62, and eventually approaching Bethlehem. Brian asks about Oxford in Mississippi. I think Mississippi is more of a threat that's going to be on Saturday. Saturday's really the main day to watch for, I would say, in Mississippi. I'm hoping to have a video out tomorrow morning that goes over the general breakdown of what we're expecting. I'm not sure if I'll be able to, but I'm going to try to have a video tomorrow morning talking about what's upcoming with this storm, because it's still far from over. Like, we have a lot more crazy weather ahead. And I don't want to go 2 days in a row without a video. Shout out to Nicholas as well for the very generous super chat. Keep Clarksville, Tennessee safe. Thank you. It seems like we are clear. Let me check real quick. Back down to Tennessee. You're not clear. You still got storms coming your way. Just east of Paris. We still have a tornado warning in Tennessee. That's going to be east of Paris. At one point, this rotation was really strong. It is a little bit broader. It's going to be going up towards Dover and Erin. And we also have a significant threat of some damaging winds and a little bit of hail as well. It's going to be moving in the direction of Clarksville. Lots of lightning as well. Oak Grove will be eventually in the track of that. But yeah, Clarksville, you still got about a couple hours really until, at least a couple hours until you're out of the picture of severe weather here. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat. Toledo? Toledo's mostly just wind right now. It's mostly down to your south too. The wind threat here is coming into Toledo. There will be some gusty winds. I think the damaging wind risk up there in northwest Ohio is a little bit lower than before. All right, update on our tornado warnings in Ohio. We have, again, 2 right now, 1 west of Dayton and 1 northwest of Dayton. The rotation has remained stronger, on the stronger side of things at least, going in the direction of Troy. The rotation that's near Eaton has been way broader. Like, we're not seeing as much there. It looks like more of a wind threat heading towards Dayton. However, there could be a spin-up tornado in this. I know it kind of looks a little weird on radar, but we could actually still get a tornado in this area. It would usually kind of be like right over Eaton, for example. I'm not very confident that we are going to get one, but that is still going towards Dayton, Ohio. So stay weather aware if you are in Dayton. Got a lot of lightning too. You're probably going to see a lot of flashes of lightning here over the next little while. Tornado warnings still continue in and around Louisville. We got a significant threat of damaging winds right now approaching Shepherdsville, south of Shively, and then north of Louisville. We still have an area of rotation, a little area maybe of tornado genesis trying to happen, approaching Charlestown, Owen, and eventually going towards Bethlehem. We're continuing to watch that storm pretty closely as well. Thank you, Tim, for the super chat. We also have family in Crestwood. Should I let them see, or should I tell them to go to seek shelter? You're talking about Crestwood, Kentucky? Crestwood right now is fine. Like, there's a little bit of a wind risk that you're gonna get. You're gonna get some like RFD surge. This is the storm to watch for. That's gonna be the one that does impact that area. So by the point that this, I mean, I would tell them about this storm right here. It's still probably a good 45, or not even 45, maybe like 30 minutes away from that area. But this is really the storm that you need to be watching if you're back over on the east side of Louisville and you're not in the tornado warning. Just want to say you're faster than all the news channels. Subscribe tonight, and my stepdad told me about your weather tracking and its amazing on-point detail. Now you're my go-to from now on from Hillsboro, Ohio. I'm glad that I can help you and appreciate the super chat as well. You should go to sleep soon? I am not going to sleep soon. There's just no way we're going to sleep soon. We're currently sitting at 6 tornado warnings. Here's a little zoomed out view of all of our active warnings right now. We have 6 tornado warnings. They're a little bit more scattered than we had a while ago. Even about an hour ago, we had tornado warnings everywhere, literally. So things have slightly improved in terms of our number of tornado warnings. Really, the first time I'd say that we've been consistently below 6 or below 10 tornado warnings here pretty much all evening. We still have 1 in northwest Tennessee. We have 1 west of Bowling Green, and then a couple around Louisville, which are probably the most significant right now, and then the couple west of Dayton, Ohio. And we are still monitoring maybe a little uptrend of a tornado risk here in northern Mississippi and western Tennessee. And I think it's still kind of a low risk, but we're still watching for a couple storms that might try to rotate. We just had a destructive storm go right through Jackson with damaging winds around 80 miles per hour. This is going to continue to track across Tennessee. It's a live shot in Jackson, Tennessee right now. It is pitch black, and we can't see anything. No lightning. There's a crap ton of lightning there north of Jackson right now. And they do still have a tornado warning in effect east of Paris with tons of lightning as well. Kind of heading in the direction of the west side of Clarksville, so we're keeping an eye on that storm. Hopkinsville, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60. And we still have a tornado warning, though, over near Central City. Rotation's much broader on that storm, though, and I don't think that warning is going to continue. So pretty much we're back down to about 4.5 tornado warnings, I would say, because this one's done. The one over here in Paris is a bit weaker. We're really more focused on the Dayton storms and then the Louisville storms right now, at least in the short term. Man, this rotation's really trying north of Louisville.
A new
really
tornado
trying.
warning has been issued.
Still have an area of convergence right now over the south side of Charlestown going towards Owen and Bethlehem. Nice little hook echo on radar as well. It's trying its best. We do have a new tornado warning in Tennessee, so I guess we're not at 4.5. We're technically at 7. New tornado warning west of Clarksville, approaching Dover. Main area of rotation right now is going to be west of McKinnon. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible. As that goes towards Indian Mound. Again, Dover and Big Rock. We've been waiting all day in Cincinnati. Well, Cincinnati wasn't really supposed to see storms until tonight. There's like a very conditional risk earlier of storms in that area. But line of storms approaching out of the west right now if you're over in Cincinnati and Hamilton. Mainly a wind risk right now, but there are some areas of rotation a little more aloft. We have a few areas of rotation that are going in the general direction of Cincinnati. So we're still watching for a low-end chance of a couple of tornadoes in and around the Cincinnati suburbs. We'll probably end up getting a new tornado warning here shortly for Troy. So Troy, Ohio, eventually going towards West Liberty and Urbana, south of Piqua. I would assume we're going to get a new tornado warning here shortly for that cell. It's currently moving to the northeast. You have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a really weird looking mesoscale discussion. Let me pop this out. Brand new mesoscale discussion. This goes into southern and eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, and central eastern Kentucky, and also central Tennessee. The wording here is that the severe weather threat may slowly or completely diminish in these areas in the next few hours. They are putting a 60% chance of a watch on this area, so a severe thunderstorm watch, but probably a tornado watch would be issued for this corridor from western Pennsylvania and southeast Ohio, again, back into Tennessee. And then the tornado probabilities, again, still potential for an isolated strong tornado in this region. And in addition to that, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and less than $half size hail is the current threat. I don't think it's going to completely diminish, by the way. I don't love that wording. But I do think it's going to decrease to some extent. It's definitely not going to diminish, though, because we're going to still have storms overnight tonight. Might not be as severe. They have canceled the tornado warning that was west of Dayton, and they also just canceled the tornado warning for Troy. So they've gone ahead and said, hey, we're not really too concerned about these in the terms of a tornado threat for now. Just right now, damaging winds. But again, there is still tornado possible labels on this, which means there again, could be a tornado threat that comes out of it in the near future. They have issued a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for a large chunk of western Tennessee, including Lexington, Parsons, Savannah, Henderson, just to the southeast, McKenzie. That's damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour is likely. We saw that with Storm Order Media about half an hour ago. They were getting hammered for about 10 minutes by really high winds. And so now we're expecting that to track further to the east. And there was a live shot in Jackson. I'm going to go to put Jackson bottom left, or bottom right. That's Jackson right now. Right inside of the center here of that high wind warning. Shout out to Robin, Daryl, Greg for the, and as well as Erica for the Venmo donations. I appreciate the generosity, guys. Trimble County got a tornado warning in the bathroom downstairs now, praying for my friends. What's Trimble County? Do we even have a tornado warning in Trimble County? I don't know where Trimble County, oh, Kentucky, okay, I see now. The tornado warning that was north of Louisville, that rotation's been weakening. So this storm probably doesn't have much left in it. The one over southwest of Louisville still looks concerning, heading towards Louisville. So I think our attention's really gonna be over Louisville here. We're over a radar site, so the velocities are hard to see, but generally speaking, this storm is still in a favorable environment here for a maybe an isolated brief tornado before things are all winding down. So if you're in Louisville, west of Jefferson City, stay in your safe place. Still a bit of a concerning storm here, moving to the east-northeast. Let's see here. There actually might be cameras here. There's not. Okay. Where's the Kentucky? Wait, there is. Give me 1 second. Pretty sure there might be a camera that we have in this warning in Louisville. See if we can see anything. Where's LaGrange, Kentucky? Where is it? Does anybody know where LaGrange and Covington, Kentucky are? Is that western half of the state, or is that up here near Lexington? Anybody know in the chat? Once again, the Whitesville tornado warning is ramping up. We have an area of stronger rotation. This is back over in northwest Tennessee. Some stronger rotation right now is approaching. It's going to be approaching Clarksville here pretty soon. You need to keep an eye on that. Storm is attempting tornado genesis as it moves towards Clarksville. All right, there are a couple cameras coming up in LaGrange and Covington. I'm gonna keep a close eye on those for the storms up in northern Kentucky. Wait, where's Whiteville? Is that a different storm? Oh, that's the one east of Bolivar. Oh, I see now. Okay, so this supercell here, this is interesting. Over the last few scans, we've actually seen a pretty good clearing out here of inflow east of Whiteville, and also a hook on this cell. So this is attempting to produce, this might produce a tornado at some point. This one looks like, oh, actually you can see it. This is a live shot. Look at that lowering right there in the middle. A large circular base on the radar mega cyclone port here in Bolivar in Tennessee. This is a really impressive view right now, though, of this storm. Decent little circular base there. And this storm, it does have a decent structure there. It looked like on a radar. We had a decent inflow going into the storm. This is attempting to come together right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. That's going to be for Chester, Hardman, Henderson, and Madison counties in Tennessee. I think it's going to be this storm. So this storm's, again, undergoing tornado genesis. Maybe in your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. That camera bottom right of your screen, which just disappeared, the one bottom right of your screen is looking at this storm. And this is a dangerous storm right now, heading in the direction of Henderson. We've seen a really impressive clearing out here of the inflow going to the cell. And approaching Henderson, Pinson, and Luray. Once again, a dangerous storm right now moving northeast. Area of convergence right now is right over Toon. It's going up Highway 110 right now. Or, sorry, 100. Going east-northeast. If you have any friends or family in this warning, make sure that they're aware of it. Again, it's late at night. It's now 11:15 or 11:17 p.m. There are probably a lot of people sleeping in this tornado warning. Please make sure that they're awake. And you can share the stream if you want with them as well. This is, we'll be live, obviously, through this as well, but... And rotation's intensifying. We have a really decent inflow in this storm too. I don't think it's gonna take much for this thing to produce. It is also really discreet. This is the City of Henderson Fire Department as well. This is a live shot right now, and this just a little bit further east of where that hook is and everything, but this is inside the tornado warning. You can actually see in the distance that cloud base kind of dipping down. Whenever we get a flash of lightning, you'll be able to see it a little bit better. So much lightning. One of the biggest things that's impressed me today is how much lightning we have with all these storms. Been highly electrified. We haven't gotten a good lightning strike, though, to see the behind of this storm, but there was a decent little kind of lowering there in the middle. And this is the one that's going to be approaching Henderson and Pinson. Even if we didn't get a tornado, by the way, it's still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, producing damaging winds of 80 miles per hour across this entire line. So it's still a relatively significant storm right now that's moving across western Tennessee. We still have a tornado warning for Dover, west of Clarksville. And I'm going to be honest again, the rotation hasn't been too crazy over the last few minutes. We still have a little area of circulation southwest of Dover, excuse me. It's not really going towards Clarksville. It'll go more towards Oak Grove in Kentucky. So Continue to stay weather aware there. Again, back up in Ohio, we have actively no tornado warnings. It's a lot of wind currently approaching Dayton, Ohio. So stay away from windows. If you have trees nearby or any power lines, it's really a good idea to definitely stay away from trees and all that sort of stuff as this continues to track to the east. Also, tornado warning still ongoing near Louisville. The storm that was northeast of Louisville near LaGrange, that rotation has died out entirely. At this point, our main concern is what's coming into the southwest side of Louisville, which we actually have a couplet right now near Valley Station, a very populated area, a little area of tight rotation approaching the south and west side of the suburbs here of Louisville. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning in the Louisville area. Wouldn't be surprised if we had a tornado in progress on the south side of Louisville. How tight the rotation's been here over the last couple minutes. It's actually kind of turning to the east almost. You can kind of see the rotation here. It spins up over Valley Station, and the last couple scans going a little bit further east. So just north of Highway 841. They have updated the warning. It is it's still radar indicated. Also, the severe thunderstorm warning for west of Cincinnati. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Just off to the west of Cincinnati right now for Lawrenceburg, Harrison, Florence, Vevey as well. This is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading towards Cincinnati. A destructive severe storm right now is heading to the east. 80-mile-per-hour winds, which will be heading towards Cincinnati here very soon. Even that warning that's outside of it is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we have a significant line of storms right now approaching Cincinnati, Middleton, Hamilton, and many other surrounding areas, including Dayton, Ohio. So be away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you're in Dayton, Ohio, we got damaging winds approaching you right now of around 60, which is still significant enough to knock down trees. This thing's really wrapping up right now in southwest Tennessee near Henderson. A hook echo and a very strong inflow going to this storm right now. Bottom right of your screen is Bolivar, which is just south now of that hook. We're gonna go to we're gonna put Henderson down there. It's Jackson. It's Bolivar. Do we even have oh, we don't have Henderson. Never mind. All right, we're gonna keep Bolivar. We still have tornado warnings again west of Clarksville. Again, I'm not really too concerned about those right now, but we'll keep an eye on them. Our main area of activity, right? Excuse me, my voice keeps cracking out. Our new area of main areas of activity right now, when it comes to our most significant severe weather, includes the storms that are just off to the west of Cincinnati. Also, the storms around Louisville, and then lastly, the storms that are the new supercell that's developed back over near Jackson, in addition to the line of storms that's currently pushing east towards Nashville. So those are the most concerning storms right now. We have a new prefrontal supercell that's developed back over near Holly Springs. This is going to be something to watch for as that continues to move northeast. New little supercell here in northern Mississippi, a little prefrontal storm. We move towards Highway 72, and again, crossing over I-22 here over the next few minutes. We have no warnings anymore in Arkansas. That's kind of the first in a while. Tornado warning that was back over near LaGrange. That tornado warning has been canceled by the National Weather Service. Our only tornado warning now for the Louisville area is going to be for this area of rotation that's just south of Louisville, traveling pretty much just north of I-265. It's going to be approaching Jefferson City and Middletown over the next few minutes. But out of all the storms we have right now, the one near Louisville is obviously concerning. The one over here near Henderson is also concerning. And the rotation's still on the strong side of things. A lot of lightning. And the lightning can sometimes indicate that we have an uptick in terms of our intensity of the storm when it comes to rotation. So, might be happening right now. We have officially been live today for about 12 hours, I think. Or 13 hours. We've officially hit 13 hours of being live just today. This makes it our third longest, not consecutive, but our third longest streaming day, I think, of all time. If I'm not mistaken, our fourth. The third highest was Milton, landfall day. Our second highest, I believe, was the tornado outbreak, high-risk day in May of 2024 in Oklahoma and Arkansas. And then also the longest ever was literally 2 weeks ago with our major tornado outbreak on March 15th. So it's our fourth ever longest live stream. Or third. It's either fourth or third. I don't know. At least gives you an idea of the magnitude of today's event. In case you have not tuned in, it's been a very long day. One interesting trend we are seeing right now in Ohio, we pretty much have widespread severe thunderstorm warnings from northern Kentucky all the way back to the Lake Erie area. So pretty much widespread damaging winds currently across Ohio. And also back over near Cincinnati, we are still seeing that as well. All right, I'm going to give John the mic here for just a quick second so I can get water. I'll be back in a second. Go ahead, John, with your report.
All right. Currently, I don't have anything prevalent to the current storms. However, I do have a report coming from the National Weather Service saying that there was a tornado that occurred in California on April 1st in Sahuarita in Stanislaus County. So this would be to the southeast of Santa Cruz. Basically, they're saying that it had 76 mile per hour winds, caused a few damage or a bit of damage to some tree limbs, and very minor damage to looks like to be some structures. And unfortunately, someone's orchards got some damage. So, fun little tidbit talk about there. That was seen from California.
All right, thank you, John, for the update. I had to get water, by the way. I was running out. I usually have a jug of water for these outbreaks, and I did, and it ran out. So we had to get water. I ran out of my jug of water like forever ago. Like it was full to the brim when we started today's stream, and now it's pretty much cooked. It's empty. Yeah, if you're in Cincinnati, once again, we got a significant line of storms coming. 80 mile per hour damaging winds currently are expected in your neck of the woods. Still got a hook echo right now near Mendon, Pinson, and going towards Henderson and Jacks Creek. Also going towards Beach Bluff, Crucifer, and as well as Life, Reagan. You guys are on the track right now of a dangerous storm, not just producing a threat of a tornado, but also 80 mile per hour damaging winds and some large hail. Again, you need to be away from windows. Really, anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warning, please be away from windows. One of the ways that people get hurt and potentially die is when you are not aware of this, like when you're sleeping, for example, and a tree comes falling down. Like, that's not what you want to happen. I know probably all 43,000 of you that are watching right now are probably weather aware, but there are definitely some people that are not. And if you know any friends or family that might not care about weather, they might want to care now. Hurricane force wind gusts essentially moving across this area. They have downgraded the warning to 70, but it's still significant. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning east of Louisville. That'll be for damaging winds up to 70, and there's a tornado possible label on it. Doesn't look like they're continuing the tornado warning on this storm, but there is some rotation near Jeffersontown. That'll be moving towards Simpsonville.
A new tornado warning has been
corrected.
issued.
That's phenomenal timing. They have issued a new tornado warning for Henry, Shelby, Jefferson, and Oldham counties in Kentucky. I don't know if that's this storm, though, because, again, the warnings, for some reason, are taking forever to pop up here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Brand new tornado warning as well in Tennessee and Mississippi. So we got a prefrontal supercell that is developed back over in northern Mississippi near Holly Springs, and that is your brand new tornado warning going towards LaGrange, just west of Walnut. So if you are in the, you'll see in a second, but a new tornado warning issued there. Here's your new tornado warning east of Louisville. So this going towards Jeffersontown, Simpsonville, Middletown, Crestwood, Immense, Cropper, and Newcastle, east of Louisville. Again, rotation is still there. We still have a little area of rotation. Definitely a significant wind risk on the south side of this line of storms, but our rotation's kind of buried back in here in the rain. We move towards Immense over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Quick update on the storms near Cincinnati. Again, really intense line of thunderstorms right now approaching Cincinnati. Significant damaging winds and the potential for a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, and even maybe a brief tornado are all possible. I'm gonna go ahead and put up a Warren County camera. What one was that? We'll do just north of Cincinnati, I think. This is Deerfield. Gonna put that there. Hey, Melissa for the super chat. Yeah, I'm aware. I know there's a virtual rail fan there. I don't know if it has a view of anything in LaGrange. Does it actually have something? Let me look. Problem is, it's not my cam software, so I'd have to pull it up on full screen. Here's the latest radar scan on the Kentucky storm. Let's go back to Tennessee. Again, this is our new tornado warning. Those that have not already seen, we have a brand new tornado warning for Holly Springs and LaGrange. This is going to be for those in northern Mississippi and extreme southwestern Tennessee here. So be weather aware. We got a really, again, an impressive supercell here. This is another prefrontal storm going right into Holly Springs. It'll be approaching LaGrange west of Walnut and going towards Middleton. The tornado threat here is definitely a little bit more elevated as that moves to the northeast. And we still have a large area of circulation right now south of Jackson. We move northeast. This is a live shot right now in downtown LaGrange, Kentucky. This is inside of the tornado warning back over in northern Kentucky. This is on the virtual rail fan. It is raining right now. And I've had this camera up on my top monitor for about 2 minutes, and there's not been a single flash of lightning, which is kind of surprising. Oh, there you go. There's the lightning. The lightning's been a lot more intense in Tennessee recently. There's a little bit of lightning in the area. See, the wind's actually picking up right now in LaGrange. Gusty winds here. Nice little beautiful downtown area too here in LaGrange. And there's a police car. Police officer might be trying to look for this tornado or something. Tornado warning has been condensed for Pinson, Henderson, and Luray, just south of Jackson. Still radar indicated rotation. Again, this is a concerning storm still. We still have a large mesocyclone right now right over Mendon. And it's going to be approaching Beach Bluff, Life, Lexington. Down the road, it will be basically going towards I-40. Nashville is kind of a long-term track. But again, with what we've seen so far today, these storms that are kind of in this environment, like right now, don't usually make it towards like Nashville, for example. There's usually a different storm that forms. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of pointless to say that's going to hit Nashville because it probably won't. It'll probably be a different storm. Rotation's still strong right now near Holly Springs. I don't think we're far away from having a tornado on this cell near Holly Springs right now in Mississippi. It's going to be approaching LaGrange here very soon. We are back down to 3 tornado warnings. The lowest amount of tornado warnings we've had since about 5 p.m. today, by the way. So for the first time in a long time, we are back down to 5 tornado warnings. We have a tight couplet right now near Jefferson City, east of Louisville. We may have a tornado on the ground on the east side of Jeffersontown. And if we do, it will be approaching Interstate... It's going to be crossing right now over Interstate 64. It will eventually be approaching Long Run, Beckley, Simpsonville, Todd's Point, Chestnut Grove, and Raymond Hill will all be in the path of this. So that's, again, moving east-northeast. A possible tornado dropping right now. We might already have one. About to cross right over Interstate 265. Thank you, Angela, for becoming a member. Hey, Julie, for the super chat. Today was insane. You did amazing. Keep up the good work. I appreciate that. Hey, Jenner, for the super chat, asking about Cleveland, Ohio. Mostly wind up there in Cleveland. Mostly wind. What it looks like right now up in Cleveland. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds approaching out of your west. Good line of storms here. I mean, we can always see a little brief spin up in this line, but I don't think we'll see that. I think it'll stay mostly wind. Tornado warning has been updated. It is still radar indicated, so nothing confirmed quite yet. The latest CC radar and velocities, which is about 3 minutes old right now, is just south of Middleton for our strongest area of rotation, moving to the northeast. Shout out to Robert for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. You're just tuning in, we do have 3 tornado warnings in effect. Again, one of which is in western central Tennessee. We have one in northern Mississippi. And then also this one right now near Jeffersontown, which is east of Louisville. Still a bit of a populated area here for the next few minutes before it eventually moves. Okay, we have a tornado. So there is now a tornado in progress. Tornado in progress now right over the interstate of 265 and also 64. A tornado in progress just east of Douglas Hills in Middletown, going east-northeast. Todd's Point, Chestnut Grove, you are currently in the path of this. This is a tornado in progress, though. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This could be a strong tornado. That is a big debris signature over a pretty populated area. Again, right along I-64 and 265. I mean, moving towards Todd's Point, Raymond Hill, and Chestnut Hill. Just east of Louisville.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is now officially a confirmed tornado. So this is a confirmed tornado. Again, right over the interstate 265 and 64 corridor. You'll be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. This tornado is going to be currently approaching. Let me get some callouts here. Again, right now it's over that intersection. It's going right over the Valhalla Golf Club. There's a lot of golf clubs here, believe it or not. We got like 3 golf courses just in this area where the tornado's hitting. It's a lot of neighborhoods as well. It's going to be approaching Shelby Trails Park, Stone Creek Camp, Bradshaw Duncan House, and again, just a lot of golf courses right now. Unfortunately, it looks like this tornado, again, just is literally crossing over the 2 different interstates. So there's probably a lot of cars and vehicles in this area. It looks like the tornado is hitting the Christian Academy of Louisville. A bunch of apartment buildings as well. And Wild Eggs, Valhalla Post, and Louisville Construction and Paving Company. You guys, I mean, this tornado is literally hitting those areas as we speak. So this has just developed over the last couple minutes. There's a Texas Roadhouse as well that might be taking a hit from this near Shelbyville Road right here. So Texas Roadhouse not far from this, and a Walmart Supercenter is right next to this as well. So this is probably picking up, you know, parts of buildings right now. I mean, there's legitimate homes right now that are on this like little side of the interstate that have probably just taken damage. And if it started a little bit before that circle I just made, would have hit the FedEx ground shipping place and just out the Sam's Club. But unfortunately, again, we do have a tornado in progress east of Louisville. This is a tornado confirmed. It's going to be a rain-wrapped tornado as well, moving northeast. Also, we just got a new tornado watch. Brand new tornado watch is in effect. This goes until 6 a.m. It is a long night for some people. This tornado watch goes until 6 a.m. This is going to include Kentucky, Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and northwest Alabama. A few tornadoes are likely, scattered hail up to the size of ping pong balls, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour are likely.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is still, there's no update. The tornado warning updated. It is still a tornado, and that is still a significant tornado right now on the east side of the Louisville area in the suburbs. This is a significant tornado going right over Eastwood, Boston, and Long Run. It's approaching Simpsonville. I'm surprised this isn't honestly PDS. That is a strong tornado right now. So this just hit the Eastwood community. A lot of homes there, and Boston community. There are homes everywhere here. We're seeing significant damage probably to these homes that are in this area right along Route 60. And there's also the Millard Hall that's coming up. The UPS Flight Forward building is also in this area. And if this stays on the ground all the way towards Simpsonville, it would be impacting a lot of different areas in Simpsonville, including the Free Up Storage in Simpsonville, the Dos Mundos Restaurant, Heritage Wine and Spirits Building, and the Huck's Gas Station. And there's also a Simpsonville USCC Memorial. But there are a lot of homes right now being hit by this tornado, a lot of communities. And the latest scan still showing that tornado right now over Boston and Long Run. So we have again a large debris signature right now on this storm moving east-northeast. Southwest of Chester, Ohio. We need to watch that storm as well. We got a lot of storms, honestly, that are rotating right now. But, like, there's a bunch of storms right now that are around west and southwest here of Cincinnati that are beginning to rotate. You need to watch all these closely, all moving into Cincinnati and Hamilton. And main concern right now is significant damaging winds around 70, but we do have some areas of rotation. Really, the main one being over Cincinnati right now. A couple areas, though, of circulation there between Hamilton and Cincinnati moving to the northeast. Quick update on our southern tornado warnings. Rotation has remained it's still intensifying right now near Holly Springs in Mississippi, moving towards LaGrange. It'll go towards Hickory Valley and as well as Middleton eventually, and western and southwestern Tennessee. Or really more southern Tennessee more than anything. And then our tornado warning continues back over near Henderson and Pinson. This rotation's become a lot broader here recently. But if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place as that moves to the east-northeast. There is no PDS on this, but probably a strong tornado here. There is a report of a tornado. This is according to storm chaser Adam Moraine. Tornado has touched down in East Jeffersontown, heading east towards 64-265 interchange. Power flash is seen, and tornado is rain-wrapped. So it gives you an idea what this tornado looks like. It's rain-wrapped, probably not visible. So we do have a tornado, again, still in progress here. And a debris signature currently approaching Todd's Point, Raymond Hill, and Chestnut Grove. We'll have a new radar update here in a second. And what we're looking at here is a debris signature on radar. This is the correlation coefficient. Essentially what it's looking at is radar, or pixels that are in the atmosphere, essentially. But we're basically kind of looking at like different particles. And so whenever you see this like general color like red, that's going to indicate rain for the most part. There's very little other things that would indicate. And then this type of stuff is literal debris. And when you have dark blue like that, that's usually significant debris. Latest radar scan still showing a tornado over the north side of Simpson approaching 1848 Road. Going towards Raymond Hill and Chestnut Grove, also going towards Highway 53. Still a confirmed tornado again, moving east-northeast. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Still do have an active tornado crossing over 1848 Road. Fortunately, again, a bunch of homes have been hit by this tornado just in the last 5 minutes. This is about to hit the Black Horse Stables. And there's also the MD Malin Jacobs, like, I don't know, some sort of doctor there. Come up on Leadway Farm, Willow Bank Farm. And that's also just north of the Huck's gas station in Simpsonville. It looks like, I mean, the latest scan, which hasn't updated fully yet, but the latest radar scan did indicate that the tornado is now over the north side of Simpsonville. So it looks like Simpsonville may narrowly get missed by this, but stay in your safe place in case there's debris fallout. Black Horse Stables did take a, it looks like a hit by this tornado here just north of Simpsonville. There's also a another, I think there's another I'm not mistaken, I think there's another stable area here too. I don't think that's the only one. This is the latest scan, so again, right over Highway 1848. Now moving to Raymond Hill and Chestnut Grove. Still a confirmed tornado east of Louisville. Quick update on our tornado warnings further down to the south and west. Again, we still have a tornado warning south and west, or south and east of Jackson. And rotation over the last few scans has re-intensified. Might even have a little mezzo handoff happening with this storm near Beach Bluff, moving towards Lexington. And that'll eventually go towards Darden and Parsons. So tornado warning still continues here. That is radar indicated rotation. And we do have still a pretty decent supercell right now north and east of Holly Springs in Mississippi. This is going to be tracking towards Highway 72 and eventually towards Middletown, Tennessee. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. All right, let's go back to the confirmed tornado warning, again, east of Louisville. We still have a debris signature right now north of Simpsonville. That is in place. I would have to say this tornado probably has occluded to this point, but we'll have to wait and see here in the next couple scans. They have updated the tornado warning. It is still a confirmed tornado here. So there is still a tornado in progress right now approaching Immense, Cropper, and Mulberry, moving to the east-northeast. But we still do have an active tornado in progress. Stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. No problem, Teresa. Glad I can help. Stay safe there in Clarksville. Yeah, again, Tennessee, like, again, we have a tornado watch, obviously. But the risk of severe weather is immense right now when it comes to our wind threat, too. Clarksville's about to get hammered by wind. We got a significant line of storms coming into Clarksville. We even have a little, kind of hook right now on the west side of Clarksville. Near Woodlawn. Got a little inflow and a little hook. If this thing's able to develop, it could become a tornado concern north and west there of Clarksville. That'll go towards Oak Grove and I-24. So we need to keep an eye on that cell as it moves to the northeast. And notice how much lightning there is. I mean, again, these storms are highly electrified. We were talking a couple hours ago about, upwards of 12,000 lightning strikes every 15 minutes. So crazy stuff there. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued just outside of Cincinnati for those in Loveland, Hillsborough, Georgetown. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour will be possible in this area. Just west of the Washington Courthouse. Dry Ridge and Crittenden are also included in that new severe thunderstorm warning. All right, confirmed tornado warning. Latest radar scan, the debris signature has gone away. There's a very small little debris signature now, so the tornado has likely lifted. If not, we still have a little bit of debris right now approaching the south side of Raymond Hill. And this is north of I-64, east of Louisville. And again, that is currently moving to the east-northeast. But I do think the tornado is occluded. It is still a storm to watch for in the long term. But overall, the environment, as we go further east, does become a little bit less favorable for tornadoes, so this isn't really too surprising that weakened out a little bit here. But we have no tornado warnings other than that one in Kentucky right now. And then we have our storms back over in southwest Tennessee and as well as Mississippi that still are a little bit more on the concerning side of things. Over the last few scans, we have noticed an increased amount of rotation north of Henderson in Tennessee that's approaching Lexington and Darden. I would assume we're going to get a new tornado warning here shortly for Lexington, Parsons, and Decaturville. Again, this rotation is fully rain-wrapped right over Luray. And it will be approaching Lexington. Anybody know about Ohio? Ohio's mostly a wind risk right now. We have had a little bit of... We've had a couple areas of rotation, mainly between Cincinnati and Hamilton. But the rotation has been overall on the broader side of things. It's mostly wind as of right now. But there is an area actually back up near Middletown that might be trying to come together a little bit. Maybe a little area of rotation trying to develop there near Miamisburg and Centerville. But I think right now the main concern here across Ohio will be wind. There actually are a couple live cams here. But I think overall it's mostly lightning here. It's over right now live in Warren County, Ohio. Back over near Franklin, Middlesburg area. It's on the radar mega cyclone port. Definitely some lightning here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We do have now a new tornado warning that has been issued. This is going to be back over in Tennessee. This is for a lot of different counties. It's going to be an extension on the tornado warning that we currently have for Chester, Carroll, Henderson, Benton, Madison, and Decatur counties. You are now included in a brand new tornado warning. Again, our rotation right now is right over Luray. It's approaching Lexington, Parsons, Decaturville, and eventually going towards Lobelville and Linden, just south of Interstate 40. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible. It'll pop up here in a second, and there you go. So Parsons, Decaturville, and Lexington, you are all in the path now of a, again, tornadic supercell. This thing has been rotating a lot here over the last few minutes. It is a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation now that is going to be coming up on Parsons. And we have yet again, or never mind, the tornado warning back up in Kentucky has been downgraded. We are back down to radar indicated rotation. So that is no longer a confirmed tornado. So no longer a confirmed tornado there in Kentucky. We're back down to radar indicated rotation. Hey, Teresa for the super chat. In Hamilton, Ohio, my phone just told me tornado warning, but no sirens. There are no tornado warnings in Ohio. There is a tornado watch, which may have been why you got an alert. But, I mean, even then, Hamilton, you got a strong storm here. There's no tornado warning, though, right now. The line of storms just passed you, so you're good. Thank you, Brent, for becoming a member. But yeah, right now, the main concern right now across Ohio and very far northern Kentucky is wind. There are going to probably be a couple more embedded tornadoes in this line as it pushes east. We still have a tornado warning east of Louisville, but this one, again, has been weaker over the last several scans. The rotation's much broader. We don't have a debris signature anymore either, so not as concerning, but we're still keeping an eye on it. And we have a little area of showers and thunderstorms that are bowing out here west of Frankfort, producing damaging winds. It'll eventually go towards Lexington. This is the type of storm activity that you will be talking about back over in Lexington and Frankfort, with some significant damaging winds being possible. And we do have a tornado possible label back over near Elizabethtown, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation here. Mostly wind across the rest of Kentucky. And Clarksville, we got a pretty much a massive storm going right into your town. More than anything, this is heavy rain, lightning, and some wind. I'm not really seeing much rotation on this storm. And then further down to the south, again, our more concerning storm right now is the one that's east of Jackson, Tennessee, that has some rotation embedded in all of this rain right over Luray and approaching Lexington. All right, John has some reports regarding some of our wind in Ohio. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so in Elmore, Ohio, we have multiple reports of damaging wind. It looks like that we have several trees down with wires being affected. Either the trees are on the wires or the wires have fallen down to the ground. Furthermore, these winds have resulted in several windows being blown out of houses in Elmore as well. Furthermore, we have reports from ASOS stations that we are seeing 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And it looks like, furthermore, large trees are down, blocking road in Finlay. So just got to be mindful of these severe winds. Also, I have a lot of reports coming out of Illinois. Looks like that actually the what was it? The Effingham County Airport. Looks like that we have hangar damage as a result of these high winds. Keep in mind, these buildings are thin sheet metal, so these are more susceptible to damage. As a matter of fact, we have reports coming out of Brownsburg, Indiana, that side of a warehouse has collapsed due to high winds and potentially tornado that affect that area. The building itself is still standing because the main structural pylons in the center of the building are still there. However, the side wall is completely gone, and there was reports of people buried underneath some of the debris, but they have been
A new
extracted and
tornado
they're
warning
okay.
has been issued.
Thank you, John, for the update. We do have a new tornado warning in Kentucky for Henry, Shelby, and Franklin counties. This is going to be an extension to the confirmed tornado that we just had moments ago near Immense, going towards Monterey, and eventually going towards Owenton. So if you are in the pink polygon, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. One east-northeast. Line of storms right now is pushing right through Cincinnati. I did see something in the chat just say their power was flickering in Cincinnati, and I'm not surprised. Anybody currently watching from the Ohio area in the chat? Just out of curiosity. Thank you, Jake, for becoming a member. Thank you, CO, for the super chat. What is the later prospects for Columbia, Tennessee? I didn't know we're prospecting. Columbia. I don't know where Columbia is. Oh, is it right here? This area will be mostly wind. There's a low chance of a tornado still near the Columbia area. There's a lot more of you than I expected that's there in Ohio. Holy cow. There's a ton of you that just said it. We need to watch this right here. South of Dayton, north of Middletown. Got a little area of rotation developing right there. Near Centerville and Kettering, approaching Xenia, or I don't know how to say that. Back over here, east of Dayton. We have a couple areas of rotation attempting to develop here, right over Centerville. New velocity scan is coming in right now. Let's see what it looks like. Xenia, thank you. Yeah, we could definitely see a tornado warning on this at some point here soon. As this moves to the east-northeast, the reflectivity for some reason is extremely behind. Let me try rebooting my Omega here. Just behind. All right. You can kind of see these like little areas though, like these little notches that are coming into the line of storms here. These are when you see like little QLCS tornadoes. That's embedded tornadoes in a line of storms. And we're starting to see a little bit of that right now between Dayton and Cincinnati. But the majority of this threat now is pushing through, just east now of Cincinnati. So here's your latest radar scan. Like, I'm not seeing a whole lot of that east of Cincinnati, but back up here near Centerville, we definitely have a couple little hooks that have developed here on this line. Those are going to be able to produce a potential tornado threat. So I have to keep a close eye on this. No photos yet, but the East Louisville tornado went right through my old high school, hoping the damage isn't too bad. Well, I'm hoping for the best. Today's already been a destructive day. We really don't need more damage. I do appreciate the super chat. And definitely keep me posted if you end up seeing anything. Going back to Tennessee, again, we still have this large discrete supercell back over to the east of Jackson. Rotation currently is over Lexington, moving towards Parsons and Holiday. There's a live shot coming up here in Parsons. This is what it looks like. This is the Decatur County EMA on the radar mega cyclone port. See the frequent flashes of lightning on the horizon. The storm itself on radar has been, you know, there's been a lot of rain around that rotation. Still a little ways away from this storm. Still watching an area of broad rotation though over Lexington. Again, this does have a lot of potential if it's able to stay discreet, which it is. It just doesn't look super organized. The supercell that we have back over south of LaGrange here, right along the Mississippi and Tennessee border, this one has a lot of potential. It's a discrete supercell. We have a pretty good area of rotation as well that's developed. It's pretty strong, approaching a Middleton in southern Tennessee. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. And I would have to guess that they're going to issue a new tornado warning going towards Selmer and Bethel Springs here pretty soon. So at this point, I would probably fully expect that in these areas. I'm in Jackson and I need to get to Selmer, Tennessee. Is it okay? Well, I mean, you're going to run into some level of severe weather here if you leave now. Like you got damaging winds currently. And also the potential tornado threat just south and east of Jackson. Then you also got this discrete cell that's currently basically moving right through that, you know, general area. Right? I don't remember what you just said. Selmer, Tennessee. Wait, where's Selmer, Tennessee? Isn't that further east? My bad. I thought we were talking about the other storm. Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, that's right here. So even then, I mean, this discrete cell is eventually going to go in that direction. So just stay weather aware if you are traveling. Got lots of rain and lightning that you'll be driving through too. Thank you, Grayson, for the very generous super chat. Thank you for the fantastic coverage tonight. My girlfriend is currently in northwestern Indianapolis and just missed the tornado earlier in the night, and I'm at the northern suburbs of Cincinnati. You guys are both in the thick of it tonight.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
One of you were in the big wind threat in Indianapolis, and the other one was in the other wind threat, pretty much. Both of you guys are in big wind threats. Two different segments of storms, by the way. The one that went through Indianapolis went more towards northwest Ohio. The one that went through Cincinnati was developed further south.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have brand new tornado warnings that have been issued. Brand new one for Bolivar, Middleton, Selmer, near Bethel Springs, Hickory Valley, Walnut. You are included in a brand new tornado warning. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. It's moving northeast, again, towards Bethel Springs. This is a really dangerous storm right now. Again, we got a discrete supercell that is, I would have to say, it's probably going to produce a tornado. It's moving towards Hopewell and Walnut and Middleton. We also have a new tornado warning in Ohio. This is an area of rotation that we were talking about that is right now approaching Xenia, and as well as Bellbrook, New Jasper, and Cedarville. And this is probably about to drop a tornado. The velocities are pretty strong on radar, going right into Bellbrook, and as well as Xenia. So Xenia, Ohio, you got to be in your safe place. If we have a tornado with this, it'd be approaching Bellbrook. Xenia, thank you. So if we have a tornado, it'll be going right into Bellbrook. In Bellbrook itself, we have a lot of homes, including some businesses in the downtown area as well, like the Blueberry Cafe, Dots Market, and there's also the Sugar Creek Bird Farm that is in the path of a potential
tornado. A new
tornado
warning has been issued.
And we have another tornado warning in Kentucky. We'll go to that in a second. But yeah, the strongest area of rotation right now is approaching the west side of Belleville. Maggie Park is in the near track of this. It's also near the Walmart Supercenter right now, actually, in White's Corner. So there's actually the Walmart Supercenter, the Kohl's, and as well as the Lowe's at Home Improvement Store are right next to where this possible tornado are. There's also a Dunkin' Donuts, El Toro, and Penn Thai Grill. There's also a fire station right there near White's Corners as well. We do have a new tornado warning in Kentucky.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning in Mississippi. This is going to be for this storm going towards Senatobia and Hernando.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're all set up to 8 tornado warnings. We have yet again another tornado warning. We're gonna have a new one here in Mississippi. It'll pop up here in a second. The new tornado warning in Kentucky is gonna be for those in Saddieville near Monterey, with some potential for a tornado embedded in this cluster of storms moving into Owenton and eventually towards I-75. So seek shelter again if you're in this warning. And we also have a new tornado warning for Kentucky, or Washington, Luray, Hardin, Marion, and Nelson counties in Kentucky, for a broad area of circulation east of Elizabethtown, moving into New Haven and Springfield. Also approaching Bloomfield. So be in your safe place if you're anywhere in this tornado warning. And this is your new tornado warning south of South Haven, south of Memphis. Again, a new discrete supercell firing off, moving towards Centobia and Hernando. It'll eventually go towards Interstate 69 and 269 and 22. Again, these two supercells have a lot of potential right now. They're both in a very favorable environment still. Strong, potentially long-track tornadoes are still a possibility with storms like this. So you need to continue to take these storms very seriously. Will the tornadoes ever end? I'm gonna be honest with you, not really. Yeah, the next 2 days are honestly brutal. The next 3 days, it's pretty close to being non-stop severe weather here for the next few days. Just a quick outline of our future radar. Again, this is what it looks like by 3 a.m. tonight. We're still gonna have damaging winds and a tornado potential here in Tennessee and northern Mississippi. It will still be going tomorrow morning. I mean, we're still gonna have some severe weather out there. The potential again for maybe some tornadic activity as well in Tennessee and Mississippi. Tomorrow afternoon, we're right back at it. I don't see this ending anytime soon. I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping to make a video tomorrow morning, but I don't know if that's even possible if we have to go live again tomorrow. Seeing a supercell like this at midnight is crazy. We got a discrete supercell with a very classic hook echo, very classic structure. Gonna be moving to Middleton. Crazy stuff. Also, back over near 5 points in Ohio. The tornado warning approaching Xenia. This is what the velocities look like right now. Again, we still have strong rotation right over Bellbrook. It's going to be coming into the west side of Xenia over the next few minutes. We also have a little bit of rotation near Blanchester. A little couplet right here, right over Morrow. That is completely unwarned right now. We may have a tornado trying to drop right here near Morrow going towards Clarksville and Wilmington. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in Clarksville or Wilmington. We have a potential tornado threat heading your direction. There's no tornado warning on this, and the velocities are pretty tight right now. Moving east-northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning. This is going to be for those in Clinton and Warren counties in Ohio. So you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you're in those areas. So here's your new tornado warning. That's going to be for Clarksville and Wilmington, near I-71, moving east-northeast. Storm that we were just talking about. Couplets coming together on radar. And is very close to producing a tornado. Might already be on the ground. I wouldn't rule out that we have a tornado on the ground here. All right, latest radar scan, rotation, slightly broader approaching Xenia, and then our rotation's also a little bit stronger near Senor. No CC drop quite yet, but we still have a strong area of rotation approaching Clarksville in Ohio, and it will also be moving towards Wilmington. When will the next round of the SPC Day 1 and Day 2 outlooks be? That'll be in about an hour. About 50 minutes away from our next SPC outlooks. That is kind of concerning. The storm near Lexington is really coming together right now, and we might have a tornado dropping over the east side of Lexington. The velocities have actually been very tight over the last few minutes in Lexington, Tennessee. And if we have a tornado, it would be approaching Parsons. I'm going to go ahead and throw up Parsons if I can. Maybe not. Parsons is broken. So that's a Kitterville. Let's look at Parsons real quick. This is a view from Parsons. Looking at this tornado warning. Again, there's a really strong area of rotation right now. See if we can see anything here. A lot of lightning. It's also another view here in Decaturville. It's a lot of lightning. It's very hard to see anything. It's going to be hard to see at night to begin with, but also it being somewhat rain-wrapped here. That's where our tornado would be. It would be right over the northeast side of Lexington. The velocities are really strong. Again, we could get a strong tornado with that going towards I-40 and Holiday. So if you're in this warning, you got to be in your safe place. I'm shocked this storm has not dropped a tornado. This is such a classic looking supercell right now. Crossing down to southern Tennessee, approaching Middleton, just west of Walnut. Pocahontas, Ramare, as well as Selmer are all in the track of this. Also have strong rotation back over going towards Senatobia. Trying to make sure we do have a little CC drop showing up on radar. I don't think that's a tornado though. I think that's just some clear air contamination. Or is it? 1210 is right here. No, that's okay. Yeah, so that's clear air contamination. But storm is still rotating, could produce a tornado as it continues to move northeast. So stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. We may see, there's a little area of convergence right now near Bardstown going towards Springfield. This rotation's been intensifying a little bit over the last few minutes. And we still have a tornado warning west of Cynthia. I don't think that one's going to continue because that's a weird tornado warning. Back over near Ohio, let's check back in on these storms. We do not have a debris signature on either storm right now. The strongest rotation is going to be right over Clarksville, and then we also have an area of rotation right on the west side of Xenia. And it's going to be right over the town here over the next few minutes. So definitely be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this warning going towards Cedarville. And also just to the north of New Jasper. Vex, and Cedarville, the severe weather threat has already passed to you to the east, so you're good. If you're in Centerville. But if you're east of Centerville in these tornado warnings, it's a different story. Appreciate the generous super chat. I'm going to do the radar scan here in a second. Again, if you're just tuning in, these are the Southwest Ohio tornado warnings that we have. For Xenia and going towards Wilmington. They have canceled the tornado warning for Xenia, Xenia, whatever it is. I keep seeing different pronunciations. They've canceled that tornado warning. Still have a tornado warning in place. Going towards Wilmington. Tornado is in progress Yeah, we got a significant tornado now in progress going into Tennessee. We got a potentially large tornado heading into Tennessee right now. So this storm right now approaching Middleton and Pocahontas. That is a significant tornado moving to the northeast. Going towards Selmer. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. We kind of figured this would happen at some point. There is a big debris signature popping up on radar. And that's honestly, that's pretty close to just being a straight up debris ball. Approaching Middleton and eventually going towards Selmer. Bethel Springs, Hornsby, and just south of Bolivar, you are also in the path of this. Bottom right of your screen will be in Bolivar. I'm just gonna take a gander. I don't think there's any storm chasers out there, but I'm gonna check just in case. Yeah, not really. This might get upgraded to PDS. We'll see what the next scan shows, but this looks like a significant tornado. I mean, again, it's in a very favorable environment here. About 30 miles east of Columbus. Am I safe to go to sleep? If you're talking about east of Columbus, Ohio, then I mean, yeah, you're fine. Just make sure you have ways to receive alerts. We need a tornado counter. I don't know. I've considered it. I feel like it'd just be confusing, but we're doing a big revamp of our overlays this summer. We're gonna have a lot of big upgrades because I feel like we're kind of dated some stuff. So it's coming in the future. Latest scan is coming in again. Tornado right now approaching State Route 125. Poor Middleton is currently in the path of this. Again, this right here is just a tornado. There's just no other way to put it. That is just straight up a tornado right there. Waiting for the CC to update. But we have a tornado in progress approaching Middleton. Again, this is in Tennessee. It's a classic looking supercell. I'm in Cincinnati. Is it safe to go to bed yet? If you're on the west side of Cincinnati and you're out of the way of the severe storms, then you're fine. But if you're still in that severe thunderstorm warning and storms have not hit you yet, then you're probably not. Currently being reported by a storm chaser that there is a large multi-vortex tornado or a wedge on the western tornado warning, which would be over near Centobia. Which I'm not seeing anything yet that confirms it via radar, but that's
a new
tornado
warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning in effect. This is going to be back up in Kentucky for Grant counties, or Grant County in Kentucky, which is not that. Grant County in Kentucky, as well as Pendleton County in Kentucky. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. I don't know why the warnings still aren't popping up, but whatever. I'm going to go back down here. Still looks like we have a strong tornado right now approaching Middleton. So, still have a tornado approaching Middleton right now. Going towards Pocahontas, Hornsby, and Selmer. And again, there's been a report. This is from apparently Storm Chaser Joshua Davis that there's a large tornado on this storm near Coldwater. Velocities are very strong. I don't see anything radar-wise that confirm that yet. You obviously need to take this seriously if you're in Coldwater, Hernando, or Centobia. These are all discrete supercells. So any discrete supercell like this is going to be capable of producing, you know, tornadoes here today. Or this, I shouldn't even say today anymore. It's really nighttime. Yeah, if you're in Xenia, Ohio, your tornado warning has been canceled. We still have a tornado warning, though, east of Hamilton. And that rotation is now kind of going over the radar site. It's become a little bit broader. It's moving towards Port William, Bowersville, Melvin. Decent amount of wind still going with that as well. Okay, tornado warning for that Tennessee storm was just upgraded to confirmed. So we now have a confirmed tornado on this storm. That's near Bolivar. They've not upgraded to PDS, even though I think it really easily could. We have probably a very strong tornado right now, approaching Middleton. Debris signatures right here.
A new tornado
that's going to be
warning
eventually
has
moving
been
towards
issued.
Bethel Springs and also going towards Selmer. A lot of lightning right around where that tornado is, too. Couple new tornado warnings in Kentucky. Our latest tornado warning is going to be just off to the south of Cincinnati, approaching Dry Ridge. We have an area of rotation right here that is moving to the northeast, a little QLCS tornado action near Dry Ridge. It's going to be approaching Fairmouth. We also have another area of rotation near the north side of Dry Ridge, which might get tornado warned going towards Butler. And another tornado warning for those in Saddieville, Berry, north of Cynthiana, going northeast towards Berry. And also going in the direction of Highway 62. All right, we got a new radar scan that just came in. It looks like our tornado now in southern Tennessee is going to be right over the town of Middleton. Also, we still have very strong rotation east of Lexington, Tennessee. That is moving towards Holiday and Lowellville. That one, again, could easily be on the ground at any point. I'm going to wait for the reflectivity to update, see if we still have a clear debris signature on this storm. Bottom right of your screen, that is in Rich, Mississippi, which is on the tornado warning. That is currently in western Mississippi, so we're going to put that there. Hey, Kendrick, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Reflectivity has not updated.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
Okay.
is on the ground.
Well, we have
Seek
a confirmed
shelter
tornado in
immediately.
Ohio. This is going to be for Fayette, Brown, Highland counties. A confirmed tornado is going to be... Oh, it's right here. Yeah, we got a tornado debris signature right now just south of Clocks Crossing near St. Martin. This has dropped over the last couple scans, moving towards Lynchburg near Dodsonville. So this is a confirmed tornado right now. Eventually going towards New Vienna and Martinsville. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a confirmed tornado. And here's your tornado warning. Leesburg, New Vienna, Lees Crossing, south and east of Martinsville. Tornado has just dropped, and this looks like it could be even a more significant tornado as well, and it's also rain-wrapped. We have two areas of strong rotation. Again, both going towards New Vienna. Please be in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. All right, latest scan, the debris signature is a little bit smaller, approaching Lynchburg, but there is still a tornado here. Please stay in your safe place. Lynchburg, Willitsville, New Vienna. If you know any friends or family in this area, make sure that they're aware of this situation. It is very late at night, and there is obviously a tornado on the ground. We also have a swath of damaging winds heading towards Columbus here in central Ohio and southwestern Ohio. And main concern right now, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is the biggest concern. There is a tornado possible label on this line as well. Got several areas of rotation around South Charleston, south of Springfield, that we're keeping an eye on. We're back all the way to Tennessee and Mississippi. This is our latest radar scan on the confirmed tornado near Middleton. If we had a tornado, it's going to be right over State Route 125. Still seeing a debris signature on this, so we still definitely have a tornado right now approaching Pocahontas, and it's going to be approaching Selmer. So that is still in progress. Could, again, be on the strong side of things for a tornado. Velocities have been very strong as well in the Senatobia storm going towards Coldwater and Hernando. Moving northeast. No confirmed tornado on that storm quite yet. All right, latest scan in Ohio. We still have a tornado debris signature near Lynchburg, but again, it's much smaller over the last few scans. Likely an occluding tornado approaching Willitsville, but there is still debris in the atmosphere, so stay in your safe place. And if you're in Leesburg and New Vienna, it's a good idea to just stay in your safe place. I know it's late at night, but storm is still producing the potential for a tornado. Thank you from Salisbury, Tennessee. Lost power, heavy hail, and everything broke loose. Eerily quiet now. Praying for Middleton neighbors. Better coverage than local. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, this is a pretty major storm right now. Again, tornado is definitely in progress here. And again, this is a discrete cell. I don't know what the heck would even stop this storm. There's really not much stopping it from producing a tornado for a while. We still have a debris signature right here is where our tornado is. It's that right there. I mean, obviously it's not as clear as our other tornado debris signatures, but like that's a pretty sizable and strong tornado, literally traveling right along Highway 57. So, yeah. Obviously a big concern, and unfortunately there are still several storms rotating. I mean, that's not the only one. We still have rotation south of Holiday. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning soon, heading more in the direction of Nashville towards I-40. And we also have our tornado warning south of South Haven, which is probably also going to try to produce as that moves to the northeast. So there's a lot of different concerns right now. A lot of different rotating storms. We still have a large area broad rotation approaching Falmouth, and we also have another area rotation approaching Barry. Our confirmed tornado warning here near Ohio. Again, the rotation's been broader over the last few minutes. I'm not seeing a whole lot here that is really too concerning. We still have some rotation going towards Sabina and Washington Courthouse, but nothing right now that pops out to me that's imminent going to be producing a tornado. If anything changes, though, obviously we'll come back up here. Shout out to Rescue Angel for the 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. I've run out of water for like a third time in this live stream.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, another tornado warning. This will be for Benton and Decatur counties in Tennessee, which will be, I believe, an extension to this other tornado warning. So I think this is just a new extension. The tornado warning expires in 3 minutes, so they are going to expand this tornado warning for Benton and Decatur counties. Again, radar indicated rotation right over near Holiday and Sugar Tree. Basically traveling right up I-40. It'll be approaching Buffalo and Bakersville here pretty soon, and as well as Hurricane Mills. So seek shelter if you're in that tornado warning. We have 3 tornado warnings that'll expire here in 3 minutes. If no other warnings are issued, we'll be back down to 6 tornado warnings.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm not seeing a debris signature still in the Hernando storm, but still keeping an eye on it. We do have a new tornado warning for those in Hickman, Humphrey, and Perry counties. It's going to be for this tornado warning. It's basically going in the direction of Nashville right now, right up I-40. So seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. It'll pop up in a second. Again, I don't know why it's taking so long. There's your new tornado warning. So I-40, Lobelville, north of Centerville. Rotation again is fully rain wrapped right now, just south of Holiday. Going right up I-40. All right, we do now have a tornado in progress. So there is now a tornado in progress near Coldwater and Senatobia. Moving to the northeast, there is, again, a tornado in progress here. Probably a pretty strong tornado moving to the northeast. Big debris signature approaching Coldwater and Senatobia. And unfortunately, this is a very populated area. So there's a lot of people that live here. If you're in this warning, you got to be in your safe place. Be away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm currently moving to the northeast. This is definitely producing a tornado right now. And this one's probably strong too. I mean, the other tornado they had near Middleton, which Middleton might not be on the ground anymore, but that one was also strong. And it might recycle and develop another tornado there. But this one's definitely on the stronger side of things near Senatobia. Hey, Nasks, is it safe to go to bed in Louisville? I would say, yeah, it's probably fine as long as the storms have passed you. Black Luck, Ohio is bad right now. Last year we had 1 touchdown, hoping we're safe again. Yeah, stay safe. I mean, Ohio for the most part right now is wind. I haven't seen a whole lot of spin-ups, so... I wouldn't be surprised if this goes PDS. The velocities on this are insane, and in addition to that, our debris signature is pretty sizable right now near Senatobia in northwestern Mississippi, approaching Coldwater. This could be a tornadic supercell for a while, and if it stays tornadic, it'll be going towards Piperton and eventually towards Moscow. It's just to the south and east of Memphis, and I can't tell you how many times here Memphis has narrowly gotten missed by these storms, but this one's also just barely to the south and east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Of your area. We have another tornado warning back up near Bowling Green. So brand new tornado warning near Bowling Green for Franklin, Scottsville, west of Fountain Run. Seek shelter. If you're in this pink polygon, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Rotation's mainly over here near Franklin. Currently tracking east-northeast. We actually have a live shot here. It's in Gold City, Kentucky right now. On the radar mega cyclone port. And it looks like there might be a
This is an
back
urgent
there.
alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Alright, well, we have another confirmed tornado warning. For Chester, Hardin, Henderson, McNary, and Decatur counties in Tennessee. It's probably going to be for this storm right here. Yeah. So Savannah going towards Clifton, Decaturville. You're all in the path right now of a confirmed tornado. That's going to be going towards Bethel, Springs, and Savannah. Seek shelter if you're in that warning. If you have friends or family there, please make sure that they're awake and alert that there is a tornado. And again, we have a significant tornado right now on the west side of Senatobia. A strong tornado. We have a debris signature right now near Crockett. So we'll be approaching Coldwater, I-55, and Route 51 over the next several minutes. All right, we'll give you a little quick update on Ohio real quick. And all the tornado action is mostly in Kentucky, or not Kentucky, technically Kentucky, but also in Tennessee and Mississippi. Right now, line of storms, again, continuing to move through Ohio, approaching Columbus. Mainly damaging winds as of right now. Around 70 miles per hour, approaching the west side of Columbus.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've had some areas of rotation, and they have issued a new tornado warning for another couplet. It might be this one. We have another area of rotation approaching Washington Courthouse right now, and there's actually a debris signature on this. So it looks like we have another tornado that has dropped approaching Washington Courthouse. Just to the north of Memphis and east of Sabina. So a new tornado dropped approaching Washington Courthouse, which is a much more populated area.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground.
We
Seek
now have
shelter
a PDS
immediately.
tornado warning. Particularly dangerous situation south of South Haven. This is going to be for Hernando Sebatonia. It's going to be for Tonica, Tate, and DeSoto counties in Mississippi. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress. It is approaching Coldwater right now. This is your tornado right here. It's about to be crossing over I-55 over the next few minutes. Approaching Love, Buena Vista Lakes, Lurline, Anatoch, as well as the Pokeville area. So you need to get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. It's a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress. Latest radar scan is just coming in. See what it looks like on this cell. Again, the velocities are off the charts. You can't even really see them on the radar here. Again, this is just a very strong tornado. I'm going to try to see. Can I get it on here? Maybe we'll see it a little bit better. All right, look at the velocities here. This is crazy. 83 versus like 63. This is, again, probably at least a strong, if not an intense tornado right now going into Coldwater. It's the level of a tornado that we're at right now. Very strong velocities. We're going right into Coldwater. And the tornado is going to be approaching, again, Coldwater and I-55. And it probably is about to be hitting that area, like in the next, like, 30 seconds. If you're in this warning, again, get the mattress off the bed, put it over top of you. If you got a helmet, put that on. Have shoes next to you. You need to be in your safe place, though, now. Chillicothe NOAA weather radio is currently out of service, by the way, according to the National Weather Service of Wilmington, Ohio. Really bad time for that to happen with the severe weather in that area. This is, again, a significant tornado right now about to hit Coldwater. We got a major tornado right now that hit Coldwater in Mississippi, and it's going to be going right up I-55.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this is a significant tornado right now moving to the northeast. And the storm back over near in southern Tennessee near Selmer and Bethel Springs, that one is still producing a potential tornado. It's been observed moving east-northeast towards Savannah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I want to go to bed. We have another tornado warning north of Lexington and south of Frankfort. This is going to be for Lawrenceburg, Versailles, Midway, and Georgetown. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows and lowest floor possible. I don't know how in the world we got back up to 12 tornado warnings. And the other one's going to be going towards Maysville. So brand new tornado warning southeast of Butler, east of Falmouth, and near Augusta. Main area of rotations right here. Again, moving east-northeast. It will eventually go towards Maysville, so seek shelter if you're in that tornado warning. The tornado that did drop west of Washington Courthouse, that one is already occluded. So the tornado on that storm here in kind of central southwestern Ohio, that warning is, or at least the rotation is not as strong as before. But still watching it closely as it continues to go right over Washington Courthouse. We still have a couplet there that can produce a tornado, just no tornado actively. Rotation on the new Vienna storm is much weaker. And we'll have these two tornado warnings will end here soon. But we will have the continuation here of our tornado warning for Augusta that has just been issued. And we have a tornado warning still for Bowling Green. Again, potential QLCS tornado threat.
This is an emergency alert. Goodness. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They've issued a new PDS tornado warning for those in Tate, Marshall, and DeSoto counties. It'll be on the map here in a second. Once again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado moving to the east-northeast. This is again, significant tornado. I mean, look at this thing. We got a huge tornado right now over the south side of Coldwater approaching Anatoch. I'm not ruling out a tornado emergency with a storm like this. This is definitely a large tornado. Also, the storm that's currently over... Okay, this is also PDS. So this tornado warning was just upgraded to PDS as well. We have three PDS tornado warnings right now. Another large tornado is in progress. This one's near Selmer. We got 3 large tornadoes in progress. And this is another big one near Selmer. Look at that debris signature. Holy cow. We got a big tornado on the west side of Selmer. And this is about to probably damage that town substantially near Selmer and Bethel Springs approaching Purdy. Moving towards Morris Chapel. Let me go to Selmer here real quick. So Selmer, which is again currently where this tornado is, just east of Middleton. In Selmer, this tornado is about to directly hit a Subway, Smokey Joe's Barbecue, Sonic Drive-In, and McDonald's are in this area. In addition to the Kono Lodge. North End Wine and Spirits is also in the path of this. This is a major tornado right now that's heading into this town. This debris signature is massive. We got a big tornado right now heading right into the town of Selmer. Selmer is about to take a direct hit from a very powerful tornado. This is a very bad situation for Selmer in Tennessee. And this is not the only storm producing a large tornado. Again, the other one, south of Hernando, this is also producing a large tornado. Right over the southeast side of Coldwater and north of Senatobia, moving towards Antichoke and as well as Lurline. So we got 2 large tornadoes in progress right now. These are the 2, and this does not surprise me at all. I mean, these have had the writing on the wall here for a while. They've had the writing on the wall in terms of they're going to produce tornadoes. Like, they're very discreet, not surprised at all they're producing tornadoes. But you need to be taking shelter if you're in either of these 2 pink polygons. Quickly going back to Ohio. Again, significant line of storms currently coming towards Columbus. The rotation is now past the Washington courthouse and is now approaching Pankosburg. So again, wind is mainly the main concern near Washington courthouse at this point, and very low chance of a tornado. A little bit of rotation also approaching the north side of Georgetown, west of Winchester. That'll be a cell to watch for as it moves east-northeast. And west of Maysville, we also have a little bit of rotation. Tornadoes possible with that storm. And seek shelter if you're on the north side of Lexington. QLCS tornadoes are possible. That means tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms is a possibility. The rotation on the tornado warning going towards Lobelville is broader. That's really the only good news I have right now. The bad news is we have 2 large tornadoes in progress. We got oh my goodness, we have a huge tornado right now on the west side of Selmer. This is about to directly hit the town. So Selmer is about to take a direct hit from a extremely dangerous tornado. This is about to hit the North End Wine and Spirits building. Also near the Selmer Golf and Country Club. Monogram Refrigeration building. You guys are in the path of a destructive tornado right now. This is a huge tornado in Selmer. And we still have a significant tornado that just passed by Coldwater, Mississippi. This is our other PDS tornado. That's going to be going towards Bahalia and eventually Holly Springs. You guys are next in line for this large and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving to the east-northeast towards I-22. I can tell there's a debris ball and all that clutter. I mean, I've done this for a while. That's like the main reason. But the other reason is, I mean, you could just, well, on this one in particular, this is right over the, this is just a classic supercell. It's right where our debris ball is. And I mean, this is literally a debris ball that's over Selmer right now. I wouldn't be surprised if this went up to a tornado emergency for Selmer. I mean, this is a very intense storm. That's a huge tornado. The debris signature is just so significant. This is going right over the town of Selmer right now. And unfortunately, there's a lot of lives being impacted by this right now. And hopefully people that are in this area are awake. Like, it would really be a miracle if we got out of both of these tornadoes without any fatalities. With how late it is at night and with us having 2 different large tornadoes. But this tornado is currently hitting the North End and Wines building. There is a Subway and a Smoky Joe's Barbecue. That might be just a bit south of where the debris signature is, but nonetheless, general area is taking damage from a significant tornado here in southern Tennessee. And we still have a significant tornado right now off to the east of Coldwater. This might be trying to recycle right now, so the initial tornado might be kind of occluding a little bit. And we might have a recycling stage happening because the latest couple scans do show broader rotation, but the velocities are still very strong. I think what's going to happen is that we're going to get a new tornado developing on this storm going towards Bahia. Oh my goodness. We have a monster tornado right now over Selmer. The debris signature has gotten to the point where we're going to have pink popping up on reflectivity, which means that our debris is obviously significant. This is, again, a major tornado over the north side of Selmer. This is honestly, I would say, tornado emergency type criteria here. This is going into a very populated subdivision. Probably changing hundreds, if not thousands, of people's lives here across Selmer in Tennessee. It's simply, this is pretty much catastrophic what's happening right now to Selmer. I can only imagine what's happening there on the ground. You don't see a radar, again, the radar, you don't see this very often. Like, this right here, this is usually with the worst tornadoes. I don't even remember if our tornado emergency earlier had something like this. I don't know if our tornado emergency ever had anything like this. Oh, another radar scan in a second. Let me go back down to the other tornado warning, which is recycling right now. Again, I think this tornado has occluded in Mississippi. The other PDS tornado warning. Velocities again, still...
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have issued a new PDS tornado warning. I'm not entirely sure if that was an accident, but this is going to be for Tate, Marshall, and DeSoto counties. I'm pretty positive that that is going to be, yeah, it's just for the same storm. They might, they might have accidentally just issued a new warning because it's basically just a condensed version of what we currently have. But Holly Springs, Bahia, you're included in this warning. Again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado with this storm is likely. Again, we had a large tornado. It did occlude. We probably have a new one dropping, heading towards Bahia. A rare meso-gamma discussion was just issued. A corridor of strong tornado potential persists over the next 1 to 2 hours. Notice the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is still in the EF3 ballpark here. Maybe even up near EF4 intensity is still possible here over the next couple of hours from the storms that we currently have. Oh my goodness. This is just such a significant debris signature right now that has just gone right over the town of Selma. A monster tornado right now, moving right along Highway 64, approaching New Lawton, Hickory Flats. It's coming up on the Morse Chapel, Bethlehem, Crump, Savannah. Can't emphasize how significant this situation is right now. As per Tennessee Highway Patrol in Selmer, Tennessee, there's major tornado damage on the ground, according to somebody in the chat. Which, again, would not surprise me if that's true. I don't know how that wouldn't be true, honestly. The tornado literally just ripped right through the town of Selmer. And this, in my opinion, this should be a tornado emergency. I mean, we still have a significant tornado. The debris signature has even gotten detached from the precipitation. It's like right over Purdy now. Gotten literally detached from this thing. If you have any friends or family out in front of this tornado warning going towards like Waynesboro or Holdenwald, make sure they're aware of this. This storm could still be tornadic by the time it gets there. All right, it literally could. I mean, long term, if this were to stay alive for a long time, which again, I don't know if it'll stay alive all the way until 3 a.m., but if it were, it would be getting close to Columbia and Spring Hill by around 2 or 3 a.m. We'll have to keep an eye on that area. But this is, again, a significant tornado right now. I mean, a monster debris signature right now. Right along Highway 64. Oh, actually, there is a Haz cam coming up in here. I forgot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're going to have a camera view from Savannah, which is in the path of this. It'll be bottom right of your screen when it loads. But there is actually, over in Savannah, there's a Haz cam here. So we're going to have that bottom right when I get pop up here. Assuming that it's still online. I don't know if it is. Oh, Savannah is not out, or it's actually out. That camera go away? There is a camera, but it looks like power may have already been cut short. This is what it looks like in Savannah, but I think the camera's down. That's what it looked like before it went out. I don't know if the power already went out in Savannah. This is just out in front of the tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Ohio for those in Brown Adams County. This is going to be back over on the storms that are just southeast of Cincinnati. So seek shelter. It's going to be that kind of Mayfield stuff. We have an update. The PDS tornado warning does continue. For those in Savannah, again, a significant storm right now. A huge tornado is approaching Savannah, Bucktown, Saltillo, and going towards Morris Chapel. We also have a new tornado warning just south of Memphis, a storm that's south of South Haven that could also produce a potential tornado threat. So that's heading towards South Haven right now, moving to the northeast. We still have a PDS tornado warning for those in Bahalia. This storm, again, has not had a tornado, I think, for about 10 minutes now. The thing is, it's probably going to recycle as it moves to the east, northeast, and northeast. So that's what the concern is right now with this storm, just west of Holly Springs, moving to the northeast. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this warning. This is just unbelievable. This is at least an intense tornado, if not violent tornado, that's heading towards Savannah. Really doesn't get much worse than this. We have Clifton. Clifton's kind of nearby. Do not. What about Waynesboro? We have that one. Bottom right of your screen. That's the closest camera to this tornado warning. It's over in Waynesboro. Yeah, we got a major tornado if you're just tuning in going towards Savannah. We have another one trying to cycle back over near Holly Springs. Rotation's also intensifying a little bit going towards South Haven and Hernando. So obviously, again, a very dangerous situation across Tennessee and as well as Mississippi right now. Again, this is our main corridor for action. Quick update on that new tornado warning in Ohio. Again, we have a new tornado warning in Ohio for Georgetown, Winchester, West Union. Rotation's mainly located here near Georgetown, moving towards Winchester. We also have another tornado warning for Frankfort near Kingston. There is a couplet right here that's moving to the northeast. It is on the stronger side of things, and it actually might be on the ground here at any point. It's tightened a little bit, moving towards Yellowbud. If this actually ends up continuing, it'll be approaching Circleville. And we're also getting new reports that the tornado here, which I'm not surprised by this, but the tornado here that's west of Savannah, or not the one west of Savannah, sorry, the other one that was ongoing near Walnut. Talking about Walnut? Oh, it's this one, right? I think it's this one. We have reports coming in though that there was a large cone / wedge tornado with this, which again, not surprising. This is a very intense storm. The radar presentation on this has been absolutely bananas. And there's a chance that this is a violent tornado. I mean, we still have a significant tornado happening. This is, as of a minute ago, we still have a huge debris signature approaching Bethlehem, Sibley, Hooker's Bend, Bucktown, just northwest of Crump and Savannah. This is basically beelining it right now for Savannah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning for Dickinson, Humphreys, and Hickman counties in Tennessee, again for a threat of a tornado. We are at 12 tornado warnings right now. It is 1 a.m., by the way. You don't have 12 tornado warnings usually at 1 a.m. I don't know how this isn't a tornado emergency. Apparently the debris is being lofted up over 33,000 feet into the atmosphere. So this tornado is currently lifting debris up over 33,000 feet. That is how significant this tornado right now is northwest of Crump and also Savannah. It's absolutely bananas how large this tornado is. About to be moving into Morris Chapel, Saltillo, eventually going towards Clifton. The southern tornado warning still has hook echo on it. The velocities, again, are trying to recycle here. We may see a new tornado develop with that as it goes towards LaGrange in Tennessee. So we need to keep an eye on that. That new tornado warning is west of Nashville. That's back over west of Dickinson, or over near Dixon, near I-40, moving northeast towards White Bluff. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this pink polygon, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If anybody sees photos of the tornado, at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Yeah, I'm seeing at least one photo of a monster tornado near Walnut on US 72. I retweeted the photo on Twitter if you want to check it out. MaxVelocityWX. That's the one near US 72. I think that's again back over. Yeah, it's back over here. Maybe. I don't know which one he was looking at, but must have been this storm. This tornado's been on the ground for about 25 minutes, I believe now. Been a long-tracked, intense, possibly violent tornado here in southern Tennessee. It's going to be approaching Clifton, just to the south of Decaturville. I guess the only good news that we have is that the most recent scan does show a slightly less large debris signature, but even then, there's still debris signature. We still have a large area on reflectivity that is showing a tornado approaching Sibley. Let me quickly go back to the north. We still have a tornado warning for Bowling Green and Scottsville. Further off to the north near Maysville and into Ohio, we are still watching a couple areas of rotation. One south of Circleville and the other one approaching West Union. So seek shelter if you are in these tornado warnings. We haven't had anything confirmed on any of these recently. We're still keeping an eye on them. Columbus area, again, line of storms moving through right now, mainly damaging winds, maybe a brief spin up in that area, lots of lightning, heavy rain. Not currently too concerned about a tornado happening with that activity at this exact time. As a reminder, these are our two PDS tornado warnings. We got one near 64, and the other one's back over southeast of Memphis, both of which are producing large and extremely dangerous tornadoes. The one in Tennessee has been further condensed. It is going to be moving towards Clifton. It is, again, a very large tornado. It is producing a lot of damage. This is according to somebody in the chat from their mom in Selmer. Power currently flickering, but literally down the street down the street from that subway safe. So I'm so anxious. Tell your families you love them. I hope she's okay. I'll have a new CC update here in a second. Latest CC scan, still showing a significant tornado right now, right over near Morris Chapel. It is going to be approaching Swift, Grandview, and Crossroads and Bucktown in Hooker's Bend. It's still a significant tornado. Seeing a report of power flickering in Columbus, Ohio. Somebody in the chat. The storm is attempting a tornado genesis again. It's trying to recycle. It tried once, it's trying again right now near Bahalia. This is going to eventually move into southern Tennessee here and very extreme northern Mississippi, going towards Highway 72 towards Walnut and Middleton. You need to stay in your safe place. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, it is still a PDS tornado warning, meaning a particularly dangerous situation. The tornado warning that was in central Ohio has been canceled. So our only tornado warning this far to the north is going to be for those
a new tornado
near
warning
Georgetown
has been
and West
issued.
Union. It's a large, broad area of circulation, eventually going towards Pebbles and Winchester. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're on that warning. We also have a new tornado warning that is going to include a bunch of different counties in Kentucky, including Edmondson, Greene, Taylor, Hart, Barron, Marion, as well as Metcalfe counties. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. And it just popped up. Here you go. It's this tornado warning right here going towards Campbellsville, Munfordville, and Greenburgh. All right, here's the latest scan as of 1:02 a.m. Again, the debris signature right now is over the south side of Morris Chapel. It is still a significant tornado. I think the only reason why the tornado debris signature is not nearly as large as before is because the rotation, or the hook here, it's like the tornado itself is right in it probably, or the tornado itself is probably in like kind of like a lot of trees and stuff like that, so it's not a really definitive debris signature, at least now in reflectivity, but it is still a significant tornado that is going to be moving towards Saltillo and eventually going towards Clifton. So still a very dangerous storm right now, moving east-northeast. Getting a report from Scanner. Tennessee Highway Patrol District 8 is reporting Selmer has a lot of damage. They are calling out troopers for search and rescue. That is the latest from Selmer. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Just watched a little spinny bit roll up here in the south of my area here in Columbus, Ohio on Radar Scope. Thank you for you and your team, what you do. Inspire me to how to learn, read radar. Appreciate that, Ben. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, unfortunately, this is... again, this is just terrible. I can't believe we're still seeing... I mean, I'm not surprised that much, but the fact that we are still seeing large tornadoes here at 1 a.m. Central Time is pretty scary. Again, this has happened before, but like this tornado here is still going here near the Morris Chapel, and I don't know if it's going to stop anytime soon. Like, this thing could be going for a long time. We still have a large debris signature. It's been like this for now about a half an hour. So this is still a substantial tornado north there of Savannah. The tornado warning, again, has been a little bit broader near Highway or Interstate 22. And then also there's still a tornado warning back over near Hernando, which that rotation's been not as strong as the other two, but there's still some rotation approaching Hernando near South Haven, so continue to stay in your safe place. A live shot in Olive Branch, Mississippi right now, which is a little bit northeast of the warning. A little bit of gusty winds and some lightning in the area. This area will be in the track of that tornado warning itself. It's still tornadic here in about 20 minutes or so. Once again, having an area of strong rotation trying to develop, though, near I-22. We need to continue to watch that storm closely.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Continuing this tornado warning in advance very early because of the fact that this is producing such a significant tornado for Linden, Hohenwald, Waynesboro, and Clifton. You are in the track of a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Again, from what we know, this has been a pretty much a wedge, if not at least a large cone that is approaching these areas. So you need to be in your safe place, again, if you're in this tornado warning. This is a major tornado. Hey, Volks, appreciate that. Still have a big debris signature right now approaching Saltillo, just south of Liberty, and it will be approaching Clifton. That's really the next main town in the like near term. We have some more unincorporated areas, but that's like the next town that's in the path of this. Also, not related to what's happening now, but I just want to give you guys a heads up. We got our latest SPC outlooks for both technically today, which is later today, and as well as tomorrow. For today, which this starts around 6-7 a.m., but really the main concern will be the afternoon. We do have another tornado risk that stretches from northeast Texas all the way back up into the mid-Atlantic, where more strong tornadoes will be possible. Long track tornadoes also possible. And then tomorrow, on Friday, we have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place in Arkansas, Texas, and Oklahoma. They have put out a hatched risk for tornadoes. as well, which is not surprising either. So again, more strong and long track tornadoes are possible here over the next few days. Again, we're planning on being live every single day. I'm really hoping that I can get a video out tomorrow morning, because I think that we kind of need one. I think there's still a lot of stuff that we need to talk about just in a general video format. So I'm going to try my best to have a video out tomorrow morning. So if you're not already, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And again, we'll be live tomorrow and the following days as well. But it looks like we'll have a live stream again every single day all the way through Sunday. So and I'm just letting you guys know. Again, we're going to stay live here as long as possible, but I am extremely tired. So
a new tornado warning
we're
has
try to
been
make
issued.
It through. I mean, I literally woke up at like 7 a.m. So I've been live. I've been awake for almost 20 hours, and I've been live for a total now. We're about to hit a record. I've been live for 14 hours and 46 minutes today. That is nearing the most amount of time live for me in a single day, which is actually insane. But as long as this tornado's on the ground, we're probably going to be here. So we got a significant tornado right now, again, going towards Clifton. Whenever do you sleep? I got 7 hours of sleep last night, and tonight will probably not be many hours of sleep at all. Been all live all day. I mean, we've basically been live for 15 hours, so. We're going to stay live as long as this tornado's on the ground. And after that, I'm probably going to call it. Do have a new tornado warning. Radar indicator rotation going towards LaGrange in Michigan City and Moscow. Area of rotation right now is north of I-22. Going towards Salisbury and Moscow again in southern Tennessee. You'll be in your safe place away from windows if you're in this tornado warning. Lowest floor possible. And this has the potential to produce a significant tornado in the long term towards Hickory Valley, Middleton, south and west there, Bolivar, and south of Somerville. And that's off to the east of Memphis. And we still, again, have a significant tornado that is approaching Saltillo here in southern Tennessee. It is right now over, it's about to cross over a river and then go towards Mount Carmel. Rotation on the Dixon storm here west of Nashville has been broad for quite some time. It's slowly moving towards White Bluff. And also the tornado warning up near Campbellsville. This is back up in Kentucky. We still have some broad rotation moving northeast towards Campbellsville. And no tornado warnings anymore anywhere in Ohio, but we still have a significant risk for damaging winds moving across most of the state. Pretty much widespread severe weather continuing across most of Ohio, aside from the Cleveland suburbs and Cleveland metro. Hey, Melinda, appreciate the generosity. The latest CC signature not showing as significant of a tornado, but the velocities are still off the charts. If I had to guess, this tornado is probably going over some
a
pretty
new tornado
rural areas
warning
here.
has been issued.
Well, I jinxed that. We have a tornado warning in Ohio now, but this tornado is not showing as definitive of a debris signature, but it might not just be hitting that much stuff here over Saltillo. We have a new tornado warning east of Columbus going towards Newark. Hebron, Heath, Granville. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Area of rotation is over Etna near I-70. Again, moving northeast towards Heath and Granville. Hanover eventually in the track of this. This is one of those spin-up tornadoes that can happen in a line of storms, and you can actually see it here on the terminal radar site. Pretty strong rotation right now near Huron Crossing, approaching Etna, and another area of rotation approaching Pulaski. Tracking again to the northeast. The latest radar scan, I'm not seeing any debris signature right now in this Liberty storm, so there's at least some positive trend here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
At least not as prevalent. maybe not as much damage being, you know, basically depicted. Still very strong velocities. You have a new tornado warning for Fayette, Jessamine, Mercer, Anderson, and as well as Woodford counties in Kentucky. That includes Lexington. So if you're in Lexington, you got to seek shelter. Got an area of rotation right now approaching you from the west. Going towards Nicholsville as well. Moving towards the northeast. It'll also be going towards I-64. You are in the track of this area of rotation. If you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, your threat starts around 2-3 a.m. and then it'll go from there. Large hail, damaging winds, and potential tornado threat will exist there. And nothing happening yet, but storms are going to start getting going. We have a few going on Abilene right now. It's going to be more into tomorrow morning for a threat. Looks like we're going to have a new tornado dropping here very soon going towards LaGrange. So LaGrange, Michigan City, Salisbury. Brand new tornado will be dropping on this storm. It'll be moving northeast into southern Tennessee here very shortly. Almost undoubtedly going to get a tornado out of this storm, by the way. So we're probably going to get a strong and probably a long track tornado heading towards Salisbury, LaGrange, and Michigan City, and Hickory Valley, moving towards Middleton. And I think we already have one. So looks like a new tornado has dropped on this storm in northern Mississippi, southeast of Collierville. Again, long-term heading towards LaGrange, Hickory Valley, Middleton, Bolivar will be in the track of this. Whiteville, Bethel Springs, and Selmer are kind of like the long-term trajectories of this. But we have a new tornado that's dropped on this. Your Highway 311, moving towards Sladen in the next few minutes, and then it will eventually go towards Early Grove in Michigan City. It's in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we now have 2 different tornadoes in progress that are large and extremely dangerous. The one near Saltillo is not as certain. We don't know if this is still on the ground right now. The CC signature has not really been there. If you're over in Nashville, we're really watching for this cluster of storms here, which right now the main concern is damaging winds. The rotation has been broader. And we still have a line of storms off to your north of Nashville with mainly damaging winds with that activity. And over near Campbellsville, broad rotation right now coming in from the west.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then Lexington, we've been seeing a little bit of an uptick of rotation just off to your west near Nicholsville. That'll be coming in the next 15 minutes, so stay in your safe place. And we also have another tornado warning that has been issued in Ohio. That's going to be for Adams County. We'll see that pop up here in a second. This is the Ohio tornado warning. Our strongest area of rotation right now is right over Etna and also over Pulaski. Or Patascala. I read that entirely wrong. We're towards Granville, so that's moving to the northeast. And our new tornado warning is near West Union, north of Portsmouth. Rotation's a little bit on the broader side of things, but could produce a tornado that approaches Rardon and eventually going towards Waverly. Yeah, we got a significant tornado wrapping up right now. Another strong and probably long track tornado right now heading towards Michigan City. This is going to undoubtedly go PDS here in a moment. So we got another large tornado that has dropped going towards LaGrange and Salisbury. Moving to the northeast. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I'm so tired. I don't know if I can keep going. Like it's almost 2:30 my time, and I went to bed. I got up this morning at like 6:30, 7 o'clock. I have no clue if I can keep going. I know we have so many things happening, but I've been live for over 15 hours today. Like I'm exhausted, and we're gonna be live again tomorrow, and I need rest. Like, I hate to go to bed like now, but like. I don't know if I can keep going. I hate to leave 33,000 of you guys without coverage, but I literally just can't keep going. Been live for 15 hours, been sitting in this chair for 15 hours. I wish I could stay live. I don't think I can. Ryan is still alive if you guys want to watch him. I think he's still alive, so you can definitely go watch him. I just can't keep going. I'm so tired. I was live for 4 or 5 hours this morning, so... But, again, I've kind of given you guys a general idea what's happening right now, and this one's going to continue over the next few hours. Again, we got a significant tornado right now in progress approaching LaGrange. Again, this is going to keep going. It's going to keep going overnight, going towards Hickory Valley and Middleton and Bolivar. And then the other storm north of Savannah is also producing significant tornado. Doesn't look like this one's still on the ground, but still could be back on the ground at some point in the near future. They'll be moving off to the northeast. One last report before I get off here. There are multiple people entrapped by a tornado in Selmer, according to the in Satillo, according to the Highway Patrol District 8 in Tennessee. So that's the latest report there. But all right, guys, I'm extremely tired. Again, I would be live any day. I'm just so tired. I have college still. Like, I need to actually still be on a somewhat reasonable schedule still. It's not even just that though. I'm literally just I'm so tired. I've been awake for 20 something hours now. So as always, guys, I appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you for understanding. I know some of you guys are gonna hate me for it, but I really can't do much about it. I'm just so tired. I'm literally about to fall asleep. So thank you guys all so much for watching. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Links are in the description. I'm also on Discord. You can check that out.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground.
No surprises
Seek
here.
shelter
This is going to be
immediately.
producing a pretty intense tornado all the way up into southern Tennessee, approaching Hickory Valley. Bolivar would be mainly the next big city in the track, but our towns included are Moscow, LaGrange, and Hickory Valley. But significant tornado again west of Lamar. All right. Ryan Hall's live if you guys want to go watch him. He's still doing coverage. And all right, so I'll see you guys all again later. If you want to check him out, go watch him. But I'm signing off. I'm really tired. All right, we'll be back again tomorrow with live coverage. I'll try my best to have a video in the morning, but probably not going to have one. And we'll see you guys all again in the next one. All right, have a good night. Stay safe. Have multiple ways to receive warnings. And we'll see you guys all again in the next one.